Principles of Economics. Principles of Economics. N. Gregory Mankiew. Harvard University. Professor Mankiew is a prolific writer and a regular participant in academic and policy debates. His work has been published in scholarly journals, such as the American Economic Review, Journal of Political Economy, and Quarterly Journal of Economics, and in more popular forums, such as the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. He is also author of the best-selling intermediate-level textbook Macroeconomics, Worth Publishers. In addition to his teaching, research, and writing, Professor Mankiew has been a research associate of the National Bureau of Economic Research, an advisor to the Congressional Budget Office and the Federal Reserve Banks of Boston and New York, and a member of the ETS Test Development Committee for the Advanced Placement Exam in Economics. From 2003 to 2005, he served as chairman of the President's Council of Economic Advisors. Professor Mankiew lives in Wellesley, Massachusetts, with his wife, Deborah, 3 children, Catherine, Nicholas, and Peter, and their border terrier, Tobin. Economics is a study of mankind in the ordinary business of life. So wrote Alfred Marshall, the great 19th-century economist, in his textbook, Principles of Economics. Although we have learned much about the economy since Marshall's time, this definition of economics is as true today as it was in 1890, when the first edition of his text was published. Why should you, as a student at the beginning of the 21st century, embark on the study of economics? There are 3 reasons. The first reason to study economics is that it will help you understand the world in which you live. There are many questions about the economy that might spark your curiosity. Why are apartments so hard to find in New York City? Why do airlines charge less for a round-trip ticket if the traveler stays over a Saturday night? Why is Johnny Depp paid so much to star in movies? Why are living standards so meager in many African countries? Why do some countries have high rates of inflation while others have stable prices? Why are jobs easy to find in some years and hard to find in others? These are just a few of the questions that a course in economics will help you answer. The second reason to study economics is that it will make you a more astute participant in the economy. As you go about your life, you make many economic decisions. While you are a student, you decide how many years to stay in school. Once you take a job, you decide how much of your income to spend, how much to save, and how to invest your savings. Someday you may find yourself running a small business or a large corporation, and you will decide what prices to charge for your products. The insights developed in the coming chapters will give you a new perspective on how best to make these decisions. Studying economics will not by itself make you rich, but it will give you some tools that may help in that endeavor. The third reason to study economics is that it will give you a better understanding of both the potential and the limits of economic policy. Economic questions are always on the minds of policymakers in mayors' offices, governors' mansions, and the White House. What are the burdens associated with alternative forms of taxation? What are the effects of free trade with other countries? What is the best way to protect the environment? How does a government budget deficit affect the economy? As a voter, you help choose the policies that guide the allocation of society's resources. An understanding of economics will help you carry out that responsibility. And who knows, perhaps someday you will end up as one of those policymakers yourself. Thus, the principles of economics can be applied in many of life's situations. Whether the future finds you reading the newspaper, running a business, or sitting in the Oval Office, you will be glad that you studied economics. N. Gregory Mankiew, December 2010. Interactive Learning Tools. Economics CourseMate includes interactive learning tools including quizzes, videos, news, debates, and data flashcards, graphing tutorials. Interactive ebook. In addition to interactive learning tools, Economics CourseMate includes an interactive ebook. You can take notes, highlight, search and interact with embedded media specific to your book. Use it as a supplement to the printed text, or as a substitute. The choice is up to you with CourseMate. To purchase access to CourseMate and these interactive tools, visit www.cengagebrain.com. Maximize your efforts and results when you experience Mankiew's engaging learning tools. With Economics CourseMate, you'll quickly reinforce chapter concepts and sharpen your skills with interactive, hands-on applications online. If a printed study guide better suits your needs and study habits, the Mankiew 6e Study Guide is unsurpassed in its careful attention to accuracy, concise language, and practice that enhances your study time. Mankiew 6e Study Guide. Completely revised for the 6th edition, this study guide covers chapter material comprehensively and accurately. Very hands-on, each chapter thoroughly covers the material in the corresponding chapter of Mankiew. Every keyword and concept is addressed within the study guide chapter, meaning you'll feel confident that if you can do the study guide, you will understand all of the material in that chapter of Mankiew. The types of questions used in the study guide reflect what you find most useful when studying. Our student surveys show that students like you felt that fill-in-the-blank questions, matching questions, and questions without specific single answers were an inefficient use of their time, and the Mankiew Study Guide avoids these kinds of questions. Part I Introduction. Chapter 1. 10 Principles of Economics. How people make decisions. Principle 1. People face trade-offs. Principle 2. The cost of something is what you give up to get it. Principle 3. Rational people think at the margin. Principle 4. People respond to incentives. Case study. The incentive effects of gasoline prices in the news, incentive pay. How people interact. Principle 5. Trade can make everyone better off. Principle 6. Markets are usually a good way to organize economic activity. Principle 7. Governments can sometimes improve market outcomes. FYI, Adam Smith and the Invisible Hand. How the economy as a whole works. Principle 8. A country's standard of living depends on its ability to produce goods and services. In the news, why you should study economics. Principle 9. Prices rise when the government prints too much money. Principle 10. Society faces a short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. FYI, how to read this book. Conclusion. Chapter 2. Thinking like an economist. The economist as scientist. The scientific method, observation, theory, and more observation. The role of assumptions. Economic models are first model, the circular flow diagram our second model, the production possibilities frontier. Microeconomics and macroeconomics. The economist as policy advisor. FYI, who studies economics? Positive versus normative analysis. Economists in Washington. In the news, the economics of President Obama. Why economists' advice is not always followed. Why economists disagree. Differences in scientific judgments. Differences in values. Perception versus reality. Let's get going. In the news, environmental economics. Append 9. Graphing, a brief review. Graphs of a single variable. Graphs of two variables, the coordinate system. Curves in the coordinate system. Slope, cause and effect. Chapter 3. Interdependence and the gains from trade. A parable for the modern economy. Production possibilities. Specialization and trade. Comparative advantage, the driving force of specialization. Absolute advantage, opportunity cost and comparative advantage. Comparative advantage and trade, the price of the trade. FYI, the legacy of Adam Smith and David Ricardo. Applications of comparative advantage. Should Tom Brady mow his own lawn? Should the United States trade with other countries? In the news, the changing face of international trade. Conclusion. Part 2. How markets work. Chapter 4. The market forces of supply and demand. Markets and competition. What is a market? What is competition? Demand. The demand curve, the relationship between price and quantity. Demanded market demand versus individual demand. Shifts in the demand curve. Case study, 2 ways to reduce the quantity of smoking demanded. Supply. The supply curve, the relationship between price and quantity supplied market supply versus individual supply shifts in the supply curve. Supply and demand together. Equilibrium. 3 steps to analyzing changes in equilibrium in the news: price increases after disasters. Conclusion: how prices allocate resources. Chapter 5. Elasticity and its application. The elasticity of demand. The price elasticity of demand and its determinants. Computing the price elasticity of demand. The midpoint method, a better way to calculate percentage changes and elasticities. The variety of demand curves. FYI, a few elasticities from the real-world: total revenue and the price elasticity of demand. Elasticity and total revenue along a linear demand curve. Other demand elasticities. The elasticity of supply. The price elasticity of supply and its determinants. Computing the price elasticity of supply. The variety of supply curves. 3 applications of supply, demand, and elasticity. Can good news for farming be bad news for farmers? Why did OPEC fail to keep the price of oil high? Does drug interdiction increase or decrease drug-related crime? Conclusion. Chapter 6. Supply, demand, and government policies. Controls on prices. How price ceilings affect market outcomes. Case study: lines at the gas pump. Case study: rent control in the short run and the long run. How price floors affect market outcomes. Case study: the minimum wage. Evaluating price controls in the news: should unpaid internships be allowed? Taxes. How taxes on sellers affect market outcomes. How taxes on buyers affect market outcomes. Case study: can Congress distribute the burden of a payroll tax? Elasticity and tax incidence. Case study: who pays the luxury tax? Conclusion. Part 3. Markets and welfare. Chapter 7. Consumers, producers, and the efficiency of markets. Consumer surplus. Willingness to pay. Using the demand curve to measure consumer surplus. How a lower price raises consumer surplus. What does consumer surplus measure? Producer surplus. Cost and the willingness to sell. Using the supply curve to measure producer surplus. How a higher price raises producer surplus. Market efficiency. The benevolent social planner. Evaluating the market equilibrium. In the news: ticket scalping. Case study: should there be a market in organs? Conclusion: market efficiency and market failure. Chapter 8. Application: the costs of taxation. The deadweight loss of taxation. How a tax affects market participants. Deadweight losses and the gains from trade. The determinants of the deadweight loss. Case study: the deadweight loss debate. Deadweight loss and tax revenue as taxes vary. Case study: the Laffer curve and supply-side economics in the news: new research on taxation. Conclusion. Chapter 9. Application: international trade. The determinants of trade. The equilibrium without trade. The world price and comparative advantage. The winners and losers from trade. The gains and losses of an exporting country. The gains and losses of an importing country. The effects of a tariff. FYI, import quotas, another way to restrict trade. The lessons for trade policy. Other benefits of international trade in the news: trade skirmishes. The arguments for restricting trade. The jobs argument. In the news: should the winners from free trade compensate the losers? The national security argument in the news: second thoughts about free trade. The infant industry argument. The unfair competition argument. The protection as a bargaining chip argument. Case study: trade agreements and the World Trade Organization. Conclusion. Part 4. The economics of the public sector. Chapter 10. Externalities. Externalities and market inefficiency. Welfare economics, a recap. Negative externalities. Positive externalities. In the news: the externalities of country living. Case study: technology spillovers, industrial policy, and patent protection. Public policies toward externalities. Command and control policies, regulation. Market-based policy 1, corrective taxes and subsidies case study, why is gasoline taxed so heavily? Market-based policy 2, tradable pollution permits objections to the economic analysis of pollution in the news, cap and trade. Private solutions to externalities. The types of private solutions. The Coase theorem. Why private solutions do not always work. Conclusion. Chapter 11. Public goods and common resources. The different kinds of goods. Public goods. The free rider problem. Some important public goods. Case study, are lighthouses public goods? The difficult job of cost, benefit analysis. Case study, how much is a life worth? Common resources. The tragedy of the commons. Some important common resources. In the news, the case for toll roads. Case study, why the cow is not extinct. Conclusion, the importance of property rights. Chapter 12. The design of the tax system. A financial overview of the U.S. government. The federal government. Case study, the fiscal challenge ahead. State and local government. Taxes and efficiency. Deadweight losses. Case study, should income or consumption be taxed? In the news, the temporarily disappearing estate tax administrative burden marginal tax rates versus average tax rates lump sum taxes. Taxes and equity. The benefits principle. The ability to pay principle. Case study, how the tax burden is distributed tax incidence and tax equity case study, who pays the corporate income tax? In the news, the value-added tax. Conclusion, the trade-off between equity and efficiency. Part V. Firm behavior and the organization of industry. Chapter 13. The costs of production. What are costs? Total revenue, total cost, and profit. Costs as opportunity costs. The cost of capital as an opportunity cost. Economic profit versus accounting profit. Production and costs. The production function. From the production function to the total cost curve. The various measures of cost. Fixed and variable costs. Average and marginal cost. Cost curves and their shapes. Typical cost curves. Costs in the short run and in the long run. The relationship between short run and long run average total cost economies and diseconomies of scale FYI, lessons from a pin factory. Conclusion. Chapter 14. Firms in competitive markets. What is a competitive market? The meaning of competition. The revenue of a competitive firm. Profit maximization and the competitive firm's supply curve. A simple example of profit maximization: the marginal cost curve and the firm's supply decision. The firm's short-run decision to shut down spilt milk and other sunk costs. Case study, near empty restaurants and off-season miniature golf. The firm's long-run decision to exit or enter a market. Measuring profit in our graph for the competitive firm. The supply curve in a competitive market. The short run, market supply with a fixed number of firms. The long run, market supply with entry and exit. Why do competitive firms stay in business if they make zero profit? A shift in demand in the short run and long run. Why the long run supply curve might slope upward. Conclusion, behind the supply curve. Chapter 15. Monopoly. Why monopolies arise. Monopoly resources. Government-created monopolies. Natural monopolies. How monopolies make production and pricing decisions. Monopoly versus competition. A monopoly's revenue profit maximization. A monopoly's profit FYI, why a monopoly does not have a supply curve. Case study, monopoly drugs versus generic drugs. The welfare cost of monopolies. The deadweight loss. The monopoly's profit, a social cost. Price discrimination. A parable about pricing. The moral of the story. The analytics of price discrimination. Examples of price discrimination. Public policy toward monopolies. In the news, TKTS and other schemes. Increasing competition with antitrust laws. In the news, President Obama's antitrust policy regulation public ownership doing nothing. Conclusion, the prevalence of monopolies. Chapter 16. Monopolistic competition. Between monopoly and perfect competition. Competition with differentiated products. The monopolistically competitive firm in the short run, the long run equilibrium, monopolistic versus perfect competition, monopolistic competition and the welfare of society in the news, insufficient variety as a market failure. Advertising. The debate over advertising. Case study, advertising and the price of eyeglasses. Advertising as a signal of quality. FYI, Galbraith versus Hayek brand names. Conclusion. Chapter 17. Oligopoly. Markets with only a few sellers. A duopoly example. Competition, monopolies, and cartels. In the news, public price fixing. The equilibrium for an oligopoly. How the size of an oligopoly affects the market outcome. The economics of cooperation. The prisoner's dilemma. Oligopolies as a prisoner's dilemma. Case study, OPEC and the world oil market. Other examples of the prisoner's dilemma. The prisoner's dilemma and the welfare of society. Why people sometimes cooperate. Case study, the prisoner's dilemma tournament. Public policy toward oligopolies. Restraint of trade and the antitrust laws. Case study, an illegal phone call. Controversies over antitrust policy. Case study, the Microsoft case. Conclusion. In the news, the next big antitrust target. Part 6. The economics of labor markets. Chapter 18. The markets for the factors of production. The demand for labor. The competitive profit maximizing firm. The production function and the marginal product of labor. The value of the marginal product and the demand for labor. What causes the labor demand curve to shift? FYI, input demand and output supply, two sides of the same coin. FYI, the Luddite revolt. The supply of labor. The trade-off between work and leisure. What causes the labor supply curve to shift? Equilibrium in the labor market. Shifts in labor supply. In the news, the economics of immigration. Shifts in labor demand. Case study, productivity and wages. FYI, monopsony. The other factors of production, land and capital. Equilibrium in the markets for land and capital. FYI, what is capital income? Linkages among the factors of production. Case study, the economics of the Black Death. Conclusion. Chapter 19. Earnings and discrimination. Some determinants of equilibrium. Wages. Compensating differentials. Human capital. Case study, the increasing value of skills. Ability, effort, and chance. Case study, the benefits of beauty. An alternative view of education, signaling. The superstar phenomenon. In the news, the human capital of terrorists. Above equilibrium. Wages, minimum wage laws, unions, and efficiency wages. The economics of discrimination. Measuring labor market discrimination. Case study, is Emily more employable than Lakeisha? Discrimination by employers. Case study, segregated streetcars and the profit motive. Discrimination by customers and governments. Case study, discrimination in sports. In the news, gender differences. Conclusion. Chapter 20. Income inequality and poverty. The measurement of inequality. U.S. income inequality. Inequality around the world. The poverty rate. Problems in measuring inequality. Case study, alternative measures of inequality. In the news, what's wrong with the poverty rate? Economic mobility. The political philosophy of redistributing income. Utilitarianism, liberalism, libertarianism. Policies to reduce poverty. Minimum wage laws. Welfare. Negative income tax. In-kind transfers. In the news, the root cause of a financial crisis. Anti-poverty programs and work incentives. Conclusion. Part 7. Topics for further study. Chapter 21. The theory of consumer choice. The budget constraint, what the consumer can afford. Preferences, what the consumer wants. Representing preferences with indifference curves. 4 properties of indifference curves. 2 extreme examples of indifference curves. Optimization, what the consumer chooses. The consumer's optimal choices. FYI, utility, an alternative way to describe preferences and optimization. How changes in income affect the consumer's choices. How changes in prices affect the consumer's choices. Income and substitution effects. Deriving the demand curve. 3 applications. Do all demand curves slope downward? Case study, the search for giffen goods. How do wages affect labor supply? Case study, income effects on labor supply, historical trends, lottery winners, and the Carnegie conjecture. In the news, backward sloping labor supply in Kiribati. How do interest rates affect household saving? Conclusion, do people really think this way? Chapter 22. Frontiers of Microeconomics. Asymmetric information. Hidden actions, principles, agents, and moral hazard. FYI, corporate management. Hidden characteristics, adverse selection and the lemons problem. Signaling to convey private information. Case study, gifts as signals. Screening to uncover private information. Asymmetric information and public policy. Political economy. The Condorcet voting paradox. Arrow's impossibility theorem. In the news, Arrow's problem in practice. The median voter is king. Politicians are people too. Behavioral economics. People aren't always rational. People care about fairness. In the news, syntaxes. People are inconsistent over time. Conclusion. Part 8. The data of macroeconomics. Chapter 23. Measuring a nation's income. The economy's income and expenditure. The measurement of gross domestic product (GDP) is the market value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given period of time. The components of GDP. FYI, other measures of income. Consumption, investment, government purchases, net exports. Case study, the components of US GDP. Real versus nominal GDP. A numerical example. The GDP deflator. Case study, real GDP over recent history. Is GDP a good measure of economic well-being? In the news, the underground economy. In the news, beyond gross domestic product. Case study, international differences in GDP and the quality of life. Conclusion. Chapter 24. Measuring the cost of living. The Consumer Price Index. How the Consumer Price Index is calculated. FYI, what is in the CPI's basket? Problems in measuring the cost of living. In the news, shopping for the CPI. The GDP deflator versus the Consumer Price Index. Correcting economic variables for the effects of inflation. Dollar figures from different times. Indexation. FYI, Mr. Index goes to Hollywood. Real and nominal interest rates. Case study, interest rates in the U.S. economy. Conclusion. Part 9. The real economy in the long run. Chapter 25. Production and growth. Economic growth around the world. FYI, a picture is worth 1,000 statistics. FYI, are you richer than the richest American? Productivity, its role and determinants. Why productivity is so important. How productivity is determined. FYI, the production function. Case study, are natural resources a limit to growth? Economic growth and public policy. Saving and investment. Diminishing returns and the catch-up effect. Investment from abroad. Education. Health and nutrition. In the news, promoting human capital. Property rights and political stability. Free trade. Research and development. Population growth. In the news, one economist's answer. Conclusion, the importance of long-run growth. Chapter 26. Saving, investment, and the financial system. Financial institutions in the U.S. economy. Financial markets. Financial intermediaries. FYI, key numbers for stock watchers. Summing up. FYI, financial crises. Saving and investment in the national income accounts. Some important identities. The meaning of saving and investment. The market for loanable funds. Supply and demand for loanable funds. Policy 1, saving incentives. Policy 2, investment incentives. Policy 3, government budget deficits and surpluses. Case study, the history of U.S. government debt. Conclusion. Chapter 27. The basic tools of finance. Present value, measuring the time value of money. FYI, the magic of compounding and the rule of 70. Managing risk. Risk aversion. The markets for insurance. Diversification of firm-specific risk. The trade-off between risk and return. Asset valuation. Fundamental analysis. The efficient markets hypothesis. In the news, a cartoonist's guide to stock picking. Case study, random walks and index funds. In the news, is the efficient markets hypothesis kaput? Market irrationality. Conclusion. Chapter 28. Unemployment. Identifying unemployment. How is unemployment measured? Case study, labor force participation of men and women in the U.S. economy. Does the unemployment rate measure what we want it to? How long are the unemployed without work? Why are there always some people unemployed? In the news, the rise of long-term unemployment. FYI, the jobs number. Job search. Why some frictional unemployment is inevitable. Public policy and job search. Unemployment insurance. In the news, how much do the unemployed respond to incentives? Minimum wage laws. FYI, who earns the minimum wage? Unions and collective bargaining. The economics of unions. Are unions good or bad for the economy? The theory of efficiency. Wages. Worker health. Worker turnover. Worker quality. Worker effort. Case study, Henry Ford and the very generous $5 a day wage. Conclusion. Part X. Money and prices in the long run. Chapter 29. The monetary system. The meaning of money. The functions of money. The kinds of money. In the news, macroeconomics. Money in the U.S. economy. FYI, why credit cards aren't money. Case study, where is all the currency? The Federal Reserve System. The Fed's organization. The Federal Open Market Committee. Banks and the money supply. The simple case of 100% reserve banking. Money creation with fractional reserve banking. The money multiplier. Bank capital, leverage, and the financial crisis of 2008 to 2009. The Fed's tools of monetary control. How the Fed influences the quantity of reserves. How the Fed influences the reserve ratio. Problems in controlling the money supply. Case study, bank runs and the money supply. The federal funds rate. In the news, burn ink on the Fed's toolbox. Conclusion. Chapter 30. Money growth and inflation. The classical theory of inflation. The level of prices and the value of money. Money supply, money demand, and monetary equilibrium. The effects of a monetary injection. A brief look at the adjustment process. The classical dichotomy and monetary neutrality. Velocity and the quantity equation. Case study, money and prices during 4 hyperinflations. The inflation tax. FYI, hyperinflation in Zimbabwe. The Fisher effect. The costs of inflation. A fall in purchasing power. The inflation fallacy. Shoe leather costs, menu costs, relative price variability, and the misallocation of resources. Inflation-induced tax distortions, confusion and inconvenience. A special cost of unexpected inflation, arbitrary redistributions of wealth. Inflation is bad, but deflation may be worse. Case study, The Wizard of Oz and the free silver debate. In the news, inflationary threats. Conclusion. Part 11. The macroeconomics of open economies. Chapter 31. Open economy. Macroeconomics, basic concepts. The international flows of goods and capital. The flow of goods, exports, imports, and net exports. Case study, the increasing openness of the U.S. economy. In the news, breaking up the chain of production. The flow of financial resources, net capital outflow. The equality of net exports and net capital outflow. Saving, investment, and their relationship to the international flows. Summing up. Case study, is the U.S. trade deficit a national problem? The prices for international transactions, real and nominal exchange rates. Nominal exchange rates. FYI, the euro-real exchange rates. A first theory of exchange rate determination, purchasing power parity. The basic logic of purchasing power parity. Implications of purchasing power parity. Case study, the nominal exchange rate during a hyperinflation. Limitations of purchasing power parity. Case study, the Hamburger Standard. Conclusion. Chapter 32. A macroeconomic theory of the open economy. Supply and demand for loanable funds and for foreign currency exchange. The market for loanable funds. The market for foreign currency exchange. FYI, purchasing power parity as a special case. Equilibrium in the open economy. Net capital outflow, the link between the two markets. Simultaneous equilibrium in two markets. FYI, disentangling supply and demand. How policies and events affect an open economy. Government budget deficits, trade policy, political instability, and capital flight. Case study, capital flows from China. In the news, alternative exchange rate regimes. Conclusion. Part 12. Short-run economic fluctuations. Chapter 33. Aggregate demand and aggregate supply. 3 key facts about economic fluctuations. Fact 1. Economic fluctuations are irregular and unpredictable. Fact 2. Most macroeconomic quantities fluctuate together. Fact 3. As output falls, unemployment rises. Explaining short-run economic fluctuations. The assumptions of classical economics. The reality of short-run fluctuations. In the news, the social influences of economic downturns. The model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply. The aggregate demand curve. Why the aggregate demand curve slopes downward. Why the aggregate demand curve might shift. The aggregate supply curve. Why the aggregate supply curve is vertical in the long run. Why the long-run aggregate supply curve might shift. Using aggregate demand and aggregate supply to depict long-run growth and inflation. Why the aggregate supply curve slopes upward in the short run. Why the short-run aggregate supply curve might shift. 2 causes of economic fluctuations. The effects of a shift in aggregate demand. FYI, monetary neutrality revisited. Case study, 2 big shifts in aggregate demand, the Great Depression and World War II. Case study, the recession of 2008 to 2009. In the news, modern parallels to the Great Depression. The effects of a shift in aggregate supply. Case study, oil and the economy. FYI, the origins of the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply. Conclusion. Chapter 34. The influence of monetary and fiscal policy on aggregate demand. How monetary policy influences aggregate demand. The theory of liquidity preference. The downward slope of the aggregate demand curve. FYI, interest rates in the long run and the short run. Changes in the money supply. The role of interest rate targets in Fed policy. FYI, the zero lower bound. Case study, why the Fed watches the stock market, and vice versa. How fiscal policy influences aggregate demand. Changes in government purchases. The multiplier effect. A formula for the spending multiplier. Other applications of the multiplier effect. The crowding out effect. Changes in taxes. FYI, how fiscal policy might affect aggregate supply. Using policy to stabilize the economy. The case for active stabilization policy. Case study, Keynesians in the White House. The case against active stabilization policy. In the news, how large is the fiscal policy multiplier? Automatic stabilizers. In the news, offbeat indicators. Conclusion. Chapter 35. The short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. The Phillips curve. Origins of the Phillips curve. Aggregate demand, aggregate supply, and the Phillips curve. Shifts in the Phillips curve. The role of expectations. The long-run Phillips curve. The meaning of natural reconciling theory and evidence. The short-run Phillips curve. The natural experiment for the natural rate hypothesis. Shifts in the Phillips curve. the role of supply shocks, the cost of reducing inflation, the sacrifice ratio, rational expectations and the possibility of costless disinflation, the Volcker disinflation, the Greenspan error, the Phillips curve during the financial crisis. In the news, do we need more inflation? Conclusion. Part 13, Final Thoughts. Chapter 36. 6 Debates over macroeconomic policy. Should monetary and fiscal policy makers try to stabilize the economy? Pro. Policy makers should try to stabilize the economy. Con. Policy makers should not try to stabilize the economy. Should the government fight recessions with spending hikes rather than tax cuts? Pro. The government should fight recessions with spending hikes. Con. The government should fight recessions with tax cuts. Should monetary policy be made by rule rather than by discretion? Pro. Monetary policy should be made by rule. Con. Monetary policy should not be made by rule. FYI, inflation targeting. Should the central bank aim for zero inflation? Pro. The central bank should aim for zero inflation. Con. The central bank should not aim for zero inflation. In the news, what is the optimal inflation rate? Should the government balance its budget? Pro. The government should balance its budget. Con. The government should not balance its budget. In the news, dealing with debt and deficits. Should the tax laws be reformed to encourage saving? Pro. The tax laws should be reformed to encourage saving. Con. The tax laws should not be reformed to encourage saving. Conclusion. Glossary. Index. Part I, Introduction. 10 Principles of Economics. The word economy comes from the Greek word oikonomos, which means one who manages a household. At first, this origin might seem peculiar. But in fact, households and economies have much in common. A household faces many decisions. It must decide which members of the household do which tasks and what each member gets in return: who cooks dinner, who does the laundry, who gets the extra dessert at dinner, who gets to choose what TV show to watch. In short, the household must allocate its scarce resources among its various members, taking into account each member's abilities, efforts, and desires. Like a household, a society faces many decisions. A society must find some way to decide what jobs will be done and who will do them. It needs some people to grow food, other people to make clothing, and still others to design computer software. Once society has allocated people, as well as land, buildings, and machines, to various jobs, it must also allocate the output of goods and services they produce. It must decide who will eat caviar and who will eat potatoes. It must decide who will drive a Ferrari and who will take the bus. The management of society's resources is important because resources are scarce. Scarcity means that society has limited resources and therefore cannot produce all the goods and services people wish to have. Just as each member of a household cannot get everything he or she wants, each individual in a society cannot attain the highest standard of living to which he or she might aspire. Scarcity, the limited nature of society's resources. Economics is the study of how society manages its scarce resources. In most societies, resources are allocated not by an all-powerful dictator but through the combined actions of millions of households and firms. Economists therefore study how people make decisions, how much they work, what they buy, how much they save, and how they invest their savings. Economists also study how people interact with one another. For instance, they examine how the multitude of buyers and sellers of a good together determine the price at which the good is sold and the quantity that is sold. Finally, economists analyze forces and trends that affect the economy as a whole, including the growth in average income, the fraction of the population that cannot find work, and the rate at which prices are rising. Economics, the study of how society manages its scarce resources. The study of economics has many facets, but it is unified by several central ideas. In this chapter, we look at 10 principles of economics. Don't worry if you don't understand them all at first or if you aren't completely convinced. We will explore these ideas more fully in later chapters. The 10 principles are introduced here to give you an overview of what economics is all about. Consider this chapter a preview of coming attractions. How people make decisions. There is no mystery to what an economy is. Whether we are talking about the economy of Los Angeles, the United States, or the whole world, an economy is just a group of people dealing with one another as they go about their lives. Because the behavior of an economy reflects the behavior of the individuals who make up the economy, we begin our study of economics with 4 principles of individual decision-making. Principle 1, people face trade-offs. You may have heard the old saying, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. Grammar aside, there is much truth to this adage. To get one thing that we like, we usually have to give up another thing that we like. Making decisions requires trading off one goal against another. Consider a student who must decide how to allocate her most valuable resource, her time. She can spend all her time studying economics, spend all of it studying psychology, or divide it between the 2 fields. For every hour she studies one subject, she gives up an hour she could have used studying the other. And for every hour she spends studying, she gives up an hour that she could have spent napping, bike riding, watching TV, or working at her part-time job for some extra spending money. Or consider parents deciding how to spend their family income. They can buy food, clothing, or a family vacation. Or they can save some of the family income for retirement or the children's college education. When they choose to spend an extra dollar on one of these goods, they have one less dollar to spend on some other good. When people are grouped into societies, they face different kinds of trade-offs. One classic trade-off is between guns and butter. The more a society spends on national defense, guns, to protect its shores from foreign aggressors, the less it can spend on consumer goods, butter, to raise the standard of living at home. Also important in modern society is the trade-off between a clean environment and a high level of income. Laws that require firms to reduce pollution raise the cost of producing goods and services. Because of the higher costs, these firms end up earning smaller profits, paying lower wages, charging higher prices, or some combination of these 3. Thus, while pollution regulations yield the benefit of a cleaner environment and the improved health that comes with it, the regulations come at the cost of reducing the incomes of the regulated firms' owners, workers, and customers. Another trade-off society faces is between efficiency and equality. Efficiency means that society is getting the maximum benefits from its scarce resources. Equality means that those benefits are distributed uniformly among society's members. In other words, efficiency refers to the size of the economic pie, and equality refers to how the pie is divided into individual slices. Efficiency, the property of society getting the most it can from its scarce resources. Equality, the property of distributing economic prosperity uniformly among the members of society. When government policies are designed, these 2 goals often conflict. Consider, for instance, policies aimed at equalizing the distribution of economic well-being. Some of these policies, such as the welfare system or unemployment insurance, try to help the members of society who are most in need. Others, such as the individual income tax, ask the financially successful to contribute more than others to support the government. While achieving greater equality, these policies reduce efficiency. When the government redistributes income from the rich to the poor, it reduces the reward for working hard. As a result, people work less and produce fewer goods and services. In other words, when the government tries to cut the economic pie into more equal slices, the pie gets smaller. Recognizing that people face trade-offs does not by itself tell us what decisions they will or should make. A student should not abandon the study of psychology just because doing so would increase the time available for the study of economics. Society should not stop protecting the environment just because environmental regulations reduce our material standard of living. The poor should not be ignored just because helping them distorts work incentives. Nonetheless, people are likely to make good decisions only if they understand the options they have available. Our study of economics, therefore, starts by acknowledging life's trade-offs. Principle 2, the cost of something is what you give up to get it. Because people face trade-offs, making decisions requires comparing the costs and benefits of alternative courses of action. In many cases, however, the cost of an action is not as obvious as it might first appear. Consider the decision to go to college. The main benefits are intellectual enrichment and a lifetime of better job opportunities. But what are the costs? To answer this question, you might be tempted to add up the money you spend on tuition, books, room, and board. Yet this total does not truly represent what you give up to spend a year in college. There are two problems with this calculation. First, it includes some things that are not really costs of going to college. Even if you quit school, you need a place to sleep and food to eat. Room and board are costs of going to college only to the extent that they are more expensive at college than elsewhere. Second, this calculation ignores the largest cost of going to college: your time. When you spend a year listening to lectures, reading textbooks, and writing papers, you cannot spend that time working at a job. For most students, the earnings given up to attend school are the largest single cost of their education. The opportunity cost of an item is what you give up to get that item. When making any decision, decision makers should be aware of the opportunity costs that accompany each possible action. In fact, they usually are. College athletes who can earn millions if they drop out of school and play professional sports are well aware that their opportunity cost of college is very high. It is not surprising that they often decide that the benefit of a college education is not worth the cost. Opportunity cost whatever must be given up to obtain some item. Principle 3. Rational people think at the margin. Economists normally assume that people are rational. Rational people systematically and purposefully do the best they can to achieve their objectives, given the available opportunities. As you study economics, you will encounter firms that decide how many workers to hire and how much of their product to manufacture and sell to maximize profits. You will also encounter individuals who decide how much time to spend working and what goods and services to buy with the resulting income to achieve the highest possible level of satisfaction. Rational people who systematically and purposefully do the best they can to achieve their objectives. Rational people know that decisions in life are rarely black and white but usually involve shades of gray. At dinner time, the decision you face is not between fasting or eating like a pig but whether to take that extra spoonful of mashed potatoes. When exams roll around, your decision is not between blowing them off or studying 24 hours a day but whether to spend an extra hour reviewing your notes instead of watching TV. Economists use the term marginal change to describe a small incremental adjustment to an existing plan of action. Keep in mind that margin means edge, so marginal changes are adjustments around the edges of what you are doing. Rational people often make decisions by comparing marginal benefits and marginal costs. Marginal change is small incremental adjustment to a plan of action. For example, consider an airline deciding how much to charge passengers who fly standby. Suppose that flying a 200-seat plane across the United States costs the airline $100,000. In this case, the average cost of each seat is $100,000/200, which is $500. One might be tempted to conclude that the airline should never sell a ticket for less than $500. Actually, a rational airline can often find ways to raise its profits by thinking at the margin. Imagine that a plane is about to take off with 10 empty seats, and a standby passenger waiting at the gate will pay $300 for a seat. Should the airline sell the ticket? Of course it should. If the plane has empty seats, the cost of adding one more passenger is tiny. Although the average cost of flying a passenger is $500, the marginal cost is merely the cost of the bag of peanuts and can of soda that the extra passenger will consume. As long as the standby passenger pays more than the marginal cost, selling the ticket is profitable. Marginal decision-making can help explain some otherwise puzzling economic phenomena. Here is a classic question: why is water so cheap, while diamonds are so expensive? Humans need water to survive, while diamonds are unnecessary, but for some reason, people are willing to pay much more for a diamond than for a cup of water. The reason is that a person's willingness to pay for a good is based on the marginal benefit that an extra unit of the good would yield. The marginal benefit, in turn, depends on how many units a person already has. Water is essential, but the marginal benefit of an extra cup is small because water is plentiful. By contrast, no one needs diamonds to survive, but because diamonds are so rare, people consider the marginal benefit of an extra diamond to be large. A rational decision maker takes an action if and only if the marginal benefit of the action exceeds the marginal cost. This principle can explain why airlines are willing to sell a ticket below average cost and why people are willing to pay more for diamonds than for water. It can take some time to get used to the logic of marginal thinking, but the study of economics will give you ample opportunity to practice. Principle 4. People respond to incentives. An incentive is something that induces a person to act, such as the prospect of a punishment or a reward. Because rational people make decisions by comparing costs and benefits, they respond to incentives. You will see that incentives play a central role in the study of economics. One economist went so far as to suggest that the entire field could be summarized simply: people respond to incentives. The rest is commentary. Incentive, something that induces a person to act. Incentives are crucial to analyzing how markets work. For example, when the price of an apple rises, people decide to eat fewer apples. At the same time, apple orchards decide to hire more workers and harvest more apples. In other words, a higher price in a market provides an incentive for buyers to consume less and an incentive for sellers to produce more. As we will see, the influence of prices on the behavior of consumers and producers is crucial for how a market economy allocates scarce resources. Public policy makers should never forget about incentives. Many policies change the costs or benefits that people face and, therefore, alter their behavior. A tax on gasoline, for instance, encourages people to drive smaller, more fuel-efficient cars. That is one reason people drive smaller cars in Europe, where gasoline taxes are high, than in the United States, where gasoline taxes are low. A gasoline tax also encourages people to carpool, take public transportation, and live closer to where they work. If the tax were larger, more people would be driving hybrid cars, and if it were large enough, they would switch to electric cars. When policymakers fail to consider how their policies affect incentives, they often end up with unintended consequences. For example, consider public policy regarding auto safety. Today, all cars have seat belts, but this was not true 50 years ago. In the 1960s, Ralph Nader's book Unsafe at Any Speed generated much public concern over auto safety. Congress responded with laws requiring seat belts as standard equipment on new cars. How does a seat belt law affect auto safety? The direct effect is obvious: when a person wears a seat belt, the probability of surviving an auto accident rises. But that's not the end of the story, because the law also affects behavior by altering incentives. The relevant behavior here is the speed and care with which drivers operate their cars. Driving slowly and carefully is costly because it uses the driver's time and energy. When deciding how safely to drive, rational people compare, perhaps unconsciously, the marginal benefit from safer driving to the marginal cost. As a result, they drive more slowly and carefully when the benefit of increased safety is high. For example, when road conditions are icy, people drive more attentively and at lower speeds than they do when road conditions are clear. Consider how a seat belt law alters a driver's cost-benefit calculation. Seat belts make accidents less costly because they reduce the likelihood of injury or death. In other words, seat belts reduce the benefits of slow and careful driving. People respond to seat belts as they would to an improvement in road conditions by driving faster and less carefully. The result of a seat belt law, therefore, is a larger number of accidents. The decline in safe driving has a clear, adverse impact on pedestrians, who are more likely to find themselves in an accident but, unlike the drivers, don't have the benefit of added protection. At first, this discussion of incentives and seat belts might seem like idle speculation. Yet in a classic 1975 study, economist Sam Peltzman argued that auto safety laws have had many of these effects. According to Peltzman's evidence, these laws produce both fewer deaths per accident and more accidents. He concluded that the net result is little change in the number of driver deaths and an increase in the number of pedestrian deaths. Peltzman's analysis of auto safety is an offbeat and controversial example of the general principle that people respond to incentives. When analyzing any policy, we must consider not only the direct effects but also the less obvious indirect effects that work through incentives. If the policy changes incentives, it will cause people to alter their behavior. The incentive effects of gasoline prices. From 2005 to 2008, the price of oil in world oil markets skyrocketed, the result of limited supplies together with surging demand from robust world growth, especially in China. The price of gasoline in the United States rose from about $2 to about $4 a gallon. At the time, the news was filled with stories about how people responded to the increased incentive to conserve, sometimes in obvious ways, sometimes in less obvious ways. Here is a sampling of various stories. As gas prices soar, buyers are flocking to small cars. As gas prices climb, so do scooter sales. Gas prices knock bicycle sales, repairs into higher gear. Gas prices send surge of riders to mass transit. Camel demand up as oil price soars. Farmers in the Indian state of Rajasthan are rediscovering the humble camel. As the cost of running gas-guzzling tractors soars, even-toed ungulates are making a comeback. The airlines are suffering, but the order books of Boeing and Airbus are bulging. Demand for new, more fuel-efficient aircraft has never been greater. The latest versions of the Airbus A320 and Boeing 737, the single-aisle workhorses for which demand is strongest, are up to 40% cheaper to run than the vintage planes some American airlines still use. Home buying practices adjust to high gas prices. In his hunt for a new home, Demetrius Stroud crunched the numbers to find out that, with gas prices climbing, moving near an Amtrak station is the best thing for his wallet. Gas prices drive students to online courses. For Christy Labadie, a sophomore at Northampton Community College, the 30-minute drive from her home to the Bethlehem, PA, campus has become a financial hardship now that gasoline prices have soared to more than $4 a gallon. So this semester she decided to take an online course to save herself the trip, and the money. Diddy halts private jet flights over fuel prices. Fuel prices have grounded an unexpected frequent flyer, Sean Diddy Combs. The hip-hop mogul said he is now flying on commercial airlines instead of in private jets, which Combs said had previously cost him $200,000 and up for a round trip between New York and Los Angeles. "I'm actually flying commercial," Diddy said before walking onto an airplane, sitting in a first-class seat and flashing his boarding pass to the camera. That's how high gas prices are. Hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs responds to incentives. Copyright AP photo/Stefan Savoia. Many of these developments proved transitory. The economic downturn that began in 2008 and continued into 2009 reduced the world demand for oil, and the price of gasoline declined substantially. No word yet on whether Mr. Combs has returned to his private jet. Quick quiz: describe an important trade-off you recently faced. Give an example of some action that has both a monetary and non-monetary opportunity cost. Describe an incentive your parents offered to you in an effort to influence your behavior. In the news, incentive pay. As this article illustrates, how people are paid affects their incentives and the decisions they make. The article's author, by the way, subsequently became one of the chief economic advisors to President Barack Obama. Where the Buses Run on Time. By Austin Goolsby. On a summer afternoon, the drive home from the University of Chicago to the north side of the city must be one of the most beautiful commutes in the world. On the left on Lakeshore Drive you pass Grant Park, some of the world's first skyscrapers, and the Sears Tower. On the right is the intense blue of Lake Michigan. But for all the beauty, the traffic can be hell. So, if you drive the route every day, you learn the shortcuts. You know that if it backs up from the Buckingham Fountain all the way to McCormick Place, you're better off taking the surface streets and getting back onto Lakeshore Drive a few miles north. A lot of buses, however, wait in the traffic jams. I have always wondered about that. Why don't the bus drivers use the shortcuts? Surely they know about them. They drive the same route every day, and they probably avoid the traffic when they drive their own cars. Buses don't stop on Lakeshore Drive, so they wouldn't strand anyone by teetering around the congestion. And when buses get delayed in heavy traffic, it wreaks havoc on the scheduled service. Instead of arriving once every 10 minutes, 3 buses come in at the same time after half an hour. That sort of bunching is the least efficient way to run a public transportation system. So, why not take the surface streets if that would keep the schedule properly spaced and on time? You might think at first that the problem is that the drivers aren't paid enough to strategize. But Chicago bus drivers are the 7th highest paid in the nation. Full-timers earned more than $23 an hour, according to a November 2004 survey. The problem may have to do not with how much they are paid, but how they are paid. At least, that's the implication of a new study of Chilean bus drivers by Ryan Johnson and David Riley of the University of Arizona and Juan Carlos Muñoz of Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. Companies in Chile pay bus drivers one of 2 ways, either by the hour or by the passenger. Paying by the passenger leads to significantly shorter delays. Give them incentives, and drivers start acting like regular people do. They take shortcuts when the traffic is bad. They take shorter meal breaks and bathroom breaks. They want to get on the road and pick up more passengers as quickly as they can. In short, their productivity increases. Not everything about incentive pay is perfect, of course. When bus drivers start moving from place to place more quickly, they get in more accidents, just like the rest of us. Some passengers also complain that the rides make them nauseated because the drivers stomp on the gas as soon as the last passenger gets on the bus. Yet when given the choice, people overwhelmingly choose the bus companies that get them where they're going on time. More than 95% of the routes in Santiago use incentive pay. Perhaps we should have known that incentive pay could increase bus driver productivity. After all, the taxis in Chicago take the shortcuts on Lakeshore Drive to avoid the traffic that buses just sit in. Since taxi drivers earn money for every trip they make, they want to get you home as quickly as possible so they can pick up somebody else. Source: Slate.com, March 16, 2006. How people interact. The first 4 principles discussed how individuals make decisions. As we go about our lives, many of our decisions affect not only ourselves but other people as well. The next 3 principles concern how people interact with one another. Principle 5, trade can make everyone better off. You may have heard on the news that the Japanese are our competitors in the world economy. In some ways, this is true because American and Japanese firms produce many of the same goods. Ford and Toyota compete for the same customers in the market for automobiles. Apple and Sony compete for the same customers in the market for digital music players. Yet it is easy to be misled when thinking about competition among countries. Trade between the United States and Japan is not like a sports contest in which one side wins and the other side loses. In fact, the opposite is true. Trade between 2 countries can make each country better off. To see why, consider how trade affects your family. When a member of your family looks for a job, he or she competes against members of other families who are looking for jobs. Families also compete against one another when they go shopping because each family wants to buy the best goods at the lowest prices. In a sense, each family in the economy is competing with all other families. Despite this competition, your family would not be better off isolating itself from all other families. If it did, your family would need to grow its own food, make its own clothes, and build its own home. Clearly, your family gains much from its ability to trade with others. Trade allows each person to specialize in the activities he or she does best, whether it is farming, sewing, or home building. By trading with others, people can buy a greater variety of goods and services at lower cost. Countries as well as families benefit from the ability to trade with one another. Trade allows countries to specialize in what they do best and to enjoy a greater variety of goods and services. The Japanese, as well as the French and the Egyptians and the Brazilians, are as much our partners in the world economy as they are our competitors. For $5 a week you can watch baseball without being nagged to cut the grass. From the Wall Street Journal. Permission, Carton Features Syndicate. Principle 6, Markets are usually a good way to organize economic activity. The collapse of communism in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe in the 1980s may be the most important change in the world during the past half-century. Communist countries worked on the premise that government officials were in the best position to allocate the economy's scarce resources. These central planners decided what goods and services were produced, how much was produced, and who produced and consumed these goods and services. The theory behind central planning was that only the government could organize economic activity in a way that promoted economic well-being for the country as a whole. Most countries that once had centrally planned economies have abandoned the system and are instead developing market economies. In a market economy, the decisions of a central planner are replaced by the decisions of millions of firms and households. Firms decide whom to hire and what to make. Households decide which firms to work for and what to buy with their incomes. These firms and households interact in the marketplace, where prices and self-interest guide their decisions. Market economy, an economy that allocates resources through the decentralized decisions of many firms and households as they interact in markets for goods and services. At first glance, the success of market economies is puzzling. In a market economy, no one is looking out for the economic well-being of society as a whole. Free markets contain many buyers and sellers of numerous goods and services, and all of them are interested primarily in their own well-being. Yet despite decentralized decision-making and self-interested decision-makers, market economies have proven remarkably successful in organizing economic activity to promote overall economic well-being. In his 1776 book An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, economist Adam Smith made the most famous observation in all of economics: households and firms interacting in markets act as if they are guided by an invisible hand that leads them to desirable market outcomes. One of our goals in this book is to understand how this invisible hand works its magic. As you study economics, you will learn that prices are the instrument with which the invisible hand directs economic activity. In any market, buyers look at the price when determining how much to demand, and sellers look at the price when deciding how much to supply. As a result of the decisions that buyers and sellers make, market prices reflect both the value of a good to society and the cost to society of making the good. Smith's great insight was that prices adjust to guide these individual buyers and sellers to reach outcomes that, in many cases, maximize the well-being of society as a whole. Smith's insight has an important corollary: when the government prevents prices from adjusting naturally to supply and demand, it impedes the invisible hand's ability to coordinate the decisions of the households and firms that make up the economy. This corollary explains why taxes adversely affect the allocation of resources, for they distort prices and thus the decisions of households and firms. It also explains the great harm caused by policies that directly control prices, such as rent control. And it explains the failure of communism. In communist countries, prices were not determined in the marketplace but were dictated by central planners. These planners lacked the necessary information about consumers' tastes and producers' costs, which in a market economy is reflected in prices. Central planners failed because they tried to run the economy with one hand tied behind their backs, the invisible hand of the marketplace. Principle 7, Governments can sometimes improve market outcomes. If the invisible hand of the market is so great, why do we need government? One purpose of studying economics is to refine your view about the proper role and scope of government policy. One reason we need government is that the invisible hand can work its magic only if the government enforces the rules and maintains the institutions that are key to a market economy. Most important, market economies need institutions to enforce property rights so individuals can own and control scarce resources. A farmer won't grow food if he expects his crop to be stolen, a restaurant won't serve meals unless it is assured that customers will pay before they leave, and an entertainment company won't produce DVDs if too many potential customers avoid paying by making illegal copies. We all rely on government-provided police and courts to enforce our rights over the things we produce, and the invisible hand counts on our ability to enforce our rights. Property rights: the ability of an individual to own and exercise control over scarce resources. FYI. Adam Smith and the Invisible Hand. It may be only a coincidence that Adam Smith's great book The Wealth of Nations was published in 1776, the exact year American revolutionaries signed the Declaration of Independence. But the two documents share a point of view that was prevalent at the time: individuals are usually best left to their own devices, without the heavy hand of government guiding their actions. This political philosophy provides the intellectual basis for the market economy and for free society more generally. Why do decentralized market economies work so well? Is it because people can be counted on to treat one another with love and kindness? Not at all. Here is Adam Smith's description of how people interact in a market economy. Man has almost constant occasion for the help of his brethren, and it is in vain for him to expect it from their benevolence only. He will be more likely to prevail if he can interest their self-love in his favor, and show them that it is for their own advantage to do for him what he requires of them. Give me that which I want, and you shall have this which you want, is the meaning of every such offer, and it is in this manner that we obtain from one another the far greater part of those good offices which we stand in need of. It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interest. We address ourselves, not to their humanity but to their self-love, and never talk to them of our own necessities but of their advantages. Nobody but a beggar chooses to depend chiefly upon the benevolence of his fellow citizens. Every individual, neither intends to promote the public interest, nor knows how much he is promoting it. He intends only his own gain, and he is in this, as in many other cases, led by an invisible hand to promote an end which was no part of his intention. Nor is it always the worse for the society that it was no part of it. By pursuing his own interest he frequently promotes that of the society more effectually than when he really intends to promote it. Smith is saying that participants in the economy are motivated by self-interest, and that the invisible hand of the marketplace guides the self-interest into promoting general economic well-being. Many of Smith's insights remain at the center of modern economics. Our analysis in the coming chapters will allow us to express Smith's conclusions more precisely and to analyze more fully the strengths and weaknesses of the market's invisible hand. Adam Smith. Copyright Bettman/Corbis. Yet there is another reason we need government: the invisible hand is powerful, but it is not omnipotent. There are two broad reasons for a government to intervene in the economy and change the allocation of resources that people would choose on their own: to promote efficiency or to promote equality. That is, most policies aim either to enlarge the economic pie or to change how the pie is divided. Consider first the goal of efficiency. Although the invisible hand usually leads markets to allocate resources to maximize the size of the economic pie, this is not always the case. Economists use the term market failure to refer to a situation in which the market on its own fails to produce an efficient allocation of resources. As we will see, one possible cause of market failure is an externality, which is the impact of one person's actions on the well-being of a bystander. The classic example of an externality is pollution. Another possible cause of market failure is market power, which refers to the ability of a single person, or small group, to unduly influence market prices. For example, if everyone in town needs water but there is only one well, the owner of the well is not subject to the rigorous competition with which the invisible hand normally keeps self-interest in check. In the presence of externalities or market power, well-designed public policy can enhance economic efficiency. Market failure, a situation in which a market left on its own fails to allocate resources efficiently. Externality, the impact of one person's actions on the well-being of a bystander. Market power, the ability of a single economic actor, or small group of actors, to have a substantial influence on market prices. Now consider the goal of equality. Even when the invisible hand is yielding efficient outcomes, it can nonetheless leave sizable disparities in economic well-being. A market economy rewards people according to their ability to produce things that other people are willing to pay for. The world's best basketball player earns more than the world's best chess player simply because people are willing to pay more to watch basketball than chess. The invisible hand does not ensure that everyone has sufficient food, decent clothing, and adequate health care. This inequality may, depending on one's political philosophy, call for government intervention. In practice, many public policies, such as the income tax and the welfare system, aim to achieve a more equal distribution of economic well-being. To say that the government can improve on market outcomes at times does not mean that it always will. Public policy is made not by angels but by a political process that is far from perfect. Sometimes policies are designed simply to reward the politically powerful. Sometimes they are made by well-intentioned leaders who are not fully informed. As you study economics, you will become a better judge of when a government policy is justifiable because it promotes efficiency or equality and when it is not. Quick quiz: why is a country better off not isolating itself from all other countries? Why do we have markets, and, according to economists, what roles should government play in them? How the economy as a whole works. We started by discussing how individuals make decisions and then looked at how people interact with one another. All these decisions and interactions together make up the economy. The last three principles concern the workings of the economy as a whole. Principle 8, a country's standard of living depends on its ability to produce goods and services. The differences in living standards around the world are staggering. In 2008, the average American had an income of about $47,000. In the same year, the average Mexican earned about $10,000, and the average Nigerian earned only $1,400. Not surprisingly, this large variation in average income is reflected in various measures of the quality of life. Citizens of high-income countries have more TV sets, more cars, better nutrition, better health care, and a longer life expectancy than citizens of low-income countries. Changes in living standards over time are also large. In the United States, incomes have historically grown about 2% per year, after adjusting for changes in the cost of living. At this rate, average income doubles every 35 years. Over the past century, average U.S. income has risen about eightfold. What explains these large differences in living standards among countries and over time? The answer is surprisingly simple. Almost all variation in living standards is attributable to differences in countries' productivity, that is, the amount of goods and services produced from each unit of labor input. In nations where workers can produce a large quantity of goods and services per unit of time, most people enjoy a high standard of living. In nations where workers are less productive, most people endure a more meager existence. Similarly, the growth rate of a nation's productivity determines the growth rate of its average income. Productivity, the quantity of goods and services produced from each unit of labor input. The fundamental relationship between productivity and living standards is simple, but its implications are far-reaching. If productivity is the primary determinant of living standards, other explanations must be of secondary importance. For example, it might be tempting to credit labor unions or minimum wage laws for the rise in living standards of American workers over the past century. Yet the real hero of American workers is their rising productivity. As another example, some commentators have claimed that increased competition from Japan and other countries explain the slow growth in U.S. incomes during the 1970s and 1980s. Yet the real villain was not competition from abroad but flagging productivity growth in the United States. the relationship between productivity and living standards also has profound implications for public policy. When thinking about how any policy will affect living standards, the key question is how it will affect our ability to produce goods and services. To boost living standards, policymakers need to raise productivity by ensuring that workers are well educated, have the tools needed to produce goods and services, and have access to the best available technology. In the news, why you should study economics. In this excerpt from a commencement address, the former president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas makes the case for studying economics, the dismal science. Hardly. By Robert D. McTeer, Jr. My take on training in economics is that it becomes increasingly valuable as you move up the career ladder. I can't imagine a better major for corporate CEOs, congressmen, or American presidents. You've learned a systematic, disciplined way of thinking that will serve you well. By contrast, the economically challenged must be perplexed about how it is that economies work better the fewer people they have in charge. Who does the planning? Who makes decisions? Who decides what to produce? For my money, Adam Smith's invisible hand is the most important thing you've learned by studying economics. You understand how we can each work for our own self-interest and still produce a desirable social outcome. You know how uncoordinated activity gets coordinated by the market to enhance the wealth of nations. You understand the magic of markets and the dangers of tampering with them too much. You know better what you first learned in kindergarten, that you shouldn't kill or cripple the goose that lays the golden eggs. Economics training will help you understand fallacies and unintended consequences. Principle 9, prices rise when the government prints too much money. In January 1921, a daily newspaper in Germany cost 0.30 marks. Less than 2 years later, in November 1922, the same newspaper cost 70 million marks. All other prices in the economy rose by similar amounts. This episode is one of history's most spectacular examples of inflation, an increase in the overall level of prices in the economy. Although the United States has never experienced inflation even close to that of Germany in the 1920s, inflation has at times been an economic problem. During the 1970s, for instance, when the overall level of prices more than doubled, President Gerald Ford called inflation public enemy number one. By contrast, inflation in the first decade of the 21st century has run about 2.5% per year. At this rate, it would take almost 30 years for prices to double. Because high inflation imposes various costs on society, keeping inflation at a low level is a goal of economic policy makers around the world. What causes inflation? In almost all cases of large or persistent inflation, the culprit is growth in the quantity of money. When a government creates large quantities of the nation's money, the value of the money falls. In Germany in the early 1920s, when prices were on average tripling every month, the quantity of money was also tripling every month. Although less dramatic, the economic history of the United States points to a similar conclusion. The high inflation of the 1970s was associated with rapid growth in the quantity of money, and the low inflation of more recent experience was associated with slow growth in the quantity of money. Inflation, an increase in the overall level of prices in the economy. Well, it may have been 68 cents when you got in line, but it's 74 cents now. Tribune Media Services Incorporated. All rights reserved. Reprinted with permission. In fact, I am inclined to define economics as the study of how to anticipate unintended consequences. Little in the literature seems more relevant to contemporary economic debates than what usually is called the broken window fallacy. Whenever a government program is justified not on its merits but by the jobs it will create, remember the broken window. Some teenagers, being the little beasts that they are, toss a brick through a bakery window. A crowd gathers and laments, "What a shame." But before you know it, someone suggests a silver lining to the situation. Now the baker will have to spend money to have the window repaired. This will add to the income of the repairman, who will spend his additional income, which will add to another seller's income, and so on. You know the drill. The chain of spending will multiply and generate higher income and employment. If the broken window is large enough, it might produce an economic boom. Most voters fall for the broken window fallacy, but not economics majors. They will say, hey, wait a minute. If the baker hadn't spent his money on window repair, he would have spent it on the new suit he was saving to buy. Then the tailor would have the new income to spend, and so on. The broken window didn't create net new spending, it just diverted spending from somewhere else. The broken window does not create new activity, just different activity. People see the activity that takes place. They don't see the activity that would have taken place. The broken window fallacy is perpetuated in many forms. Whenever job creation or retention is the primary objective, I call it the job counting fallacy. Economics majors understand the non-intuitive reality that real progress comes from job destruction. It once took 90% of our population to grow our food. Now it takes 3%. Pardon me, Willie, but are we worse off because of the job losses in agriculture? The would-have-been farmers are now college professors and computer gurus. So instead of counting jobs, we should make every job count. We will occasionally hit a soft spot when we have a mismatch of supply and demand in the labor market. But that is temporary. Don't become a Luddite and destroy the machinery, or become a protectionist and try to grow bananas in New York City. Source: The Wall Street Journal, June 4, 2003. Principle 10. Society faces a short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. Although a higher level of prices is, in the long run, the primary effect of increasing the quantity of money, the short-run story is more complex and controversial. Most economists describe the short-run effects of monetary injections as follows. Increasing the amount of money in the economy stimulates the overall level of spending and thus the demand for goods and services. Higher demand may over time cause firms to raise their prices, but in the meantime, it also encourages them to hire more workers and produce a larger quantity of goods and services. More hiring means lower unemployment. This line of reasoning leads to one final economy-wide trade-off, a short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. Although some economists still question these ideas, most accept that society faces a short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. This simply means that, over a period of a year or two, many economic policies push inflation and unemployment in opposite directions. Policymakers face this trade-off regardless of whether inflation and unemployment both start out at high levels, as they did in the early 1980s, at low levels, as they did in the late 1990s, or someplace in between. This short-run trade-off plays a key role in the analysis of the business cycle, the irregular and largely unpredictable fluctuations in economic activity, as measured by the production of goods and services or the number of people employed. Business cycle fluctuations in economic activity, such as employment and production. Policymakers can exploit the short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment using various policy instruments. By changing the amount that the government spends, the amount it taxes, and the amount of money it prints, policymakers can influence the overall demand for goods and services. Changes in demand in turn influence the combination of inflation and unemployment that the economy experiences in the short run. Because these instruments of economic policy are potentially so powerful, how policymakers should use these instruments to control the economy, if at all, is a subject of continuing debate. This debate heated up in the early years of Barack Obama's presidency. In 2008 and 2009, the U.S. economy, as well as many other economies around the world, experienced a deep economic downturn. Problems in the financial system, caused by bad bets on the housing market, spilled over into the rest of the economy, causing incomes to fall and unemployment to soar. Policymakers responded in various ways to increase the overall demand for goods and services. President Obama's first major initiative was a stimulus package of reduced taxes and increased government spending. At the same time, the nation's central bank, the Federal Reserve, increase the supply of money. The goal of these policies was to reduce unemployment. Some feared, however, that these policies might over time lead to an excessive level of inflation. Quick quiz list and briefly explain the three principles that describe how the economy as a whole works. FYI. How to read this book. Economics is fun, but it can also be hard to learn. My aim in writing this text is to make it as enjoyable and easy as possible. But you, the student, also have a role to play. Experience shows that if you are actively involved as you study this book, you will enjoy a better outcome both on your exams and in the years that follow. Here are a few tips about how best to read this book. 1. Read before class. Students do better when they read the relevant textbook chapter before attending a lecture. You will understand the lecture better, and your questions will be better focused on where you need extra help. 2. Summarize, don't highlight. Running a yellow marker over the text is too passive an activity to keep your mind engaged. Instead, when you come to the end of a section, take a minute and summarize what you just learned in your own words, writing your summary in the wide margins we've provided. When you've finished the chapter, compare your summaries with the one at the end of the chapter. Did you pick up the main points? 3. Test yourself. Throughout the book, quick quizzes offer instant feedback to find out if you've learned what you are supposed to. Take the opportunity to write down your answer, and then check it against the answers provided at this book's website. The quizzes are meant to test your basic comprehension. If your answer is incorrect, you probably need to review the section. 4. Practice, practice, practice. At the end of each chapter, questions for review test your understanding, and problems and applications ask you to apply and extend the material. Perhaps your instructor will assign some of these exercises as homework. If so, do them. If not, do them anyway. The more you use your new knowledge, the more solid it becomes. 5. Go online. The publisher of this book maintains an extensive website to help you in your study of economics. It includes additional examples, applications, and problems, as well as quizzes so you can test yourself. Check it out. The website is www.cengage.com/economics/mankiew. 6. Study in groups. After you've read the book and worked problems on your own, get together with classmates to discuss the material. You will learn from each other an example of the gains from trade. 7. Teach someone. As all teachers know, there is no better way to learn something than to teach it to someone else. Take the opportunity to teach new economic concepts to a study partner, a friend, a parent, or even a pet. 8. Don't skip the real-world examples. In the midst of all the numbers, graphs, and strange new words, it is easy to lose sight of what economics is all about. The case studies and in the news boxes sprinkled throughout this book should help remind you. They show how the theory is tied to events happening in all our lives. 9. Apply economic thinking to your daily life. Once you've read about how others apply economics to the real world, try it yourself. You can use economic analysis to better understand your own decisions, the economy around you, and the events you read about in the newspaper. The world may never look the same again. Conclusion. You now have a taste of what economics is all about. In the coming chapters, we develop many specific insights about people, markets, and economies. Mastering these insights will take some effort, but it is not an overwhelming task. The field of economics is based on a few big ideas that can be applied in many different situations. Throughout this book, we will refer back to the 10 principles of economics highlighted in this chapter and summarized in Table 1. Keep these building blocks in mind. Even the most sophisticated economic analysis is founded on the 10 principles introduced here. Table 1. 10 Principles of Economics. How people make decisions. 1. People face trade-offs. 2. The cost of something is what you give up to get it. 3. Rational people think at the margin. 4. People respond to incentives. How people interact. 5. Trade can make everyone better off. 6. Markets are usually a good way to organize economic activity. 7. Governments can sometimes improve market outcomes. How the economy as a whole works. 8. Underscore a country's standard of living depends on its ability to produce goods and services. 9. Prices rise when the government prints too much money. 10. Society faces a short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. Summary. The fundamental lessons about individual decision-making are that people face trade-offs among alternative goals, that the cost of any action is measured in terms of foregone opportunities, that rational people make decisions by comparing marginal costs and marginal benefits, and that people change their behavior in response to the incentives they face. The fundamental lessons about interactions among people are that trade and interdependence can be mutually beneficial, that markets are usually a good way of coordinating economic activity among people, and that the government can potentially improve market outcomes by remedying a market failure or by promoting greater economic equality. The fundamental lessons about the economy as a whole are that productivity is the ultimate source of living standards, that growth in the quantity of money is the ultimate source of inflation, and that society faces a short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. Key concepts: scarcity, economics, efficiency, equality, opportunity cost, rational people, marginal change, incentive, market economy, property rights, market failure, externality, market power, productivity, inflation, business cycle. Questions for review. 1. Give 3 examples of important trade-offs that you face in your life. 2. What is the opportunity cost of seeing a movie? 3. Water is necessary for life. Is the marginal benefit of a glass of water large or small? 4. Why should policymakers think about incentives? 5. Why isn't trade among countries like a game with some winners and some losers? 6. What does the invisible hand of the marketplace do? 7. Explain the 2 main causes of market failure and give an example of each. 8. Why is productivity important? 9. What is inflation and what causes it? 10. How are inflation and unemployment related in the short run? Problems and applications. 1. Describe some of the trade-offs faced by each of the following: A family deciding whether to buy a new car. B. A member of Congress deciding how much to spend on national parks. C. A company president deciding whether to open a new factory. D. A professor deciding how much to prepare for class. E. A recent college graduate deciding whether to go to graduate school. 2. You are trying to decide whether to take a vacation. Most of the costs of the vacation, airfare, hotel, and foregone wages, are measured in dollars, but the benefits of the vacation are psychological. How can you compare the benefits to the costs? 3. You were planning to spend Saturday working at your part-time job, but a friend asks you to go skiing. What is the true cost of going skiing? Now suppose you had been planning to spend the day studying at the library. What is the cost of going skiing in this case? Explain. 4. You win $100 in a basketball pool. You have a choice between spending the money now or putting it away for a year in a bank account that pays 5% interest. What is the opportunity cost of spending the $100 now? 5. The company that you manage has invested $5 million in developing a new product, but the development is not quite finished. At a recent meeting, your salespeople report that the introduction of competing products has reduced the expected sales of your new product to $3 million. If it would cost $1 million to finish development and make the product, should you go ahead and do so? What is the most that you should pay to complete development? 6. The Social Security system provides income for people over age 65. If a recipient of Social Security decides to work and earn some income, the amount he or she receives in Social Security benefits is typically reduced. A. How does the provision of Social Security affect people's incentive to save while working? B. How does the reduction in benefits associated with higher earnings affect people's incentive to work past age 65? 7. A 1996 bill reforming the federal government's anti-poverty programs limited many welfare recipients to only 2 years of benefits. A. How does this change affect the incentives for working? B. How might this change represent a trade-off between equality and efficiency? 8. Your roommate is a better cook than you are, but you can clean more quickly than your roommate can. If your roommate did all the cooking and you did all the cleaning, would your chores take you more or less time than if you divided each task evenly? Give a similar example of how specialization and trade can make two countries both better off. 9. Explain whether each of the following government activities is motivated by a concern about equality or a concern about efficiency. In the case of efficiency, discuss the type of market failure involved. A. Regulating cable TV prices. B. Providing some poor people with vouchers that can be used to buy food. C. Prohibiting smoking in public places. D. Breaking up Standard Oil, which once owned 90% of all oil refineries, into several smaller companies. E. Imposing higher personal income tax rates on people with higher incomes. F. Instituting laws against driving while intoxicated. 10. Discuss each of the following statements from the standpoints of equality and efficiency. A. Everyone in society should be guaranteed the best health care possible. B. When workers are laid off, they should be able to collect unemployment benefits until they find a new job. 11. In what ways is your standard of living different from that of your parents or grandparents when they were your age? Why have these changes occurred? 12. Suppose Americans decide to save more of their incomes. If banks lend this extra saving to businesses, which use the funds to build new factories, how might this lead to faster growth in productivity? Who do you suppose benefits from the higher productivity? Is society getting a free lunch? 13. In 2010, President Barack Obama and Congress enacted a health care reform bill in the United States. Two goals of the bill were to provide more Americans with health insurance, via subsidies for lower-income households financed by taxes on higher-income households, and to reduce the cost of health care, via various reforms in how health care is provided. A. How do these goals relate to equality and efficiency? B. How might health care reform increase productivity in the United States? C. How might health care reform decrease productivity in the United States? 14. During the Revolutionary War, the American colonies could not raise enough tax revenue to fully fund the war effort. To make up this difference, the colonies decided to print more money. Printing money to cover expenditures is sometimes referred to as an inflation tax. Who do you think is being taxed when more money is printed? Why? 15. Imagine that you are a policymaker trying to decide whether to reduce the rate of inflation. To make an intelligent decision, what would you need to know about inflation, unemployment, and the trade-off between them? 16. A policymaker is deciding how to finance the construction of a new airport. He can either pay for it by increasing citizens' taxes or by printing more money. What are some of the short-run and long-run consequences of each option? For further information on topics in this chapter, additional problems, applications, examples, online quizzes, and more, please visit our website at www.cengage.com/economics/mankiew. Thinking like an economist. Every field of study has its own language and its own way of thinking. Mathematicians talk about axioms, integrals, and vector spaces. Psychologists talk about ego, ID, and cognitive dissonance. Lawyers talk about venue, torts, and promissory estoppel. Economics is no different. Supply, demand, elasticity, comparative advantage, consumer surplus, deadweight loss, these terms are part of the economist's language. In the coming chapters, you will encounter many new terms and some familiar words that economists use in specialized ways. At first, this new language may seem needlessly arcane. But as you will see, its value lies in its ability to provide you with a new and useful way of thinking about the world in which you live. The purpose of this book is to help you learn the economist's way of thinking. Just as you cannot become a mathematician, psychologist, or lawyer overnight, learning to think like an economist will take some time. Yet with a combination of theory, case studies, and examples of economics in the news, this book will give you ample opportunity to develop and practice this skill. Before delving into the substance and details of economics, it is helpful to have an overview of how economists approach the world. This chapter discusses the field's methodology. What is distinctive about how economists confront a question? What does it mean to think like an economist? The economist as scientist. Economists try to address their subject with a scientist's objectivity. They approach the study of the economy in much the same way a physicist approaches the study of matter and a biologist approaches the study of life. They devise theories, collect data, and then analyze these data in an attempt to verify or refute their theories. To beginners, it can seem odd to claim that economics is a science. After all, economists do not work with test tubes or telescopes. The essence of science, however, is the scientific method, the dispassionate development and testing of theories about how the world works. This method of inquiry is as applicable to studying a nation's economy as it is to studying the Earth's gravity or a species' evolution. As Albert Einstein once put it, the whole of science is nothing more than the refinement of everyday thinking. I'm a social scientist, Michael. That means I can't explain electricity or anything like that, but if you ever want to know about people, I'm your man. Copyright J.B. Handelsman. The New Yorker Collection /www.cartoonbank.com. Although Einstein's comment is as true for social sciences such as economics as it is for natural sciences such as physics, most people are not accustomed to looking at society through the eyes of a scientist. Let's discuss some of the ways in which economists apply the logic of science to examine how an economy works. The scientific method, observation, theory, and more observation. Isaac Newton, the famous 17th-century scientist and mathematician, allegedly became intrigued one day when he saw an apple fall from a tree. This observation motivated Newton to develop a theory of gravity that applies not only to an apple falling to the earth but to any two objects in the universe. Subsequent testing of Newton's theory has shown that it works well in many circumstances, although, as Einstein would later emphasize, not in all circumstances. Because Newton's theory has been so successful at explaining observation, it is still taught in undergraduate physics courses around the world. This interplay between theory and observation also occurs in the field of economics. An economist might live in a country experiencing rapidly increasing prices and be moved by this observation to develop a theory of inflation. The theory might assert that high inflation arises when the government prints too much money. To test this theory, the economist could collect and analyze data on prices and money from many different countries. If growth in the quantity of money were not at all related to the rate at which prices are rising, the economist would start to doubt the validity of this theory of inflation. If money growth and inflation were strongly correlated in international data, as in fact they are, the economist would become more confident in the theory. Although economists use theory and observation like other scientists, they face an obstacle that makes their task especially challenging. In economics, conducting experiments is often difficult and sometimes impossible. Physicists studying gravity can drop many objects in their laboratories to generate data to test their theories. By contrast, economists studying inflation are not allowed to manipulate a nation's monetary policy simply to generate useful data. Economists, like astronomers and evolutionary biologists, usually have to make do with whatever data the world happens to give them. To find a substitute for laboratory experiments, economists pay close attention to the natural experiments offered by history. When a war in the Middle East interrupts the flow of crude oil, for instance, oil prices skyrocket around the world. For consumers of oil and oil products, such an event depresses living standards. For economic policymakers, it poses a difficult choice about how best to respond. But for economic scientists, the event provides an opportunity to study the effects of a key natural resource on the world's economies. Throughout this book, therefore, we consider many historical episodes. These episodes are valuable to study because they give us insight into the economy of the past and, more important, because they allow us to illustrate and evaluate economic theories of the present. The role of assumptions. If you ask a physicist how long it would take a marble to fall from the top of a 10-story building, she will likely answer the question by assuming that the marble falls in a vacuum. Of course, this assumption is false. In fact, the building is surrounded by air, which exerts friction on the falling marble and slows it down. Yet the physicist will point out that the friction on the marble is so small that its effect is negligible. Assuming the marble falls in a vacuum simplifies the problem without substantially affecting the answer. Economists make assumptions for the same reason. Assumptions can simplify the complex world and make it easier to understand. To study the effects of international trade, for example, we might assume that the world consists of only two countries and that each country produces only two goods. In reality, there are numerous countries, each of which produces thousands of different types of goods. But by assuming two countries and two goods, we can focus our thinking on the essence of the problem. Once we understand international trade in this simplified imaginary world, we are in a better position to understand international trade in the more complex world in which we live. The art in scientific thinking, whether in physics, biology, or economics, is deciding which assumptions to make. Suppose, for instance, that instead of dropping a marble from the top of the building, we were dropping a beach ball of the same weight. Our physicist would realize that the assumption of no friction is less accurate in this case. Friction exerts a greater force on a beach ball than on a marble because a beach ball is much larger. The assumption that gravity works in a vacuum is reasonable for studying a falling marble but not for studying a falling beach ball. Similarly, economists use different assumptions to answer different questions. Suppose that we want to study what happens to the economy when the government changes the number of dollars in circulation. An important piece of this analysis, it turns out, is how prices respond. Many prices in the economy change infrequently. The newsstand prices of magazines, for instance, change only every few years. Knowing this fact may lead us to make different assumptions when studying the effects of the policy change over different time horizons. For studying the short-run effects of the policy, we may assume that prices do not change much. We may even make the extreme and artificial assumption that all prices are completely fixed. For studying the long-run effects of the policy, however, we may assume that all prices are completely flexible. Just as a physicist uses different assumptions when studying falling marbles and falling beach balls, economists use different assumptions when studying the short-run and long-run effects of a change in the quantity of money. Economic models. High school biology teachers teach basic anatomy with plastic replicas of the human body. These models have all the major organs, the heart, the liver, the kidneys, and so on. The models allow teachers to show their students very simply how the important parts of the body fit together. Because these plastic models are stylized and omit many details, no one would mistake one of them for a real person. Despite this lack of realism, indeed, because of this lack of realism, studying these models is useful for learning how the human body works. Economists also use models to learn about the world, but instead of being made of plastic, they are most often composed of diagrams and equations. Like a biology teacher's plastic model, economic models omit many details to allow us to see what is truly important. Just as the biology teacher's model does not include all the body's muscles and capillaries, an economist's model does not include every feature of the economy. As we use models to examine various economic issues throughout this book, you will see that all the models are built with assumptions. Just as a physicist begins the analysis of a falling marble by assuming away the existence of friction, economists assume away many of the details of the economy that are irrelevant for studying the question at hand. All models in physics, biology, and economics simplify reality to improve our understanding of it. Our first model, the circular flow diagram. The economy consists of millions of people engaged in many activities: buying, selling, working, hiring, manufacturing, and so on. To understand how the economy works, we must find some way to simplify our thinking about all these activities. In other words, we need a model that explains, in general terms, how the economy is organized and how participants in the economy interact with one another. Figure 1 presents a visual model of the economy called a circular flow diagram. In this model, the economy is simplified to include only two types of decision makers: firms and households. Firms produce goods and services using inputs, such as labor, land, and capital, buildings and machines. These inputs are called the factors of production. Households own the factors of production and consume all the goods and services that the firms produce. Circular flow diagram: a visual model of the economy that shows how dollars flow through markets among households and firms. Households and firms interact in two types of markets. In the markets for goods and services, households are buyers, and firms are sellers. In particular, households buy the output of goods and services that firms produce. In the markets for the factors of production, households are sellers, and firms are buyers. In these markets, households provide the inputs that firms use to produce goods and services. The circular flow diagram offers a simple way of organizing the economic transactions that occur between households and firms in the economy. The two loops of the circular flow diagram are distinct but related. The inner loop represents the flows of inputs and outputs. The households sell the use of their labor, land, and capital to the firms in the markets for the factors of production. The firms then use these factors to produce goods and services, which in turn are sold to households in the markets for goods and services. The outer loop of the diagram represents the corresponding flow of dollars. The households spend money to buy goods and services from the firms. The firms use some of the revenue from these sales to pay for the factors of production, such as the wages of their workers. What's left is the profit of the firm owners, who themselves are members of households. Figure 1: the circular flow. This diagram is a schematic representation of the organization of the economy. Decisions are made by households and firms. Households and firms interact in the markets for goods and services, where households are buyers and firms are sellers, and in the markets for the factors of production, where firms are buyers and households are sellers. The outer set of arrows shows the flow of dollars, and the inner set of arrows shows the corresponding flow of inputs and outputs. Let's take a tour of the circular flow by following a dollar bill as it makes its way from person to person through the economy. Imagine that the dollar begins at a household, say, in your wallet. If you want to buy a cup of coffee, you take the dollar to one of the economy's markets for goods and services, such as your local Starbucks coffee shop. There, you spend it on your favorite drink. When the dollar moves into the Starbucks cash register, it becomes revenue for the firm. The dollar doesn't stay at Starbucks for long, however, because the firm uses it to buy inputs in the markets for the factors of production. Starbucks might use the dollar to pay rent to its landlord for the space it occupies or to pay the wages of its workers. In either case, the dollar enters the income of some household and, once again, is back in someone's wallet. At that point, the story of the economy's circular flow starts once again. The circular flow diagram in Figure 1 is a very simple model of the economy. It dispenses with details that, for some purposes, are significant. A more complex and realistic circular flow model would include, for instance, the roles of government and international trade. A portion of that dollar you gave to Starbucks might be used to pay taxes or to buy coffee beans from a farmer in Brazil. Yet these details are not crucial for a basic understanding of how the economy is organized. Because of its simplicity, this circular flow diagram is useful to keep in mind when thinking about how the pieces of the economy fit together. Our second model, the production possibilities frontier. Most economic models, unlike the circular flow diagram, are built using the tools of mathematics. Here we use one of the simplest such models, called the production possibilities frontier, to illustrate some basic economic ideas. Although real economies produce thousands of goods and services, let's assume an economy that produces only two goods: cars and computers. Together, The car industry and the computer industry use all of the economy's factors of production. The production possibilities frontier is a graph that shows the various combinations of output, in this case, cars and computers, that the economy can possibly produce given the available factors of production and the available production technology that firms use to turn these factors into output. Production possibilities frontier, a graph that shows the combinations of output that the economy can possibly produce given the available factors of production and the available production technology. Figure 2 shows this economy's production possibilities frontier. If the economy uses all its resources in the car industry, it produces 1,000 cars and no computers. If it uses all its resources in the computer industry, it produces 3,000 computers and no cars. The two endpoints of the production possibilities frontier represent these extreme possibilities. More likely, the economy divides its resources between the two industries, producing some cars and some computers. For example, it can produce 600 cars and 2,200 computers, shown in the figure by point A. Or, by moving some of the factors of production to the car industry from the computer industry, the economy can produce 700 cars and 2,000 computers, represented by point B. Figure 2, the production possibilities frontier. The production possibilities frontier shows the combinations of output, in this case, cars and computers, that the economy can possibly produce. The economy can produce any combination on or inside the frontier. Points outside the frontier are not feasible given the economy's resources. Because resources are scarce, not every conceivable outcome is feasible. For example, no matter how resources are allocated between the two industries, the economy cannot produce the amount of cars and computers represented by point C. Given the technology available for manufacturing cars and computers, the economy does not have enough of the factors of production to support that level of output. With the resources it has, the economy can produce at any point on or inside the production possibilities frontier, but it cannot produce at points outside the frontier. An outcome is said to be efficient if the economy is getting all it can from the scarce resources it has available. Points on, rather than inside, the production possibilities frontier represent efficient levels of production. When the economy is producing at such a point, say point A, there is no way to produce more of one good without producing less of the other. Point D represents an inefficient outcome. For some reason, perhaps widespread unemployment, the economy is producing less than it could from the resources it has available. It is producing only 300 cars and 1,000 computers. If the source of the inefficiency is eliminated, the economy can increase its production of both goods. For example, if the economy moves from point D to point A, its production of cars increases from 300 to 600, and its production of computers increases from 1,000 to 2,200. One of the 10 principles of economics discussed in Chapter 1 is that people face trade-offs. The production possibilities frontier shows one trade-off that society faces. Once we have reached the efficient points on the frontier, the only way of producing more of one good is to produce less of the other. When the economy moves from point A to point B, for instance, society produces 100 more cars but at the expense of producing 200 fewer computers. This trade-off helps us understand another of the 10 principles of economics: the cost of something is what you give up to get it. This is called the opportunity cost. The production possibilities frontier shows the opportunity cost of one good as measured in terms of the other good. When society moves from point A to point B, it gives up 200 computers to get 100 additional cars. That is, at point A, the opportunity cost of 100 cars is 200 computers. Put another way, the opportunity cost of each car is 2 computers. Notice that the opportunity cost of a car equals the slope of the production possibilities frontier. If you don't recall what slope is, you can refresh your memory with the graphing appendix to this chapter. The opportunity cost of a car in terms of the number of computers is not constant in this economy but depends on how many cars and computers the economy is producing. This is reflected in the shape of the production possibilities frontier. Because the production possibilities frontier in Figure 2 is bowed outward, the opportunity cost of a car is highest when the economy is producing many cars and few computers, such as at point E, where the frontier is steep. When the economy is producing few cars and many computers, such as at point F, the frontier is flatter, and the opportunity cost of a car is lower. Economists believe that production possibilities frontiers often have this bowed shape. When the economy is using most of its resources to make computers, such as at point F, the resources best suited to car production, such as skilled auto workers, are being used in the computer industry. Because these workers probably aren't very good at making computers, the economy won't have to lose much computer production to increase car production by 1 unit. The opportunity cost of a car in terms of computers is small, and the frontier is relatively flat. By contrast, when the economy is using most of its resources to make cars, such as at point E, the resources best suited to making cars are already in the car industry. Producing an additional car means moving some of the best computer technicians out of the computer industry and making them auto workers. As a result, producing an additional car will mean a substantial loss of computer output. The opportunity cost of a car is high, and the frontier is steep. The production possibilities frontier shows the trade-off between the outputs of different goods at a given time, but the trade-off can change over time. For example, suppose a technological advance in the computer industry raises the number of computers that a worker can produce per week. This advance expands society's set of opportunities. For any given number of cars, the economy can make more computers. If the economy does not produce any computers, it can still produce 1,000 cars, so one endpoint of the frontier stays the same. But the rest of the production possibilities frontier shifts outward, as in Figure 3. This figure illustrates economic growth. Society can move production from a point on the old frontier to a point on the new frontier. Which point it chooses depends on its preferences for the two goods. In this example, society moves from point A to point G, enjoying more computers, 2,300 instead of 2,200, and more cars, 650 instead of 600. The production possibilities frontier simplifies a complex economy to highlight some basic but powerful ideas: scarcity, efficiency, trade-offs, opportunity cost, and economic growth. As you study economics, these ideas will recur in various forms. The production possibilities frontier offers one simple way of thinking about them. Figure 3a shift in the production possibilities frontier. A technological advance in the computer industry enables the economy to produce more computers for any given number of cars. As a result, the production possibilities frontier shifts outward. If the economy moves from point A to point G, then the production of both cars and computers increases. Microeconomics and macroeconomics. Many subjects are studied on various levels. Consider biology, for example. Molecular biologists study the chemical compounds that make up living things. Cellular biologists study cells, which are made up of many chemical compounds and, at the same time, are themselves the building blocks of living organisms. Evolutionary biologists study the many varieties of animals and plants and how species change gradually over the centuries. Economics is also studied on various levels. We can study the decisions of individual households and firms. Or we can study the interaction of households and firms in markets for specific goods and services. Or we can study the operation of the economy as a whole, which is the sum of the activities of all these decision makers in all these markets. The field of economics is traditionally divided into two broad subfields. Microeconomics is the study of how households and firms make decisions and how they interact in specific markets. Macroeconomics is the study of economy-wide phenomena. A microeconomist might study the effects of rent control on housing in New York City, the impact of foreign competition on the U.S. auto industry, or the effects of compulsory school attendance on workers' earnings. A macroeconomist might study the effects of borrowing by the federal government, the changes over time in the economy's rate of unemployment, or alternative policies to promote growth in national living standards. Microeconomics, the study of how households and firms make decisions and how they interact in markets. Macroeconomics, the study of economy-wide phenomena, including inflation, unemployment, and economic growth. Microeconomics and macroeconomics are closely intertwined. Because changes in the overall economy arise from the decisions of millions of individuals, it is impossible to understand macroeconomic developments without considering the associated microeconomic decisions. For example, a macroeconomist might study the effect of a federal income tax cut on the overall production of goods and services. But to analyze this issue, he or she must consider how the tax cut affects the decisions of households about how much to spend on goods and services. Despite the inherent link between microeconomics and macroeconomics, the two fields are distinct. Because they address different questions, each field has its own set of models, which are often taught in separate courses. Quick quiz: in what sense is economics like a science? Draw a production possibilities frontier for a society that produces food and clothing. Show an efficient point, an inefficient point, and an infeasible point. Show the effects of a drought. Define microeconomics and macroeconomics. The economist as policy advisor. Often, economists are asked to explain the causes of economic events. Why, for example, is unemployment higher for teenagers than for older workers? Sometimes, economists are asked to recommend policies to improve economic outcomes. What, for instance, should the government do to improve the economic well-being of teenagers? When economists are trying to explain the world, they are scientists. When they are trying to help improve it, they are policy advisors. FYI. Who studies economics? As a college student, you might be asking yourself, how many economics classes should I take? How useful will this stuff be to me later in life? Economics can seem abstract at first, but the field is fundamentally very practical, and the study of economics is useful in many different career paths. Here is a small sampling of some well-known people who majored in economics when they were in college. George H.W. Bush, former President of the United States. Donald Trump, business and TV mogul. Meg Whitman, former Chief Executive Officer of eBay. Danny Glover, actor. Barbara Boxer, U.S. Senator. John Elway, former NFL quarterback. Kofi Annan, former Secretary General, United Nations. Ted Turner, founder of CNN. Lionel Richie, singer. Diane von Furstenberg, fashion designer. Michael Kinsley, journalist. Ben Stein, political speechwriter, journalist, and actor. Kate Blanchett, actor. Anthony Zinni, General, RET, U.S. Marine Corps. Steve Ballmer, Chief Executive Officer, Microsoft. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Governor of California. Sandra Day O'Connor, former Supreme Court Justice. Scott Adams, cartoonist for Dilbert. Mick Jagger, singer for the Rolling Stones. When asked in 2005 why the Rolling Stones were going on tour again, former economics major Mick Jagger replied, "Supply and demand." Keith Richards added, "If the demand's there, we'll supply." Copyright Brad Barkett/Everett/Photoshot. Having studied at the London School of Economics may not help Mick Jagger hit the high notes, but it has probably given him some insight about how to invest the substantial sums he has earned during his rock and roll career. Positive versus normative analysis. To help clarify the two roles that economists play, let's examine the use of language. Because scientists and policy advisors have different goals, they use language in different ways. For example, suppose that two people are discussing minimum wage laws. Here are two statements you might hear. Polly, minimum wage laws cause unemployment. Norm, the government should raise the minimum wage. Ignoring for now whether you agree with these statements, notice that Polly and Norm differ in what they are trying to do. Polly is speaking like a scientist, she is making a claim about how the world works. Norm is speaking like a policy advisor, he is making a claim about how he would like to change the world. In general, statements about the world come in two types. One type, such as Polly's, is positive. Positive statements are descriptive. They make a claim about how the world is. A second type of statement, such as Norm's, is normative. Normative statements are prescriptive. They make a claim about how the world ought to be. Positive statements claims that attempt to describe the world as it is. Normative statements claims that attempt to prescribe how the world should be. A key difference between positive and normative statements is how we judge their validity. We can, in principle, confirm or refute positive statements by examining evidence. An economist might evaluate Polly's statement by analyzing data on changes in minimum wages and changes in unemployment over time. By contrast, evaluating normative statements involves values as well as facts. Norm's statement cannot be judged using data alone. Deciding what is good or bad policy is not just a matter of science. It also involves our views on ethics, religion, and political philosophy. Positive and normative statements are fundamentally different, but they are often intertwined in a person's set of beliefs. In particular, positive views about how the world works affect normative views about what policies are desirable. Polly's claim that the minimum wage causes unemployment, if true, might lead her to reject Norm's conclusion that the government should raise the minimum wage. Yet normative conclusions cannot come from positive analysis alone, they involve value judgments as well. As you study economics, keep in mind the distinction between positive and normative statements because it will help you stay focused on the task at hand. Much of economics is positive, it just tries to explain how the economy works. Yet those who use economics often have normative goals, they want to learn how to improve the economy. When you hear economists making normative statements, you know they are speaking not as scientists but as policy advisors. Economists in Washington. President Harry Truman once said that he wanted to find a one-armed economist. When he asked his economists for advice, they always answered, on the one hand, on the other hand. Truman was right in realizing that economists' advice is not always straightforward. This tendency is rooted in one of the 10 principles of economics: people face trade-offs. Economists are aware that trade-offs are involved in most policy decisions. A policy might increase efficiency at the cost of equality. It might help future generations but hurt current generations. An economist who says that all policy decisions are easy is an economist not to be trusted. Truman was not the only president who relied on the advice of economists. Since 1946, the President of the United States has received guidance from the Council of Economic Advisers, which consists of 3 members and a staff of a few dozen economists. The Council, whose offices are just a few steps from the White House, has no duty other than to advise the President and to write the annual economic report of the President, which discusses recent developments in the economy and presents the Council's analysis of current policy issues. The President also receives input from economists in many administrative departments. Economists at the Office of Management and Budget help formulate spending plans and regulatory policies. Economists at the Department of the Treasury help design tax policy. Economists at the Department of Labor analyze data on workers and those looking for work to help formulate labor market policies. Economists at the Department of Justice help enforce the nation's antitrust laws. Let's switch. I'll make the policy, you implement it, and he'll explain it. Copyright James Stevenson. The New Yorker Collection /www.cartoonbank.com. Economists are also found outside the administrative branch of government. To obtain independent evaluations of policy proposals, Congress relies on the advice of the Congressional Budget Office, which is staffed by economists. The Federal Reserve, the institution that sets the nation's monetary policy, employs hundreds of economists to analyze economic developments in the United States and throughout the world. In the news, the economics of President Obama. Here is how Larry Summers, a chief economic advisor to Barack Obama, describes the president's policies. A Vision for Innovation, Growth, and Quality Jobs. By Lawrence H. Summers. President Obama laid out his vision for innovation, growth, and quality jobs earlier today at Hudson Valley Community College. This president's plan is grounded not only in the American tradition of entrepreneurship, but also in the traditions of robust economic thought. During the past 2 years, the ideas propounded by John Maynard Keynes have assumed greater importance than most people would have thought in the previous generation. As Keynes famously observed, during those rare times of deep financial and economic crisis, when the invisible hand Adam Smith talked about has temporarily ceased to function, there is a more urgent need for government to play an active role in restoring markets to their healthy function. The wisdom of Keynesian policies has been confirmed by the performance of the economy over the past year. After the collapse of Lehman Brothers last September, government policy moved in a strongly activist direction. As a result of those policies, our outlook today has shifted from rescue to recovery, from worrying about the very real prospect of depression to thinking about what kind of an expansion we want to have. An important aspect of any economic expansion is the role innovation plays as an engine of economic growth. In this regard, the most important economist of the 21st century might actually turn out to be not Smith or Keynes, but Joseph Schumpeter. One of Schumpeter's most important contributions was the emphasis he placed on the tremendous power of innovation and entrepreneurial initiative to drive growth through a process he famously characterized as creative destruction. His work captured not only an economic truth, but also the particular source of America's strength and dynamism. One of the ways to view the trajectory of economic history is through the key technologies that have reverberated across the economy. In the 19th century, these included the transcontinental railroad, the telegraph, and the steam engine, among others. In the 20th, the most powerful innovations included the automobile, the jet plane, and, over the last generation, information technology. While we can't know exactly where the next great area of American innovation will be, we already see a number of prominent sectors where American entrepreneurs are unleashing explosive, innovative energy. In information technology, where tremendous potential remains for a range of applications to increase for years to come, in life science technologies, where developments made at the National Institutes of Health and in research facilities around the country will have profound implications not just for human health, but also for the environment, agriculture, and a range of other areas that require technological creativity, and, in energy, where the combination of environmental and geopolitical imperatives have created the context for an enormously productive period in developing energy technologies as well. Looking across the breadth of the U.S. economy, the prospects for transformational innovation to occur are enormous. But to ensure that the entrepreneurial spirit that Schumpeter recognized in the early 20th century will continue to drive the American economy in the 21st century requires a role for government as well, to create an environment that is conducive to generating those developments. Copyright Chip Samodavilla/Getty Images Source, The White House Blog, September 21, 2009. http://www.whitehouse.gov/blog/a-vision-for-innovation-growth-and-quality-jobs. The influence of economists on policy goes beyond their role as advisors. Their research and writings often affect policy indirectly. Economist John Maynard Keynes offered this observation. The ideas of economists and political philosophers, both when they are right and when they are wrong, are more powerful than is commonly understood. Indeed, the world is ruled by little else. Practical men, who believe themselves to be quite exempt from intellectual influences, are usually the slaves of some defunct economist. Madmen in authority, who hear voices in the air, are distilling their frenzy from some academic scribbler of a few years back. Although these words were written in 1935, they remain true. Indeed, The academic scribbler now influencing public policy is often Keynes himself. Why economists' advice is not always followed. Any economist who advises presidents or other elected leaders knows that his or her recommendations are not always heeded. Frustrating as this can be, it is easy to understand. The process by which economic policy is actually made differs in many ways from the idealized policy process assumed in economics textbooks. Throughout this text, whenever we discuss economic policy, we often focus on one question: what is the best policy for the government to pursue? We act as if policy were set by a benevolent king. Once the king figures out the right policy, he has no trouble putting his ideas into action. In the real world, figuring out the right policy is only part of a leader's job, sometimes the easiest part. After a president hears from his economic advisors about what policy is best from their perspective, he turns to other advisors for related input. His communications advisors will tell him how best to explain the proposed policy to the public, and they will try to anticipate any misunderstandings that might make the challenge more difficult. His press advisors will tell him how the news media will report on his proposal and what opinions will likely be expressed on the nation's editorial pages. His legislative affairs advisors will tell him how Congress will view the proposal, what amendments members of Congress will suggest, and the likelihood that Congress will pass some version of the president's proposal into law. His political advisors will tell him which groups will organize to support or oppose the proposed policy, how this proposal will affect his standing among different groups in the electorate, and whether it will affect support for any of the president's other policy initiatives. After hearing and weighing all this advice, the president then decides how to proceed. Making economic policy in a representative democracy is a messy affair, and there are often good reasons presidents, and other politicians, do not advance the policies that economists advocate. Economists offer crucial input into the policy process, but their advice is only one ingredient of a complex recipe. Quick quiz: give an example of a positive statement and an example of a normative statement that somehow relates to your daily life. Name 3 parts of government that regularly rely on advice from economists. Why economists disagree. If all economists were laid end to end, they would not reach a conclusion. This quip from George Bernard Shaw is revealing. Economists as a group are often criticized for giving conflicting advice to policymakers. President Ronald Reagan once joked that if the game Trivial Pursuit were designed for economists, it would have 100 questions and 3,000 answers. Why do economists so often appear to give conflicting advice to policymakers? There are 2 basic reasons. Economists may disagree about the validity of alternative positive theories about how the world works. Economists may have different values and therefore different normative views about what policy should try to accomplish. Let's discuss each of these reasons. Differences in scientific judgments. Several centuries ago, astronomers debated whether the Earth or the Sun was at the center of the solar system. More recently, meteorologists have debated whether the Earth is experiencing global warming and, if so, why. Science is a search for understanding about the world around us. It is not surprising that as the search continues, scientists can disagree about the direction in which truth lies. Economists often disagree for the same reason. Economics is a young science, and there is still much to be learned. Economists sometimes disagree because they have different hunches about the validity of alternative theories or about the size of important parameters that measure how economic variables are related. For example, economists disagree about whether the government should tax a household's income or its consumption, spending. Advocates of a switch from the current income tax to a consumption tax believe that the change would encourage households to save more because income that is saved would not be taxed. Higher saving, in turn, would free resources for capital accumulation, leading to more rapid growth in productivity and living standards. Advocates of the current income tax system believe that household saving would not respond much to a change in the tax laws. These 2 groups of economists hold different normative views about the tax system because they have different positive views about the responsiveness of saving to tax incentives. Differences in values. Suppose that Peter and Paula both take the same amount of water from the town well. To pay for maintaining the well, the town taxes its residents. Peter has income of $100,000 and is taxed $10,000, or 10% of his income. Paula has income of $20,000 and is taxed $4,000, or 20% of her income. Is this policy fair? If not, who pays too much and who pays too little? Does it matter whether Paula's low income is due to a medical disability or to her decision to pursue an acting career? Does it matter whether Peter's high income is due to a large inheritance or to his willingness to work long hours at a dreary job? These are difficult questions on which people are likely to disagree. If the town hired two experts to study how the town should tax its residents to pay for the well, we would not be surprised if they offered conflicting advice. This simple example shows why economists sometimes disagree about public policy. As we learned earlier in our discussion of normative and positive analysis, policies cannot be judged on scientific grounds alone. Economists give conflicting advice sometimes because they have different values. Perfecting the science of economics will not tell us whether Peter or Paula pays too much. Perception versus reality. Because of differences in scientific judgments and differences in values, some disagreement among economists is inevitable. Yet one should not overstate the amount of disagreement. Economists agree with one another far more than is sometimes understood. Table 1 contains 20 propositions about economic policy. In surveys of professional economists, these propositions were endorsed by an overwhelming majority of respondents. Most of these propositions would fail to command a similar consensus among the public. The first proposition in the table is about rent control, a policy that sets a legal maximum on the amount landlords can charge for their apartments. Almost all economists believe that rent control adversely affects the availability and quality of housing and is a costly way of helping the neediest members of society. Nonetheless, many city governments ignore the advice of economists and place ceilings on the rents that landlords may charge their tenants. The second proposition in the table concerns tariffs and import quotas, two policies that restrict trade among nations. For reasons we discuss more fully later in this text, almost all economists oppose such barriers to free trade. Nonetheless, over the years, presidents and Congress have chosen to restrict the import of certain goods. Why do policies such as rent control and trade barriers persist if the experts are united in their opposition? It may be that the realities of the political process stand as immovable obstacles. But it also may be that economists have not yet convinced enough of the public that these policies are undesirable. One purpose of this book is to help you understand the economist's view of these and other subjects and, perhaps, to persuade you that it is the right one. Quick quiz: why might economic advisors to the president disagree about a question of policy? Let's get going. The first two chapters of this book have introduced you to the ideas and methods of economics. We are now ready to get to work. In the next chapter, we start learning in more detail the principles of economic behavior and economic policy. As you proceed through this book, you will be asked to draw on many of your intellectual skills. You might find it helpful to keep in mind some advice from the great economist John Maynard Keynes. Table 1: propositions about which most economists agree. Proposition, and percentage of economists who agree. 1. A ceiling on rents reduces the quantity and quality of housing available. 93%. 2. Tariffs and import quotas usually reduce general economic welfare. 93%. 3. Flexible and floating exchange rates offer an effective international monetary arrangement. 90%. 4. Fiscal policy, example tax cut and/or government expenditure increase, has a significant stimulative impact on a less than fully employed economy. 90%. 5. The United States should not restrict employers from outsourcing work to foreign countries. 90%. 6. Economic growth in developed countries like the United States leads to greater levels of well-being. 88%. 7. The United States should eliminate agricultural subsidies. 85%. 8. An appropriately designed fiscal policy can increase the long-run rate of capital formation. 85%. 9. Local and state governments should eliminate subsidies to professional sports franchises. 85%. 10. If the federal budget is to be balanced, it should be done over the business cycle rather than yearly. 85%. 11. The gap between Social Security funds and expenditures will become unsustainably large within the next 50 years if current policies remain unchanged. 85%. 12. Cash payments increase the welfare of recipients to a greater degree than do transfers in kind of equal cash value. 84%. 13. A large federal budget deficit has an adverse effect on the economy. 83%. 14. The redistribution of income in the United States is a legitimate role for the government. 83%. 15. Inflation is caused primarily by too much growth in the money supply. 83%. 16. The United States should not ban genetically modified crops. 82%. 17. A minimum wage increases unemployment among young and unskilled workers. 79%. 18. The government should restructure the welfare system along the lines of a negative income tax. 79%. 19. Effluent taxes and marketable pollution permits represent a better approach to pollution control than imposition of pollution ceilings. 78%. 20. Government subsidies on ethanol in the United States should be reduced or eliminated. 78%. Source: Richard M. Alston, J. R. Kierl, and Michael B. Vaughan. Is there consensus among economists in the 1990s? American Economic Review, May 1992, 203-209, Dan Fuller and Doris Guide Stevenson, Consensus Among Economists Revisited, Journal of Economics Education, Fall 2003, 369-387, Robert Whipples, Do Economists Agree on Anything? Yes. Economist's Voice, November 2006, 1-6, Robert Whipples, The Policy Views of American Economic Association Members, The Results of a New Survey, Econ Journal Watch, September 2009, 337-348. The study of economics does not seem to require any specialized gifts of an unusually high order. Is it not, a very easy subject compared with the higher branches of philosophy or pure science? An easy subject, at which very few excel. The paradox finds its explanation, perhaps, in that the master economist must possess a rare combination of gifts. He must be mathematician, historian, statesman, philosopher in some degree. He must understand symbols and speak in words. He must contemplate the particular in terms of the general, and touch abstract and concrete in the same flight of thought. He must study the present in the light of the past for the purposes of the future. No part of man's nature or his institutions must lie entirely outside his regard. He must be purposeful and disinterested in a simultaneous mood, as aloof and incorruptible as an artist, yet sometimes as near the earth as a politician. It is a tall order. But with practice, you will become more and more accustomed to thinking like an economist. In the news: Environmental Economics. Some economists are helping to save the planet. Green Group see potent tool in economics. By Jessica E. Vassalero. Many economists dream of getting high-paying jobs on Wall Street, at prestigious think tanks and universities, or at powerful government agencies like the Federal Reserve. But a growing number are choosing to use their skills not to track inflation or interest rates but to rescue rivers and trees. These are the green economists, more formally known as environmental economists, who use economic arguments and systems to persuade companies to clean up pollution and to help conserve natural areas. Working at dozens of advocacy groups and a myriad of state and federal environmental agencies, they are helping to formulate the intellectual framework behind approaches to protecting endangered species, reducing pollution, and preventing climate change. They also are becoming a link between left-leaning advocacy groups and the public and private sectors. In the past, Many advocacy groups interpreted economics as how to make a profit or maximize income, says Lawrence Goulder, a professor of environmental and resource economics at Stanford University in Stanford, California. More economists are realizing that it offers a framework for resource allocation where resources are not only labor and capital but natural resources as well. Environmental economists are on the payroll of government agencies. The Environmental Protection Agency had about 164 on staff in 2004, up 36% from 1995, and groups like the Wilderness Society, a Washington-based conservation group, which has 4 of them to work on projects such as assessing the economic impact of building off-road driving trails. Environmental Defense, also based in Washington, was one of the first environmental advocacy groups to hire economists and now has about 8, who do such things as develop market incentives to address environmental problems like climate change and water shortages. There used to be this idea that we shouldn't have to monetize the environment because it is invaluable, says Caroline Alkire, who in 1991 joined the Wilderness Society, an advocacy group in Washington, D.C., as one of the group's first economists. But if we are going to engage in debate on the Hill about drilling in the Arctic, we need to be able to combat the financial arguments. We have to play that card or we are going to lose. The field of environmental economics began to take form in the 1960s when academics started to apply the tools of economics to the nascent green movement. The discipline grew more popular throughout the 1980s when the Environmental Protection Agency adopted a system of tradable permits for phasing out leaded gasoline. It wasn't until the 1990 amendment to the Clean Air Act, however, that most environmentalists started to take economics seriously. The amendment implemented a system of tradable allowances for acid rain, a program pushed by Environmental Defense. Under the law, plants that can reduce their emissions more cost-effectively may sell their allowances to more heavy polluters. Today, the program has exceeded its goal of reducing the amount of acid rain to half its 1980 level and is celebrated as evidence that markets can help achieve environmental goals. Its success has convinced its former critics, who at the time contended that environmental regulation was a matter of ethics, not economics, and favored installing expensive acid rain removal technology in all power plants instead. Greenpeace, the international environmental giant, was one of the leading opponents of the 1990 amendment. But Kurt Davies, research director for Greenpeace USA, said its success and the lack of any significant action on climate policy throughout early 1990s brought the organization around to the concept. We now believe that are the most straightforward system of reducing emissions and creating the incentives necessary for massive reductions. Source: The Wall Street Journal, August 23, 2005. Summary: Economists try to address their subject with a scientist's objectivity. Like all scientists, they make appropriate assumptions and build simplified models to understand the world around them. 2 simple economic models are the circular flow diagram and the production possibilities frontier. The field of economics is divided into 2 subfields, microeconomics and macroeconomics. Microeconomists study decision-making by households and firms and the interaction among households and firms in the marketplace. Macroeconomists study the forces and trends that affect the economy as a whole. A positive statement is an assertion about how the world is. A normative statement is an assertion about how the world ought to be. When economists make normative statements, they are acting more as policy advisors than scientists. Economists who advise policymakers offer conflicting advice either because of differences in scientific judgments or because of differences in values. At other times, economists are united in the advice they offer, but policymakers may choose to ignore it. Key concepts: circular flow diagram, production possibilities frontier, microeconomics, macroeconomics, positive statements, normative statements. Questions for review. 1. How is economics a science? 2. Why do economists make assumptions? 3. Should an economic model describe reality exactly? 4. Name a way that your family interacts in the factor market and a way that it interacts in the product market. 5. Name one economic interaction that isn't covered by the simplified circular flow diagram. 6. Draw and explain a production possibilities frontier for an economy that produces milk and cookies. What happens to this frontier if disease kills half of the economy's cows? 7. Use a production possibilities frontier to describe the idea of efficiency. 8. What are the two subfields into which economics is divided? Explain what each subfield studies. 9. What is the difference between a positive and a normative statement? Give an example of each. 10. Why do economists sometimes offer conflicting advice to policymakers? Problems and applications. 1. Draw a circular flow diagram. Identify the parts of the model that correspond to the flow of goods and services and the flow of dollars for each of the following activities. A. Selena pays a storekeeper $1 for a quart of milk. B. Stewart earns $4.50 per hour working at a fast food restaurant. C. Shauna spends $30 to get a haircut. D. Sally earns $10,000 from her 10% ownership of Acme Industrial. 2. Imagine a society that produces military goods and consumer goods, which we'll call guns and butter. A. Draw a production possibilities frontier for guns and butter. Using the concept of opportunity cost, explain why it most likely has a bowed-out shape. B. Show a point that is impossible for the economy to achieve. Show a point that is feasible but inefficient. C. Imagine that the society has two political parties, called the Hawks, who want a strong military, and the Doves, who want a smaller military. Show a point on your production possibilities frontier that the Hawks might choose and a point the Doves might choose. D. Imagine that an aggressive neighboring country reduces the size of its military. As a result, both the Hawks and the Doves reduce their desired production of guns by the same amount. Which party would get the bigger peace dividend, measured by the increase in butter production? Explain. 3. The first principle of economics discussed in Chapter 1 is that people face trade-offs. Use a production possibilities frontier to illustrate society's trade-off between two goods: a clean environment and the quantity of industrial output. What do you suppose determines the shape and position of the frontier? Show what happens to the frontier if engineers develop a new way of producing electricity that emits fewer pollutants. 4. An economy consists of 3 workers, Larry, Moe, and Curly. Each works 10 hours a day and can produce 2 services, mowing lawns and washing cars. In an hour, Larry can either mow 1 lawn or wash 1 car, Moe can either mow 1 lawn or wash 2 cars, and Curly can either mow 2 lawns or wash 1 car. A. Calculate how much of each service is produced under the following circumstances, which we label A, B, C, and D. All 3 spend all their time mowing lawns. A. All 3 spend all their time washing cars. B. All 3 spend half their time on each activity. C. Larry spends half his time on each activity, while Moe only washes cars and Curly only mows lawns. D. B. Graph the production possibilities frontier for this economy. Using your answers to Part A, identify points A, B, C, and D on your graph. C. Explain why the production possibilities frontier has the shape it does. D. Are any of the allocations calculated in Part A inefficient? Explain. 5. Classify the following topics as relating to microeconomics or macroeconomics. A. A family's decision about how much income to save. B. The effect of government regulations on auto emissions. C. The impact of higher national saving on economic growth. D. A firm's decision about how many workers to hire. E. The relationship between the inflation rate and changes in the quantity of money. 6. Classify each of the following statements as positive or normative. Explain. A. Society faces a short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. B. A reduction in the rate of money growth will reduce the rate of inflation. C. The Federal Reserve should reduce the rate of money growth. D. Society ought to require welfare recipients to look for jobs. E. Lower tax rates encourage more work and more saving. 7. If you were president, would you be more interested in your economic advisor's positive views or their normative views? Why? For further information on topics in this chapter, additional problems, applications, examples, online quizzes, and more, please visit our website at www.cengage.com/economics/mankiew. Appendix. Graphing, a brief review. Many of the concepts that economists study can be expressed with numbers: the price of bananas, the quantity of bananas sold, the cost of growing bananas, and so on. Often, these economic variables are related to one another. When the price of bananas rises, people buy fewer bananas. One way of expressing the relationships among variables is with graphs. Graphs serve two purposes. First, when developing economic theories, graphs offer a way to visually express ideas that might be less clear if described with equations or words. Second, when analyzing economic data, graphs provide a powerful way of finding and interpreting patterns. Whether we are working with theory or with data, graphs provide a lens through which a recognizable forest emerges from a multitude of trees. Numerical information can be expressed graphically in many ways, just as there are many ways to express a thought in words. A good writer chooses words that will make an argument clear, a description pleasing, or a scene dramatic. An effective economist chooses the type of graph that best suits the purpose at hand. In this appendix, we discuss how economists use graphs to study the mathematical relationships among variables. We also discuss some of the pitfalls that can arise in the use of graphical methods. Graphs of a single variable. 3 common graphs are shown in Figure A1. The pie chart in panel A shows how total income in the United States is divided among the sources of income, including compensation of employees, corporate profits, and so on. A slice of the pie represents each source's share of the total. The bar graph in panel B compares income for 4 countries. The height of each bar represents the average income in each country. The time series graph in panel C traces the rising productivity in the U.S. business sector over time. The height of the line shows output per hour in each year. You have probably seen similar graphs in newspapers and magazines. Figure A1 types of graphs. The pie chart in panel A shows how U.S. national income in 2008 was derived from various sources. The bar graph in panel B compares the 2008 average income in 4 countries. The time series graph in panel C shows the productivity of labor in U.S. businesses from 1950 to 2000. Graphs of 2 variables, the coordinate system. The 3 graphs in Figure A1 are useful in showing how a variable changes over time or across individuals, but they are limited in how much they can tell us. These graphs display information only on a single variable. Economists are often concerned with the relationships between variables. Thus, they need to display 2 variables on a single graph. The coordinate system makes this possible. Suppose you want to examine the relationship between study time and grade point average. For each student in your class, you could record a pair of numbers, hours per week spent studying and grade point average. These numbers could then be placed in parentheses as an ordered pair and appear as a single point on the graph. Albert E., for instance, is represented by the ordered pair, 25 hours/week, 3.5 GPA, while his what me worry. Classmate Alfred E. is represented by the ordered pair, 5 hours/week, 2.0 GPA. We can graph these ordered pairs on a 2-dimensional grid. The first number in each ordered pair, called the x-coordinate, tells us the horizontal location of the point. The second number, called the y-coordinate, tells us the vertical location of the point. The point with both an x-coordinate and a y-coordinate of 0 is known as the origin. The 2 coordinates in the ordered pair tell us where the point is located in relation to the origin, x units to the right of the origin and y units above it. Figure A2 graphs grade point average against study time for Albert E., Alfred E., and their classmates. This type of graph is called a scatter plot because it plots scattered points. Looking at this graph, we immediately notice that points farther to the right, indicating more study time, also tend to be higher, indicating a better grade point average. Because study time and grade point average typically move in the same direction, we say that these two variables have a positive correlation. By contrast, if we were to graph party time and grades, we would likely find that higher party time is associated with lower grades. Because these variables typically move in opposite directions, we call this a negative correlation. In either case, the coordinate system makes the correlation between the two variables easy to see. Figure A2 using the coordinate system. Grade point average is measured on the vertical axis and study time on the horizontal axis. Albert E., Alfred E., and their classmates are represented by various points. We can see from the graph that students who study more tend to get higher grades. Curves in the coordinate system. Students who study more do tend to get higher grades, but other factors also influence a student's grade. Previous preparation is an important factor, for instance, as are talent, attention from teachers, even eating a good breakfast. A scatter plot like figure A2 does not attempt to isolate the effect that studying has on grades from the effects of other variables. Often, however, economists prefer looking at how one variable affects another, holding everything else constant. To see how this is done, let's consider one of the most important graphs in economics, the demand curve. The demand curve traces out the effect of a good's price on the quantity of the good consumers want to buy. Before showing a demand curve, however, consider Table A1, which shows how the number of novels that Emma buys depends on her income and on the price of novels. When novels are cheap, Emma buys them in large quantities. As they become more expensive, she instead borrows books from the library or chooses to go to the movies rather than read. Similarly, at any given price, Emma buys more novels when she has a higher income. That is, when her income increases, she spends part of the additional income on novels and part on other goods. We now have three variables: the price of novels, income, and the number of novels purchased, which are more than we can represent in two dimensions. To put the information from Table A1 in graphical form, we need to hold one of the three variables constant and trace out the relationship between the other two. Because the demand curve represents the relationship between price and quantity demanded, we hold Emma's income constant and show how the number of novels she buys varies with the price of novels. Suppose that Emma's income is $30,000 per year. If we place the number of novels Emma purchases on the x-axis and the price of novels on the y-axis, we can graphically represent the middle column of Table A1. When the points that represent these entries from the table dash, 5 novels, $10, 9 novels, $9, and so on are connected, they form a line. This line, pictured in figure A3, is known as Emma's demand curve for novels. It tells us how many novels Emma purchases at any given price. The demand curve is downward sloping, indicating that a higher price reduces the quantity of novels demanded. Because the quantity of novels demanded and the price move in opposite directions, we say that the two variables are negatively related. Conversely, when two variables move in the same direction, the curve relating them is upward sloping, and we say the variables are positively related. Table A1. Novels purchased by Emma. This table shows the number of novels Emma buys at various incomes and prices. For any given level of income, the data on price and quantity demanded can be graphed to produce Emma's demand curve for novels, as shown in figures A3 and A4. Now suppose that Emma's income rises to $40,000 per year. At any given price, Emma will purchase more novels than she did at her previous level of income. Just as earlier we drew Emma's demand curve for novels using the entries from the middle column of Table A1, we now draw a new demand curve using the entries from the right column of the table. This new demand curve, curve D2, is pictured alongside the old one, curve D1, in figure A4, the new curve is a similar line drawn farther to the right. We therefore say that Emma's demand curve for novels shifts to the right when her income increases. Likewise, if Emma's income were to fall to $20,000 per year, she would buy fewer novels at any given price and her demand curve would shift to the left, to curve D3. In economics, it is important to distinguish between movements along a curve and shifts of a curve. As we can see from figure A3, if Emma earns $30,000 per year and novels cost $8 apiece, she will purchase 13 novels per year. If the price of novels falls to $7, Emma will increase her purchases of novels to 17 per year. The demand curve, however, stays fixed in the same place. Emma still buys the same number of novels at each price, but as the price falls, she moves along her demand curve from left to right. By contrast, if the price of novels remains fixed at $8 but her income rises to $40,000, Emma increases her purchases of novels from 13 to 16 per year. Because Emma buys more novels at each price, her demand curve shifts out, as shown in figure A4. Figure A3. Demand curve. The line D1 shows how Emma's purchases of novels depend on the price of novels when her income is held constant. Because the price and the quantity demanded are negatively related, the demand curve slopes downward. Figure A4. Shifting demand curves. The location of Emma's demand curve for novels depends on how much income she earns. The more she earns, the more novels she will purchase at any given price, and the farther to the right her demand curve will lie. Curve D1 represents Emma's original demand curve when her income is $30,000 per year. If her income rises to $40,000 per year, her demand curve shifts to D2. If her income falls to $20,000 per year, her demand curve shifts to D3. There is a simple way to tell when it is necessary to shift a curve. When a variable that is not named on either axis changes, the curve shifts. Income is on neither the x-axis nor the y-axis of the graph, so when Emma's income changes, her demand curve must shift. The same is true for any change that affects Emma's purchasing habits besides a change in the price of novels. If, for instance, the public library closes and Emma must buy all the books she wants to read, she will demand more novels at each price, and her demand curve will shift to the right. Or if the price of movies falls and Emma spends more time at the movies and less time reading, she will demand fewer novels at each price, and her demand curve will shift to the left. By contrast, when a variable on an axis of the graph changes, the curve does not shift. We read the change as a movement along the curve. Slope. One question we might want to ask about Emma is how much her purchasing habits respond to price. Look at the demand curve pictured in figure A5. If this curve is very steep, Emma purchases nearly the same number of novels regardless of whether they are cheap or expensive. If this curve is much flatter, the number of novels Emma purchases is more sensitive to changes in the price. To answer questions about how much one variable responds to changes in another variable, we can use the concept of slope. Figure A5. Calculating the slope of a line. To calculate the slope of the demand curve, we can look at the changes in the x and y coordinates as we move from the point, 21 novels, $6, to the point, 13 novels, $8. The slope of the line is the ratio of the change in the y coordinate, 2, to the change in the x coordinate, 8, which equals 1/4. The slope of a line is the ratio of the vertical distance covered to the horizontal distance covered as we move along the line. This definition is usually written out in mathematical symbols as follows. Where the Greek letter delta, stands for the change in a variable. In other words, the slope of a line is equal to the rise, change in y, divided by the run, change in x. The slope will be a small positive number for a fairly flat upward sloping line, a large positive number for a steep upward sloping line, and a negative number for a downward sloping line. A horizontal line has a slope of 0 because in this case the y variable never changes. A vertical line is said to have an infinite slope because the y variable can take any value without the x variable changing at all. What is the slope of Emma's demand curve for novels? First of all, because the curve slopes down, we know the slope will be negative. To calculate a numerical value for the slope, we must choose 2 points on the line. With Emma's income at $30,000, she will purchase 21 novels at a price of $6 or 13 novels at a price of $8. When we apply the slope formula, we are concerned with the change between these 2 points. In other words, we are concerned with the difference between them, which lets us know that we will have to subtract one set of values from the other, as follows. Figure A5 shows graphically how this calculation works. Try computing the slope of Emma's demand curve using 2 different points. You should get exactly the same result, 1/4. One of the properties of a straight line is that it has the same slope everywhere. This is not true of other types of curves, which are steeper in some places than in others. The slope of Emma's demand curve tells us something about how responsive her purchases are to changes in the price. A small slope, a number close to 0, means that Emma's demand curve is relatively flat. In this case, she adjusts the number of novels she buys substantially in response to a price change. A larger slope, a number farther from 0, means that Emma's demand curve is relatively steep. In this case, she adjusts the number of novels she buys only slightly in response to a price change. Cause and effect. Economists often use graphs to advance an argument about how the economy works. In other words, they use graphs to argue about how one set of events causes another set of events. With a graph like the demand curve, there is no doubt about cause and effect. Because we are varying price and holding all other variables constant, we know that changes in the price of novels cause changes in the quantity Emma demands. Remember, however, that our demand curve came from a hypothetical example. When graphing data from the real world, it is often more difficult to establish how one variable affects another. The first problem is that it is difficult to hold everything else constant when studying the relationship between 2 variables. If we are not able to hold other variables constant, we might decide that one variable on our graph is causing changes in the other variable when actually those changes are caused by a third omitted variable not pictured on the graph. Even if we have identified the correct 2 variables to look at, we might run into a second problem: reverse causality. In other words, we might decide that A causes B when in fact B causes A. The omitted variable and reverse causality traps require us to proceed with caution when using graphs to draw conclusions about causes and effects. Courtesy of randallmunroe/xkcd.com. Figure A6 graph with an omitted variable. The upward sloping curve shows that members of households with more cigarette lighters are more likely to develop cancer. Yet we should not conclude that ownership of lighters causes cancer because the graph does not take into account the number of cigarettes smoked. Number of lighters in house. Omitted variables. To see how omitting a variable can lead to a deceptive graph, let's consider an example. Imagine that the government, spurred by public concern about the large number of deaths from cancer, commissions an exhaustive study from Big Brother Statistical Services Incorporated. Big Brother examines many of the items found in people's homes to see which of them are associated with the risk of cancer. Big Brother reports a strong relationship between 2 variables, the number of cigarette lighters that a household owns and the probability that someone in the household will develop cancer. Figure A6 shows this relationship. What should we make of this result? Big Brother advises a quick policy response. It recommends that the government discourage the ownership of cigarette lighters by taxing their sale. It also recommends that the government require warning labels. Big Brother has determined that this lighter is dangerous to your health. In judging the validity of Big Brother's analysis, one question is paramount: has Big Brother held constant every relevant variable except the one under consideration? If the answer is no, the results are suspect. An easy explanation for figure A6 is that people who own more cigarette lighters are more likely to smoke cigarettes and that cigarettes, not lighters, cause cancer. If figure A6 does not hold constant the amount of smoking, it does not tell us the true effect of owning a cigarette lighter. This story illustrates an important principle: When you see a graph used to support an argument about cause and effect, it is important to ask whether the movements of an omitted variable could explain the results you see. Reverse causality economists can also make mistakes about causality by misreading its direction. To see how this is possible, suppose the Association of American Anarchists commissions a study of crime in America and arrives at figure A7, which plots the number of violent crimes per thousand people in major cities against the number of police officers per thousand people. The anarchists note the curve's upward slope and argue that because police increase rather than decrease the amount of urban violence, law enforcement should be abolished. Figure A7 graph suggesting reverse causality. The upward sloping curve shows that cities with a higher concentration of police are more dangerous. Yet the graph does not tell us whether police cause crime or crime-plagued cities hire more police. Police officers, per 1,000 people. If we could run a controlled experiment, we would avoid the danger of reverse causality. To run an experiment, we would set the number of police officers in different cities randomly and then examine the correlation between police and crime. Figure A7, however, is not based on such an experiment. We simply observe that more dangerous cities have more police officers. The explanation for this may be that more dangerous cities hire more police. In other words, rather than police causing crime, crime may cause police. Nothing in the graph itself allows us to establish the direction of causality. It might seem that an easy way to determine the direction of causality is to examine which variable moves first. If we see crime increase and then the police force expand, we reach one conclusion. If we see the police force expand and then crime increase, we reach the other. Yet there is also a flaw with this approach. Often, people change their behavior not in response to a change in their present conditions but in response to a change in their expectations of future conditions. A city that expects a major crime wave in the future, for instance, might hire more police now. This problem is even easier to see in the case of babies and minivans. Couples often buy a minivan in anticipation of the birth of a child. The minivan comes before the baby, but we wouldn't want to conclude that the sale of minivans causes the population to grow. There is no complete set of rules that says when it is appropriate to draw causal conclusions from graphs. Yet just keeping in mind that cigarette lighters don't cause cancer, omitted variable, and minivans don't cause larger families, reverse causality, will keep you from falling for many faulty economic arguments. Interdependence and the gains from trade. Consider your typical day. You wake up in the morning and pour yourself juice from oranges grown in Florida and coffee from beans grown in Brazil. Over breakfast, you watch a news program broadcast from New York on your television made in China. You get dressed in clothes made of cotton grown in Georgia and sewn in factories in Thailand. You drive to class in a car made of parts manufactured in more than a dozen countries around the world. Then you open up your economics textbook written by an author living in Massachusetts, published by a company located in Ohio, and printed on paper made from trees grown in Oregon. Every day, you rely on many people, most of whom you have never met, to provide you with the goods and services that you enjoy. Such interdependence is possible because people trade with one another. Those people providing you goods and services are not acting out of generosity. Nor is some government agency directing them to satisfy your desires. Instead, people provide you and other consumers with the goods and services they produce because they get something in return. In subsequent chapters, we examine how our economy coordinates the activities of millions of people with varying tastes and abilities. As a starting point for this analysis, here we consider the reasons for economic interdependence. One of the 10 principles of economics highlighted in Chapter 1 is that trade can make everyone better off. In this chapter, we examine this principle more closely. What exactly do people gain when they trade with one another? Why do people choose to become interdependent? The answers to these questions are key to understanding the modern global economy. In most countries today, many goods and services consumed are imported from abroad, and many goods and services produced are exported to foreign customers. The analysis in this chapter explains interdependence not only among individuals but also among nations. As we will see, the gains from trade are much the same whether you are buying a haircut from your local barber or a t-shirt made by a worker on the other side of the globe. A parable for the modern economy. To understand why people choose to depend on others for goods and services and how this choice improves their lives, let's look at a simple economy. Imagine that there are two goods in the world, meat and potatoes. And there are two people in the world, a cattle rancher and a potato farmer, each of whom would like to eat both meat and potatoes. The gains from trade are most obvious if the rancher can produce only meat and the farmer can produce only potatoes. In one scenario, the rancher and the farmer could choose to have nothing to do with each other. But after several months of eating beef roasted, boiled, broiled, and grilled, the rancher might decide that self-sufficiency is not all it's cracked up to be. The farmer, who has been eating potatoes mashed, fried, baked, and scalloped, would likely agree. It is easy to see that trade would allow them to enjoy greater variety. Each could then have a steak with a baked potato or a burger with fries. Although the scene illustrates most simply how everyone can benefit from trade, the gains would be similar if the rancher and the farmer were each capable of producing the other good, but only at great cost. Suppose, for example, that the potato farmer is able to raise cattle and produce meat, but that he is not very good at it. Similarly, suppose that the cattle rancher is able to grow potatoes but that her land is not very well suited for it. In this case, the farmer and the rancher can each benefit by specializing in what he or she does best and then trading with the other. The gains from trade are less obvious, however, when one person is better at producing every good. For example, suppose that the rancher is better at raising cattle and better at growing potatoes than the farmer. In this case, should the rancher choose to remain self-sufficient? Or is there still reason for her to trade with the farmer? To answer this question, we need to look more closely at the factors that affect such a decision. Production possibilities. Suppose that the farmer and the rancher each work 8 hours per day and can devote this time to growing potatoes, raising cattle, or a combination of the two. The table in Figure 1 shows the amount of time each person requires to produce 1 ounce of each good. The farmer can produce an ounce of potatoes in 15 minutes and an ounce of meat in 60 minutes. The rancher, who is more productive in both activities, can produce an ounce of potatoes in 10 minutes and an ounce of meat in 20 minutes. The last two columns in the table show the amounts of meat or potatoes the farmer and rancher can produce if they work an 8-hour day producing only that good. Panel B of Figure 1 illustrates the amounts of meat and potatoes that the farmer can produce. If the farmer devotes all 8 hours of his time to potatoes, he produces 32 ounces of potatoes, measured on the horizontal axis, and no meat. If he devotes all his time to meat, he produces 8 ounces of meat, measured on the vertical axis, and no potatoes. If the farmer divides his time equally between the two activities, spending 4 hours on each, he produces 16 ounces of potatoes and 4 ounces of meat. The figure shows these three possible outcomes and all others in between. Figure 1. The Production Possibilities Frontier Panel A shows the production opportunities available to the farmer and the rancher. Panel B shows the combinations of meat and potatoes that the farmer can produce. Panel C shows the combinations of meat and potatoes that the rancher can produce. Both production possibilities frontiers are derived assuming that the farmer and rancher each work 8 hours per day. If there is no trade, each person's production possibilities frontier is also his or her consumption possibilities frontier. This graph is the farmer's production possibilities frontier. As we discussed in Chapter 2, a production possibilities frontier shows the various mixes of output that an economy can produce. It illustrates one of the 10 principles of economics in Chapter 1, people face trade-offs. Here the farmer faces a trade-off between producing meat and producing potatoes. You may recall that the production possibilities frontier in Chapter 2 was drawn bowed out. In that case, the rate at which society could trade one good for the other depended on the amounts that were being produced. Here, however, the farmer's technology for producing meat and potatoes, as summarized in Figure 1, allows him to switch between the two goods at a constant rate. Whenever the farmer spends 1 hour less producing meat and 1 hour more producing potatoes, he reduces his output of meat by 1 ounce and raises his output of potatoes by 4 ounces, and this is true regardless of how much he is already producing. As a result, the production possibilities frontier is a straight line. Panel C of Figure 1 shows the production possibilities frontier for the rancher. If the rancher devotes all 8 hours of her time to potatoes, she produces 48 ounces of potatoes and no meat. If she devotes all her time to meat, she produces 24 ounces of meat and no potatoes. If the rancher divides her time equally, spending 4 hours on each activity, she produces 24 ounces of potatoes and 12 ounces of meat. Once again, the production possibilities frontier shows all the possible outcomes. If the farmer and rancher choose to be self-sufficient rather than trade with each other, then each consumes exactly what he or she produces. In this case, the production possibilities frontier is also the consumption possibilities frontier. That is, without trade, Figure 1 shows the possible combinations of meat and potatoes that the farmer and rancher can each produce and then consume. These production possibilities frontiers are useful in showing the trade-offs that the farmer and rancher face, but they do not tell us what the farmer and rancher will actually choose to do. To determine their choices, we need to know the tastes of the farmer and the rancher. Let's suppose they choose the combinations identified by points A and B in Figure 1. The farmer produces and consumes 16 ounces of potatoes and 4 ounces of meat, while the rancher produces and consumes 24 ounces of potatoes and 12 ounces of meat. Specialization and trade. After several years of eating combination B, the rancher gets an idea and goes to talk to the farmer. Rancher: farmer, my friend, have I got a deal for you. I know how to improve life for both of us. I think you should stop producing meat altogether and devote all your time to growing potatoes. According to my calculations, if you work 8 hours a day growing potatoes, you'll produce 32 ounces of potatoes. If you give me 15 of those 32 ounces, I'll give you 5 ounces of meat in return. In the end, you'll get to eat 17 ounces of potatoes and 5 ounces of meat every day, instead of the 16 ounces of potatoes and 4 ounces of meat you now get. If you go along with my plan, you'll have more of both foods. Farmer, sounding skeptical: that seems like a good deal for me. But I don't understand why you are offering it. If the deal is so good for me, it can't be good for you too. Rancher: oh, but it is. Suppose I spend 6 hours a day raising cattle and 2 hours growing potatoes. Then I can produce 18 ounces of meat and 12 ounces of potatoes. After I give you 5 ounces of my meat in exchange for 15 ounces of your potatoes, I'll end up with 13 ounces of meat and 27 ounces of potatoes, instead of the 12 ounces of meat and 24 ounces of potatoes that I now get. So I will also consume more of both foods than I do now. Farmer: I don't know. This sounds too good to be true. Rancher: it's really not as complicated as it first seems. Here I've summarized my proposal for you in a simple table. Farmer: after pausing to study the table, these calculations seem correct, but I am puzzled. How can this deal make us both better off? Rancher: we can both benefit because trade allows each of us to specialize in doing what we do best. You will spend more time growing potatoes and less time raising cattle. I will spend more time raising cattle and less time growing potatoes. As a result of specialization and trade, each of us can consume more meat and more potatoes without working any more hours. Figure 2: how trade expands the set of consumption opportunities. The proposed trade between the farmer and the rancher offers each of them a Figure 2 combination of meat and potatoes that would be impossible in the absence of trade. In panel A, the farmer gets to consume at point A** rather than point A. In panel B, the rancher gets to consume at point B** rather than point B. Trade allows each to consume more meat and more potatoes. Quick quiz. Draw an example of a production possibilities frontier for Robinson Crusoe, a shipwrecked sailor who spends his time gathering coconuts and catching fish. Does this frontier limit Crusoe's consumption of coconuts and fish if he lives by himself? Does he face the same limits if he can trade with natives on the island? Comparative advantage, the driving force of specialization. The rancher's explanation of the gains from trade, though correct, poses a puzzle. If the rancher is better at both raising cattle and growing potatoes, how can the farmer ever specialize in doing what he does best? The farmer doesn't seem to do anything best. To solve this puzzle, we need to look at the principle of comparative advantage. As a first step in developing this principle, consider the following question. In our example, who can produce potatoes at a lower cost, the farmer or the rancher? There are two possible answers, and in these two answers lie the solution to our puzzle and the key to understanding the gains from trade. Absolute advantage. One way to answer the question about the cost of producing potatoes is to compare the inputs required by the two producers. Economists use the term absolute advantage when comparing the productivity of one person, firm, or nation to that of another. The producer that requires a smaller quantity of inputs to produce a good is said to have an absolute advantage in producing that good. Absolute advantage: the ability to produce a good using fewer inputs than another producer. In our example, time is the only input, so we can determine absolute advantage by looking at how much time each type of production takes. The rancher has an absolute advantage both in producing meat and in producing potatoes because she requires less time than the farmer to produce a unit of either good. The rancher needs to input only 20 minutes to produce an ounce of meat, whereas the farmer needs 60 minutes. Similarly, the rancher needs only 10 minutes to produce an ounce of potatoes, whereas the farmer needs 15 minutes. Based on this information, we can conclude that the rancher has the lower cost of producing potatoes, if we measure cost by the quantity of inputs. Opportunity cost and comparative advantage. There is another way to look at the cost of producing potatoes. Rather than comparing inputs required, we can compare the opportunity costs. Recall from Chapter 1 that the opportunity cost of some item is what we give up to get that item. In our example, we assumed that the farmer and the rancher each spend 8 hours a day working. Time spent producing potatoes, therefore, takes away from time available for producing meat. When reallocating time between the two goods, the rancher and farmer give up units of one good to produce units of the other, thereby moving along the production possibilities frontier. The opportunity cost measures the trade-off between the two goods that each producer faces. Opportunity cost: whatever must be given up to obtain some item. Table 1: the opportunity cost of meat and potatoes. 1 ounce of meat. 1 ounce of potatoes. Farmer. 4 ounces potatoes. 1/4 ounces meat. Rancher 1. 2 ounces potatoes. ½ ounce meat. Let's first consider the rancher's opportunity cost. According to the table in panel A of Figure 1, producing 1 ounce of potatoes takes 10 minutes of work. When the rancher spends those 10 minutes producing potatoes, she spends 10 minutes less producing meat. Because the rancher needs 20 minutes to produce 1 ounce of meat, 10 minutes of work would yield 1/2 ounce of meat. Hence, the rancher's opportunity cost of producing 1 ounce of potatoes is 1/2 ounce of meat. Now consider the farmer's opportunity cost. Producing 1 ounce of potatoes takes him 15 minutes. Because he needs 60 minutes to produce 1 ounce of meat, 15 minutes of work would yield 1/4 ounce of meat. Hence, the farmer's opportunity cost of 1 ounce of potatoes is 1/4 ounce of meat. Table 1 shows the opportunity costs of meat and potatoes for the two producers. Notice that the opportunity cost of meat is the inverse of the opportunity cost of potatoes. Because 1 ounce of potatoes costs the rancher 1/2 ounce of meat, 1 ounce of meat costs the rancher 2 ounces of potatoes. Similarly, because 1 ounce of potatoes costs the farmer 1/4 ounce of meat, 1 ounce of meat costs the farmer 4 ounces of potatoes. Economists use the term comparative advantage when describing the opportunity cost of two producers. The producer who gives up less of other goods to produce good X has the smaller opportunity cost of producing good X and is said to have a comparative advantage in producing it. In our example, the farmer has a lower opportunity cost of producing potatoes than the rancher. An ounce of potatoes costs the farmer only 1/4 ounce of meat, but it costs the rancher 1/2 ounce of meat. Conversely, the rancher has a lower opportunity cost of producing meat than the farmer. An ounce of meat costs the rancher 2 ounces of potatoes, but it costs the farmer 4 ounces of potatoes. Thus, the farmer has a comparative advantage in growing potatoes, and the rancher has a comparative advantage in producing meat. Although it is possible for one person to have an absolute advantage in both goods, as the rancher does in our example, it is impossible for one person to have a comparative advantage in both goods. Because the opportunity cost of one good is the inverse of the opportunity cost of the other, if a person's opportunity cost of one good is relatively high, the opportunity cost of the other good must be relatively low. Comparative advantage reflects the relative opportunity cost. Unless two people have exactly the same opportunity cost, one person will have a comparative advantage in one good, and the other person will have a comparative advantage in the other good. Comparative advantage: the ability to produce a good at a lower opportunity cost than another producer. Comparative advantage and trade. The gains from specialization and trade are based not on absolute advantage but on comparative advantage. When each person specializes in producing the good for which he or she has a comparative advantage, total production in the economy rises. This increase in the size of the economic pie can be used to make everyone better off. In our example, the farmer spends more time growing potatoes, and the rancher spends more time producing meat. As a result, the total production of potatoes rises from 40 to 44 ounces, and the total production of meat rises from 16 to 18 ounces. The farmer and rancher share the benefits of this increased production. We can also look at the gains from trade in terms of the price that each party pays the other. Because the farmer and rancher have different opportunity costs, they can both get a bargain. That is, each benefits from trade by obtaining a good at a price that is lower than his or her opportunity cost of that good. Consider the proposed deal from the viewpoint of the farmer. The farmer gets 5 ounces of meat in exchange for 15 ounces of potatoes. In other words, the farmer buys each ounce of meat for a price of 3 ounces of potatoes. This price of meat is lower than his opportunity cost for an ounce of meat, which is 4 ounces of potatoes. Thus, the farmer benefits from the deal because he gets to buy meat at a good price. Now consider the deal from the rancher's viewpoint. The rancher buys 15 ounces of potatoes for a price of 5 ounces of meat. That is, the price of potatoes is 1/3 ounce of meat. This price of potatoes is lower than her opportunity cost of an ounce of potatoes, which is 1/2 ounce of meat. The rancher benefits because she gets to buy potatoes at a good price. The moral of the story of the farmer and the rancher should now be clear. Trade can benefit everyone in society because it allows people to specialize in activities in which they have a comparative advantage. The price of the trade. The principle of comparative advantage establishes that there are gains from specialization and trade, but it leaves open a couple of related questions. What determines the price at which trade takes place? How are the gains from trade shared between the trading parties? The precise answer to these questions is beyond the scope of this chapter, but we can state one general rule: for both parties to gain from trade, the price at which they trade must lie between the two opportunity costs. In our example, the farmer and rancher agreed to trade at a rate of 3 ounces of potatoes for each ounce of meat. This price is between the rancher's opportunity cost, 2 ounces of potatoes per ounce of meat, and the farmer's opportunity cost, 4 ounces of potatoes per ounce of meat. The price need not be exactly in the middle for both parties to gain, but it must be somewhere between 2 and 4. To see why the price has to be in this range, consider what would happen if it were not. If the price of meat were below 2 ounces of potatoes, both the farmer and the rancher would want to buy meat, because the price would be below their opportunity costs. Similarly, if the price of meat were above 4 ounces of potatoes, both would want to sell meat, because the price would be above their opportunity costs. But there are only two members of this economy. They cannot both be buyers of meat, nor can they both be sellers. Someone has to take the other side of the deal. A mutually advantageous trade can be struck at a price between 2 and 4. In this price range, the rancher wants to sell meat to buy potatoes, and the farmer wants to sell potatoes to buy meat. Each party can buy a good at a price that is lower than his or her opportunity cost. In the end, both of them specialize in the good for which he or she has a comparative advantage and are, as a result, better off. Quick quiz: Robinson Crusoe can gather 10 coconuts or catch 1 fish per hour. His friend Friday can gather 30 coconuts or catch 2 fish per hour. What is Crusoe's opportunity cost of catching 1 fish? What is Friday's, who has an absolute advantage in catching fish, who has a comparative advantage in catching fish? FYI. The legacy of Adam Smith and David Ricardo. Economists have long understood the gains from trade. Here is how the great economist Adam Smith put the argument: it is a maxim of every prudent master of a family, never to attempt to make at home what it will cost him more to make than to buy. The tailor does not attempt to make his own shoes, but buys them of the shoemaker. The shoemaker does not attempt to make his own clothes but employs a tailor. The farmer attempts to make neither the one nor the other, but employs those different artificers. All of them find it for their interest to employ their whole industry in a way in which they have some advantage over their neighbors, and to purchase with a part of its produce, or what is the same thing, with the price of part of it, whatever else they have occasion for. This quotation is from Smith's 1776 book An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, which was a landmark in the analysis of trade and economic interdependence. Smith's book inspired David Ricardo, a millionaire stockbroker, to become an economist. In his 1817 book Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, Ricardo developed the principle of comparative advantage as we know it today. He considered an example with 2 goods, wine and cloth, and 2 countries, England and Portugal. He showed that both countries can gain by opening up trade and specializing based on comparative advantage. Ricardo's theory is the starting point of modern international economics, but his defense of free trade was not a mere academic exercise. Ricardo put his beliefs to work as a member of the British Parliament, where he opposed the Corn Laws, which restricted the import of grain. David Ricardo. Copyright Bettman/Corbis. The conclusions of Adam Smith and David Ricardo on the gains from trade have held up well over time. Although economists often disagree on questions of policy, they are united in their support of free trade. Moreover, the central argument for free trade has not changed much in the past 2 centuries. Even though the field of economics has broadened its scope and refined its theories since the time of Smith and Ricardo, economists' opposition to trade restrictions is still based largely on the principle of comparative advantage. Applications of comparative advantage. The principle of comparative advantage explains interdependence and the gains from trade. Because interdependence is so prevalent in the modern world, the principle of comparative advantage has many applications. Here are 2 examples, one fanciful and one of great practical importance. Should Tom Brady mow his own lawn? Tom Brady spends a lot of time running around on grass. One of the most talented football players of all time, he can throw a pass with a speed and accuracy that most casual athletes can only dream of. Most likely, he is talented at other physical activities as well. For example, let's imagine that Brady can mow his lawn faster than anyone else. But just because he can mow his lawn fast, does this mean he should? To answer this question, we can use the concepts of opportunity cost and comparative advantage. Let's say that Brady can mow his lawn in 2 hours. In that same 2 hours, he could film a television commercial and earn $20,000. By contrast, Forrest Gump, the boy next door, can mow Brady's lawn in 4 hours. In that same 4 hours, Gump could work at McDonald's and earn $40. They did a nice job mowing this grass. Copyright Tom Hawk/Getty Images Sport/Getty Images. In this example, Brady has an absolute advantage in mowing lawns because he can do the work with a lower input of time. Yet because Brady's opportunity cost of mowing the lawn is $20,000 and Gump's opportunity cost is only $40, Gump has a comparative advantage in mowing lawns. The gains from trade in this example are tremendous. Rather than mowing his own lawn, Brady should make the commercial and hire Gump to mow the lawn. As long as Brady pays Gump more than $40 and less than $20,000, both of them are better off. Should the United States trade with other countries? Just as individuals can benefit from specialization and trade with one another, as the farmer and rancher did, so can populations of people in different countries. Many of the goods that Americans enjoy are produced abroad, and many of the goods produced in the United States are sold abroad. Goods produced abroad and sold domestically are called imports. Goods produced domestically and sold abroad are called exports. Imports goods produced abroad and sold domestically. Exports goods produced domestically and sold abroad. To see how countries can benefit from trade, suppose there are two countries, the United States and Japan, and two goods, food and cars. Imagine that the two countries produce cars equally well. An American worker and a Japanese worker can each produce one car per month. By contrast, because the United States has more and better land, it is better at producing food, a US worker can produce 2 tons of food per month, whereas a Japanese worker can produce only 1 ton of food per month. The principle of comparative advantage states that each good should be produced by the country that has the smaller opportunity cost of producing that good. Because the opportunity cost of a car is 2 tons of food in the United States but only 1 ton of food in Japan, Japan has a comparative advantage in producing cars. Japan should produce more cars than it wants for its own use and export some of them to the United States. Similarly, because the opportunity cost of a ton of food is 1 car in Japan but only 1/2 car in the United States, the United States has a comparative advantage in producing food. The United States should produce more food than it wants to consume and export some to Japan. Through specialization and trade, both countries can have more food and more cars. In reality, of course, the issues involved in trade among nations are more complex than this example suggests. Most important among these issues is that each country has many citizens with different interests. International trade can make some individuals worse off, even as it makes the country as a whole better off. When the United States exports food and imports cars, the impact on an American farmer is not the same as the impact on an American auto worker. Yet, contrary to the opinions sometimes voiced by politicians and pundits, international trade is not like war, in which some countries win and others lose. Trade allows all countries to achieve greater prosperity. Quick quiz: suppose that a skilled brain surgeon also happens to be the world's fastest typist. Should she do her own typing or hire a secretary? Explain. In the news. The changing face of international trade. A decade ago, no one would have asked which nation has a comparative advantage in slaying ogres. But technology is rapidly changing the goods and services that are traded across national borders. Ogre to slay? Outsource it to Chinese. By David Barboza. Fuzhou, China. One of China's newest factories operates here in the basement of an old warehouse. Posters of World of Warcraft and Magic Land hang above a core of young people glued to their computer screens, pounding away at their keyboards in the latest hustle for money. The people working at this clandestine locale are gold farmers. Every day, in 12-hour shifts, they play computer games by killing on-screen monsters and winning battles, harvesting artificial gold coins and other virtual goods as rewards that, as it turns out, can be transformed into real cash. That is because, from Seoul to San Francisco, affluent online gamers who lack the time and patience to work their way up to the higher levels of gamedom are willing to pay the young Chinese here to play the early rounds for them. Copyright Mark Ralston /AFP/Getty Images. For 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, my colleagues and I are killing monsters, said a 23-year-old gamer who works here in this makeshift factory and goes by the online code name Wandering. I make about $250 a month, which is pretty good compared with the other jobs I've had. And I can play games all day. He and his comrades have created yet another new business out of cheap Chinese labor. They are tapping into the fast-growing world of massively multiplayer online games, which involve role-playing and often revolve around fantasy or warfare in medieval kingdoms or distant galaxies. For the Chinese in game-playing factories like these, though, it is not all fun and games. These workers have strict quotas and are supervised by bosses who equip them with computers, software, and internet connections to thrash online trolls, gnomes and ogres. As they grind through the games, they accumulate virtual currency that is valuable to game players around the world. The games allow players to trade currency to other players, who can then use it to buy better armor, amulets, magic spells and other accoutrements to climb to higher levels or create more powerful characters. The internet is now filled with classified advertisements from small companies, many of them here in China, auctioning for real money their powerful figures, called avatars. It's unimaginable how big this is, says Chen Yu, 27, who employs 20 full-time gamers here in Fuzhou. They say that in some of these popular games, 40 or 50% of the players are actually Chinese farmers. Source: New York Times, December 9, 2005. Conclusion: you should now understand more fully the benefits of living in an interdependent economy. When Americans buy tube socks from China, when residents of Maine drink orange juice from Florida, and when a homeowner hires the kid next door to mow the lawn, the same economic forces are at work. The principle of comparative advantage shows that trade can make everyone better off. Having seen why interdependence is desirable, you might naturally ask how it is possible. How do free societies coordinate the diverse activities of all the people involved in their economies? What ensures that goods and services will get from those who should be producing them to those who should be consuming them? In a world with only two people, such as the rancher and the farmer, the answer is simple: these two people can bargain and allocate resources between themselves. In the real world with billions of people, the answer is less obvious. We take up this issue in the next chapter, where we see that free societies allocate resources through the market forces of supply and demand. Summary: each person consumes goods and services produced by many other people both in the United States and around the world. Interdependence and trade are desirable because they allow everyone to enjoy a greater quantity and variety of goods and services. There are two ways to compare the ability of two people in producing a good. The person who can produce the good with the smaller quantity of inputs is said to have an absolute advantage in producing the good. The person who has the smaller opportunity cost of producing the good is said to have a comparative advantage. The gains from trade are based on comparative advantage, not absolute advantage. Trade makes everyone better off because it allows people to specialize in those activities in which they have a comparative advantage. The principle of comparative advantage applies to countries as well as to people. Economists use the principle of comparative advantage to advocate free trade among countries. Key concepts: absolute advantage, opportunity cost, comparative advantage, imports, exports. Questions for review. 1. Under what conditions is the production possibilities frontier linear rather than bowed out? 2. Explain how absolute advantage and comparative advantage differ. 3. Give an example in which one person has an absolute advantage in doing something but another person has a comparative advantage. 4. Is absolute advantage or comparative advantage more important for trade? Explain your reasoning using the example in your answer to question 3. 5. If two parties trade based on comparative advantage and both gain, in what range must the price of the trade lie? 6. Will a nation tend to export or import goods for which it has a comparative advantage? Explain. 7. Why do economists oppose policies that restrict trade among nations? Problems and applications. 1. Maria can read 20 pages of economics in an hour. She can also read 50 pages of sociology in an hour. She spends 5 hours per day studying. A. Draw Maria's production possibilities frontier for reading economics and sociology. B. What is Maria's opportunity cost of reading 100 pages of sociology? 2. American and Japanese workers can each produce 4 cars a year. An American worker can produce 10 tons of grain a year, whereas a Japanese worker can produce 5 tons of grain a year. To keep things simple, assume that each country has 100 million workers. A. For this situation, construct a table analogous to the table in Figure 1. B. Graph the production possibilities frontier of the American and Japanese economies. C. For the United States, what is the opportunity cost of a car? Of grain? For Japan, what is the opportunity cost of a car? Of grain? Put this information in a table analogous to Table 1. D. Which country has an absolute advantage in producing cars? In producing grain? E. Which country has a comparative advantage in producing cars? In producing grain? F. Without trade, half of each country's workers produce cars and half produce grain. What quantities of cars and grain does each country produce? G. Starting from a position without trade, give an example in which trade makes each country better off. 3. Pat and Chris are roommates. They spend most of their time studying, of course, but they leave some time for their favorite activities, making pizza and brewing root beer. Pat takes 4 hours to brew a gallon of root beer and 2 hours to make a pizza. Chris takes 6 hours to brew a gallon of root beer and 4 hours to make a pizza. A. What is each roommate's opportunity cost of making a pizza? Who has the absolute advantage in making pizza? Who has the comparative advantage in making pizza? B. If Pat and Chris trade foods with each other, who will trade away pizza in exchange for root beer? C. The price of pizza can be expressed in terms of gallons of root beer. What is the highest price at which pizza can be traded that would make both roommates better off? What is the lowest price? Explain. 4. Suppose that there are 10 million workers in Canada and that each of these workers can produce either 2 cars or 30 bushels of wheat in a year. A. What is the opportunity cost of producing a car in Canada? What is the opportunity cost of producing a bushel of wheat in Canada? Explain the relationship between the opportunity costs of the two goods. B. Draw Canada's production possibilities frontier. If Canada chooses to consume 10 million cars, how much wheat can it consume without trade? Label this point on the production possibilities frontier. C. Now suppose that the United States offers to buy 10 million cars from Canada in exchange for 20 bushels of wheat per car. If Canada continues to consume 10 million cars, how much wheat does this deal allow Canada to consume? Label this point on your diagram. Should Canada accept the deal? 5. England and Scotland both produce scones and sweaters. Suppose that an English worker can produce 50 scones per hour or 1 sweater per hour. Suppose that a Scottish worker can produce 40 scones per hour or 2 sweaters per hour. A. Which country has the absolute advantage in the production of each good? Which country has the comparative advantage? B. If England and Scotland decide to trade, which commodity will Scotland trade to England? Explain. C. If a Scottish worker could produce only 1 sweater per hour, would Scotland still gain from trade? Would England still gain from trade? Explain. 6. The following table describes the production possibilities of 2 cities in the country of baseball. Pairs of Red Sox per worker per hour. Pairs of White Sox per worker per hour. Boston. 3. 3. Chicago. 2. 1. A. Without trade, what is the price of White Sox, in terms of Red Sox, in Boston? What is the price in Chicago? B. Which city has an absolute advantage in the production of each color sock? Which city has a comparative advantage in the production of each color sock? C. If the cities trade with each other, which color sock will each export? D. What is the range of prices at which trade can occur? 7. Suppose that in a year an American worker can produce 100 shirts or 20 computers, while a Chinese worker can produce 100 shirts or 10 computers. A. Graph the production possibilities curve for the two countries. Suppose that without trade the workers in each country spend half their time producing each good. Identify this point in your graph. B. If these countries were open to trade, which country would export shirts? Give a specific numerical example and show it on your graph. Which country would benefit from trade? Explain. C. Explain at what price of computers, in terms of shirts, the two countries might trade. D. Suppose that China catches up with American productivity so that a Chinese worker can produce 100 shirts or 20 computers. What pattern of trade would you predict now? How does this advance in Chinese productivity affect the economic well-being of the citizens of the two countries? 8. An average worker in Brazil can produce an ounce of soybeans in 20 minutes and an ounce of coffee in 60 minutes, while an average worker in Peru can produce an ounce of soybeans in 50 minutes and an ounce of coffee in 75 minutes. A. Who has the absolute advantage in coffee? Explain. B. Who has the comparative advantage in coffee? Explain. C. If the two countries specialize and trade with each other, who will import coffee? Explain. D. Assume that the two countries trade and that the country importing coffee trades 2 ounces of soybeans for 1 ounce of coffee. Explain why both countries will benefit from this trade. 9. Are the following statements true or false? Explain in each case. A. Two countries can achieve gains from trade even if one of the countries has an absolute advantage in the production of all goods. B. Certain very talented people have a comparative advantage in everything they do. C. If a certain trade is good for one person, it can't be good for the other one. D. If a certain trade is good for one person, it is always good for the other one. E. If trade is good for a country, it must be good for everyone in the country. 10. The United States exports corn and aircraft to the rest of the world, and it imports oil and clothing from the rest of the world. Do you think this pattern of trade is consistent with the principle of comparative advantage? Why or why not? 11. Bill and Hillary produce food and clothing. In an hour, Bill can produce 1 unit of food or 1 unit of clothing, while Hillary can produce 2 units of food or 3 units of clothing. They each work 10 hours a day. A. Who has an absolute advantage in producing food? Who has an absolute advantage in producing clothing? Explain. B. Who has a comparative advantage in producing food? Who has a comparative advantage in producing clothing? Explain. C. Draw the production possibilities frontier for the household, that is, Bill and Hillary together, assuming that each spends the same number of hours each day as the other producing food and clothing. D. Hillary suggests, instead, that she specialize in making clothing. That is, she will do all the clothing production for the family. However, if all her time is devoted to clothing and they still want more, then Bill can help with clothing production. What does the household production possibilities frontier look like now? E. Bill suggests that Hillary specialize in producing food. That is, Hillary will do all the food production for the family. However, if all her time is devoted to food and they still want more, then Bill can help with food production. What does the household production possibilities frontier look like under Bill's proposal? F. Comparing your answers to parts C, D, and E, which allocation of time makes the most sense? Relate your answer to the theory of comparative advantage. For further information on topics in this chapter, additional problems, applications, examples, online quizzes, and more, Please visit our website at www.cengage.com/economics/mankiew. Part 2: How Markets Work. The market forces of supply and demand. When a cold snap hits Florida, the price of orange juice rises in supermarkets throughout the country. When the weather turns warm in New England every summer, the price of hotel rooms in the Caribbean plummets. When a war breaks out in the Middle East, the price of gasoline in the United States rises, and the price of a used Cadillac falls. What do these events have in common? They all show the workings of supply and demand. Supply and demand are the two words economists use most often, and for good reason. Supply and demand are the forces that make market economies work. They determine the quantity of each good produced and the price at which it is sold. If you want to know how any event or policy will affect the economy, you must think first about how it will affect supply and demand. This chapter introduces the theory of supply and demand. It considers how buyers and sellers behave and how they interact with one another. It shows how supply and demand determine prices in a market economy and how prices, in turn, allocate the economy's scarce resources. Markets and competition. The terms supply and demand refer to the behavior of people as they interact with one another in competitive markets. Before discussing how buyers and sellers behave, let's first consider more fully what we mean by the terms market and competition. What is a market? A market is a group of buyers and sellers of a particular good or service. The buyers as a group determine the demand for the product, and the sellers as a group determine the supply of the product. Market: a group of buyers and sellers of a particular good or service. Markets take many forms. Some markets are highly organized, such as the markets for many agricultural commodities. In these markets, buyers and sellers meet at a specific time and place, where an auctioneer helps set prices and arrange sales. More often, markets are less organized. For example, consider the market for ice cream in a particular town. Buyers of ice cream do not meet together at any one time. The sellers of ice cream are in different locations and offer somewhat different products. There is no auctioneer calling out the price of ice cream. Each seller posts a price for an ice cream cone, and each buyer decides how much ice cream to buy at each store. Nonetheless, these consumers and producers of ice cream are closely connected. The ice cream buyers are choosing from the various ice cream sellers to satisfy their cravings, and the ice cream sellers are all trying to appeal to the same ice cream buyers to make their businesses successful. Even though it is not as organized, the group of ice cream buyers and ice cream sellers forms a market. What is competition? The market for ice cream, like most markets in the economy, is highly competitive. Each buyer knows that there are several sellers from which to choose, and each seller is aware that his or her product is similar to that offered by other sellers. As a result, the price of ice cream and the quantity of ice cream sold are not determined by any single buyer or seller. Rather, price and quantity are determined by all buyers and sellers as they interact in the marketplace. Economists use the term competitive market to describe a market in which there are so many buyers and so many sellers that each has a negligible impact on the market price. Each seller of ice cream has limited control over the price because other sellers are offering similar products. A seller has little reason to charge less than the going price, and if he or she charges more, buyers will make their purchases elsewhere. Similarly, no single buyer of ice cream can influence the price of ice cream because each buyer purchases only a small amount. Competitive market: a market in which there are many buyers and many sellers so that each has a negligible impact on the market price. In this chapter, we assume that markets are perfectly competitive. To reach this highest form of competition, a market must have two characteristics: 1. The goods offered for sale are all exactly the same, and 2. The buyers and sellers are so numerous that no single buyer or seller has any influence over the market price. Because buyers and sellers in perfectly competitive markets must accept the price the market determines, they are said to be price takers. At the market price, buyers can buy all they want, and sellers can sell all they want. There are some markets in which the assumption of perfect competition applies perfectly. In the wheat market, for example, there are thousands of farmers who sell wheat and millions of consumers who use wheat and wheat products. Because no single buyer or seller can influence the price of wheat, each takes the price as given. Not all goods and services, however, are sold in perfectly competitive markets. Some markets have only one seller, and this seller sets the price. Such a seller is called a monopoly. Your local cable television company, for instance, may be a monopoly. Residents of your town probably have only one cable company from which to buy the service. Still, other markets fall between the extremes of perfect competition and monopoly. Despite the diversity of market types we find in the world, assuming perfect competition is a useful simplification and, therefore, a natural place to start. Perfectly competitive markets are the easiest to analyze because everyone participating in the market takes the price as given by market conditions. Moreover, because some degree of competition is present in most markets, many of the lessons that we learn by studying supply and demand under perfect competition apply in more complicated markets as well. Quick quiz: what is a market? What are the characteristics of a perfectly competitive market? Demand. We begin our study of markets by examining the behavior of buyers. To focus our thinking, let's keep in mind a particular good: ice cream. The demand curve, the relationship between price and quantity demanded. The quantity demanded of any good is the amount of the good that buyers are willing and able to purchase. As we will see, many things determine the quantity demanded of any good, but in our analysis of how markets work, one determinant plays a central role: the price of the good. If the price of ice cream rose to $20 per scoop, you would buy less ice cream. You might buy frozen yogurt instead. If the price of ice cream fell to 20 cents per scoop, you would buy more. This relationship between price and quantity demanded is true for most goods in the economy and, in fact, is so pervasive that economists call it the law of demand. Other things equal, when the price of a good rises, the quantity demanded of the good falls, and when the price falls, the quantity demanded rises. Quantity demanded the amount of a good that buyers are willing and able to purchase. Law of demand: the claim that, other things equal, the quantity demanded of a good falls when the price of the good rises. The table in Figure 1 shows how many ice cream cones Catherine buys each month at different prices of ice cream. If ice cream is free, Catherine eats 12 cones per month. At 50 cents per cone, Catherine buys 10 cones each month. As the price rises further, she buys fewer and fewer cones. When the price reaches $3, Catherine doesn't buy any ice cream at all. This table is a demand schedule, a table that shows the relationship between the price of a good and the quantity demanded, holding constant everything else that influences how much of the good consumers want to buy. Demand schedule: a table that shows the relationship between the price of a good and the quantity demanded. Figure 1: Catherine's demand schedule and demand curve. The demand schedule is a table that shows the quantity demanded at each price. The demand curve, which graphs the demand schedule, illustrates how the quantity demanded of the good changes as its price varies. Because a lower price increases the quantity demanded, the demand curve slopes downward. The graph in Figure 1 uses the numbers from the table to illustrate the law of demand. By convention, the price of ice cream is on the vertical axis, and the quantity of ice cream demanded is on the horizontal axis. The downward sloping line relating price and quantity demanded is called the demand curve. Demand curve: a graph of the relationship between the price of a good and the quantity demanded. Market demand versus individual demand. The demand curve in Figure 1 shows an individual's demand for a product. To analyze how markets work, we need to determine the market demand, the sum of all the individual demands for a particular good or service. The table in Figure 2 shows the demand schedules for ice cream of the two individuals in this market, Catherine and Nicholas. At any price, Catherine's demand schedule tells us how much ice cream she buys, and Nicholas's demand schedule tells us how much ice cream he buys. The market demand at each price is the sum of the two individual demands. The graph in figure 2 shows the demand curves that correspond to these demand schedules. Notice that we sum the individual demand curves horizontally to obtain the market demand curve. That is, to find the total quantity demanded at any price, we add the individual quantities, which are found on the horizontal axis of the individual demand curves. Because we are interested in analyzing how markets function, we work most often with the market demand curve. The market demand curve shows how the total quantity demanded of a good varies as the price of the good varies, while all the other factors that affect how much consumers want to buy are held constant. Figure 2 market demand as the sum of individual demands. The quantity demanded in a market is the sum of the quantities demanded by all the buyers at each price. Thus, the market demand curve is found by adding horizontally the individual demand curves. At a price of $2, Catherine demands 4 ice cream cones, and Nicholas demands 3 ice cream cones. The quantity demanded in the market at this price is 7 cones. Shifts in the demand curve. Because the market demand curve holds other things constant, it need not be stable over time. If something happens to alter the quantity demanded at any given price, the demand curve shifts. For example, suppose the American Medical Association discovered that people who regularly eat ice cream live longer, healthier lives. The discovery would raise the demand for ice cream. At any given price, buyers would now want to purchase a larger quantity of ice cream, and the demand curve for ice cream would shift. Figure 3 illustrates shifts in demand. Any change that increases the quantity demanded at every price, such as our imaginary discovery by the American Medical Association, shifts the demand curve to the right and is called an increase in demand. Any change that reduces the quantity demanded at every price shifts the demand curve to the left and is called a decrease in demand. There are many variables that can shift the demand curve. Here are the most important. Figure 3 shifts in the demand curve. Any change that raises the quantity that buyers wish to purchase at any given price shifts the demand curve to the right. Any change that lowers the quantity that buyers wish to purchase at any given price shifts the demand curve to the left. Income. What would happen to your demand for ice cream if you lost your job one summer? Most likely, it would fall. A lower income means that you have less to spend in total, so you would have to spend less on some and probably most goods. If the demand for a good falls when income falls, the good is called a normal good. Normal good. A good for which, other things equal, an increase in income leads to an increase in demand. Not all goods are normal goods. If the demand for a good rises when income falls, the good is called an inferior good. An example of an inferior good might be bus rides. As your income falls, you are less likely to buy a car or take a cab and more likely to ride a bus. Inferior good. A good for which, other things equal, an increase in income leads to a decrease in demand. Prices of related goods. Suppose that the price of frozen yogurt falls. The law of demand says that you will buy more frozen yogurt. At the same time, you will probably buy less ice cream. Because ice cream and frozen yogurt are both cold, sweet, creamy desserts, they satisfy similar desires. When a fall in the price of one good reduces the demand for another good, the two goods are called substitutes. Substitutes are often pairs of goods that are used in place of each other, such as hot dogs and hamburgers, sweaters and sweatshirts, and movie tickets and DVD rentals. Substitutes. Two goods for which an increase in the price of one leads to an increase in the demand for the other. Now suppose that the price of hot fudge falls. According to the law of demand, you will buy more hot fudge. Yet in this case, you will buy more ice cream as well because ice cream and hot fudge are often used together. When a fall in the price of one good raises the demand for another good, the two goods are called complements. Complements are often pairs of goods that are used together, such as gasoline and automobiles, computers and software, and peanut butter and jelly. Complements. Two goods for which an increase in the price of one leads to a decrease in the demand for the other. Tastes. The most obvious determinant of your demand is your tastes. If you like ice cream, you buy more of it. Economists normally do not try to explain people's tastes because tastes are based on historical and psychological forces that are beyond the realm of economics. Economists do, however, examine what happens when tastes change. Expectations. Your expectations about the future may affect your demand for a good or service today. If you expect to earn a higher income next month, you may choose to save less now and spend more of your current income buying ice cream. If you expect the price of ice cream to fall tomorrow, you may be less willing to buy an ice cream cone at today's price. Number of buyers. In addition to the preceding factors, which influence the behavior of individual buyers, market demand depends on the number of these buyers. If Peter were to join Catherine and Nicholas as another consumer of ice cream, the quantity demanded in the market would be higher at every price, and market demand would increase. Summary. The demand curve shows what happens to the quantity demanded of a good when its price varies, holding constant all the other variables that influence buyers. When one of these other variables changes, the demand curve shifts. Table 1 lists the variables that influence how much consumers choose to buy of a good. If you have trouble remembering whether you need to shift or move along the demand curve, it helps to recall a lesson from the appendix to Chapter 2. A curve shifts when there is a change in a relevant variable that is not measured on either axis. Because the price is on the vertical axis, a change in price represents a movement along the demand curve. By contrast, income, the prices of related goods, tastes, expectations, and the number of buyers are not measured on either axis, so a change in one of these variables shifts the demand curve. 2 ways to reduce the quantity of smoking demanded. Public policy makers often want to reduce the amount that people smoke because of smoking's adverse health effects. There are 2 ways that policy can attempt to achieve this goal. One way to reduce smoking is to shift the demand curve for cigarettes and other tobacco products. Public service announcements, mandatory health warnings on cigarette packages, and the prohibition of cigarette advertising on television are all policies aimed at reducing the quantity of cigarettes demanded at any given price. If successful, these policies shift the demand curve for cigarettes to the left, as in panel A of Figure 4. What is the best way to stop this? Copyright Aces Talk/Ace Stock Limited/Alamy. Table 1 Variables that influence buyers. This table lists the variables that affect how much consumers choose to buy of any good. Notice the special role that the price of the good plays. A change in the good's price represents a movement along the demand curve, whereas a change in one of the other variables shifts the demand curve. Variable. A change in this variable, price of the good itself, represents a movement along the demand curve. Income shifts the demand curve. Prices of related goods shifts the demand curve. Tastes shifts the demand curve. Expectations shifts the demand curve. Number of buyers shifts the demand curve. Figure 4 shifts in the demand curve versus movements along the demand curve. If warnings on cigarette packages convince smokers to smoke less, the demand curve for cigarettes shifts to the left. In panel A, the demand curve shifts from D1 to D2. At a price of $2 per pack, the quantity demanded falls from 20 to 10 cigarettes per day, as reflected by the shift from point A to point B. By contrast, if a tax raises the price of cigarettes, the demand curve does not shift. Instead, we observe a movement to a different point on the demand curve. In panel B, when the price rises from $2 to $4, the quantity demanded falls from 20 to 12 cigarettes per day, as reflected by the movement from point A to point C. Alternatively, policymakers can try to raise the price of cigarettes. If the government taxes the manufacture of cigarettes, for example, cigarette companies pass much of this tax on to consumers in the form of higher prices. A higher price encourages smokers to reduce the numbers of cigarettes they smoke. In this case, the reduced amount of smoking does not represent a shift in the demand curve. Instead, it represents a movement along the same demand curve to a point with a higher price and lower quantity, as in panel B of Figure 4. How much does the amount of smoking respond to changes in the price of cigarettes? Economists have attempted to answer this question by studying what happens when the tax on cigarettes changes. They have found that a 10% increase in the price causes a 4% reduction in the quantity demanded. Teenagers are found to be especially sensitive to the price of cigarettes. A 10% increase in the price causes a 12% drop in teenage smoking. A related question is how the price of cigarettes affects the demand for illicit drugs, such as marijuana. Opponents of cigarette taxes often argue that tobacco and marijuana are substitutes so that high cigarette prices encourage marijuana use. By contrast, many experts on substance abuse view tobacco as a gateway drug leading the young to experiment with other harmful substances. Most studies of the data are consistent with this latter view. They find that lower cigarette prices are associated with greater use of marijuana. In other words, tobacco and marijuana appear to be complements rather than substitutes. Quick quiz: make up an example of a monthly demand schedule for pizza and graph the implied demand curve. Give an example of something that would shift this demand curve, and briefly explain your reasoning. Would a change in the price of pizza shift this demand curve? Supply. We now turn to the other side of the market and examine the behavior of sellers. Once again, to focus our thinking, let's consider the market for ice cream. The supply curve, the relationship between price and quantity supplied. The quantity supplied of any good or service is the amount that sellers are willing and able to sell. There are many determinants of quantity supplied, but once again, price plays a special role in our analysis. When the price of ice cream is high, selling ice cream is profitable, and so the quantity supplied is large. Sellers of ice cream work long hours, buy many ice cream machines, and hire many workers. By contrast, when the price of ice cream is low, the business is less profitable, so sellers produce less ice cream. At a low price, some sellers may even choose to shut down, and their quantity supplied falls to zero. This relationship between price and quantity supplied is called the law of supply. Other things equal, when the price of a good rises, the quantity supplied of the good also rises, and when the price falls, the quantity supplied falls as well. Quantity supplied, the amount of a good that sellers are willing and able to sell. Law of supply, the claim that, other things equal, the quantity supplied of a good rises when the price of the good rises. The table in Figure 5 shows the quantity of ice cream cones supplied each month by Ben, an ice cream seller, at various prices of ice cream. At a price below $1, Ben does not supply any ice cream at all. As the price rises, he supplies a greater and greater quantity. This is the supply schedule, a table that shows the relationship between the price of a good and the quantity supplied, holding constant everything else that influences how much producers of the good want to sell. Supply schedule, a table that shows the relationship between the price of a good and the quantity supplied. The graph in Figure 5 uses the numbers from the table to illustrate the law of supply. The curve relating price and quantity supplied is called the supply curve. The supply curve slopes upward because, other things equal, a higher price means a greater quantity supplied. Supply curve, a graph of the relationship between the price of a good and the quantity supplied. Market supply versus individual supply. Just as market demand is the sum of the demands of all buyers, market supply is the sum of the supplies of all sellers. The table in Figure 6 shows the supply schedules for the two ice cream producers in the market, Ben and Jerry. At any price, Ben's supply schedule tells us the quantity of ice cream Ben supplies, and Jerry's supply schedule tells us the quantity of ice cream Jerry supplies. The market supply is the sum of the two individual supplies. The graph in Figure 6 shows the supply curves that correspond to the supply schedules. As with demand curves, we sum the individual supply curves horizontally to obtain the market supply curve. That is, to find the total quantity supplied at any price, we add the individual quantities, which are found on the horizontal axis of the individual supply curves. The market supply curve shows how the total quantity supplied varies as the price of the good varies, holding constant all the other factors beyond price that influence producers' decisions about how much to sell. Figure 5 Ben's supply schedule and supply curve. The supply schedule is a table that shows the quantity supplied at each price. This supply curve, which graphs the supply schedule, illustrates how the quantity supplied of the good changes as its price varies. Because a higher price increases the quantity supplied, the supply curve slopes upward. Shifts in the supply curve. Because the market supply curve holds other things constant, the curve shifts when one of the factors changes. For example, suppose the price of sugar falls. Sugar is an input into producing ice cream, so the fall in the price of sugar makes selling ice cream more profitable. This raises the supply of ice cream. At any given price, sellers are now willing to produce a larger quantity. The supply curve for ice cream shifts to the right. Figure 7 illustrates shifts in supply. Any change that raises quantity supplied at every price, such as a fall in the price of sugar, shifts the supply curve to the right and is called an increase in supply. Similarly, any change that reduces the quantity supplied at every price shifts the supply curve to the left and is called a decrease in supply. There are many variables that can shift the supply curve. Here are some of the most important. Input prices. To produce their output of ice cream, sellers use various inputs: cream, sugar, flavoring, ice cream machines, the buildings in which the ice cream is made, and the labor of workers to mix the ingredients and operate the machines. When the price of one or more of these inputs rises, producing ice cream is less profitable, and firms supply less ice cream. If input prices rise substantially, a firm might shut down and supply no ice cream at all. Thus, the supply of a good is negatively related to the price of the inputs used to make the good. Figure 6 Market supply. As the sum of individual supplies, the quantity supplied in a market is the sum of the quantities supplied by all the sellers at each price. Thus, the market supply curve is found by adding horizontally the individual supply curves. At a price of $2, Ben supplies 3 ice cream cones, and Jerry supplies 4 ice cream cones. The quantity supplied in the market at this price is 7 cones. Figure 7 Shifts in the supply curve. Any change that raises the quantity that sellers wish to produce at any given price shifts the supply curve to the right. Any change that lowers the quantity that sellers wish to produce at any given price shifts the supply curve to the left. Technology. The technology for turning inputs into ice cream is another determinant of supply. The invention of the mechanized ice cream machine, for example, reduced the amount of labor necessary to make ice cream. By reducing firms' costs, the advance in technology raised the supply of ice cream. Expectations. The amount of ice cream a firm supplies today may depend on its expectations about the future. For example, if a firm expects the price of ice cream to rise in the future, it will put some of its current production into storage and supply less to the market today. Number of sellers. In addition to the preceding factors, which influence the behavior of individual sellers, market supply depends on the number of these sellers. If Ben or Jerry were to retire from the ice cream business, the supply in the market would fall. Summary. The supply curve shows what happens to the quantity supplied of a good when its price varies, holding constant all the other variables that influence sellers. When one of these other variables changes, the supply curve shifts. Table 2 lists the variables that influence how much producers choose to sell of a good. Once again, to remember whether you need to shift or move along the supply curve, keep in mind that a curve shifts only when there is a change in a relevant variable that is not named on either axis. The price is on the vertical axis, so a change in price represents a movement along the supply curve. By contrast, because input prices, technology, expectations, and the number of sellers are not measured on either axis, a change in one of these variables shifts the supply curve. Quick quiz. Make up an example of a monthly supply schedule for pizza and graph the implied supply curve. Give an example of something that would shift this supply curve, and briefly explain your reasoning. Would a change in the price of pizza shift this supply curve? Table 2 Variables that influence sellers. This table lists the variables that affect how much producers choose to sell of any good. Notice the special role that the price of the good plays. A change in the good's price represents a movement along the supply curve, whereas a change in one of the other variables shifts the supply curve. Variable. A change in this variable, price of the good itself, represents a movement along the supply curve. Input prices shifts the supply curve. Technology shifts the supply curve. Expectations shifts the supply curve. Number of sellers shifts the supply curve. Supply and demand together. Having analyzed supply and demand separately, we now combine them to see how they determine the price and quantity of a good sold in a market. Equilibrium. Figure 8 shows the market supply curve and market demand curve together. Notice that there is one point at which the supply and demand curves intersect. This point is called the market's equilibrium. The price at this intersection is called the equilibrium price, and the quantity is called the equilibrium quantity. Here the equilibrium price is $2 per cone, and the equilibrium quantity is 7 ice cream cones. Equilibrium: a situation in which the market price has reached the level at which quantity supplied equals quantity demanded. Equilibrium price: the price that balances quantity supplied and quantity demanded. Equilibrium quantity: the quantity supplied and the quantity demanded at the equilibrium price. The dictionary defines the word equilibrium as a situation in which various forces are in balance, and this also describes a market's equilibrium. At the equilibrium price, the quantity of the good that buyers are willing and able to buy exactly balances the quantity that sellers are willing and able to sell. The equilibrium price is sometimes called the market clearing price because, at this price, everyone in the market has been satisfied, buyers have bought all they want to buy, and sellers have sold all they want to sell. The actions of buyers and sellers naturally move markets toward the equilibrium of supply and demand. To see why, consider what happens when the market price is not equal to the equilibrium price. Suppose first that the market price is above the equilibrium price, as in panel A of figure 9. At a price of $2.50 per cone, the quantity of the good supplied, 10 cones, exceeds the quantity demanded, 4 cones. There is a surplus of the good, suppliers are unable to sell all they want at the going price. A surplus is sometimes called a situation of excess supply. When there is a surplus in the ice cream market, sellers of ice cream find their freezers increasingly full of ice cream they would like to sell but cannot. They respond to the surplus by cutting their prices. Falling prices, in turn, increase the quantity demanded and decrease the quantity supplied. These changes represent movements along the supply and demand curves, not shifts in the curves. Prices continue to fall until the market reaches the equilibrium. Surplus: a situation in which quantity supplied is greater than quantity demanded. Figure 8: the equilibrium of supply and demand. The equilibrium is found where the supply and demand curves intersect. At the equilibrium price, the quantity supplied equals the quantity demanded. Here the equilibrium price is $2, at this price, 7 ice cream cones are supplied, and 7 ice cream cones are demanded. Figure 9: markets not in equilibrium. In panel A, there is a surplus. Because the market price of $2.50 is above the equilibrium price, the quantity supplied, 10 cones, exceeds the quantity demanded, 4 cones. Suppliers try to increase sales by cutting the price of a cone, and this moves the price toward its equilibrium level. In panel B, there is a shortage. Because the market price of $1.50 is below the equilibrium price, the quantity demanded, 10 cones, exceeds the quantity supplied, 4 cones. With too many buyers chasing too few goods, suppliers can take advantage of the shortage by raising the price. Hence, in both cases, the price adjustment moves the market toward the equilibrium of supply and demand. Shortage: a situation in which quantity demanded is greater than quantity supplied. Suppose now that the market price is below the equilibrium price, as in panel B of figure 9. In this case, the price is $1.50 per cone, and the quantity of the good demanded exceeds the quantity supplied. There is a shortage of the good, demanders are unable to buy all they want at the going price. A shortage is sometimes called a situation of excess demand. When a shortage occurs in the ice cream market, buyers have to wait in long lines for a chance to buy one of the few cones available. With too many buyers chasing too few goods, sellers can respond to the shortage by raising their prices without losing sales. These price increases cause the quantity demanded to fall and the quantity supplied to rise. Once again, these changes represent movements along the supply and demand curves, and they move the market toward the equilibrium. Thus, regardless of whether the price starts off too high or too low, the activities of the many buyers and sellers automatically push the market price toward the equilibrium price. Once the market reaches its equilibrium, all buyers and sellers are satisfied, and there is no upward or downward pressure on the price. How quickly equilibrium is reached varies from market to market depending on how quickly prices adjust. In most free markets, surpluses and shortages are only temporary because prices eventually move toward their equilibrium levels. Non sequitur. Copyright Wiley Miller. Reprinted with permission of Universal UCLIC. All rights reserved. Indeed, this phenomenon is so pervasive that it is called the law of supply and demand. The price of any good adjusts to bring the quantity supplied and quantity demanded for that good into balance. Law of supply and demand. The claim that the price of any good adjusts to bring the quantity supplied and the quantity demanded for that good into balance. 3 steps to analyzing changes in equilibrium. So far, we have seen how supply and demand together determine a market's equilibrium, which in turn determines the price and quantity of the good that buyers purchase and sellers produce. The equilibrium price and quantity depend on the position of the supply and demand curves. When some event shifts one of these curves, the equilibrium in the market changes, resulting in a new price and a new quantity exchanged between buyers and sellers. When analyzing how some event affects the equilibrium in a market, we proceed in 3 steps. First, we decide whether the event shifts the supply curve, the demand curve, or, in some cases, both curves. Second, we decide whether the curve shifts to the right or to the left. Third, we use the supply and demand diagram to compare the initial and the new equilibrium, which shows how the shift affects the equilibrium price and quantity. Table 3 summarizes these 3 steps. To see how this recipe is used, let's consider various events that might affect the market for ice cream. Example, a change in market equilibrium due to a shift in demand. Suppose that one summer the weather is very hot. How does this event affect the market for ice cream? To answer this question, let's follow our 3 steps. 1. The hot weather affects the demand curve by changing people's taste for ice cream. That is, the weather changes the amount of ice cream that people want to buy at any given price. The supply curve is unchanged because the weather does not directly affect the firms that sell ice cream. 2. Because hot weather makes people want to eat more ice cream, the demand curve shifts to the right. Figure 10 shows this increase in demand as the shift in the demand curve from D1 to D2. This shift indicates that the quantity of ice cream demanded is higher at every price. 3. At the old price of $2, there is now an excess demand for ice cream, and this shortage induces firms to raise the price. As Figure 10 shows, the increase in demand raises the equilibrium price from $2 to $2.50 and the equilibrium quantity from 7 to 10 cones. In other words, the hot weather increases the price of ice cream and the quantity of ice cream sold. Shifts in curves versus movements along curves. Notice that when hot weather increases the demand for ice cream and drives up the price, the quantity of ice cream that firms supply rises, even though the supply curve remains the same. In this case, economists say there has been an increase in quantity supplied but no change in supply. Table 3 3 steps for analyzing changes in equilibrium. 1. Decide whether the event shifts the supply or demand curve, or perhaps both. 2. Decide in which direction the curve shifts. 3. Use the supply and demand diagram to see how the shift changes the equilibrium price and quantity. Figure 10. How an increase in demand affects the equilibrium. An event that raises quantity demanded at any given price shifts the demand curve to the right. The equilibrium price and the equilibrium quantity both rise. Here an abnormally hot summer causes buyers to demand more ice cream. The demand curve shifts from D1 to D2, which causes the equilibrium price to rise from $2 to $2.50 and the equilibrium quantity to rise from 7 to 10 cones. Supply refers to the position of the supply curve, whereas the quantity supplied refers to the amount suppliers wish to sell. In this example, supply does not change because the weather does not alter firms' desire to sell at any given price. Instead, the hot weather alters consumers' desire to buy at any given price and thereby shifts the demand curve to the right. The increase in demand causes the equilibrium price to rise. When the price rises, the quantity supplied rises. This increase in quantity supplied is represented by the movement along the supply curve. To summarize, a shift in the supply curve is called a change in supply, and a shift in the demand curve is called a change in demand. A movement along a fixed supply curve is called a change in the quantity supplied, and a movement along a fixed demand curve is called a change in the quantity demanded. Example, a change in market equilibrium due to a shift in supply. Suppose that during another summer, a hurricane destroys part of the sugarcane crop and drives up the price of sugar. How does this event affect the market for ice cream? Once again, to answer this question, we follow our 3 steps. 1. The change in the price of sugar, an input for making ice cream, affects the supply curve. By raising the costs of production, it reduces the amount of ice cream that firms produce and sell at any given price. The demand curve does not change because the higher cost of inputs does not directly affect the amount of ice cream households wish to buy. 2. The supply curve shifts to the left because, at every price, the total amount that firms are willing and able to sell is reduced. Figure 11 illustrates this decrease in supply as a shift in the supply curve from S1 to S2. 3. At the old price of $2, there is now an excess demand for ice cream, and this shortage causes firms to raise the price. As Figure 11 shows, the shift in the supply curve raises the equilibrium price from $2 to $2.50 and lowers the equilibrium quantity from 7 to 4 cones. As a result of the sugar price increase, the price of ice cream rises, and the quantity of ice cream sold falls. Figure 11. How a decrease in supply affects the equilibrium. An event that reduces quantity supplied at any given price shifts the supply curve to the left. The equilibrium price rises, and the equilibrium quantity falls. Here an increase in the price of sugar, an input, causes sellers to supply less ice cream. The supply curve shifts from S1 to S2, which causes the equilibrium price of ice cream to rise from $2 to $2.50 and the equilibrium quantity to fall from 7 to 4 cones. Example, shifts in both supply and demand. Now suppose that a heat wave and a hurricane occur during the same summer. To analyze this combination of events, we again follow our 3 steps. 1. We determine that both curves must shift. The hot weather affects the demand curve because it alters the amount of ice cream that households want to buy at any given price. At the same time, when the hurricane drives up sugar prices, it alters the supply curve for ice cream because it changes the amount of ice cream that firms want to sell at any given price. 2. The curves shift in the same directions as they did in our previous analysis. The demand curve shifts to the right, and the supply curve shifts to the left. Figure 12 illustrates these shifts. 3. As Figure 12 shows, 2 possible outcomes might result depending on the relative size of the demand and supply shifts. In both cases, the equilibrium price rises. In panel A, where demand increases substantially while supply falls just a little, the equilibrium quantity also rises. By contrast, in panel B, where supply falls substantially while demand rises just a little, the equilibrium quantity falls. Thus, these events certainly raise the price of ice cream, but their impact on the amount of ice cream sold is ambiguous, that is, it could go either way. Figure 12a shift in both supply and demand. Here we observe a simultaneous increase in demand and decrease in supply. Two outcomes are possible. In panel A, the equilibrium price rises from P1 to P2, and the equilibrium quantity rises from Q1 to Q2. In panel B, the equilibrium price again rises from P1 to P2, but the equilibrium quantity falls from Q1 to Q2. In the news. Price increases after disasters. For several days in 2010, many towns around Boston found themselves without drinkable tap water. This increased the demand for bottled water, putting upward pressure on the price. While some policymakers cried foul, this opinion piece endorses the market's natural response. What's wrong with price gouging? By Jeff Jacoby. There wasn't much Martha Coakley could do about the massive pipe break that left dozens of greater Boston towns without clean drinking water over the weekend. So she kept herself busy instead lecturing vendors not to increase the price of the bottled water that tens of thousands of consumers were suddenly in a frenzy to buy. We have begun hearing anecdotal reports of the possible price gouging of store-bought water, Coakley announced Sunday. Businesses and individuals cannot and should not take advantage of this public emergency to unfairly charge consumers, for water inspectors were being dispatched, spot checks were being conducted, and if we discover that businesses are engaging in price gouging, she warned, we will take appropriate legal action. Governor Deval Patrick got into the act, too. He ordered the state's Division of Standards to closely monitor bottled water prices in the area affected by the water emergency. There is never an excuse for taking advantage of consumers, he intoned, especially not during times like this. It never fails. No sooner does some calamity trigger an urgent need for basic resources than self-righteous voices are raised to denounce the amazingly efficient system that stimulates suppliers to speed those resources to the people who need them. That system is the free market's price mechanism, the fluctuation of prices because of changes in supply and demand. When the demand for bottled water goes through the roof, which is another way of saying that bottled water has become, relatively, scarce, the price of water quickly rises in response. That price spike may be annoying, but it's not nearly as annoying as being unable to find water for sale at any price. Rising prices help keep limited quantities from vanishing today, while increasing the odds of fresh supplies arriving tomorrow. It is easy to demonize vendors who charge what the market will bear following a catastrophe. After storm come the vultures. USA Today memorably headlined a story about the price hikes that followed Hurricane Charley in Florida in 2004. Coakley hasn't called anybody a vulture, at least not yet, but her office has dedicated a telephone hotline and is encouraging the public to drop a dime on price gougers. Before you drop that dime, though, consider who really serves the public interest: the merchant who boosts his price during a crisis, or the merchant who refuses to. A thought experiment: a massive pipe ruptures, tap water grows undrinkable, and consumers rush to buy bottled water from the only two vendors who sell it. Vendor A, not wanting to annoy the governor and attorney general, leaves the price of his water unchanged at 69 cents a bottle. Vendor B, who is more interested in doing business than truckling to politicians, more than quadruples his price to $2.99. You don't need an economics textbook to know what happens next. Customers descend on vendor A in droves, loading up on his 69-cent water. Within hours his entire stock has been cleaned out, and subsequent customers are turned away empty-handed. At vendor B's, on the other hand, sales of water are slower and there is a lot of grumbling about the high price. But even late arriving customers are able to buy the water they need, and almost no one buys more than he truly needs. A scarce resource. When demand intensifies, prices rise. And as prices rise, suppliers work harder to meet demand. The same Globe story that reported yesterday on Coakley's price gouging statement reported as well on the lengths to which bottlers and retailers were going to get more water into customers' hands. Suppliers worked overtime, pumping up production at regional bottling facilities and coordinating deliveries, reporter Aaron Aylworth noted. Polar Beverages in Worcester, for example, had emptied out its plant in the city last night and trucked in loads of water from its New York facility. Letting prices rise freely isn't the only possible response to a sudden shortage. Government rationing is an option, and so are price controls, assuming you don't object to the inevitable corruption, long lines, and black market. Better by far to let prices rise and fall freely. That isn't gouging, but plain good sense, and the best method yet devised for allocating goods and services among free men and women. Source: The Boston Globe, May 4, 2010. Summary: we have just seen 3 examples of how to use supply and demand curves to analyze a change in equilibrium. Whenever an event shifts the supply curve, the demand curve, or perhaps both curves, you can use these tools to predict how the event will alter the price and quantity sold in equilibrium. Table 4 shows the predicted outcome for any combination of shifts in the 2 curves. To make sure you understand how to use the tools of supply and demand, pick a few entries in this table and make sure you can explain to yourself why the table contains the prediction it does. Quick quiz on the appropriate diagram: show what happens to the market for pizza if the price of tomatoes rises. On a separate diagram, show what happens to the market for pizza if the price of hamburgers falls. Conclusion: how prices allocate resources. This chapter has analyzed supply and demand in a single market. Although our discussion has centered on the market for ice cream, the lessons learned here apply in most other markets as well. Whenever you go to a store to buy something, you are contributing to the demand for that item. Whenever you look for a job, you are contributing to the supply of labor services. Because supply and demand are such pervasive economic phenomena, the model of supply and demand is a powerful tool for analysis. We will be using this model repeatedly in the following chapters. One of the 10 principles of economics discussed in Chapter 1 is that markets are usually a good way to organize economic activity. Although it is still too early to judge whether market outcomes are good or bad, in this chapter we have begun to see how markets work. In any economic system, scarce resources have to be allocated among competing uses. Market economies harness the forces of supply and demand to serve that end. Supply and demand together determine the prices of the economy's many different goods and services. Prices in turn are the signals that guide the allocation of resources. $2.75. Copyright Robert Day. The New Yorker Collection /www.cartoonbank.com. For example, consider the allocation of beachfront land. Because the amount of this land is limited, not everyone can enjoy the luxury of living by the beach. Who gets this resource? The answer is whoever is willing and able to pay the price. The price of beachfront land adjusts until the quantity of land demanded exactly balances the quantity supplied. Thus, in market economies, prices are the mechanism for rationing scarce resources. Similarly, prices determine who produces each good and how much is produced. For instance, consider farming. Because we need food to survive, it is crucial that some people work on farms. What determines who is a farmer and who is not? In a free society, there is no government planning agency making this decision and ensuring an adequate supply of food. Instead, the allocation of workers to farms is based on the job decisions of millions of workers. This decentralized system works well because these decisions depend on prices. The prices of food and the wages of farm workers, the price of their labor, adjust to ensure that enough people choose to be farmers. If a person had never seen a market economy in action, the whole idea might seem preposterous. Economies are enormous groups of people engaged in a multitude of interdependent activities. What prevents decentralized decision-making from degenerating into chaos? What coordinates the actions of the millions of people with their varying abilities and desires? What ensures that what needs to be done is in fact done? The answer, in a word, is prices. If an invisible hand guides market economies, as Adam Smith famously suggested, then the price system is the baton that the invisible hand uses to conduct the economic orchestra. Summary. Economists use the model of supply and demand to analyze competitive markets. In a competitive market, there are many buyers and sellers, each of whom has little or no influence on the market price. The demand curve shows how the quantity of a good demanded depends on the price. According to the law of demand, as the price of a good falls, the quantity demanded rises. Therefore, the demand curve slopes downward. In addition to price, other determinants of how much consumers want to buy include income, the prices of substitutes and complements, tastes, expectations, and the number of buyers. If one of these factors changes, the demand curve shifts. The supply curve shows how the quantity of a good supplied depends on the price. According to the law of supply, as the price of a good rises, the quantity supplied rises. Therefore, the supply curve slopes upward. In addition to price, other determinants of how much producers want to sell include input prices, technology, expectations, and the number of sellers. If one of these factors changes, the supply curve shifts. The intersection of the supply and demand curves determines the market equilibrium. At the equilibrium price, the quantity demanded equals the quantity supplied. The behavior of buyers and sellers naturally drives markets toward their equilibrium. When the market price is above the equilibrium price, there is a surplus of the good, which causes the market price to fall. When the market price is below the equilibrium price, there is a shortage, which causes the market price to rise. To analyze how any event influences a market, we use the supply and demand diagram to examine how the event affects the equilibrium price and quantity. To do this, we follow 3 steps. First, we decide whether the event shifts the supply curve or the demand curve, or both. Second, we decide in which direction the curve shifts. Third, we compare the new equilibrium with the initial equilibrium. In market economies, prices are the signals that guide economic decisions and thereby allocate scarce resources. For every good in the economy, the price ensures that supply and demand are in balance. The equilibrium price then determines how much of the good buyers choose to consume and how much sellers choose to produce. Key concepts: market, competitive market, quantity demanded, law of demand, demand schedule, demand curve, normal good, inferior good, substitutes, complements, quantity supplied, law of supply, supply schedule, supply curve, equilibrium, equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity, surplus, shortage, law of supply and demand. Questions for review. 1. What is a competitive market? Briefly describe a type of market that is not perfectly competitive. 2. What are the demand schedule and the demand curve, and how are they related? Why does the demand curve slope downward? 3. Does a change in consumers' tastes lead to a movement along the demand curve or a shift in the demand curve? Does a change in price lead to a movement along the demand curve or a shift in the demand curve? 4. Popeye's income declines, and as a result, he buys more spinach. Is spinach an inferior or a normal good? What happens to Popeye's demand curve for spinach? 5. What are the supply schedule and the supply curve, and how are they related? Why does the supply curve slope upward? 6. Does a change in producers' technology lead to a movement along the supply curve or a shift in the supply curve? Does a change in price lead to a movement along the supply curve or a shift in the supply curve? 7. Define the equilibrium of a market. Describe the forces that move a market toward its equilibrium. 8. Beer and pizza are complements because they are often enjoyed together. When the price of beer rises, what happens to the supply, demand, quantity supplied, quantity demanded, and the price in the market for pizza? 9. Describe the role of prices in market economies. Problems and applications. 1. Explain each of the following statements using supply and demand diagrams. A. When a cold snap hits Florida, the price of orange juice rises in supermarkets throughout the country. B. When the weather turns warm in New England every summer, the price of hotel rooms in Caribbean resorts plummets. C. When a war breaks out in the Middle East, the price of gasoline rises, and the price of a used Cadillac falls. 2. An increase in the demand for notebooks raises the quantity of notebooks demanded but not the quantity supplied. Is this statement true or false? Explain. 3. Consider the market for minivans. For each of the events listed here, identify which of the determinants of demand or supply are affected. Also indicate whether demand or supply increases or decreases. Then draw a diagram to show the effect on the price and quantity of minivans. A. People decide to have more children. B. A strike by steel workers raises steel prices. C. Engineers develop new automated machinery for the production of minivans. D. The price of sports utility vehicles rises. E. A stock market crash lowers people's wealth. 4. Consider the markets for DVDs, TV screens, and tickets at movie theaters. A. For each pair, identify whether they are complements or substitutes. DVDs and TV screens, DVDs and movie tickets, TV screens and movie tickets. B. Suppose a technological advance reduces the cost of manufacturing TV screens. Draw a diagram to show what happens in the market for TV screens. C. Draw 2 more diagrams to show how the change in the market for TV screens affects the markets for DVDs and movie tickets. 5. Over the past 30 years, technological advances have reduced the cost of computer chips. How do you think this has affected the market for computers? For computer software? For typewriters? 6. Using supply and demand diagrams, show the effect of the following events on the market for sweatshirts. A. A hurricane in South Carolina damages the cotton crop. B. The price of leather jackets falls. C. All colleges require morning exercise in appropriate attire. D. New knitting machines are invented. 7. A survey shows an increase in drug use by young people. In the ensuing debate, 2 hypotheses are proposed. Reduced police efforts have increased the availability of drugs on the street. Cutbacks in education efforts have decreased awareness of the dangers of drug addiction. A. Use supply and demand diagrams to show how each of these hypotheses could lead to an increase in quantity of drugs consumed. B. How could information on what has happened to the price of drugs help us to distinguish between these explanations? 8. Suppose that in the year 2015 the number of births is temporarily high. How does this baby boom affect the price of babysitting services in 2020 and 2030? Hint: 5-year-olds need babysitters, whereas 15-year-olds can be babysitters. 9. Ketchup is a complement, as well as a condiment, for hot dogs. If the price of hot dogs rises, what happens to the market for ketchup? For tomatoes? For tomato juice? For orange juice? 10. The market for pizza has the following demand and supply schedules. Now add the old demand schedule and the demand schedule for the new students to calculate the new demand schedule for the entire college. What will be the new equilibrium price and quantity? 14. Market research has revealed the following information about the market for chocolate bars. The demand schedule can be represented by the equation QD equals 1600, 300 P, where QD is the quantity demanded and P is the price. The supply schedule can be represented by the equation QS equals 1400 plus 700 P, where QS is the quantity supplied. Calculate the equilibrium price and quantity in the market for chocolate bars. For further information on topics in this chapter, additional problems, applications, examples, online quizzes, and more, please visit our website at www.cengage.com/economics/mankiew. Elasticity and its application. Imagine that some event drives up the price of gasoline in the United States. It could be a war in the Middle East that disrupts the world supply of oil, a booming Chinese economy that boosts the world demand for oil, or a new tax on gasoline passed by Congress. How would U.S. consumers respond to the higher price? It is easy to answer this question in broad fashion: consumers would buy less. That is simply the law of demand we learned in the previous chapter, but you might want a precise answer. By how much would consumption of gasoline fall? This question can be answered using a concept called elasticity, which we develop in this chapter. Elasticity is a measure of how much buyers and sellers respond to changes in market conditions. When studying how some event or policy affects a market, we can discuss not only the direction of the effects but their magnitude as well. Elasticity is useful in many applications, as we see toward the end of this chapter. Before proceeding, however, you might be curious about the answer to the gasoline question. Many studies have examined consumers' response to gasoline prices, and they typically find that the quantity demanded responds more in the long run than it does in the short run. A 10% increase in gasoline prices reduces gasoline consumption by about 2.5% after a year and about 6% after 5 years. About half of the long-run reduction in quantity demanded arises because people drive less and half arises because they switch to more fuel-efficient cars. Both responses are reflected in the demand curve and its elasticity. The elasticity of demand. When we introduced demand in Chapter 4, we noted that consumers usually buy more of a good when its price is lower, when their incomes are higher, when the prices of substitutes for the good are higher, or when the prices of complements of the good are lower. Our discussion of demand was qualitative, not quantitative. That is, we discussed the direction in which quantity demanded moves but not the size of the change. To measure how much consumers respond to changes in these variables, economists use the concept of elasticity. Elasticity, a measure of the responsiveness of quantity demanded or quantity supplied to a change in one of its determinants. The price elasticity of demand and its determinants. The law of demand states that a fall in the price of a good raises the quantity demanded. The price elasticity of demand measures how much the quantity demanded responds to a change in price. Demand for a good is said to be elastic if the quantity demanded responds substantially to changes in the price. Demand is said to be inelastic if the quantity demanded responds only slightly to changes in the price. Price elasticity of demand, a measure of how much the quantity demanded of a good responds to a change in the price of that good, computed as the percentage change in quantity demanded divided by the percentage change in price. The price elasticity of demand for any good measures how willing consumers are to buy less of the good as its price rises. Because the demand curve reflects the many economic, social, and psychological forces that shape consumer preferences, there is no simple, universal rule for what determines the demand curve's elasticity. Based on experience, however, we can state some rules of thumb about what influences the price elasticity of demand. Availability of close substitutes. Goods with close substitutes tend to have more elastic demand because it is easier for consumers to switch from that good to others. For example, butter and margarine are easily substitutable. A small increase in the price of butter, assuming the price of margarine is held fixed, causes the quantity of butter sold to fall by a large amount. By contrast, because eggs are a food without a close substitute, the demand for eggs is less elastic than the demand for butter. Necessities versus luxuries. Necessities tend to have inelastic demands, whereas luxuries have elastic demands. When the price of a doctor's visit rises, people will not dramatically reduce the number of times they go to the doctor, although they might go somewhat less often. By contrast, when the price of sailboats rises, the quantity of sailboats demanded falls substantially. The reason is that most people view doctor visits as a necessity and sailboats as a luxury. Whether a good is a necessity or a luxury depends not on the intrinsic properties of the good but on the preferences of the buyer. For avid sailors with little concern over their health, sailboats might be a necessity with inelastic demand and doctor visits a luxury with elastic demand. Definition of the market. The elasticity of demand in any market depends on how we draw the boundaries of the market. Narrowly defined markets tend to have more elastic demand than broadly defined markets because it is easier to find close substitutes for narrowly defined goods. For example, food, a broad category, has a fairly inelastic demand because there are no good substitutes for food. Ice cream, a narrower category, has a more elastic demand because it is easy to substitute other desserts for ice cream. Vanilla ice cream, a very narrow category, has a very elastic demand because other flavors of ice cream are almost perfect substitutes for vanilla. Time horizon goods tend to have more elastic demand over longer time horizons. When the price of gasoline rises, the quantity of gasoline demanded falls only slightly in the first few months. Over time, however, people buy more fuel-efficient cars, switch to public transportation, and move closer to where they work. Within several years, the quantity of gasoline demanded falls more substantially. Computing the price elasticity of demand. Now that we have discussed the price elasticity of demand in general terms, let's be more precise about how it is measured. Economists compute the price elasticity of demand as the percentage change in the quantity demanded divided by the percentage change in the price. That is, for example, suppose that a 10% increase in the price of an ice cream cone causes the amount of ice cream you buy to fall by 20%. We calculate your elasticity of demand as. In this example, the elasticity is 2, reflecting that the change in the quantity demanded is proportionately twice as large as the change in the price. Because the quantity demanded of a good is negatively related to its price, the percentage change in quantity will always have the opposite sign as the percentage change in price. In this example, the percentage change in price is a positive 10%, reflecting an increase, and the percentage change in quantity demanded is a negative 20%, reflecting a decrease. For this reason, price elasticities of demand are sometimes reported as negative numbers. In this book, we follow the common practice of dropping the minus sign and reporting all price elasticities of demand as positive numbers. Mathematicians call this the absolute value. With this convention, a larger price elasticity implies a greater responsiveness of quantity demanded to changes in price. The midpoint method, a better way to calculate percentage changes and elasticities. If you try calculating the price elasticity of demand between 2 points on a demand curve, you will quickly notice an annoying problem: the elasticity from point A to point B seems different from the elasticity from point B to point A. For example, consider these numbers. Point A, price equals $4, quantity equals 120. Point B, price equals $6, quantity equals 80. Going from point A to point B, the price rises by 50%, and the quantity falls by 33%, indicating that the price elasticity of demand is 33/50ths, or 0.66. By contrast, going from point B to point A, the price falls by 33%, and the quantity rises by 50%, indicating that the price elasticity of demand is 50/33ths, or 1.5. This difference arises because the percentage changes are calculated from a different base. One way to avoid this problem is to use the midpoint method for calculating elasticities. The standard procedure for computing a percentage change is to divide the change by the initial level. By contrast, the midpoint method computes a percentage change by dividing the change by the midpoint, or average, of the initial and final levels. For instance, $5 is the midpoint between $4 and $6. Therefore, according to the midpoint method, a change from $4 to $6 is considered a 40% rise because 6/4/5x 100 equals 40. Similarly, a change from $6 to $4 is considered a 40% fall. Because the midpoint method gives the same answer regardless of the direction of change, it is often used when calculating the price elasticity of demand between 2 points. In our example, the midpoint between point A and point B is midpoint, price equals $5, quantity equals 100. According to the midpoint method, when going from point A to point B, the price rises by 40%, and the quantity falls by 40%. Similarly, when going from point B to point A, the price falls by 40%, and the quantity rises by 40%. In both directions, the price elasticity of demand equals 1. The following formula expresses the midpoint method for calculating the price elasticity of demand between 2 points, denoted Q1, P1, and Q2, P2. The numerator is the percentage change in quantity computed using the midpoint method, and the denominator is the percentage change in price computed using the midpoint method. If you ever need to calculate elasticities, you should use this formula. In this book, however, we rarely perform such calculations. For most of our purposes, what elasticity represents the responsiveness of quantity demanded to a change in price is more important than how it is calculated. The variety of demand curves. Economists classify demand curves according to their elasticity. Demand is considered elastic when the elasticity is greater than 1, which means the quantity moves proportionately more than the price. Demand is considered inelastic when the elasticity is less than 1, which means the quantity moves proportionately less than the price. If the elasticity is exactly 1, the quantity moves the same amount proportionately as the price, and demand is said to have unit elasticity. Because the price elasticity of demand measures how much quantity demanded responds to changes in the price, it is closely related to the slope of the demand curve. The following rule of thumb is a useful guide: the flatter the demand curve that passes through a given point, the greater the price elasticity of demand. The steeper the demand curve that passes through a given point, the smaller the price elasticity of demand. Figure 1 shows 5 cases. In the extreme case of a zero elasticity, shown in panel A, demand is perfectly inelastic, and the demand curve is vertical. In this case, regardless of the price, the quantity demanded stays the same. As the elasticity rises, the demand curve gets flatter and flatter, as shown in panels B, C, and D. At the opposite extreme, shown in panel E, demand is perfectly elastic. This occurs as the price elasticity of demand approaches infinity and the demand curve becomes horizontal, reflecting the fact that very small changes in the price lead to huge changes in the quantity demanded. Figure 1: the price elasticity of demand. The price elasticity of demand determines whether the demand curve is steep or flat. FYI. A few elasticities from the real world. We have talked about what elasticity means, what determines it, and how it is calculated. Beyond these general ideas, you might ask for a specific number. How much, precisely, does the price of a particular good influence the quantity demanded? To answer such a question, economists collect data from market them, require some assumptions about the world, and these outcomes, and apply statistical techniques to estimate the price elasticity of demand. Here are some price elasticities of demand, obtained from various studies, for a range of goods. These kinds of numbers are fun to think about, and they can be useful when comparing markets. Nonetheless, one should take these estimates with a grain of salt. One reason is that the statistical techniques used to obtain them require some assumptions about the world, and these assumptions might not be true in practice. The details of these techniques are beyond the scope of this book, but you will encounter them if you take a course in econometrics. Another reason is that the price elasticity of demand need not be the same at all points on a demand curve, as we will see shortly in the case of a linear demand curve. For both reasons, you should not be surprised if different studies report different price elasticities of demand for the same good. Finally, if you have trouble keeping straight the terms elastic and inelastic, here's a memory trick for you: inelastic curves, such as in panel A of figure 1, look like the letter I. This is not a deep insight, but it might help on your next exam. Total revenue and the price elasticity of demand. When studying changes in supply or demand in a market, one variable we often want to study is total revenue, the amount paid by buyers and received by sellers of the good. In any market, total revenue is PXQ, the price of the good times the quantity of the good sold. We can show total revenue graphically, as in figure 2. The height of the box under the demand curve is P, and the width is Q. The area of this box, PXQ, equals the total revenue in this market. In figure 2, where P equals $4 and Q equals 100, total revenue is $4 x 100, or $400. Total revenue, the amount paid by buyers and received by sellers of a good, computed as the price of the good times the quantity sold. How does total revenue change as one moves along the demand curve? The answer depends on the price elasticity of demand. If demand is inelastic, as in panel A of figure 3, then an increase in the price causes an increase in total revenue. Here an increase in price from $4 to $5 causes the quantity demanded to fall from 100 to 90, so total revenue rises from $400 to $450. An increase in price raises P x Q because the fall in Q is proportionately smaller than the rise in P. In other words, the extra revenue from selling units at a higher price, represented by area A in the figure, more than offsets the decline in revenue from selling fewer units, represented by area B. Figure 2, total revenue, the total amount paid by buyers, and received as revenue by sellers, equals the area of the box under the demand curve, P3 quetzales. Here, at a price of $4, the quantity demanded is 100, and total revenue is $400. Figure 3, how total revenue changes when price changes. The impact of a price change on total revenue, the product of price and quantity, depends on the elasticity of demand. In panel A, the demand curve is inelastic. In this case, an increase in the price leads to a decrease in quantity demanded that is proportionately smaller, so total revenue increases. Here an increase in the price from $4 to $5 causes the quantity demanded to fall from 100 to 90. Total revenue rises from $400 to $450. In panel B, the demand curve is elastic. In this case, an increase in the price leads to a decrease in quantity demanded that is proportionately larger, so total revenue decreases. Here an increase in the price from $4 to $5 causes the quantity demanded to fall from 100 to 70. Total revenue falls from $400 to $350. We obtain the opposite result if demand is elastic. An increase in the price causes a decrease in total revenue. In panel B of figure 3, for instance, when the price rises from $4 to $5, the quantity demanded falls from 100 to 70, so total revenue falls from $400 to $350. Because demand is elastic, the reduction in the quantity demanded is so great that it more than offsets the increase in the price. That is, an increase in price reduces P x Q because the fall in Q is proportionately greater than the rise in P. In this case, the extra revenue from selling units at a higher price, area A, is smaller than the decline in revenue from selling fewer units, area B. The examples in this figure illustrate some general rules. When demand is inelastic, a price elasticity less than 1, price and total revenue move in the same direction. When demand is elastic, a price elasticity greater than 1, price and total revenue move in opposite directions. If demand is unit elastic, a price elasticity exactly equal to 1, total revenue remains constant when the price changes. Elasticity and total revenue along a linear demand curve. Let's examine how elasticity varies along a linear demand curve, as shown in figure 4. We know that a straight line has a constant slope. Slope is defined as rise over run, which here is the ratio of the change in price, rise, to the change in quantity, run. This particular demand curve slope is constant because each $1 increase in price causes the same 2-unit decrease in the quantity demanded. Figure 4, elasticity of a linear demand curve. The slope of a linear demand curve is constant, but its elasticity 6 is not. The demand schedule in the table was used to calculate the price elasticity of demand by the midpoint method. At points 5 with a low price and high quantity, the demand curve is inelastic. At points with a high price and low quantity, the demand curve 4 is elastic. Even though the slope of a linear demand curve is constant, the elasticity is not. This is true because the slope is the ratio of changes in the two variables, whereas the elasticity is the ratio of percentage changes in the two variables. You can see this by looking at the table in Figure 4, which shows the demand schedule for the linear demand curve in the graph. The table uses the midpoint method to calculate the price elasticity of demand. At points with a low price and high quantity, the demand curve is inelastic. At points with a high price and low quantity, the demand curve is elastic. The table also presents total revenue at each point on the demand curve. These numbers illustrate the relationship between total revenue and elasticity. When the price is $1, for instance, demand is inelastic, and a price increase to $2 raises total revenue. When the price is $5, demand is elastic, and a price increase to $6 reduces total revenue. Between $3 and $4, demand is exactly unit elastic, and total revenue is the same at these two prices. The linear demand curve illustrates that the price elasticity of demand need not be the same at all points on a demand curve. A constant elasticity is possible, but it is not always the case. Other demand elasticities. In addition to the price elasticity of demand, economists use other elasticities to describe the behavior of buyers in a market. The income elasticity of demand. The income elasticity of demand measures how the quantity demanded changes as consumer income changes. It is calculated as the percentage change in quantity demanded divided by the percentage change in income. That is, as we discussed in Chapter 4, most goods are normal goods. Higher income raises the quantity demanded. Because quantity demanded and income move in the same direction, normal goods have positive income elasticities. A few goods, such as bus rides, are inferior goods. Higher income lowers the quantity demanded. Because quantity demanded and income move in opposite directions, inferior goods have negative income elasticities. Even among normal goods, income elasticities vary substantially in size. Necessities, such as food and clothing, tend to have small income elasticities because consumers choose to buy some of these goods even when their incomes are low. Luxuries, such as caviar and diamonds, tend to have large income elasticities because consumers feel that they can do without these goods altogether if their incomes are too low. The cross-price elasticity of demand. The cross-price elasticity of demand measures how the quantity demanded of one good responds to a change in the price of another good. It is calculated as the percentage change in quantity demanded of good 1 divided by the percentage change in the price of good 2. That is, whether the cross-price elasticity is a positive or negative number depends on whether the two goods are substitutes or complements. As we discussed in Chapter 4, substitutes are goods that are typically used in place of one another, such as hamburgers and hot dogs. An increase in hot dog prices induces people to grill hamburgers instead. Because the price of hot dogs and the quantity of hamburgers demanded move in the same direction, the cross-price elasticity is positive. Conversely, complements are goods that are typically used together, such as computers and software. In this case, the cross-price elasticity is negative, indicating that an increase in the price of computers reduces the quantity of software demanded. Quick quiz. Define the price elasticity of demand. Explain the relationship between total revenue and the price elasticity of demand. The elasticity of supply. When we introduced supply in Chapter 4, we noted that producers of a good offer to sell more of it when the price of the good rises. To turn from qualitative to quantitative statements about quantity supplied, we once again use the concept of elasticity. The price elasticity of supply and its determinants. The law of supply states that higher prices raise the quantity supplied. The price elasticity of supply measures how much the quantity supplied responds to changes in the price. Supply of a good is said to be elastic if the quantity supplied responds substantially to changes in the price. Supply is said to be inelastic if the quantity supplied responds only slightly to changes in the price. Price elasticity of supply, a measure of how much the quantity supplied of a good responds to a change in the price of that good, computed as the percentage change in quantity supplied divided by the percentage change in price. The price elasticity of supply depends on the flexibility of sellers to change the amount of the good they produce. For example, beachfront land has an inelastic supply because it is almost impossible to produce more of it. By contrast, manufactured goods, such as books, cars, and televisions, have elastic supplies because firms that produce them can run their factories longer in response to a higher price. In most markets, a key determinant of the price elasticity of supply is the time period being considered. Supply is usually more elastic in the long run than in the short run. Over short periods of time, firms cannot easily change the size of their factories to make more or less of a good. Thus, in the short run, the quantity supplied is not very responsive to the price. By contrast, over longer periods, firms can build new factories or close old ones. In addition, new firms can enter a market, and old firms can shut down. Thus, in the long run, the quantity supplied can respond substantially to price changes. Computing the price elasticity of supply. Now that we have a general understanding about the price elasticity of supply, let's be more precise. Economists compute the price elasticity of supply as the percentage change in the quantity supplied divided by the percentage change in the price. That is, for example, suppose that an increase in the price of milk from $2.85 to $3.15 a gallon raises the amount that dairy farmers produce from 9,000 to 11,000 gallons per month. Using the midpoint method, we calculate the percentage change in price as percentage change in price equals 3.15 2.85/3.00 x 100 equals 10%. Similarly, we calculate the percentage change in quantity supplied as percentage change in quantity supplied equals 11,0009,000/10,000 x 100 equals 20%. In this case, the price elasticity of supply is. In this example, the elasticity of 2 indicates that the quantity supply changes proportionately twice as much as the price. The variety of supply curves. Because the price elasticity of supply measures the responsiveness of quantity supplied to the price, it is reflected in the appearance of the supply curve. Figure 5 shows 5 cases. In the extreme case of a zero elasticity, as shown in panel A, supply is perfectly inelastic, and the supply curve is vertical. In this case, the quantity supplied is the same regardless of the price. As the elasticity rises, the supply curve gets flatter, which shows that the quantity supplied responds more to changes in the price. At the opposite extreme, shown in panel E, supply is perfectly elastic. This occurs as the price elasticity of supply approaches infinity and the supply curve becomes horizontal, meaning that very small changes in the price lead to very large changes in the quantity supplied. In some markets, the elasticity of supply is not constant but varies over the supply curve. Figure 6 shows a typical case for an industry in which firms have factories with a limited capacity for production. For low levels of quantity supplied, the elasticity of supply is high, indicating that firms respond substantially to changes in the price. In this region, firms have capacity for production that is not being used, such as plants and equipment idle for all or part of the day. Small increases in price make it profitable for firms to begin using this idle capacity. As the quantity supplied rises, firms begin to reach capacity. Once capacity is fully used, increasing production further requires the construction of new plants. To induce firms to incur this extra expense, the price must rise substantially, so supply becomes less elastic. Figure 6 presents a numerical example of this phenomenon. When the price rises from $3 to $4, a 29% increase, according to the midpoint method, the quantity supplied rises from 100 to 200, a 67% increase. Because quantity supplied changes proportionately more than the price, the supply curve has elasticity greater than 1. By contrast, when the price rises from $12 to $15, a 22% increase, the quantity supplied rises from 500 to 525, a 5% increase. In this case, quantity supplied moves proportionately less than the price, so the elasticity is less than 1. Quick quiz: define the price elasticity of supply. Explain why the price elasticity of supply might be different in the long run than in the short run. Figure 5: the price elasticity of supply. The price elasticity of supply determines whether the supply curve is steep or flat. Note that all percentage changes are calculated using the midpoint method. Figure 6: how the price elasticity of supply can vary because firms often have a maximum capacity for production. The elasticity of supply may be very high at low levels of quantity supplied and very low at high levels of quantity supplied. Here, an increase in price from $3 to $4 increases the quantity supplied from 100 to 200. Because the 67% increase in quantity supplied, computed using the midpoint method, is larger than the 29% increase in price, the supply price rises from $12 to $15, the quantity supplied rises only from 500 to 525. Because the 5% increase in quantity supplied is smaller than the 22% increase in price, the supply curve is inelastic in this range. 3 applications of supply, demand, and elasticity. Can good news for farming be bad news for farmers? Why did OPEC fail to keep the price of oil high? Does drug interdiction increase or decrease drug-related crime? At first, these questions might seem to have little in common. Yet all 3 questions are about markets, and all markets are subject to the forces of supply and demand. Here we apply the versatile tools of supply, demand, and elasticity to answer these seemingly complex questions. Can good news for farming be bad news for farmers? Imagine yourself as a Kansas wheat farmer. Because you earn all your income from selling wheat, you devote much effort to making your land as productive as possible. You monitor weather and soil conditions, check your fields for pests and disease, and study the latest advances in farm technology. You know that the more wheat you grow, the more you will have to sell after the harvest, and the higher will be your income and your standard of living. One day, Kansas State University announces a major discovery. Researchers in its agronomy department have devised a new hybrid of wheat that raises the amount farmers can produce from each acre of land by 20%. How should you react to this news? Does this discovery make you better off or worse off than you were before? Recall from Chapter 4 that we answer such questions in 3 steps. First, we examine whether the supply or demand curve shifts. Second, we consider in which direction the curve shifts. Third, we use the supply and demand diagram to see how the market equilibrium changes. In this case, the discovery of the new hybrid affects the supply curve. Because the hybrid increases the amount of wheat that can be produced on each acre of land, farmers are now willing to supply more wheat at any given price. In other words, the supply curve shifts to the right. The demand curve remains the same because consumers' desire to buy wheat products at any given price is not affected by the introduction of a new hybrid. Figure 7 shows an example of such a change. When the supply curve shifts from S1 to S2, the quantity of wheat sold increases from 100 to 110, and the price of wheat falls from $3 to $2. Does this discovery make farmers better off? As a first cut to answering this question, consider what happens to the total revenue received by farmers. Farmers' total revenue is P times Q, the price of the wheat times the quantity sold. The discovery affects farmers in 2 conflicting ways. The hybrid allows farmers to produce more wheat, Q rises, but now each bushel of wheat sells for less, P falls. Whether total revenue rises or falls depends on the elasticity of demand. In practice, the demand for basic foodstuffs such as wheat is usually inelastic because these items are relatively inexpensive and have few good substitutes. When the demand curve is inelastic, as it is in Figure 7, a decrease in price causes total revenue to fall. You can see this in the figure, the price of wheat falls substantially, whereas the quantity of wheat sold rises only slightly. Total revenue falls from $300 to $220. Thus, the discovery of the new hybrid lowers the total revenue that farmers receive from the sale of their crops. If farmers are made worse off by the discovery of this new hybrid, one might wonder why they adopt it. The answer goes to the heart of how competitive markets work. Because each farmer is only a small part of the market for wheat, he or she takes the price of wheat as given. For any given price of wheat, it is better to use the new hybrid to produce and sell more wheat. Yet when all farmers do this, the supply of wheat increases, the price falls, and farmers are worse off. Although this example may at first seem hypothetical, it helps to explain a major change in the U.S. economy over the past century. 200 years ago, most Americans lived on farms. Knowledge about farm methods was sufficiently primitive that most Americans had to be farmers to produce enough food to feed the nation's population. Yet over time, advances in farm technology increased the amount of food that each farmer could produce. This increase in food supply, together with inelastic food demand, caused farm revenues to fall, which in turn encouraged people to leave farming. Figure 7. An increase in supply in the market for wheat. When an advance in farm technology increases the supply of wheat from S1 to S2, the price of wheat falls. Because the demand for wheat is inelastic, the increase in the quantity sold from 100 to 110 is proportionately smaller than the decrease in the price from $3 to $2. As a result, farmers' total revenue falls from $300, $3 x 100, to $220, $2 x 110. A few numbers show the magnitude of this historic change. As recently as 1950, 10 million people worked on farms in the United States, representing 17% of the labor force. Today, fewer than 3 million people work on farms, or 2% of the labor force. This change coincided with tremendous advances in farm productivity. Despite the 70% drop in the number of farmers, U.S. farms now produce more than twice the output of crops and livestock that they did in 1950. This analysis of the market for farm products also helps to explain a seeming paradox of public policy. Certain farm programs try to help farmers by inducing them not to plant crops on all of their land. The purpose of these programs is to reduce the supply of farm products and thereby raise prices. With inelastic demand for their products, farmers as a group receive greater total revenue if they supply a smaller crop to the market. No single farmer would choose to leave his land fallow on his own because each takes the market price as given. But if all farmers do so together, each of them can be better off. When analyzing the effects of farm technology or farm policy, it is important to keep in mind that what is good for farmers is not necessarily good for society as a whole. Improvement in farm technology can be bad for farmers because it makes farmers increasingly unnecessary, but it is surely good for consumers who pay less for food. Similarly, a policy aimed at reducing the supply of farm products may raise the incomes of farmers, but it does so at the expense of consumers. Why did OPEC fail to keep the price of oil high? Many of the most disruptive events for the world's economies over the past several decades have originated in the world market for oil. In the 1970s, members of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, decided to raise the world price of oil to increase their incomes. These countries accomplished this goal by jointly reducing the amount of oil they supplied. From 1973 to 1974, the price of oil, adjusted for overall inflation, rose more than 50%. Then, a few years later, OPEC did the same thing again. From 1979 to 1981, the price of oil approximately doubled. Doonesbury, copyright 1972 G.B. Trudeau. Reprinted with permission of Universal UCLIC. All rights reserved. Yet OPEC found it difficult to maintain a high price. From 1982 to 1985, the price of oil steadily declined about 10% per year. Dissatisfaction and disarray soon prevailed among the OPEC countries. In 1986, cooperation among OPEC members completely broke down, and the price of oil plunged 45%. In 1990, the price of oil, adjusted for overall inflation, was back to where it began in 1970, and it stayed at that low level throughout most of the 1990s. In the first decade of the 21st century, the price of oil fluctuated substantially once again, but the main driving force was changes in world demand rather than OPEC supply restrictions. Early in the decade, oil demand and prices spiked up, in part because of a large and rapidly growing Chinese economy. Prices plunged in 2008-2009 as the world economy fell into a deep recession and then started rising once again as the world economy started to recover. The OPEC episodes of the 1970s and 1980s show how supply and demand can behave differently in the short run and in the long run. In the short run, both the supply and demand for oil are relatively inelastic. Supply is inelastic because the quantity of known oil reserves and the capacity for oil extraction cannot be changed quickly. Demand is inelastic because buying habits do not respond immediately to changes in price. Thus, as panel A of Figure 8 shows, the short-run supply and demand curves are steep. When the supply of oil shifts from S1 to S2, the price increase from P1 to P2 is large. The situation is very different in the long run. Over long periods of time, producers of oil outside OPEC respond to high prices by increasing oil exploration and by building new extraction capacity. Consumers respond with greater conservation, such as by replacing old inefficient cars with newer efficient ones. Thus, as panel B of Figure 8 shows, the long-run supply and demand curves are more elastic. In the long run, the shift in the supply curve from SI to S2 causes a much smaller increase in the price. Figure 8. A reduction in supply in the world market for oil. When the supply of oil falls, the response depends on the time horizon. In the short run, supply and demand are relatively inelastic, as in panel A. Thus, when the supply curve shifts from 51 to 52, the price rises substantially. By contrast, in the long run, supply and demand are relatively elastic, as in panel B. In this case, the same size shift in the supply curve, 51 to 52, causes a smaller increase in the price. This analysis shows why OPEC succeeded in maintaining a high price of oil only in the short run. When OPEC countries agreed to reduce their production of oil, they shifted the supply curve to the left. Even though each OPEC member sold less oil, the price rose by so much in the short run that OPEC incomes rose. By contrast, in the long run, when supply and demand are more elastic, the same reduction in supply, measured by the horizontal shift in the supply curve, caused a smaller increase in the price. Thus, OPEC's coordinated reduction in supply proved less profitable in the long run. The cartel learned that raising prices is easier in the short run than in the long run. Does drug interdiction increase or decrease drug-related crime? A persistent problem facing our society is the use of illegal drugs, such as heroin, cocaine, ecstasy, and crack. Drug use has several adverse effects. One is that drug dependence can ruin the lives of drug users and their families. Another is that drug addicts often turn to robbery and other violent crimes to obtain the money needed to support their habit. To discourage the use of illegal drugs, the U.S. government devotes billions of dollars each year to reduce the flow of drugs into the country. Let's use the tools of supply and demand to examine this policy of drug interdiction. Suppose the government increases the number of federal agents devoted to the war on drugs. What happens in the market for illegal drugs? As is usual, we answer this question in 3 steps. First, we consider whether the supply or demand curve shifts. Second, we consider the direction of the shift. Third, we see how the shift affects the equilibrium price and quantity. Although the purpose of drug interdiction is to reduce drug use, its direct impact is on the sellers of drugs rather than the buyers. When the government stops some drugs from entering the country and arrests more smugglers, it raises the cost of selling drugs and, therefore, reduces the quantity of drugs supplied at any given price. The demand for drugs, the amount buyers want at any given price, is not changed. As panel A of figure 9 shows, interdiction shifts the supply curve to the left from Si to S2 and leaves the demand curve the same. The equilibrium price of drugs rises from pi to P2, and the equilibrium quantity falls from Chi to Q2. The fall in the equilibrium quantity shows that drug interdiction does reduce drug use. But what about the amount of drug-related crime? To answer this question, consider the total amount that drug users pay for the drugs they buy. Because few drug addicts are likely to break their destructive habits in response to a higher price, it is likely that the demand for drugs is inelastic, as it is drawn in the figure. If demand is inelastic, then an increase in price raises total revenue in the drug market. That is, because drug interdiction raises the price of drugs proportionately more than it reduces drug use, it raises the total amount of money that drug users pay for drugs. Addicts who already had to steal to support their habits would have an even greater need for quick cash. Thus, drug interdiction could increase drug-related crime. Because of this adverse effect of drug interdiction, some analysts argue for alternative approaches to the drug problem. Rather than trying to reduce the supply of drugs, policymakers might try to reduce the demand by pursuing a policy of drug education. Successful drug education has the effects shown in panel B of figure 9. The demand curve shifts to the left from D to D2. As a result, the equilibrium quantity falls from Chi to Q2, and the equilibrium price falls from pi to P2. Figure 9 policies to reduce the use of illegal drugs. Drug interdiction reduces the supply of drugs from 51 to 52, as in panel A. If the demand for drugs is inelastic, then the total amount paid by drug users rises, even as the amount of drug use falls. By contrast, drug education reduces the demand for drugs from D1 to D2, as in panel B. Because both price and quantity fall, the amount paid by drug users falls. Total revenue, which is price times quantity, also falls. Thus, in contrast to drug interdiction, drug education can reduce both drug use and drug-related crime. Advocates of drug interdiction might argue that the long-run effects of this policy are different from the short-run effects because the elasticity of demand depends on the time horizon. The demand for drugs is probably inelastic over short periods because higher prices do not substantially affect drug use by established addicts. But demand may be more elastic over longer periods because higher prices would discourage experimentation with drugs among the young and, over time, lead to fewer drug addicts. In this case, drug interdiction would increase drug-related crime in the short run while decreasing it in the long run. Quick quiz: how might a drought that destroys half of all farm crops be good for farmers? If such a drought is good for farmers, why don't farmers destroy their own crops in the absence of a drought? Conclusion. According to an old quip, even a parrot can become an economist simply by learning to say supply and demand. These last two chapters should have convinced you that there is much truth in this statement. The tools of supply and demand allow you to analyze many of the most important events and policies that shape the economy. You are now well on your way to becoming an economist, or at least a well-educated parrot. Summary. The price elasticity of demand measures how much the quantity demanded responds to changes in the price. Demand tends to be more elastic if close substitutes are available, if the good is a luxury rather than a necessity, if the market is narrowly defined, or if buyers have substantial time to react to a price change. The price elasticity of demand is calculated as the percentage change in quantity demanded divided by the percentage change in price. If quantity demanded moves proportionately less than the price, then the elasticity is less than 1, and demand is said to be inelastic. If quantity demanded moves proportionately more than the price, then the elasticity is greater than 1, and demand is said to be elastic. Total revenue, the total amount paid for a good, equals the price of the good times the quantity sold. For inelastic demand curves, total revenue moves in the same direction as the price. For elastic demand curves, total revenue moves in the opposite direction as the price. The income elasticity of demand measures how much the quantity demanded responds to changes in consumers' income. The cross-price elasticity of demand measures how much the quantity demanded of one good responds to changes in the price of another good. The price elasticity of supply measures how much the quantity supplied responds to changes in the price. This elasticity often depends on the time horizon under consideration. In most markets, supply is more elastic in the long run than in the short run. The price elasticity of supply is calculated as the percentage change in quantity supplied divided by the percentage change in price. If quantity supplied moves proportionately less than the price, then the elasticity is less than 1, and supply is said to be inelastic. If quantity supplied moves proportionately more than the price, then the elasticity is greater than 1, and supply is said to be elastic. The tools of supply and demand can be applied in many different kinds of markets. This chapter uses them to analyze the market for wheat, the market for oil, and the market for illegal drugs. Key concepts: elasticity, price elasticity of demand, total revenue, income elasticity of demand, cross-price elasticity of demand, price elasticity of supply. Questions for review. 1. Define the price elasticity of demand and the income elasticity of demand. 2. List and explain the 4 determinants of the price elasticity of demand discussed in the chapter. 3. What is the main advantage of using the midpoint method for calculating elasticity? 4. If the elasticity is greater than 1, is demand elastic or inelastic? If the elasticity equals 0, is demand perfectly elastic or perfectly inelastic? 5. On a supply and demand diagram, show equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity, and the total revenue received by producers. 6. If demand is elastic, how will an increase in price change total revenue? Explain. 7. What do we call a good whose income elasticity is less than 0? 8. How is the price elasticity of supply calculated? Explain what it measures. 9. What is the price elasticity of supply of Picasso paintings? 10. Is the price elasticity of supply usually larger in the short run or in the long run? Why? 11. How can elasticity help explain why drug interdiction could reduce the supply of drugs, yet possibly increase drug-related crime? Problems and applications. 1. For each of the following pairs of goods, which good would you expect to have more elastic demand and why? A. Required textbooks or mystery novels. B. Beethoven recordings or classical music recordings in general. C. Subway rides during the next 6 months or subway rides during the next 5 years. D. Root beer or water. 2. Suppose that business travelers and vacationers have the following demand for airline tickets from New York to Boston. A. As the price of tickets rises from $200 to $250, what is the price elasticity of demand for I. business travelers and 2. vacationers? Use the midpoint method in your calculations. B. Why might vacationers have a different elasticity from business travelers? 3. Suppose the price elasticity of demand for heating oil is 0.2 in the short run and 0.7 in the long run. A. If the price of heating oil rises from $1.80 to $2.20 per gallon, what happens to the quantity of heating oil demanded in the short run? In the long run? Use the midpoint method in your calculations. B. Why might this elasticity depend on the time horizon? 4. A price change causes the quantity demanded of a good to decrease by 30%, while the total revenue of that good increases by 15%. Is the demand curve elastic or inelastic? Explain. 5. The equilibrium price of coffee mugs rose sharply last month, but the equilibrium quantity was the same as ever. 3 people tried to explain the situation. Which explanations could be right? Explain your logic. Billy, demand increased, but supply was totally inelastic. Marion, supply increased, but so did demand. Valerie, supply decreased, but demand was totally inelastic. 6. Suppose that your demand schedule for DVDs is as follows. Price. Quantity demanded, income equals $10,000. Quantity demanded, income equals $12,000. A. Use the midpoint method to calculate your price elasticity of demand as the price of DVDs increases from $8 to $10 if I. Your income is $10,000 and 2. Your income is $12,000. B. Calculate your income elasticity of demand as your income increases from $10,000 to $12,000 if I. The price is $12 and 2. The price is $16. 7. You have the following information about good X and good Y. Income elasticity of demand for good X. 3. Cross price elasticity of demand for good X with respect to the price of good Y. 2. Would an increase in income and a decrease in the price of good Y unambiguously decrease the demand for good X? Why or why not? 8. Maria has decided always to spend 1/3 of her income on clothing. A. What is her income elasticity of clothing demand? B. What is her price elasticity of clothing demand? C. If Maria's tastes change and she decides to spend only 1/4 of her income on clothing, how does her demand curve change? What is her income elasticity and price elasticity now? 9. The New York Times reported, February 17, 1996, that subway ridership declined after a fare increase. There were nearly 4 million fewer riders in December 1995, the first full month after the price of a token increased 25 cents to $1.50, than in the previous December, a 4.3% decline. A. Use these data to estimate the price elasticity of demand for subway rides. B. According to your estimate, what happens to the transit authority's revenue when the fare rises? C. Why might your estimate of the elasticity be unreliable? 10. Two drivers Tom and Jerry each drive up to a gas station. Before looking at the price, each places an order. Tom says, "I'd like 10 gallons of gas." Jerry says, "I'd like $10 worth of gas." What is each driver's price elasticity of demand? 11. Consider public policy aimed at smoking. A. Studies indicate that the price elasticity of demand for cigarettes is about 0.4. If a pack of cigarettes currently costs $2 and the government wants to reduce smoking by 20%, by how much should it increase the price? B. If the government permanently increases the price of cigarettes, will the policy have a larger effect on smoking 1 year from now or 5 years from now? C. Studies also find that teenagers have a higher price elasticity than do adults. Why might this be true? 12. You are the curator of a museum. The museum is running short of funds, so you decide to increase revenue. Should you increase or decrease the price of admission? Explain. 13. Pharmaceutical drugs have an inelastic demand, and computers have an elastic demand. Suppose that technological advance doubles the supply of both products, that is, the quantity supplied at each price is twice what it was. A. What happens to the equilibrium price and quantity in each market? B. Which product experiences a larger change in price? C. Which product experiences a larger change in quantity? D. What happens to total consumer spending on each product? 14. Several years ago, flooding along the Missouri and the Mississippi rivers destroyed thousands of acres of wheat. A. Farmers whose crops were destroyed by the floods were much worse off, but farmers whose crops were not destroyed benefited from the floods. Why? B. What information would you need about the market for wheat to assess whether farmers as a group were hurt or helped by the floods? 15. Explain why the following might be true. A drought around the world raises the total revenue that farmers receive from the sale of grain, but a drought only in Kansas reduces the total revenue that Kansas farmers receive. For further information on topics in this chapter, additional problems, applications, examples, online quizzes, and more, please visit our website at www.cengage.com/economics/mankiew. Supply, demand, and government policies. Economists have two roles. As scientists, they develop and test theories to explain the world around them. As policy advisors, they use their theories to help change the world for the better. The focus of the preceding 2 chapters has been scientific. We have seen how supply and demand determine the price of a good and the quantity of the good sold. We have also seen how various events shift supply and demand and thereby change the equilibrium price and quantity. This chapter offers our first look at policy. Here we analyze various types of government policy using only the tools of supply and demand. As you will see, the analysis yields some surprising insights. Policies often have effects that their architects did not intend or anticipate. We begin by considering policies that directly control prices. For example, rent control laws dictate a maximum rent that landlords may charge tenants. Minimum wage laws dictate the lowest wage that firms may pay workers. Price controls are usually enacted when policymakers believe that the market price of a good or service is unfair to buyers or sellers. Yet, as we will see, these policies can generate inequities of their own. After discussing price controls, we consider the impact of taxes. Policymakers use taxes to raise revenue for public purposes and to influence market outcomes. Although the prevalence of taxes in our economy is obvious, their effects are not. For example, when the government levies a tax on the amount that firms pay their workers, do the firms or the workers bear the burden of the tax? The answer is not at all clear until we apply the powerful tools of supply and demand. Controls on prices. To see how price controls affect market outcomes, let's look once again at the market for ice cream. As we saw in Chapter 4, if ice cream is sold in a competitive market free of government regulation, the price of ice cream adjusts to balance supply and demand. At the equilibrium price, the quantity of ice cream that buyers want to buy exactly equals the quantity that sellers want to sell. To be concrete, suppose the equilibrium price is $3 per cone. Not everyone may be happy with the outcome of this free market process. Let's say the American Association of Ice Cream Eaters complains that the $3 price is too high for everyone to enjoy a cone a day, their recommended daily allowance. Meanwhile, the National Organization of Ice Cream Makers complains that the $3 price, the result of cutthroat competition, is too low and is depressing the incomes of its members. Each of these groups lobbies the government to pass laws that alter the market outcome by directly controlling the price of an ice cream cone. Because buyers of any good always want a lower price while sellers want a higher price, the interests of the two groups conflict. If the ice cream eaters are successful in their lobbying, the government imposes a legal maximum on the price at which ice cream cones can be sold. Because the price is not allowed to rise above this level, the legislated maximum is called a price ceiling. By contrast, if the ice cream makers are successful, the government imposes a legal minimum on the price. Because the price cannot fall below this level, the legislated minimum is called a price floor. Let us consider the effects of these policies in turn. Price ceiling, a legal maximum on the price at which a good can be sold. Price floor, a legal minimum on the price at which a good can be sold. How price ceilings affect market outcomes. When the government, moved by the complaints and campaign contributions of the ice cream eaters, imposes a price ceiling on the market for ice cream, two outcomes are possible. In Panel A of Figure 1, the government imposes a price ceiling of $4 per cone. In this case, because the price that balances supply and demand, $3, is below the ceiling, the price ceiling is not binding. Market forces naturally move the economy to the equilibrium, and the price ceiling has no effect on the price or the quantity sold. Panel B of Figure 1 shows the other, more interesting, possibility. In this case, the government imposes a price ceiling of $2 per cone. Because the equilibrium price of $3 is above the price ceiling, the ceiling is a binding constraint on the market. The forces of supply and demand tend to move the price toward the equilibrium price, but when the market price hits the ceiling, it can, by law, rise no further. Thus, the market price equals the price ceiling. At this price, the quantity of ice cream demanded, 125 cones in the figure, exceeds the quantity supplied, 75 cones. There is a shortage, 50 people who want to buy ice cream at the going price are unable to do so. Figure 1a, market with a price ceiling. In panel A, the government imposes a price ceiling of $4. Because the price ceiling is above the equilibrium price of $3, the price ceiling has no effect, and the market can reach the equilibrium of supply and demand. In this equilibrium, quantity supplied and quantity demanded both equal 100 cones. In panel B, the government imposes a price ceiling of $2. Because the price ceiling is below the equilibrium price of $3, the market price equals $2. At this price, 125 cones are demanded and only 75 are supplied, so there is a shortage of 50 cones. In response to this shortage, some mechanism for rationing ice cream will naturally develop. The mechanism could be long lines. Buyers who are willing to arrive early and wait in line get a cone, but those unwilling to wait do not. Alternatively, sellers could ration ice cream cones according to their own personal biases, selling them only to friends, relatives, or members of their own racial or ethnic group. Notice that even though the price ceiling was motivated by a desire to help buyers of ice cream, not all buyers benefit from the policy. Some buyers do get to pay a lower price, although they may have to wait in line to do so, but other buyers cannot get any ice cream at all. This example in the market for ice cream shows a general result. When the government imposes a binding price ceiling on a competitive market, a shortage of the good arises, and sellers must ration the scarce goods among the large number of potential buyers. The rationing mechanisms that develop under price ceilings are rarely desirable. Long lines are inefficient because they waste buyers' time. Discrimination according to seller bias is both inefficient, because the good does not necessarily go to the buyer who values it most highly, and potentially unfair. By contrast, the rationing mechanism in a free, competitive market is both efficient and impersonal. When the market for ice cream reaches its equilibrium, anyone who wants to pay the market price can get a cone. Free markets ration goods with prices. Lines at the gas pump. As we discussed in the preceding chapter, in 1973 the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, raised the price of crude oil in world oil markets. Because crude oil is the major input used to make gasoline, the higher oil prices reduced the supply of gasoline. Long lines at gas stations became commonplace, and motorists often had to wait for hours to buy only a few gallons of gas. What was responsible for the long gas lines? Most people blame OPEC. Surely, if OPEC had not raised the price of crude oil, the shortage of gasoline would not have occurred. Yet economists blame U.S. government regulations that limited the price oil companies could charge for gasoline. Figure 2 shows what happened. As shown in panel A, before OPEC raised the price of crude oil, the equilibrium price of gasoline, P1, was below the price ceiling. The price regulation, therefore, had no effect. When the price of crude oil rose, however, the situation changed. The increase in the price of crude oil raised the cost of producing gasoline, and this reduced the supply of gasoline. As panel B shows, the supply curve shifted to the left from S1 to S2. In an unregulated market, this shift in supply would have raised the equilibrium price of gasoline from P1 to P2, and no shortage would have resulted. Instead, the price ceiling prevented the price from rising to the equilibrium level. At the price ceiling, producers were willing to sell QS, and consumers were willing to buy QD. Thus, the shift in supply caused a severe shortage at the regulated price. Figure 2, the market for gasoline with a price ceiling. Panel A shows the gasoline market when the price ceiling is not binding because the equilibrium price, P1, is below the ceiling. Panel B shows the gasoline market after an increase in the price of crude oil. An input into making gasoline shifts the supply curve to the left from S1 to S2. In an unregulated market, the price would have risen from P1 to P2. The price ceiling, however, prevents this from happening. At the binding price ceiling, consumers are willing to buy QD, but producers of gasoline are willing to sell only QS. The difference between quantity demanded and quantity supplied, QD/QS, measures the gasoline shortage. Eventually, the laws regulating the price of gasoline were repealed. Lawmakers came to understand that they were partly responsible for the many hours Americans lost waiting in line to buy gasoline. Today, when the price of crude oil changes, the price of gasoline can adjust to bring supply and demand into equilibrium. Rent control in the short run and the long run. One common example of a price ceiling is rent control. In many cities, the local government places a ceiling on rents that landlords may charge their tenants. The goal of this policy is to help the poor by making housing more affordable. Economists often criticize rent control, arguing that it is a highly inefficient way to help the poor raise their standard of living. One economist called rent control the best way to destroy a city, other than bombing. The adverse effects of rent control are less apparent to the general population because these effects occur over many years. In the short run, landlords have a fixed number of apartments to rent, and they cannot adjust this number quickly as market conditions change. Moreover, the number of people searching for housing in a city may not be highly responsive to rents in the short run because people take time to adjust their housing arrangements. Therefore, the short-run supply and demand for housing are relatively inelastic. Panel A of Figure 3 shows the short-run effects of rent control on the housing market. As with any binding price ceiling, rent control causes a shortage. Yet because supply and demand are inelastic in the short run, the initial shortage caused by rent control is small. The primary effect in the short run is to reduce rents. Figure 3 rent control in the short run and in the long run. Panel A shows the short run effects of rent control. Because the supply and demand curves for apartments are relatively inelastic, the price ceiling imposed by rent control law causes only a small shortage of housing. Panel B shows the long-run effects of rent control. Because the supply and demand curves for apartments are more elastic, rent control causes a large shortage. The long-run story is very different because the buyers and sellers of rental housing respond more to market conditions as time passes. On the supply side, landlords respond to low rents by not building new apartments and by failing to maintain existing ones. On the demand side, low rents encourage people to find their own apartments, rather than living with their parents or sharing apartments with roommates, and induce more people to move into a city. Therefore, both supply and demand are more elastic in the long run. Panel B of Figure 3 illustrates the housing market in the long run. When rent control depresses rents below the equilibrium level, the quantity of apartments supplied falls substantially, and the quantity of apartments demanded rises substantially. The result is a large shortage of housing. In cities with rent control, landlords use various mechanisms to ration housing. Some landlords keep long waiting lists. Others give a preference to tenants without children. Still others discriminate on the basis of race. Sometimes apartments are allocated to those willing to offer under-the-table payments to building superintendents. In essence, these bribes bring the total price of an apartment, including the bribe, closer to the equilibrium price. To understand fully the effects of rent control, we have to remember one of the 10 principles of economics from Chapter 1, people respond to incentives. In free markets, landlords try to keep their buildings clean and safe because desirable apartments command higher prices. By contrast, when rent control creates shortages and waiting lists, landlords lose their incentive to respond to tenants' concerns. Why should a landlord spend money to maintain and improve the property when people are waiting to get in as it is? In the end, tenants get lower rents, but they also get lower quality housing. Policymakers often react to the effects of rent control by imposing additional regulations. For example, various laws make racial discrimination in housing illegal and require landlords to provide minimally adequate living conditions. These laws, however, are difficult and costly to enforce. By contrast, when rent control is eliminated and a market for housing is regulated by the forces of competition, such laws are less necessary. In a free market, the price of housing adjusts to eliminate the shortages that give rise to undesirable landlord behavior. How price floors affect market outcomes. To examine the effects of another kind of government price control, let's return to the market for ice cream. Imagine now that the government is persuaded by the pleas of the National Organization of Ice Cream Makers, whose members feel the $3 equilibrium price is too low. In this case, the government might institute a price floor. Price floors, like price ceilings, are an attempt by the government to maintain prices at other than equilibrium levels. Whereas a price ceiling places a legal maximum on prices, a price floor places a legal minimum. When the government imposes a price floor on the ice cream market, two outcomes are possible. If the government imposes a price floor of $2 per cone when the equilibrium price is $3, we obtain the outcome in panel A of figure 4. In this case, because the equilibrium price is above the floor, the price floor is not binding. Market forces naturally move the economy to the equilibrium, and the price floor has no effect. Panel B of figure 4 shows what happens when the government imposes a price floor of $4 per cone. In this case, because the equilibrium price of $3 is below the floor, the price floor is a binding constraint on the market. The forces of supply and demand tend to move the price toward the equilibrium price, but when the market price hits the floor, it can fall no further. The market price equals the price floor. At this floor, the quantity of ice cream supplied, 120 cones, exceeds the quantity demanded, 80 cones. Some people who want to sell ice cream at the going price are unable to. Thus, a binding price floor causes a surplus. Figure 4a market with a price floor. In panel A, the government imposes a price floor of $2. Because this is below the equilibrium price of $3, the price floor has no effect. The market price adjusts to balance supply and demand. At the equilibrium, quantity supplied and quantity demanded both equal 100 cones. In panel B, the government imposes a price floor of $4, which is above the equilibrium price of $3. Therefore, the market price equals $4. Because 120 cones are supplied at this price and only 80 are demanded, there is a surplus of 40 cones. Just as the shortages resulting from price ceilings can lead to undesirable rationing mechanisms, so can the surpluses resulting from price floors. In the case of a price floor, some sellers are unable to sell all they want at the market price. The sellers who appeal to the personal biases of the buyers, perhaps due to racial or familial ties, are better able to sell their goods than those who do not. By contrast, in a free market, the price serves as the rationing mechanism, and sellers can sell all they want at the equilibrium price. The minimum wage. An important example of a price floor is the minimum wage. Minimum wage laws dictate the lowest price for labor that any employer may pay. The U.S. Congress first instituted a minimum wage with the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to ensure workers a minimally adequate standard of living. In 2009, the minimum wage according to federal law was $7.25 per hour. Some states mandate minimum wages above the federal level. Most European nations have minimum wage laws as well. Some, such as France and the United Kingdom, have significantly higher minimums than the United States. To examine the effects of a minimum wage, we must consider the market for labor. Panel A of figure 5 shows the labor market, which, like all markets, is subject to the forces of supply and demand. Workers determine the supply of labor, and firms determine the demand. If the government doesn't intervene, the wage normally adjusts to balance labor supply and labor demand. Panel B of Figure 5 shows the labor market with a minimum wage. If the minimum wage is above the equilibrium level, as it is here, the quantity of labor supplied exceeds the quantity demanded. The result is unemployment. Thus, the minimum wage raises the incomes of those workers who have jobs, but it lowers the incomes of workers who cannot find jobs. To fully understand the minimum wage, keep in mind that the economy contains not a single labor market but many labor markets for different types of workers. The impact of the minimum wage depends on the skill and experience of the worker. Highly skilled and experienced workers are not affected because their equilibrium wages are well above the minimum. For these workers, the minimum wage is not binding. The minimum wage has its greatest impact on the market for teenage labor. The equilibrium wages of teenagers are low because teenagers are among the least skilled and least experienced members of the labor force. In addition, teenagers are often willing to accept a lower wage in exchange for on-the-job training. Some teenagers are willing to work as interns for no pay at all. Because internships pay nothing, however, the minimum wage does not apply to them. If it did, these jobs might not exist. As a result, the minimum wage is more often binding for teenagers than for other members of the labor force. Figure 5 How the minimum wage affects the labor market. Panel A shows a labor market in which the wage adjusts to balance labor supply and labor demand. Panel B shows the impact of a binding minimum wage. Because the minimum wage is a price floor, it causes a surplus, the quantity of labor supplied exceeds the quantity demanded. The result is unemployment. Many economists have studied how minimum wage laws affect the teenage labor market. These researchers compare the changes in the minimum wage over time with the changes in teenage employment. Although there is some debate about how much the minimum wage affects employment, the typical study finds that a 10% increase in the minimum wage depresses teenage employment between 1 and 3%. In interpreting this estimate, note that a 10% increase in the minimum wage does not raise the average wage of teenagers by 10%. A change in the law does not directly affect those teenagers who are already paid well above the minimum, and enforcement of minimum wage laws is not perfect. Thus, the estimated drop in employment of 1 to 3% is significant. In addition to altering the quantity of labor demanded, the minimum wage alters the quantity supplied. Because the minimum wage raises the wage that teenagers can earn, it increases the number of teenagers who choose to look for jobs. Studies have found that a higher minimum wage influences which teenagers are employed. When the minimum wage rises, some teenagers who are still attending high school choose to drop out and take jobs. These new dropouts displace other teenagers who had already dropped out of school and who now become unemployed. The minimum wage is a frequent topic of debate. Economists are about evenly divided on the issue. In a 2006 survey of PhD economists, 47% favored eliminating the minimum wage, while 14% would maintain it at its current level and 38% would increase it. Advocates of the minimum wage view the policy as one way to raise the income of the working poor. They correctly point out that workers who earn the minimum wage can afford only a meager standard of living. In 2009, for instance, when the minimum wage was $7.25 per hour, 2 adults working 40 hours a week for every week of the year at minimum wage jobs had a total annual income of only $30,160, which was less than 2/3 of the median family income in the United States. Many advocates of the minimum wage admit that it has some adverse effects, including unemployment, but they believe that these effects are small and that, all things considered, a higher minimum wage makes the poor better off. Opponents of the minimum wage contend that it is not the best way to combat poverty. They note that a high minimum wage causes unemployment, encourages teenagers to drop out of school, and prevents some unskilled workers from getting the on-the-job training they need. Moreover, opponents of the minimum wage point out that it is a poorly targeted policy. Not all minimum wage workers are heads of households trying to help their families escape poverty. In fact, fewer than a third of minimum wage earners are in families with incomes below the poverty line. Many are teenagers from middle-class homes working at part-time jobs for extra spending money. Evaluating price controls. One of the 10 principles of economics discussed in Chapter 1 is that markets are usually a good way to organize economic activity. This principle explains why economists usually oppose price ceilings and price floors. To economists, prices are not the outcome of some haphazard process. Prices, they contend, are the result of the millions of business and consumer decisions that lie behind the supply and demand curves. Prices have the crucial job of balancing supply and demand and, thereby, coordinating economic activity. When policymakers set prices by legal decree, they obscure the signals that normally guide the allocation of society's resources. In the news, should unpaid internships be allowed? Some students take internships without pay to gain skills and experience. Regulators are starting to ask whether this should be legal. The Unpaid Intern, Legal or Not? By Stephen Greenhouse. With job openings scarce for young people, the number of unpaid internships has climbed in recent years, leading federal and state regulators to worry that more employers are illegally using such internships for free labor. Convinced that many unpaid internships violate minimum wage laws, officials in Oregon, California, and other states have begun investigations and fined employers. Last year, M. Patricia Smith, then New York's labor commissioner, ordered investigations into several firms' internships. Now, as the federal Labor Department's top law enforcement official, she and the Wage and Hour Division are stepping up enforcement nationwide. The Labor Department says it is cracking down on firms that fail to pay interns properly and expanding efforts to educate companies, colleges, and students on the law regarding internships. If you're a for-profit employer or you want to pursue an internship with a for-profit employer, there aren't going to be many circumstances where you can have an internship and not be paid and still be in compliance with the law, said Nancy J. Lepink, the acting director of the department's Wage and Hour Division. Note from the author, the rules discussed in this article are being applied to for-profit firms but not to government. Many government internships, including those at congressional offices, are unpaid. The Labor Department is not trying to prohibit this arrangement. Source: New York Times, April 2, 2010. Another one of the 10 principles of economics is that governments can sometimes improve market outcomes. Indeed, policymakers are led to control prices because they view the market's outcome as unfair. Price controls are often aimed at helping the poor. For instance, rent control laws try to make housing affordable for everyone, and minimum wage laws try to help people escape poverty. Yet price controls often hurt those they are trying to help. Rent control may keep rents low, but it also discourages landlords from maintaining their buildings and makes housing hard to find. Minimum wage laws may raise the incomes of some workers, but they also cause other workers to be unemployed. Helping those in need can be accomplished in ways other than controlling prices. For instance, the government can make housing more affordable by paying a fraction of the rent for poor families. Unlike rent control, such rent subsidies do not reduce the quantity of housing supplied and, therefore, do not lead to housing shortages. Similarly, wage subsidies raise the living standards of the working poor without discouraging firms from hiring them. An example of a wage subsidy is the Earned Income Tax Credit, a government program that supplements the incomes of low-wage workers. Although these alternative policies are often better than price controls, they are not perfect. Rent and wage subsidies cost the government money and, therefore, require higher taxes. As we see in the next section, taxation has costs of its own. Quick quiz: define price ceiling and price floor and give an example of each. Which leads to a shortage? Which leads to a surplus? Why? Taxes. All governments from the federal government in Washington, D.C., to the local governments in small towns use taxes to raise revenue for public projects, such as roads, schools, and national defense. Because taxes are such an important policy instrument, and because they affect our lives in many ways, we return to the study of taxes several times throughout this book. In this section, we begin our study of how taxes affect the economy. To set the stage for our analysis, imagine that a local government decides to hold an annual ice cream celebration with a parade, fireworks, and speeches by town officials. To raise revenue to pay for the event, the town decides to place a 50-cent tax on the sale of ice cream cones. When the plan is announced, our two lobbying groups swing into action. The American Association of Ice Cream Eaters claims that consumers of ice cream are having trouble making ends meet, and it argues that sellers of ice cream should pay the tax. The National Organization of Ice Cream Makers claims that its members are struggling to survive in a competitive market, and it argues that buyers of ice cream should pay the tax. The town mayor, hoping to reach a compromise, suggests that half the tax be paid by the buyers and half be paid by the sellers. To analyze these proposals, we need to address a simple but subtle question: when the government levies a tax on a good, who actually bears the burden of the tax? The people buying the good? The people selling the good? Or if buyers and sellers share the tax burden, what determines how the burden is divided? Can the government simply legislate the division of the burden, as the mayor is suggesting, or is the division determined by more fundamental market forces? The term tax incidence refers to how the burden of a tax is distributed among the various people who make up the economy. As we will see, some surprising lessons about tax incidence can be learned by applying the tools of supply and demand. Tax incidence: the manner in which the burden of a tax is shared among participants in a market. How taxes on sellers affect market outcomes. We begin by considering a tax levied on sellers of a good. Suppose the local government passes a law requiring sellers of ice cream cones to send 50 cents to the government for each cone they sell. How does this law affect the buyers and sellers of ice cream? To answer this question, we can follow the 3 steps in Chapter 4 for analyzing supply and demand. 1. We decide whether the law affects the supply curve or demand curve. 2. We decide which way the curve shifts. 3. We examine how the shift affects the equilibrium price and quantity. Step 1. The immediate impact of the tax is on the sellers of ice cream. Because the tax is not levied on buyers, the quantity of ice cream demanded at any given price is the same, thus, the demand curve does not change. By contrast, the tax on sellers makes the ice cream business less profitable at any given price, so it shifts the supply curve. Step 2. Because the tax on sellers raises the cost of producing and selling ice cream, it reduces the quantity supplied at every price. The supply curve shifts to the left, or, equivalently, upward. In addition to determining the direction in which the supply curve moves, we can also be precise about the size of the shift. For any market price of ice cream, the effective price to sellers, the amount they get to keep after paying the tax, is 50 cents lower. For example, if the market price of a cone happened to be $2, the effective price received by sellers would be $1.50. Whatever the market price, sellers will supply a quantity of ice cream as if the price were 50 cents lower than it is. Put differently, to induce sellers to supply any given quantity, the market price must now be 50 cents higher to compensate for the effect of the tax. Thus, as shown in Figure 6, the supply curve shifts upward from S1 to S2 by the exact size of the tax, 50 cents. Step 3. Having determined how the supply curve shifts, we can now compare the initial and the new equilibriums. The figure shows that the equilibrium price of ice cream rises from $3 to $3.30, and the equilibrium quantity falls from 100 to 90 cones. Because sellers sell less and buyers buy less in the new equilibrium, the tax reduces the size of the ice cream market. Implications. We can now return to the question of tax incidence: who pays the tax? Although sellers send the entire tax to the government, buyers and sellers share the burden. Because the market price rises from $3 to $3.30 when the tax is introduced, buyers pay 30 cents more for each ice cream cone than they did without the tax. Thus, the tax makes buyers worse off. Sellers get a higher price, $3.30, from buyers than they did previously, but the effective price after paying the tax falls from $3 before the tax to $2.80 with the tax, $3.30-$0.50 equals $2.80. Thus, the tax also makes sellers worse off. Figure 6a, tax on sellers. When a tax of 50 cents is levied on sellers, the supply curve shifts up by 50 cents from S1 to S2. The equilibrium quantity falls from 100 to 90 cones. The price that buyers pay rises from $3 to $3.30. The price that sellers receive, after paying the tax, falls from $3 to $2.80. Even though the tax is levied on sellers, buyers and sellers share the burden of the tax. To sum up, this analysis yields two lessons. Taxes discourage market activity. When a good is taxed, the quantity of the good sold is smaller in the new equilibrium. Buyers and sellers share the burden of taxes. In the new equilibrium, buyers pay more for the good, and sellers receive less. How taxes on buyers affect market outcomes. Now consider a tax levied on buyers of a good. Suppose that our local government passes a law requiring buyers of ice cream cones to send 50 cents to the government for each ice cream cone they buy. What are the effects of this law? Again, we apply our three steps. Step 1. The initial impact of the tax is on the demand for ice cream. The supply curve is not affected because, for any given price of ice cream, sellers have the same incentive to provide ice cream to the market. By contrast, buyers now have to pay a tax to the government, as well as the price to the sellers, whenever they buy ice cream. Thus, the tax shifts the demand curve for ice cream. Step 2. We next determine the direction of the shift. Because the tax on buyers makes buying ice cream less attractive, buyers demand a smaller quantity of ice cream at every price. As a result, the demand curve shifts to the left, or, equivalently, downward, as shown in Figure 7. Once again, we can be precise about the size of the shift. Because of the 50 cents tax levied on buyers, the effective price to buyers is now 50 cents higher than the market price, whatever the market price happens to be. For example, if the market price of a cone happened to be $2, the effective price to buyers would be $2.50. Because buyers look at their total cost including the tax, they demand a quantity of ice cream as if the market price were 50 cents higher than it actually is. In other words, to induce buyers to demand any given quantity, the market price must now be 50 cents lower to make up for the effect of the tax. Thus, the tax shifts the demand curve downward from D1 to D2 by the exact size of the tax, 50 cents. Figure 7a, tax on buyers. When a tax of 50 cents is levied on buyers, the demand curve shifts down by 50 cents from D1 to D2. The equilibrium quantity falls from 100 to 90 cones. The price that sellers receive falls from $3 to $2.80. The price that buyers pay, including the tax, rises from $3 to $3.30. Even though the tax is levied on buyers and sellers share the burden of the tax. Step 3. Having determined how the demand curve shifts, we can now see the effect of the tax by comparing the initial equilibrium and the new equilibrium. You can see in the figure that the equilibrium price of ice cream falls from $3 to $2.80, and the equilibrium quantity falls from 100 to 90 cones. Once again, the tax on ice cream reduces the size of the ice cream market. And once again, buyers and sellers share the burden of the tax. Sellers get a lower price for their product, buyers pay a lower market price to sellers than they did previously, but the effective price, including the tax buyers have to pay, rises from $3 to $3.30. Implications: if you compare figures 6 and 7, you will notice a surprising conclusion: taxes levied on sellers and taxes levied on buyers are equivalent. In both cases, the tax places a wedge between the price that buyers pay and the price that sellers receive. The wedge between the buyer's price and the seller's price is the same, regardless of whether the tax is levied on buyers or sellers. In either case, the wedge shifts the relative position of the supply and demand curves. In the new equilibrium, buyers and sellers share the burden of the tax. The only difference between taxes on sellers and taxes on buyers is who sends the money to the government. The equivalence of these two taxes is easy to understand if we imagine that the government collects the 50-cent ice cream tax in a bowl on the counter of each ice cream store. When the government levies the tax on sellers, the seller is required to place 50 cents in the bowl after the sale of each cone. When the government levies the tax on buyers, the buyer is required to place 50 cents in the bowl every time a cone is bought. Whether the 50 cents goes directly from the buyer's pocket into the bowl, or indirectly from the buyer's pocket into the seller's hand and then into the bowl, does not matter. Once the market reaches its new equilibrium, buyers and sellers share the burden, regardless of how the tax is levied. Can Congress distribute the burden of a payroll tax? If you have ever received a paycheck, you probably noticed that taxes were deducted from the amount you earned. One of these taxes is called FICA, an acronym for the Federal Insurance Contributions Act. The federal government uses the revenue from the FICA tax to pay for Social Security and Medicare, the income support and health care programs for the elderly. FICA is an example of a payroll tax, which is a tax on the wages that firms pay their workers. In 2010, the total FICA tax for the typical worker was 15.3% of earnings. Who do you think bears the burden of this payroll tax, firms or workers? When Congress passed this legislation, it tried to mandate a division of the tax burden. According to the law, half of the tax is paid by firms, and half is paid by workers. That is, half of the tax is paid out of firms' revenues, and half is deducted from workers' paychecks. The amount that shows up as a deduction on your pay stub is the worker contribution. Our analysis of tax incidence, however, shows that lawmakers cannot so easily dictate the distribution of a tax burden. To illustrate, we can analyze a payroll tax as merely a tax on a good, where the good is labor and the price is the wage. The key feature of the payroll tax is that it places a wedge between the wage that firms pay and the wage that workers receive. Figure 8 shows the outcome. When a payroll tax is enacted, the wage received by workers falls, and the wage paid by firms rises. In the end, workers and firms share the burden of the tax, much as the legislation requires. Yet this division of the tax burden between workers and firms has nothing to do with the legislated division. The division of the burden in Figure 8 is not necessarily 50-50, and the same outcome would prevail if the law levied the entire tax on workers or if it levied the entire tax on firms. Figure 8a Payroll tax. A payroll tax places a wedge between the wage that workers receive and the wage that firms pay. Comparing wages with and without the tax, you can see that workers and firms share the tax burden. This division of the tax burden between workers and firms does not depend on whether the government levies the tax on workers, levies the tax on firms, or divides the tax equally between the two groups. This example shows that the most basic lesson of tax incidence is often overlooked in public debate. Lawmakers can decide whether a tax comes from the buyer's pocket or from the seller's, but they cannot legislate the true burden of a tax. Rather, tax incidence depends on the forces of supply and demand. Elasticity and tax incidence. When a good is taxed, buyers and sellers of the good share the burden of the tax. But how exactly is the tax burden divided? Only rarely will it be shared equally. To see how the burden is divided, consider the impact of taxation in the two markets in Figure 9. In both cases, the figure shows the initial demand curve, the initial supply curve, and a tax that drives a wedge between the amount paid by buyers and the amount received by sellers. Not drawn in either panel of the figure is the new supply or demand curve. Which curve shifts depends on whether the tax is levied on buyers or sellers. As we have seen, this is irrelevant for the incidence of the tax. The difference in the two panels is the relative elasticity of supply and demand. Panel A of Figure 9 shows a tax in a market with very elastic supply and relatively inelastic demand. That is, sellers are very responsive to changes in the price of the good, so the supply curve is relatively flat, whereas buyers are not very responsive, so the demand curve is relatively steep. When a tax is imposed on a market with these elasticities, the price received by sellers does not fall much, so sellers bear only a small burden. By contrast, the price paid by buyers rises substantially, indicating that buyers bear most of the burden of the tax. Figure 9. How the burden of a tax is divided. In panel A, the supply curve is elastic, and the demand curve is inelastic. In this case, the price received by sellers falls only slightly, while the price paid by buyers rises substantially. Thus, buyers bear most of the burden of the tax. In panel B, the supply curve is inelastic, and the demand curve is elastic. In this case, the price received by sellers falls substantially, while the price paid by buyers rises only slightly. Thus, sellers bear most of the burden of the tax. Panel B of Figure 9 shows a tax in a market with relatively inelastic supply and very elastic demand. In this case, sellers are not very responsive to changes in the price, so the supply curve is steeper, whereas buyers are very responsive, so the demand curve is flatter. The figure shows that when a tax is imposed, the price paid by buyers does not rise much, but the price received by sellers falls substantially. Thus, sellers bear most of the burden of the tax. The two panels of Figure 9 show a general lesson about how the burden of a tax is divided. A tax burden falls more heavily on the side of the market that is less elastic. Why is this true? In essence, the elasticity measures the willingness of buyers or sellers to leave the market when conditions become unfavorable. A small elasticity of demand means that buyers do not have good alternatives to consuming this particular good. A small elasticity of supply means that sellers do not have good alternatives to producing this particular good. When the good is taxed, the side of the market with fewer good alternatives is less willing to leave the market and must, therefore, bear more of the burden of the tax. We can apply this logic to the payroll tax discussed in the previous case study. Most labor economists believe that the supply of labor is much less elastic than the demand. This means that workers, rather than firms, bear most of the burden of the payroll tax. In other words, the distribution of the tax burden is not at all close to the 50-50 split that lawmakers intended. Who pays the luxury tax? In 1990, Congress adopted a new luxury tax on items such as yachts, private airplanes, furs, jewelry, and expensive cars. The goal of the tax was to raise revenue from those who could most easily afford to pay. Because only the rich could afford to buy such extravagances, taxing luxuries seemed a logical way of taxing the rich. Yet, when the forces of supply and demand took over, the outcome was quite different from the one Congress intended. Consider, for example, the market for yachts. The demand for yachts is quite elastic. A millionaire can easily not buy a yacht. She can use the money to buy a bigger house, take a European vacation, or leave a larger bequest to her heirs. By contrast, the supply of yachts is relatively inelastic, at least in the short run. Yacht factories are not easily converted to alternative uses, and workers who build yachts are not eager to change careers in response to changing market conditions. Our analysis makes a clear prediction in this case. With elastic demand and inelastic supply, the burden of a tax falls largely on the suppliers. That is, a tax on yachts places a burden largely on the firms and workers who build yachts because they end up getting a significantly lower price for their product. The workers, however, are not wealthy. Thus, the burden of a luxury tax falls more on the middle class than on the rich. The mistaken assumptions about the incidence of the luxury tax quickly became apparent after the tax went into effect. Suppliers of luxuries made their congressional representatives well aware of the economic hardship they experienced, and Congress repealed most of the luxury tax in 1993. If this boat were any more expensive, we'd be playing golf. Copyright Birdie/isstockphoto.com. Quick quiz. In a supply and demand diagram, show how a tax on car buyers of $1,000 per car affects the quantity of cars sold and the price of cars. In another diagram, show how a tax on car sellers of $1,000 per car affects the quantity of cars sold and the price of cars. In both of your diagrams, show the change in the price paid by car buyers and the change in the price received by car sellers. Conclusion. The economy is governed by two kinds of laws, the laws of supply and demand and the laws enacted by governments. In this chapter, we have begun to see how these laws interact. Price controls and taxes are common in various markets in the economy, and their effects are frequently debated in the press and among policymakers. Even a little bit of economic knowledge can go a long way toward understanding and evaluating these policies. In subsequent chapters, we analyze many government policies in greater detail. We examine the effects of taxation more fully and consider a broader range of policies than we considered here. Yet the basic lessons of this chapter will not change. When analyzing government policies, supply and demand are the first and most useful tools of analysis. Summary. A price ceiling is a legal maximum on the price of a good or service. An example is rent control. If the price ceiling is below the equilibrium price, then the price ceiling is binding, and the quantity demanded exceeds the quantity supplied. Because of the resulting shortage, sellers must in some way ration the good or service among buyers. A price floor is a legal minimum on the price of a good or service. An example is the minimum wage. If the price floor is above the equilibrium price, then the price floor is binding, and the quantity supplied exceeds the quantity demanded. Because of the resulting surplus, buyers' demands for the good or service must in some way be rationed among sellers. When the government levies a tax on a good, the equilibrium quantity of the good falls. That is, a tax on a market shrinks the size of the market. A tax on a good places a wedge between the price paid by buyers and the price received by sellers. When the market moves to the new equilibrium, buyers pay more for the good and sellers receive less for it. In this sense, buyers and sellers share the tax burden. The incidence of a tax, that is, the division of the tax burden, does not depend on whether the tax is levied on buyers or sellers. The incidence of a tax depends on the price elasticities of supply and demand. Most of the burden falls on the side of the market that is less elastic because that side of the market can respond less easily to the tax by changing the quantity bought or sold. Key concepts: price ceiling, price floor, tax incidence. Questions for review. 1. Give an example of a price ceiling and an example of a price floor. 2. Which causes a shortage of a good, a price ceiling or a price floor? Justify your answer with a graph. 3. What mechanisms allocate resources when the price of a good is not allowed to bring supply and demand into equilibrium? 4. Explain why economists usually oppose controls on prices. 5. Suppose the government removes a tax on buyers of a good and levies a tax of the same size on sellers of the good. How does this change in tax policy affect the price that buyers pay sellers for this good, the amount buyers are out of pocket including the tax, the amount sellers receive net of the tax, and the quantity of the good sold? 6. How does a tax on a good affect the price paid by buyers, the price received by sellers, and the quantity sold? 7. What determines how the burden of a tax is divided between buyers and sellers? Why? Problems and applications. 1. Lovers of classical music persuade Congress to impose a price ceiling of $40 per concert ticket. As a result of this policy, do more or fewer people attend classical music concerts? 2. The government has decided that the free market price of cheese is too low. A. Suppose the government imposes a binding price floor in the cheese market. Draw a supply and demand diagram to show the effect of this policy on the price of cheese and the quantity of cheese sold. Is there a shortage or surplus of cheese? B. Farmers complain that the price floor has reduced their total revenue. Is this possible? Explain. C. In response to farmers' complaints, the government agrees to purchase all the surplus cheese at the price floor. Compared to the basic price floor, Who benefits from this new policy? Who loses? 3. A recent study found that the demand and supply schedules for frisbees are as follows. Price per frisbee. Quantity demanded. Quantity supplied. $11. 1 million frisbees. 15 million frisbees. 10. 2. 12. 9. 4. 9. 8. 6. 6. 7. 8. 3. 6. 10. 1. A. What are the equilibrium price and quantity of frisbees? B. Frisbee manufacturers persuade the government that frisbee production improves scientists' understanding of aerodynamics and thus is important for national security. A concerned Congress votes to impose a price floor $2 above the equilibrium price. What is the new market price? How many frisbees are sold? C. Irate college students march on Washington and demand a reduction in the price of frisbees. An even more concerned Congress votes to repeal the price floor and impose a price ceiling $1 below the former price floor. What is the new market price? How many frisbees are sold? 4. Suppose the federal government requires beer drinkers to pay a $2 tax on each case of beer purchased. In fact, both the federal and state governments impose beer taxes of some sort. A. Draw a supply and demand diagram of the market for beer without the tax. Show the price paid by consumers, the price received by producers, and the quantity of beer sold. What is the difference between the price paid by consumers and the price received by producers? B. Now draw a supply and demand diagram for the beer market with the tax. Show the price paid by consumers, the price received by producers, and the quantity of beer sold. What is the difference between the price paid by consumers and the price received by producers? Has the quantity of beer sold increased or decreased? 5. A senator wants to raise tax revenue and make workers better off. A staff member proposes raising the payroll tax paid by firms and using part of the extra revenue to reduce the payroll tax paid by workers. Would this accomplish the senator's goal? Explain. 6. If the government places a $500 tax on luxury cars, will the price paid by consumers rise by more than $500, less than $500, or exactly $500? Explain. 7. Congress and the President decide that the United States should reduce air pollution by reducing its use of gasoline. They impose a 50-cent tax for each gallon of gasoline sold. A. Should they impose this tax on producers or consumers? Explain carefully using a supply and demand diagram. B. If the demand for gasoline were more elastic, would this tax be more effective or less effective in reducing the quantity of gasoline consumed? Explain with both words and a diagram. C. Are consumers of gasoline helped or hurt by this tax? Why? D. Are workers in the oil industry helped or hurt by this tax? Why? 8. A case study in this chapter discusses the federal minimum wage law. A. Suppose the minimum wage is above the equilibrium wage in the market for unskilled labor. Using a supply and demand diagram of the market for unskilled labor, show the market wage, the number of workers who are employed, and the number of workers who are unemployed. Also show the total wage payments to unskilled workers. B. Now suppose the Secretary of Labor proposes an increase in the minimum wage. What effect would this increase have on employment? Does the change in employment depend on the elasticity of demand, the elasticity of supply, both elasticities, or neither? C. What effect would this increase in the minimum wage have on unemployment? Does the change in unemployment depend on the elasticity of demand, the elasticity of supply, both elasticities, or neither? D. If the demand for unskilled labor were inelastic, would the proposed increase in the minimum wage raise or lower total wage payments to unskilled workers? Would your answer change if the demand for unskilled labor were elastic? 9. The U.S. government administers two programs that affect the market for cigarettes. Media campaigns and labeling requirements are aimed at making the public aware of the dangers of cigarette smoking. At the same time, the Department of Agriculture maintains a price support program for tobacco farmers, which raises the price of tobacco above the equilibrium price. A. How do these two programs affect cigarette consumption? Use a graph of the cigarette market in your answer. B. What is the combined effect of these two programs on the price of cigarettes? C. Cigarettes are also heavily taxed. What effect does this tax have on cigarette consumption? 10. At Fenway Park, home of the Boston Red Sox, seating is limited to 39,000. Hence, the number of tickets issued is fixed at that figure. Seeing a golden opportunity to raise revenue, the city of Boston levies a per-ticket tax of $5 to be paid by the ticket buyer. Boston sports fans, a famously civic-minded lot, dutifully send in the $5 per ticket. Draw a well-labeled graph showing the impact of the tax. On whom does the tax burden fall? The team's owners, the fans, or both? Why? 11. A subsidy is the opposite of a tax. With a 50-cent tax on the buyers of ice cream cones, the government collects 50 cents for each cone purchased. With a 50-cent subsidy for the buyers of ice cream cones, the government pays buyers 50 cents for each cone purchased. A. Show the effect of a 50 cents per cone subsidy on the demand curve for ice cream cones, the effective price paid by consumers, the effective price received by sellers, and the quantity of cones sold. B. Do consumers gain or lose from this policy? Do producers gain or lose? Does the government gain or lose? 12. In the spring of 2008, Senators John McCain and Hillary Clinton, who were then running for president, proposed a temporary elimination of the federal gasoline tax, effective only during the summer of 2008, in order to help consumers deal with high gasoline prices. A. During the summer, when gasoline demand is high because of vacation driving, gasoline refiners are operating near full capacity. What does this fact suggest about the price elasticity of supply? B. In light of your answer to A, who do you predict would benefit from the temporary gas tax holiday? For further information on topics in this chapter, additional problems, examples, applications, online quizzes, and more, please visit our website at www.cengage.com/economics/mankiew. Part 3: Markets and Welfare. Consumers, producers, and the efficiency of markets. When consumers go to grocery stores to buy their turkeys for Thanksgiving dinner, they may be disappointed that the price of turkey is as high as it is. At the same time, when farmers bring to market the turkeys they have raised, they wish the price of turkey were even higher. These views are not surprising. Buyers always want to pay less, and sellers always want to be paid more. But is there a right price for turkey from the standpoint of society as a whole? In previous chapters, we saw how, in market economies, the forces of supply and demand determine the prices of goods and services and the quantities sold. So far, however, we have described the way markets allocate scarce resources without directly addressing the question of whether these market allocations are desirable. In other words, our analysis has been positive, what is, rather than normative, what should be. We know that the price of turkey adjusts to ensure that the quantity of turkey supplied equals the quantity of turkey demanded. But at this equilibrium, is the quantity of turkey produced and consumed too small, too large, or just right? In this chapter, we take up the topic of welfare economics, the study of how the allocation of resources affects economic well-being. We begin by examining the benefits that buyers and sellers receive from taking part in a market. We then examine how society can make these benefits as large as possible. This analysis leads to a profound conclusion: the equilibrium of supply and demand in a market maximizes the total benefits received by buyers and sellers. Welfare economics: the study of how the allocation of resources affects economic well-being. As you may recall from Chapter 1, one of the 10 principles of economics is that markets are usually a good way to organize economic activity. The study of welfare economics explains this principle more fully. It also answers our question about the right price of turkey. The price that balances the supply and demand for turkey is, in a particular sense, the best one because it maximizes the total welfare of turkey consumers and turkey producers. No consumer or producer of turkeys aims to achieve this goal, but their joint action directed by market prices moves them toward a welfare maximizing outcome, as if led by an invisible hand. Consumer surplus. We begin our study of welfare economics by looking at the benefits buyers receive from participating in a market. Willingness to pay. Imagine that you own a mint condition recording of Elvis Presley's first album. Because you are not an Elvis Presley fan, you decide to sell it. One way to do so is to hold an auction. 4 Elvis fans show up for your auction: John, Paul, George, and Ringo. Each of them would like to own the album, but there is a limit to the amount that each is willing to pay for it. Table 1 shows the maximum price that each of the 4 possible buyers would pay. Each buyer's maximum is called his willingness to pay, and it measures how much that buyer values the good. Each buyer would be eager to buy the album at a price less than his willingness to pay, and he would refuse to buy the album at a price greater than his willingness to pay. At a price equal to his willingness to pay, the buyer would be indifferent about buying the good. If the price is exactly the same as the value he places on the album, he would be equally happy buying it or keeping his money. Willingness to pay: the maximum amount that a buyer will pay for a good. To sell your album, you begin the bidding at a low price, say, $10. Because all 4 buyers are willing to pay much more, the price rises quickly. The bidding stops when John bids $80, or slightly more. At this point, Paul, George, and Ringo have dropped out of the bidding because they are unwilling to bid any more than $80. John pays you $80 and gets the album. Note that the album has gone to the buyer who values it most highly. What benefit does John receive from buying the Elvis Presley album? In a sense, John has found a real bargain. He is willing to pay $100 for the album but pays only $80 for it. We say that John receives consumer surplus of $20. Consumer surplus is the amount a buyer is willing to pay for a good minus the amount the buyer actually pays for it. Consumer surplus: the amount a buyer is willing to pay for a good minus the amount the buyer actually pays for it. Consumer surplus measures the benefit buyers receive from participating in a market. In this example, John receives a $20 benefit from participating in the auction because he pays only $80 for a good he values at $100. Paul, George, and Ringo get no consumer surplus from participating in the auction because they left without the album and without paying anything. Now consider a somewhat different example. Suppose that you had 2 identical Elvis Presley albums to sell. Again, you auction them off to the 4 possible buyers. To keep things simple, we assume that both albums are to be sold for the same price and that no buyer is interested in buying more than one album. Therefore, the price rises until 2 buyers are left. In this case, the bidding stops when John and Paul bid $70, or slightly higher. At this price, John and Paul are each happy to buy an album, and George and Ringo are not willing to bid any higher. John and Paul each receive consumer surplus equal to his willingness to pay minus the price. John's consumer surplus is $30, and Paul's is $10. John's consumer surplus is higher now than in the previous example because he gets the same album but pays less for it. The total consumer surplus in the market is $40. Using the demand curve to measure consumer surplus. Consumer surplus is closely related to the demand curve for a product. To see how they are related, let's continue our example and consider the demand curve for this rare Elvis Presley album. We begin by using the willingness to pay of the 4 possible buyers to find the demand schedule for the album. The table in Figure 1 shows the demand schedule that corresponds to Table 1. If the price is above $100, the quantity demanded in the market is 0 because no buyer is willing to pay that much. If the price is between $80 and $100, the quantity demanded is 1 because only John is willing to pay such a high price. If the price is between $70 and $80, the quantity demanded is 2 because both John and Paul are willing to pay the price. We can continue this analysis for other prices as well. In this way, the demand schedule is derived from the willingness to pay of the 4 possible buyers. The graph in Figure 1 shows the demand curve that corresponds to this demand schedule. Note the relationship between the height of the demand curve and the buyer's willingness to pay. At any quantity, the price given by the demand curve shows the willingness to pay of the marginal buyer. Mark it first if the price were any higher. At a quantity of 4 albums, for instance, the demand curve has a height of $50, the price that Ringo, the marginal buyer, is willing to pay for an album. At a quantity of 3 albums, the demand curve has a height of $70, the price that George, who is now the marginal buyer, is willing to pay. Figure 1 The demand schedule and the demand curve. The table shows the demand schedule for the buyers in Table 1. The graph shows the corresponding demand curve. Note that the height of the demand curve reflects buyers' willingness to pay. Because the demand curve reflects buyers' willingness to pay, we can also use it to measure consumer surplus. Figure 2 uses the demand curve to compute consumer surplus in our 2 examples. In panel A, the price is $80, or slightly above, and the quantity demanded is 1. Note that the area above the price and below the demand curve equals $20. This amount is exactly the consumer surplus we computed earlier when only 1 album is sold. Panel B of Figure 2 shows consumer surplus when the price is $70, or slightly above. In this case, the area above the price and below the demand curve equals the total area of the 2 rectangles. John's consumer surplus at this price is $30 and Paul's is $10. This area equals a total of $40. Once again, this amount is the consumer surplus we computed earlier. The lesson from this example holds for all demand curves. The area below the demand curve and above the price measures the consumer surplus in a market. This is true because the height of the demand curve measures the value buyers place on the good, as measured by their willingness to pay for it. The difference between this willingness to pay and the market price is each buyer's consumer surplus. Thus, the total area below the demand curve and above the price is the sum of the consumer surplus of all buyers in the market for a good or service. How a lower price raises consumer surplus. Because buyers always want to pay less for the goods they buy, a lower price makes buyers of a good better off. But how much does buyers' well-being rise in response to a lower price? We can use the concept of consumer surplus to answer this question precisely. Figure 2 measuring consumer surplus with the demand curve in panel A, the price of the good is $80, and the consumer surplus is $20. In panel B, the price of the good is $70, and the consumer surplus is $40. Figure 3 shows a typical demand curve. You may notice that this curve gradually slopes downward instead of taking discrete steps as in the previous 2 figures. In a market with many buyers, the resulting steps from each buyer dropping out are so small that they form, in essence, a smooth curve. Although this curve has a different shape, the ideas we have just developed still apply. Consumer surplus is the area above the price and below the demand curve. In panel A, consumer surplus at a price of P1 is the area of triangle ABC. Now suppose that the price falls from P1 to P2, as shown in panel B. The consumer surplus now equals area ADF. The increase in consumer surplus attributable to the lower price is the area BCFD. This increase in consumer surplus is composed of 2 parts. First, those buyers who were already buying Q1 of the good at the higher price P1 are better off because they now pay less. The increase in consumer surplus of existing buyers is the reduction in the amount they pay. It equals the area of the rectangle BCED. Second, some new buyers enter the market because they are willing to buy the good at the lower price. As a result, the quantity demanded in the market increases from Q1 to Q2. The consumer surplus these newcomers receive is the area of the triangle CEF. Figure 3 how the price affects consumer surplus in panel A. the price is P1, the quantity demanded is Q1, and consumer surplus equals the area of the triangle ABC. When the price falls from P1 to P2, as in panel B, the quantity demanded rises from Q1 to Q2, and the consumer surplus rises to the area of the triangle ADF. The increase in consumer surplus, area BCFD, occurs in part because existing consumers now pay less, area BCED, and in part because new consumers enter the market at the lower price, area CEF. What does consumer surplus measure? Our goal in developing the concept of consumer surplus is to make judgments about the desirability of market outcomes. Now that you have seen what consumer surplus is, let's consider whether it is a good measure of economic well-being. Imagine that you are a policymaker trying to design a good economic system. Would you care about the amount of consumer surplus? Consumer surplus, the amount that buyers are willing to pay for a good minus the amount they actually pay for it, measures the benefit that buyers receive from a good as the buyers themselves perceive it. Thus, consumer surplus is a good measure of economic well-being if policymakers want to respect the preferences of buyers. In some circumstances, policymakers might choose not to care about consumer surplus because they do not respect the preferences that drive buyer behavior. For example, drug addicts are willing to pay a high price for heroin. Yet we would not say that addicts get a large benefit from being able to buy heroin at a low price, even though addicts might say they do. From the standpoint of society, willingness to pay in this instance is not a good measure of the buyer's benefit, and consumer surplus is not a good measure of economic well-being, because addicts are not looking after their own best interests. In most markets, however, consumer surplus does reflect economic well-being. Economists normally assume that buyers are rational when they make decisions. Rational people do the best they can to achieve their objectives, given their opportunities. Economists also normally assume that people's preferences should be respected. In this case, consumers are the best judges of how much benefit they receive from the goods they buy. Quick quiz: draw a demand curve for turkey. In your diagram, show a price of turkey and the consumer surplus at that price. Explain in words what this consumer surplus measures. Producer surplus. We now turn to the other side of the market and consider the benefits sellers receive from participating in a market. As you will see, our analysis of sellers' welfare is similar to our analysis of buyers' welfare. Cost and the willingness to sell. Imagine now that you are a homeowner and you want to get your house painted. You turn to 4 sellers of painting services: Mary, Frida, Georgia, and Grandma. Each painter is willing to do the work for you if the price is right. You decide to take bids from the 4 painters and auction off the job to the painter who will do the work for the lowest price. Each painter is willing to take the job if the price she would receive exceeds her cost of doing the work. Here the term cost should be interpreted as the painter's opportunity cost. It includes the painter's out-of-pocket expenses, for paint, brushes, and so on, as well as the value that the painters place on their own time. Table 2 shows each painter's cost. Because a painter's cost is the lowest price she would accept for her work, cost is a measure of her willingness to sell her services. Each painter would be eager to sell her services at a price greater than her cost, and she would refuse to sell her services at a price less than her cost. At a price exactly equal to her cost, she would be indifferent about selling her services. She would be equally happy getting the job or using her time and energy for another purpose. Cost: the value of everything a seller must give up to produce a good. When you take bids from the painters, the price might start high, but it quickly falls as the painters compete for the job. Once Grandma has bid $600, or slightly less, she is the sole remaining bidder. Grandma is happy to do the job for this price because her cost is only $500. Mary, Frida, and Georgia are unwilling to do the job for less than $600. Note that the job goes to the painter who can do the work at the lowest cost. What benefit does Grandma receive from getting the job? Because she is willing to do the work for $500 but gets $600 for doing it, we say that she receives producer surplus of $100. Producer surplus is the amount a seller is paid minus the cost of production. Producer surplus measures the benefit sellers receive from participating in a market. Producer surplus the amount a seller is paid for a good minus the seller's cost of providing it. Now consider a somewhat different example. Suppose that you have two houses that need painting. Again, you auction off the jobs to the 4 painters. To keep things simple, let's assume that no painter is able to paint both houses and that you will pay the same amount to paint each house. Therefore, the price falls until 2 painters are left. In this case, the bidding stops when Georgia and Grandma each offer to do the job for a price of $800, or slightly less. Georgia and Grandma are willing to do the work at this price, while Mary and Frida are not willing to bid a lower price. At a price of $800, Grandma receives producer surplus of $300, and Georgia receives producer surplus of $200. The total producer surplus in the market is $500. Using the supply curve to measure producer surplus. Just as consumer surplus is closely related to the demand curve, producer surplus is closely related to the supply curve. To see how, let's continue our example. We begin by using the costs of the 4 painters to find the supply schedule for painting services. The table in Figure 4 shows the supply schedule that corresponds to the costs in Table 2. If the price is below $500, none of the 4 painters is willing to do the job, so the quantity supplied is 0. If the price is between $500 and $600, only Grandma is willing to do the job, so the quantity supplied is 1. If the price is between $600 and $800, Grandma and Georgia are willing to do the job, so the quantity supplied is 2, and so on. Thus, the supply schedule is derived from the costs of the 4 painters. The graph in Figure 4 shows the supply curve that corresponds to this supply schedule. Note that the height of the supply curve is related to the seller's costs. Figure 4 the supply schedule and the supply curve. The table shows the supply schedule for the sellers in Table 2. The graph shows the corresponding supply curve. Note that the height of the supply curve reflects sellers' costs. At any quantity, the price given by the supply curve shows the cost of the marginal seller, the seller who would leave the market first if the price were any lower. At a quantity of 4 houses, for instance, the supply curve has a height of $900, the cost that Mary, the marginal seller, incurs to provide her painting services. At a quantity of 3 houses, the supply curve has a height of $800, the cost that Frida, who is now the marginal seller, incurs. Because the supply curve reflects sellers' costs, we can use it to measure producer surplus. Figure 5 uses the supply curve to compute producer surplus in our 2 examples. In panel A, we assume that the price is $600. In this case, the quantity supplied is 1. Note that the area below the price and above the supply curve equals $100. This amount is exactly the producer surplus we computed earlier for Grandma. Panel B of Figure 5 shows producer surplus at a price of $800. In this case, the area below the price and above the supply curve equals the total area of the 2 rectangles. This area equals $500, the producer surplus we computed earlier for Georgia and Grandma when 2 houses needed painting. The lesson from this example applies to all supply curves. The area below the price and above the supply curve measures the producer surplus in a market. The logic is straightforward. The height of the supply curve measures sellers' costs, and the difference between the price and the cost of production is each seller's producer surplus. Thus, the total area is the sum of the producer surplus of all sellers. Figure 5 measuring producer surplus with the supply curve in panel A. The price of the good is $600, and the producer surplus is $100. In panel B, the price of the good is $800, and the producer surplus is $500. How a higher price raises producer surplus. You will not be surprised to hear that sellers always want to receive a higher price for the goods they sell. But how much does sellers' well-being rise in response to a higher price? The concept of producer surplus offers a precise answer to this question. Figure 6 shows a typical upward sloping supply curve that would arise in a market with many sellers. Although this supply curve differs in shape from the previous figure, we measure producer surplus in the same way. Producer surplus is the area below the price and above the supply curve. In panel A, the price is P1, and producer surplus is the area of triangle ABC. Panel B shows what happens when the price rises from P1 to P2. Producer surplus now equals area ADF. This increase in producer surplus has two parts. First, those sellers who were already selling Q1 of the good at the lower price P1 are better off because they now get more for what they sell. The increase in producer surplus for existing sellers equals the area of the rectangle BCED. Second, some new sellers enter the market because they are willing to produce the good at the higher price, resulting in an increase in the quantity supplied from Q1 to Q2. The producer surplus of these newcomers is the area of the triangle CEF. As this analysis shows, we use producer surplus to measure the well-being of sellers in much the same way as we use consumer surplus to measure the well-being of buyers. Because these two measures of economic welfare are so similar, it is natural to use them together. And indeed, that is exactly what we do in the next section. Figure 6 how the price affects producer surplus in panel A. The price is P1, the quantity demanded is Q1, and producer surplus equals the area of the triangle ABC. When the price rises from P1 to P2, as in panel B, the quantity supplied rises from Q1 to Q2, and the producer surplus rises to the area of the triangle ADF. The increase in producer surplus, area BCFD, occurs in part because existing producers now receive more, area BCED, and in part because new producers enter the market at the higher price, area CEF. Quick quiz: draw a supply curve for Turkey. In your diagram, show a price of Turkey and the producer surplus at that price. Explain in words what this producer surplus measures. Market efficiency. Consumer surplus and producer surplus are the basic tools that economists use to study the welfare of buyers and sellers in a market. These tools can help us address a fundamental economic question: is the allocation of resources determined by free markets desirable? The benevolent social planner. To evaluate market outcomes, we introduce into our analysis a new, hypothetical character called the benevolent social planner. The benevolent social planner is an all-knowing, all-powerful, well-intentioned dictator. The planner wants to maximize the economic well-being of everyone in society. What should this planner do? Should he just leave buyers and sellers at the equilibrium that they reach naturally on their own? Or can he increase economic well-being by altering the market outcome in some way? To answer this question, the planner must first decide how to measure the economic well-being of a society. One possible measure is the sum of consumer and producer surplus, which we call total surplus. Consumer surplus is the benefit that buyers receive from participating in a market, and producer surplus is the benefit that sellers receive. It is therefore natural to use total surplus as a measure of society's economic well-being. To better understand this measure of economic well-being, recall how we measure consumer and producer surplus. We define consumer surplus as consumer surplus equals value to buyers amount paid by buyers. Similarly, we define producer surplus as producer surplus equals amount received by sellers cost to sellers. When we add consumer and producer surplus together, we obtain total surplus equals value to buyers amount paid by buyers, plus amount received by sellers, cost to sellers. The amount paid by buyers equals the amount received by sellers, so the middle two terms in this expression cancel each other. As a result, we can write total surplus as total surplus equals value to buyers, cost to sellers. Total surplus in a market is the total value to buyers of the goods, as measured by their willingness to pay, minus the total cost to sellers of providing those goods. If an allocation of resources maximizes total surplus, we say that the allocation exhibits efficiency. If an allocation is not efficient, then some of the potential gains from trade among buyers and sellers are not being realized. For example, an allocation is inefficient if a good is not being produced by the sellers with lowest cost. In this case, moving production from a high-cost producer to a low-cost producer will lower the total cost to sellers and raise total surplus. Similarly, an allocation is inefficient if a good is not being consumed by the buyers who value it most highly. In this case, moving consumption of the good from a buyer with a low valuation to a buyer with a high valuation will raise total surplus. Efficiency, the property of a resource allocation of maximizing the total surplus received by all members of society. In addition to efficiency, the social planner might also care about equality, that is, whether the various buyers and sellers in the market have a similar level of economic well-being. In essence, the gains from trade in a market are like a pie to be shared among the market participants. The question of efficiency concerns whether the pie is as big as possible. The question of equality concerns how the pie is sliced and how the portions are distributed among members of society. In this chapter, we concentrate on efficiency as the social planner's goal. Keep in mind, however, that real policymakers often care about equality as well. Equality, the property of distributing economic prosperity uniformly among the members of society. Evaluating the market equilibrium. Figure 7 shows consumer and producer surplus when a market reaches the equilibrium of supply and demand. Recall that consumer surplus equals the area above the price and under the demand curve, and producer surplus equals the area below the price and above the supply curve. Thus, the total area between the supply and demand curves up to the point of equilibrium represents the total surplus in this market. Is this equilibrium allocation of resources efficient? That is, does it maximize total surplus? To answer this question, recall that when a market is in equilibrium, the price determines which buyers and sellers participate in the market. Those buyers who value the good more than the price, represented by the segment AE on the demand curve, choose to buy the good. Buyers who value it less than the price, represented by the segment EB, do not. Similarly, those sellers whose costs are less than the price, represented by the segment CE on the supply curve, choose to produce and sell the good. Sellers whose costs are greater than the price, represented by the segment ED, do not. Figure 7, consumer and producer surplus in the market equilibrium. Total surplus, the sum of consumer and producer surplus, is the area between the supply and demand curves up to the equilibrium quantity. These observations lead to two insights about market outcomes. 1. Free markets allocate the supply of goods to the buyers who value them most highly, as measured by their willingness to pay. 2. Free markets allocate the demand for goods to the sellers who can produce them at the lowest cost. Thus, given the quantity produced and sold in a market equilibrium, the social planner cannot increase economic well-being by changing the allocation of consumption among buyers or the allocation of production among sellers. But can the social planner raise total economic well-being by increasing or decreasing the quantity of the good? The answer is no, as stated in this third insight about market outcomes. 3. Free markets produce the quantity of goods that maximizes the sum of consumer and producer surplus. Figure 8 illustrates why this is true. To interpret this figure, keep in mind that the demand curve reflects the value to buyers and the supply curve reflects the cost to sellers. At any quantity below the equilibrium level, such as Q1, the value to the marginal buyer exceeds the cost to the marginal seller. As a result, increasing the quantity produced and consumed raises total surplus. This continues to be true until the quantity reaches the equilibrium level. Similarly, at any quantity beyond the equilibrium level, such as Q2, the value to the marginal buyer is less than the cost to the marginal seller. In this case, decreasing the quantity raises total surplus, and this continues to be true until quantity falls to the equilibrium level. To maximize total surplus, the social planner would choose the quantity where the supply and demand curves intersect. Figure 8. The efficiency of the equilibrium quantity at quantities less than the equilibrium quantity, such as Q1, the value to buyers exceeds the cost to sellers. At quantities greater than the equilibrium quantity, such as Q2, the cost to sellers exceeds the value to buyers. Therefore, the market equilibrium maximizes the sum of producer and consumer surplus. Together, these three insights tell us that the market outcome makes the sum of consumer and producer surplus as large as it can be. In other words, the equilibrium outcome is an efficient allocation of resources. The benevolent social planner can, therefore, leave the market outcome just as he finds it. This policy of leaving well enough alone goes by the French expression laissez-faire, which literally translates to allow them to do. Society is lucky that the planner doesn't need to intervene. Although it has been a useful exercise imagining what an all-knowing, all-powerful, well-intentioned dictator would do, let's face it, such characters are hard to come by. Dictators are rarely benevolent, and even if we found someone so virtuous, he would lack crucial information. Suppose our social planner tried to choose an efficient allocation of resources on his own, instead of relying on market forces. To do so, he would need to know the value of a particular good to every potential consumer in the market and the cost of every potential producer. And he would need this information not only for this market but for every one of the many thousands of markets in the economy. The task is practically impossible, which explains why centrally planned economies never work very well. In the news, ticket scalping. To allocate resources efficiently, an economy must get goods including tickets to the Red Sox to the consumers who value them most highly. Like it or not, scalping is a force in the free market. By Charles Stein. Chip Case devotes a class each year to the reselling of sports tickets. He has a section in his economics textbook on the same subject. But for Case, an economics professor at Wellesley College, the sale and scalping of sports tickets is more than an interesting theoretical pursuit. Like Margaret Mead, he has done plenty of first-hand research in the jungle, and he has the stories to prove it. In 1984, Case waited in line for 2 nights on Causeway Street to get $11 tickets to one of the classic Celtics-Lakers championship series. The night before the climactic 7th game, he was in the shower when his daughter called out to him, "Dad, there's a guy on the phone who wants to buy your Celtics tickets." Case said he wasn't selling. "But Dad," his daughter added, "he's willing to pay at least $1,000 apiece for them." Case was selling. An hour later, a limo arrived at the house to pick up 2 tickets, one that belonged to Case and one to a friend of his. The driver left behind $3,000. To Case and other economists, tickets are a textbook case of the free market in action. When supply is limited and demand is not, prices rise and the people willing to pay more will eventually get their hands on the tickets. As long as people can communicate, there will be trades, said Case. In the age of the internet, buyers and sellers can link up online, through eBay or the sites devoted solely to ticket sales. But even in the pre-internet era, the process worked, albeit more slowly. In 1984, the man who bought Case's tickets was a rich New Yorker whose son attended a Boston private school. The man called a friend at the school, who called someone else, who eventually called Case. Where there is a will, there is a way. Trading happens no matter how hard teams try to suppress it. The National Football League gives some of its Super Bowl tickets to its teams, and prohibits them from reselling. Yet many of those same tickets wind up back on the secondary market. Last season the league caught Minnesota Vikings head coach Mike Tice selling his tickets to a California ticket agency. "I regret it," Tice told Sports Illustrated afterward. Or at least he regretted getting caught. Like any good market, the one for tickets is remarkably sensitive to information. Case has a story about that, too. He was in Kenmore Square just before Game 4 of last year's playoff series between the Yankees and Red Sox. The Red Sox had dropped the first 3 games and there was no joy in Mudville. Scalpers were unloading tickets for the 4th game for only slightly more than face value. Tickets for a possible 5th game were going for even less. Copyright Robin Nelson /photo edit. but the Red Sox rallied to win Game 4 in extra innings. By 2 that morning, said Case, top tickets for Game 5 were already selling for more than $1,000 online. A bear market had become a bull market instantaneously. As defenders of the free market, economists generally see nothing wrong with scalping. Consenting adults should be able to make economic trades when they think it is to their mutual advantage, said Greg Mankiew, a Harvard economics professor who recently stepped down as chairman of President Bush's Council of Economic Advisors. Mankiew has a section about scalping in his own textbook. Teams could eliminate scalping altogether by holding their own online auctions for desirable tickets. Case doesn't expect that to happen. People would burn down Fenway Park if the Red Sox charged $2,000 for a ticket, he said. The team would be accused of price gouging. Yet if you went online last week, you could find front row green monster seats for the July 15th game against the Yankees selling for more than $2,000. Go figure. Case will be at Fenway Park this Friday. He is taking his father-in-law to the game. He paid a small fortune for the tickets online. But he isn't complaining. It's the free market at work. Source: Boston Globe, May 1, 2005. The planner's job becomes easy, however, once he takes on a partner, Adam Smith's invisible hand of the marketplace. The invisible hand takes all the information about buyers and sellers into account and guides everyone in the market to the best outcome as judged by the standard of economic efficiency. It is, truly, a remarkable feat. That is why economists so often advocate free markets as the best way to organize economic activity. Should there be a market in organs? Some years ago, the front page of the Boston Globe ran the headline "How a Mother's Love Helped Save 2 Lives." The newspaper told the story of Susan Stevens, a woman whose son needed a kidney transplant. When the doctor learned that the mother's kidney was not compatible, he proposed a novel solution: if Stevens donated one of her kidneys to a stranger, her son would move to the top of the kidney waiting list. The mother accepted the deal, and soon 2 patients had the transplant they were waiting for. The ingenuity of the doctor's proposal and the nobility of the mother's act cannot be doubted. But the story raises some intriguing questions. If the mother could trade a kidney for a kidney, would the hospital allow her to trade a kidney for an expensive, experimental cancer treatment that she could not otherwise afford? Should she be allowed to exchange her kidney for free tuition for her son at the hospital's medical school? Should she be able to sell her kidney so she can use the cash to trade in her old Chevy for a new Lexus? As a matter of public policy, our society makes it illegal for people to sell their organs. In essence, in the market for organs, the government has imposed a price ceiling of 0. The result, as with any binding price ceiling, is a shortage of the good. The deal in the Stevens case did not fall under this prohibition because no cash changed hands. Many economists believe that there would be large benefits to allowing a free market in organs. People are born with 2 kidneys, but they usually need only one. Meanwhile, a few people suffer from illnesses that leave them without any working kidney. Despite the obvious gains from trade, the current situation is dire. The typical patient has to wait several years for a kidney transplant, and every year thousands of people die because a compatible kidney cannot be found. If those needing a kidney were allowed to buy one from those who have 2, the price would rise to balance supply and demand. Sellers would be better off with the extra cash in their pockets. Buyers would be better off with the organ they need to save their lives. The shortage of kidneys would disappear. Such a market would lead to an efficient allocation of resources, but critics of this plan worry about fairness. A market for organs, they argue, would benefit the rich at the expense of the poor because organs would then be allocated to those most willing and able to pay. But you can also question the fairness of the current system. Now, most of us walk around with an extra organ that we don't really need, while some of our fellow citizens are dying to get one. Is that fair? Quick quiz: draw the supply and demand for turkey. In the equilibrium, show producer and consumer surplus. Explain why producing more turkeys would lower total surplus. Conclusion: market efficiency and market failure. This chapter introduced the basic tools of welfare economics, consumer and producer surplus, and used them to evaluate the efficiency of free markets. We showed that the forces of supply and demand allocate resources efficiently. That is, even though each buyer and seller in a market is concerned only about his or her own welfare, they are together led by an invisible hand to an equilibrium that maximizes the total benefits to buyers and sellers. A word of warning is in order. To conclude that markets are efficient, we made several assumptions about how markets work. When these assumptions do not hold, our conclusion that the market equilibrium is efficient may no longer be true. As we close this chapter, let's consider briefly two of the most important of these assumptions. First, our analysis assumed that markets are perfectly competitive. In the world, however, competition is sometimes far from perfect. In some markets, a single buyer or seller, or a small group of them, may be able to control market prices. This ability to influence prices is called market power. Market power can cause markets to be inefficient because it keeps the price and quantity away from the equilibrium of supply and demand. Second, our analysis assumed that the outcome in a market matters only to the buyers and sellers in that market. Yet, in the world, the decisions of buyers and sellers sometimes affect people who are not participants in the market at all. Pollution is the classic example. The use of agricultural pesticides, for instance, affects not only the manufacturers who make them and the farmers who use them, but many others who breathe air or drink water that has been polluted with these pesticides. Such side effects, called externalities, cause welfare in a market to depend on more than just the value to the buyers and the cost to the sellers. Because buyers and sellers do not consider these side effects when deciding how much to consume and produce, the equilibrium in a market can be inefficient from the standpoint of society as a whole. Market power and externalities are examples of a general phenomenon called market failure, the inability of some unregulated markets to allocate resources efficiently. When markets fail, public policy can potentially remedy the problem and increase economic efficiency. Microeconomists devote much effort to studying when market failure is likely and what sorts of policies are best at correcting market failures. As you continue your study of economics, you will see that the tools of welfare economics developed here are readily adapted to that endeavor. Despite the possibility of market failure, the invisible hand of the marketplace is extraordinarily important. In many markets, the assumptions we made in this chapter work well, and the conclusion of market efficiency applies directly. Moreover, we can use our analysis of welfare economics and market efficiency to shed light on the effects of various government policies. In the next two chapters, we apply the tools we have just developed to study two important policy issues: the welfare effects of taxation and of international trade. Summary: consumer surplus equals buyers' willingness to pay for a good minus the amount they actually pay, and it measures the benefit buyers get from participating in a market. Consumer surplus can be computed by finding the area below the demand curve and above the price. Producer surplus equals the amount sellers receive for their goods minus their costs of production, and it measures the benefit sellers get from participating in a market. Producer surplus can be computed by finding the area below the price and above the supply curve. An allocation of resources that maximizes the sum of consumer and producer surplus is said to be efficient. Policymakers are often concerned with the efficiency, as well as the equality, of economic outcomes. The equilibrium of supply and demand maximizes the sum of consumer and producer surplus. That is, the invisible hand of the marketplace leads buyers and sellers to allocate resources efficiently. Markets do not allocate resources efficiently in the presence of market failures such as market power or externalities. Key concepts: welfare economics, willingness to pay, consumer surplus, cost, producer surplus, efficiency, equality. Questions for review. 1. Explain how buyers' willingness to pay, consumer surplus, and the demand curve are related. 2. Explain how sellers' costs, producer surplus, and the supply curve are related. 3. In a supply and demand diagram, show producer and consumer surplus in the market equilibrium. 4. What is efficiency? Is it the only goal of economic policy makers? 5. What does the invisible hand do? 6. Name 2 types of market failure. Explain why each may cause market outcomes to be inefficient. Problems and applications. 1. Melissa buys an iPod for $120 and gets consumer surplus of $80. A. What is her willingness to pay? B. If she had bought the iPod on sale for $90, what would her consumer surplus have been? C. If the price of an iPod were $250, what would her consumer surplus have been? 2. An early freeze in California sours the lemon crop. Explain what happens to consumer surplus in the market for lemons. Explain what happens to consumer surplus in the market for lemonade. Illustrate your answers with diagrams. 3. Suppose the demand for French bread rises. Explain what happens to producer surplus in the market for French bread. Explain what happens to producer surplus in the market for flour. Illustrate your answers with diagrams. 4. It is a hot day, and Bert is thirsty. Here is the value he places on a bottle of water. Value of first bottle: $7. Value of second bottle: $5. Value of third bottle: $3. Value of fourth bottle: $1. A. From this information, derive Bert's demand schedule. Graph his demand curve for bottled water. B. If the price of a bottle of water is $4, how many bottles does Bert buy? How much consumer surplus does Bert get from his purchases? Show Bert's consumer surplus in your graph. C. If the price falls to $2, how does quantity demanded change? How does Bert's consumer surplus change? Show these changes in your graph. 5. Ernie owns a water pump. Because pumping large amounts of water is harder than pumping small amounts, the cost of producing a bottle of water rises as he pumps more. Here is the cost he incurs to produce each bottle of water. Cost of first bottle: $1. Cost of second bottle: $3. Cost of third bottle: $5. Cost of fourth bottle: $7. A. From this information, derive Ernie's supply schedule. Graph his supply curve for bottled water. B. If the price of a bottle of water is $4, how many bottles does Ernie produce and sell? How much producer surplus does Ernie get from these sales? Show Ernie's producer surplus in your graph. C. If the price rises to $6, how does quantity supply change? How does Ernie's producer surplus change? Show these changes in your graph. 6. Consider a market in which Bert from problem 4 is the buyer and Ernie from problem 5 is the seller. A. Use Ernie's supply schedule and Bert's demand schedule to find the quantity supplied and quantity demanded at prices of $2, $4, and $6. Which of these prices brings supply and demand into equilibrium? B. What are consumer surplus, producer surplus, and total surplus in this equilibrium? C. If Ernie produced and Bert consumed one fewer bottle of water, what would happen to total surplus? D. If Ernie produced and Bert consumed one additional bottle of water, what would happen to total surplus? 7. The cost of producing flat-screen TVs has fallen over the past decade. Let's consider some implications of this fact. A. Draw a supply and demand diagram to show the effect of falling production costs on the price and quantity of flat-screen TVs sold. B. In your diagram, show what happens to consumer surplus and producer surplus. C. Suppose the supply of flat-screen TVs is very elastic. Who benefits most from falling production costs, consumers or producers of these TVs? 8. There are 4 consumers willing to pay the following amounts for haircuts. Jerry, $7 Oprah, $2 Ellen, $8 Phil, $5. There are 4 haircutting businesses with the following costs. Firm A, $3, Firm B, $6, Firm C, $4, Firm D, $2. Each firm has the capacity to produce only one haircut. For efficiency, how many haircuts should be given? Which businesses should cut hair and which consumers should have their hair cut? How large is the maximum possible total surplus? 9. Suppose a technological advance reduces the cost of making computers. A. Draw a supply and demand diagram to show what happens to price, quantity, consumer surplus, and producer surplus in the market for computers. B. Computers and typewriters are substitutes. Use a supply and demand diagram to show what happens to price, quantity, consumer surplus, and producer surplus in the market for typewriters. Should typewriter producers be happy or sad about the technological advance in computers? C. Computers and software are complements. Draw a supply and demand diagram to show what happens to price, quantity, consumer surplus, and producer surplus in the market for software. Should software producers be happy or sad about the technological advance in computers? D. Does this analysis help explain why software producer Bill Gates is one of the world's richest men? 10. A friend of yours is considering 2 cell phone service providers. Provider A charges $120 per month for the service regardless of the number of phone calls made. Provider B does not have a fixed service fee but instead charges $1 per minute for calls. Your friend's monthly demand for minutes of calling is given by the equation QD equals 150, 50p, where p is the price of a minute. A. With each provider, what is the cost to your friend of an extra minute on the phone? B. In light of your answer to A, how many minutes would your friend talk on the phone with each provider? C. How much would he end up paying each provider every month? D. How much consumer surplus would he obtain with each provider? Hint: graph the demand curve and recall the formula for the area of a triangle, E. Which provider would you recommend that your friend choose? Why? 11. Consider how health insurance affects the quantity of healthcare services performed. Suppose that the typical medical procedure has a cost of $100, yet a person with health insurance pays only $20 out of pocket. Her insurance company pays the remaining $80. The insurance company recoups the $80 through premiums, but the premium a person pays does not depend on how many procedures that person chooses to undertake. A. Draw the demand curve in the market for medical care. In your diagram, the horizontal axis should represent the number of medical procedures. Show the quantity of procedures demanded if each procedure has a price of $100. B. On your diagram, show the quantity of procedures demanded if consumers pay only $20 per procedure. If the cost of each procedure to society is truly $100, and if individuals have health insurance as just described, will the number of procedures performed maximize total surplus? Explain. C. Economists often blame the health insurance system for excessive use of medical care. Given your analysis, why might the use of care be viewed as excessive? D. What sort of policies might prevent this excessive use? For further information on topics in this chapter, additional problems, applications, examples, online quizzes, and more, please visit our website at www.cengage.com/economics/mankiew. Application: the costs of taxation. Taxes are often a source of heated political debate. In 1776, the anger of the American colonists over British taxes sparked the American Revolution. More than 2 centuries later, the American political parties continue to debate the proper size and shape of the tax system. Yet no one would deny that some level of taxation is necessary. As Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. once said, taxes are what we pay for civilized society. Because taxation has such a major impact on the modern economy, we return to the topic several times throughout this book as we expand the set of tools we have at our disposal. We began our study of taxes in Chapter 6. There we saw how a tax on a good affects its price and the quantity sold, and how the forces of supply and demand divide the burden of a tax between buyers and sellers. In this chapter, we extend this analysis and look at how taxes affect welfare, the economic well-being of participants in a market. In other words, we see how high the price of civilized society can be. The effects of taxes on welfare might at first seem obvious. The government enacts taxes to raise revenue, and that revenue must come out of someone's pocket. As we saw in Chapter 6, both buyers and sellers are worse off when a good is taxed. A tax raises the price buyers pay and lowers the price sellers receive. Yet to understand more fully how taxes affect economic well-being, we must compare the reduced welfare of buyers and sellers to the amount of revenue the government raises. The tools of consumer and producer surplus allow us to make this comparison. The analysis will show that the cost of taxes to buyers and sellers exceeds the revenue raised by the government. The deadweight loss of taxation. We begin by recalling one of the surprising lessons from Chapter 6. The outcome is the same whether a tax on a good is levied on buyers or sellers of the good. When a tax is levied on buyers, the demand curve shifts downward by the size of the tax. When it is levied on sellers, the supply curve shifts upward by that amount. In either case, when the tax is enacted, the price paid by buyers rises, and the price received by sellers falls. In the end, the elasticities of supply and demand determine how the tax burden is distributed between producers and consumers. This distribution is the same regardless of how it is levied. Figure 1 shows these effects. To simplify our discussion, this figure does not show a shift in either the supply or demand curve, although one curve must shift. Which curve shifts depends on whether the tax is levied on sellers, the supply curve shifts, or buyers, the demand curve shifts. In this chapter, we can keep the analysis general and simplify the graphs by not bothering to show the shift. The key result for our purposes here is that the tax places a wedge between the price buyers pay and the price sellers receive. Because of this tax wedge, the quantity sold falls below the level that would be sold without a tax. In other words, a tax on a good causes the size of the market for the good to shrink. These results should be familiar from Chapter 6. Figure 1. The effects of a tax. A tax on a good places a wedge between the price that buyers pay and the price that sellers receive. The quantity of the good sold falls. How a tax affects market participants. Let's use the tools of welfare economics to measure the gains and losses from a tax on a good. To do this, we must take into account how the tax affects buyers, sellers, and the government. The benefit received by buyers in a market is measured by consumer surplus, the amount buyers are willing to pay for the good minus the amount they actually pay for it. The benefit received by sellers in a market is measured by producer surplus, the amount sellers receive for the good minus their costs. These are precisely the measures of economic welfare we used in Chapter 7. What about the third interested party, the government? If T is the size of the tax and Q is the quantity of the good sold, then the government gets total tax revenue of T times Q. It can use this tax revenue to provide services, such as roads, police, and public education, or to help the needy. Therefore, to analyze how taxes affect economic well-being, we use the government's tax revenue to measure the public benefit from the tax. Keep in mind, however, that this benefit actually accrues not to the government but to those on whom the revenue is spent. You know, the idea of taxation with representation doesn't appeal to me very much, either. Copyright J.B. Handelsman. The New Yorker Collection /www.cartoonbank.com. Figure 2 shows that the government's tax revenue is represented by the rectangle between the supply and demand curves. The height of this rectangle is the size of the tax, T, and the width of the rectangle is the quantity of the goods sold, Q. Because a rectangle's area is its height times its width, this rectangle's area is T times Q, which equals the tax revenue. Welfare without a tax. To see how a tax affects welfare, we begin by considering welfare before the government imposes a tax. Figure 3 shows the supply and demand diagram and marks the key areas with the letters A through F. Figure 2 Tax revenue. The tax revenue that the government collects equals T times Q, the size of the tax T times the quantity sold Q. Thus, tax revenue equals the area of the rectangle between the supply and demand curves. Figure 3 How a tax affects welfare. A tax on a good reduces consumer surplus, by the area B plus C, and producer surplus, by the area D plus E. Because the fall in producer and consumer surplus exceeds tax revenue, area B plus D, the tax is said to impose a deadweight loss, area C plus E. Without a tax, the equilibrium price and quantity are found at the intersection of the supply and demand curves. The price is P1, and the quantity sold is Q1. Because the demand curve reflects buyers' willingness to pay, consumer surplus is the area between the demand curve and the price, A plus B plus C. Similarly, because the supply curve reflects sellers' costs, producer surplus is the area between the supply curve and the price, D plus E plus F. In this case, because there is no tax, tax revenue equals 0. Total surplus, the sum of consumer and producer surplus, equals the area A plus B plus C plus D plus E plus F. In other words, as we saw in Chapter 7, total surplus is the area between the supply and demand curves up to the equilibrium quantity. The first column of the table in Figure 3 summarizes these conclusions. Welfare with a tax. Now consider welfare after the tax is enacted. The price paid by buyers rises from P1 to PB, so consumer surplus now equals only area A, the area below the demand curve and above the buyer's price. The price received by sellers falls from P1 to PS, so producer surplus now equals only area F, the area above the supply curve and below the seller's price. The quantity sold falls from Q1 to Q2, and the government collects tax revenue equal to the area B plus D. To compute total surplus with the tax, we add consumer surplus, producer surplus, and tax revenue. Thus, we find that total surplus is area A plus B plus D plus F. The second column of the table summarizes these results. Changes in welfare. We can now see the effects of the tax by comparing welfare before and after the tax is enacted. The third column of the table in Figure 3 shows the changes. The tax causes consumer surplus to fall by the area B plus C and producer surplus to fall by the area D plus E. Tax revenue rises by the area B plus D. Not surprisingly, the tax makes buyers and sellers worse off and the government better off. The change in total welfare includes the change in consumer surplus, which is negative, the change in producer surplus, which is also negative, and the change in tax revenue, which is positive. When we add these three pieces together, we find that total surplus in the market falls by the area C plus E. Thus, the losses to buyers and sellers from a tax exceed the revenue raised by the government. The fall in total surplus that results when a tax, or some other policy, distorts a market outcome is called the deadweight loss. The area C plus E measures the size of the deadweight loss. Deadweight loss: the fall in total surplus that results from a market distortion, such as a tax. To understand why taxes impose deadweight losses, recall one of the 10 principles of economics in Chapter 1, people respond to incentives. In Chapter 7, we saw that free markets normally allocate scarce resources efficiently. That is, the equilibrium of supply and demand maximizes the total surplus of buyers and sellers in a market. When a tax raises the price to buyers and lowers the price to sellers, however, it gives buyers an incentive to consume less and sellers an incentive to produce less than they would in the absence of the tax. As buyers and sellers respond to these incentives, the size of the market shrinks below its optimum, as shown in the figure by the movement from Q1 to Q2. Thus, because taxes distort incentives, they cause markets to allocate resources inefficiently. Deadweight losses and the gains from trade. To get some further insight into why taxes result in deadweight losses, consider an example. Imagine that Joe cleans Jane's house each week for $100. The opportunity cost of Joe's time is $80, and the value of a clean house to Jane is $120. Thus, Joe and Jane each receive a $20 benefit from their deal. The total surplus of $40 measures the gains from trade in this particular transaction. Now suppose that the government levies a $50 tax on the providers of cleaning services. There is now no price that Jane can pay Joe that will leave both of them better off after paying the tax. The most Jane would be willing to pay is $120, but then Joe would be left with only $70 after paying the tax, which is less than his $80 opportunity cost. Conversely, for Joe to receive his opportunity cost of $80, Jane would need to pay $130, which is above the $120 value she places on a clean house. As a result, Jane and Joe cancel their arrangement. Joe goes without the income, and Jane lives in a dirtier house. The tax has made Joe and Jane worse off by a total of $40 because they have each lost $20 of surplus. But note that the government collects no revenue from Joe and Jane because they decide to cancel their arrangement. The $40 is pure deadweight loss. It is a loss to buyers and sellers in a market that is not offset by an increase in government revenue. From this example, we can see the ultimate source of deadweight losses. Taxes cause deadweight losses because they prevent buyers and sellers from realizing some of the gains from trade. The area of the triangle between the supply and demand curves, area C plus E in Figure 3, measures these losses. This conclusion can be seen more easily in Figure 4 by recalling that the demand curve reflects the value of the good to consumers and that the supply curve reflects the costs of producers. When the tax raises the price to buyers to PB and lowers the price to sellers to PS, the marginal buyers and sellers leave the market, so the quantity sold falls from Q1 to Q2. Yet as the figure shows, the value of the good to these buyers still exceeds the cost to these sellers. At every quantity between Q1 and Q2, the situation is the same as in our example with Joe and Jane. The gains from trade, the difference between buyer's value and seller's cost, are less than the tax. As a result, these trades are not made once the tax is imposed. The deadweight loss is the surplus lost because the tax discourages these mutually advantageous trades. Figure 4, the deadweight loss. When the government imposes a tax on a good, the quantity sold falls from Q1 to Q2. At every quantity between Q1 and Q2, the potential gains from trade among buyers and sellers are not realized. These lost gains from trade create the deadweight loss. Quick quiz: draw the supply and demand curves for cookies. If the government imposes a tax on cookies, show what happens to the price paid by buyers, the price received by sellers, and the quantity sold. In your diagram, show the deadweight loss from the tax. Explain the meaning of the deadweight loss. The determinants of the deadweight loss. What determines whether the deadweight loss from a tax is large or small? The answer is the price elasticities of supply and demand, which measure how much the quantity supplied and quantity demanded respond to changes in the price. Let's consider first how the elasticity of supply affects the size of the deadweight loss. In the top two panels of Figure 5, the demand curve and the size of the tax are the same. The only difference in these figures is the elasticity of the supply curve. In panel A, the supply curve is relatively inelastic. Quantity supplied responds only slightly to changes in the price. In panel B, the supply curve is relatively elastic. Quantity supplied responds substantially to changes in the price. Notice that the deadweight loss, the area of the triangle between the supply and demand curves, is larger when the supply curve is more elastic. Similarly, the bottom two panels of Figure 5 show how the elasticity of demand affects the size of the deadweight loss. Here the supply curve and the size of the tax are held constant. In panel C, the demand curve is relatively inelastic, and the deadweight loss is small. In panel D, the demand curve is more elastic, and the deadweight loss from the tax is larger. Figure 5, tax distortions and elasticities. In panels A and B, the demand curve and the size of the tax are the same, but the price elasticity of supply is different. Notice that the more elastic the supply curve, the larger the deadweight loss of the tax. In panels C and D, the supply curve and the size of the tax are the same, but the price elasticity of demand is different. Notice that the more elastic the demand curve, the larger the deadweight loss of the tax. The lesson from this figure is apparent. A tax has a deadweight loss because it induces buyers and sellers to change their behavior. The tax raises the price paid by buyers, so they consume less. At the same time, the tax lowers the price received by sellers, so they produce less. Because of these changes in behavior, the size of the market shrinks below the optimum. The elasticities of supply and demand measure how much sellers and buyers respond to the changes in the price and, therefore, determine how much the tax distorts the market outcome. Hence, the greater the elasticities of supply and demand, the greater the deadweight loss of a tax. The deadweight loss debate. Supply, demand, elasticity, deadweight loss. All this economic theory is enough to make your head spin. But believe it or not, these ideas go to the heart of a profound political question: how big should the government be? The debate hinges on these concepts because the larger the deadweight loss of taxation, the larger the cost of any government program. If taxation entails large deadweight losses, then these losses are a strong argument for a leaner government that does less and taxes less. But if taxes impose small deadweight losses, then government programs are less costly than they otherwise might be. So how big are the deadweight losses of taxation? Economists disagree on the answer to this question. To see the nature of this disagreement, consider the most important tax in the U.S. economy, the tax on labor. The Social Security tax, the Medicare tax, and to a large extent, the federal income tax are labor taxes. Many state governments also tax labor earnings. A labor tax places a wedge between the wage that firms pay and the wage that workers receive. For a typical worker, if all forms of labor taxes are added together, the marginal tax rate on labor income, the tax on the last dollar of earnings, is about 40%. Although the size of the labor tax is easy to determine, the deadweight loss of this tax is less straightforward. Economists disagree about whether this 40% labor tax has a small or a large deadweight loss. This disagreement arises because economists hold different views about the elasticity of labor supply. Economists who argue that labor taxes do not greatly distort market outcomes believe that labor supply is fairly inelastic. Most people, they claim, would work full-time regardless of the wage. If so, the labor supply curve is almost vertical, and a tax on labor has a small deadweight loss. Economists who argue that labor taxes are highly distorting believe that labor supply is more elastic. While admitting that some groups of workers may supply their labor inelastically, these economists claim that many other groups respond more to incentives. Here are some examples. Many workers can adjust the number of hours they work, for instance, by working overtime. The higher the wage, the more hours they choose to work. Some families have second earners, often married women with children, with some discretion over whether to do unpaid work at home or paid work in the marketplace. When deciding whether to take a job, these second earners compare the benefits of being at home, including savings on the cost of childcare, with the wages they could earn. Many of the elderly can choose when to retire, and their decisions are partly based on the wage. Once they are retired, the wage determines their incentive to work part-time. Some people consider engaging in illegal economic activity, such as the drug trade, or working at jobs that pay under the table to evade taxes. Economists call this the underground economy. In deciding whether to work in the underground economy or at a legitimate job, these potential criminals compare what they can earn by breaking the law with the wage they can earn legally. What's your position on the elasticity of labor supply? Copyright Jim Barg/AFP/Getty Images. In each of these cases, the quantity of labor supplied responds to the wage, the price of labor. Thus, these workers' decisions are distorted when their labor earnings are taxed. Labor taxes encourage workers to work fewer hours, second earners to stay at home, the elderly to retire early, and the unscrupulous to enter the underground economy. These two views of labor taxation persist to this day. Indeed, whenever you see two political candidates debating whether the government should provide more services or reduce the tax burden, keep in mind that part of the disagreement may rest on different views about the elasticity of labor supply and the deadweight loss of taxation. Quick quiz: the demand for beer is more elastic than the demand for milk. Would a tax on beer or a tax on milk have a larger deadweight loss? Why? Deadweight loss and tax revenue. As taxes vary, taxes rarely stay the same for long periods of time. Policymakers in local, state, and federal governments are always considering raising one tax or lowering another. Here we consider what happens to the deadweight loss and tax revenue when the size of a tax changes. Figure 6 shows the effects of a small, medium, and large tax, holding constant the market's supply and demand curves. The deadweight loss, the reduction in total surplus that results when the tax reduces the size of a market below the optimum, equals the area of the triangle between the supply and demand curves. For the small tax in panel A, the area of the deadweight loss triangle is quite small. But as the size of a tax rises in panels B and C, the deadweight loss grows larger and larger. Indeed, the deadweight loss of a tax rises even more rapidly than the size of the tax. This occurs because the deadweight loss is an area of a triangle, and the area of a triangle depends on the square of its size. If we double the size of a tax, for instance, the base and height of the triangle double, so the deadweight loss rises by a factor of 4. If we triple the size of a tax, the base and height triple, so the deadweight loss rises by a factor of 9. The government's tax revenue is the size of the tax times the amount of the good sold. As the first three panels of Figure 6 show, tax revenue equals the area of the rectangle between the supply and demand curves. For the small tax in panel A, tax revenue is small. As the size of a tax increases from panel A to panel B, tax revenue grows. But as the size of the tax increases further from panel B to panel C, tax revenue falls because the higher tax drastically reduces the size of the market. For a very large tax, no revenue would be raised because people would stop buying and selling the good altogether. Figure 6: how deadweight loss and tax revenue vary with the size of a tax. The deadweight loss is the reduction in total surplus due to the tax. Tax revenue is the amount of the tax times the amount of the good sold. In panel A, a small tax has a small deadweight loss and raises a small amount of revenue. In panel B, a somewhat larger tax has a larger deadweight loss and raises a larger amount of revenue. In panel C, a very large tax has a very large deadweight loss, but because it has reduced the size of the market so much, the tax raises only a small amount of revenue. Panels D and E summarize these conclusions. Panel D shows that as the size of a tax grows larger, the deadweight loss grows larger. Panel E shows that tax revenue first rises and then falls. This relationship is sometimes called the Laffer curve. The last two panels of Figure 6 summarize these results. In panel D, we see that as the size of a tax increases, its deadweight loss quickly gets larger. By contrast, panel E shows that tax revenue first rises with the size of the tax, but as the tax gets larger, the market shrinks so much that tax revenue starts to fall. The Laffer curve and supply-side economics. One day in 1974, economist Arthur Laffer sat in a Washington restaurant with some prominent journalists and politicians. He took out a napkin and drew a figure on it to show how tax rates affect tax revenue. It looked much like panel E of our Figure 6. Laffer then suggested that the United States was on the downward sloping side of this curve. Tax rates were so high, he argued, that reducing them would actually increase tax revenue. Most economists were skeptical of Laffer's suggestion. The idea that a cut in tax rates could increase tax revenue was correct as a matter of economic theory, but there was more doubt about whether it would do so in practice. There was little evidence for Laffer's view that U.S. tax rates had in fact reached such extreme levels. Nonetheless, the Laffer curve, as it became known, captured the imagination of Ronald Reagan. David Stockman, budget director in the first Reagan administration, offers the following story: had once been on the Laffer curve himself. "I came into the big money-making pictures during World War II," he would always say. At that time the wartime income surtax hit 90%. "You could only make 4 pictures and then you were in the top bracket," he would continue. "So we all quit working after 4 pictures and went off to the country. High tax rates caused less work. Low tax rates caused more." His experience proved it. When Reagan ran for president in 1980, he made cutting taxes part of his platform. Reagan argued that taxes were so high that they were discouraging hard work. He argued that lower taxes would give people the proper incentive to work, which would raise economic well-being and perhaps even tax revenue. Because the cut in tax rates was intended to encourage people to increase the quantity of labor they supplied, the views of Laffer and Reagan became known as supply-side economics. Economists continue to debate Laffer's argument. Many believe that subsequent history refuted Laffer's conjecture that lower tax rates would raise tax revenue. Yet because history is open to alternative interpretations, other economists view the events of the 1980s as more favorable to the supply-siders. To evaluate Laffer's hypothesis definitively, we would need to rerun history without the Reagan tax cuts and see if tax revenues were higher or lower. Unfortunately, that experiment is impossible. Some economists take an intermediate position on this issue. They believe that while an overall cut in tax rates normally reduces revenue, some taxpayers at some times may find themselves on the wrong side of the Laffer curve. Other things equal, a tax cut is more likely to raise tax revenue if the cut applies to those taxpayers facing the highest tax rates. In addition, Laffer's argument may be more compelling when considering countries with much higher tax rates than the United States. In Sweden in the early 1980s, for instance, the typical worker faced a marginal tax rate of about 80%. Such a high tax rate provides a substantial disincentive to work. Studies have suggested that Sweden would indeed have raised more tax revenue if it had lowered its tax rates. In the news: new research on taxation. According to the latest research, most countries are on the left side of the Laffer curve. But that is not true everywhere for all taxes. ECB paper looks at US, Europe spots on the Laffer curve. By Brian Blackstone. Economist Arthur Laffer's theory is that, after a certain point, tax increases become self-defeating by weakening economic growth and draining tax revenues. There are 2 points, 0 and 100%, where the government receives no revenue. The trick is finding the peak point between the two. The Laffer curve served as an intellectual foundation for large-scale tax cuts in the US in the early 1980s. Now, the US is on the left side of the Laffer curve even more so than Europe, especially when it comes to labor taxes, meaning higher tax rates would still bring in added revenues, a European Central Bank paper concludes. We find that the US can increase tax revenues by 30% by raising labor taxes but only 6% by raising capital income taxes, while the same numbers for EU14 are 8% and 1% respectively, ECB economist Matthias Trabant and University of Chicago economist Harold Ulig wrote. Germany could raise about another 10% in revenues by increasing labor taxes, they estimate, but just 2% via capital taxes. Only 32% of a cut in U.S. labor taxes would be self-financed, the economists note, versus 54% self-financing in Europe. Just over 50% of a cut in U.S. capital taxes would pay for itself, the authors estimate, versus 79% in Europe. In terms of a Laffer hill, both the US and the EU14 are on the left side of the peak with respect to their capital tax rates, the authors wrote. But in the case of Denmark and Sweden, these countries are on the slippery side of the Laffer curve and can actually improve their budgetary situation by cutting capital taxes. According to our calculations, they wrote. Source: Wall Street Journal, Real-Time Economics Blog, April 21, 2010. Economists disagree about these issues in part because there is no consensus about the size of the relevant elasticities. The more elastic supply and demand are in any market, the more taxes in the market distort behavior, and the more likely it is that a tax cut will increase tax revenue. There is no debate, however, about the general lesson: how much revenue the government gains or loses from a tax change cannot be computed just by looking at tax rates. It also depends on how the tax change affects people's behavior. Quick quiz: if the government doubles the tax on gasoline, can you be sure that revenue from the gasoline tax will rise? Can you be sure that the deadweight loss from the gasoline tax will rise? Explain. Conclusion. In this chapter we have used the tools developed in the previous chapter to further our understanding of taxes. One of the 10 principles of economics discussed in Chapter 1 is that markets are usually a good way to organize economic activity. In Chapter 7, we used the concepts of producer and consumer surplus to make this principle more precise. Here we have seen that when the government imposes taxes on buyers or sellers of a good, society loses some of the benefits of market efficiency. Taxes are costly to market participants not only because taxes transfer resources from those participants to the government but also because they alter incentives and distort market outcomes. The analysis presented here and in Chapter 6 should give you a good basis for understanding the economic impact of taxes, but this is not the end of the story. Microeconomists study how best to design a tax system, including how to strike the right balance between equality and efficiency. Macroeconomists study how taxes influence the overall economy and how policymakers can use the tax system to stabilize economic activity and to achieve more rapid economic growth. So as you continue your study of economics, don't be surprised when the subject of taxation comes up yet again. Summary. A tax on a good reduces the welfare of buyers and sellers of the good, and the reduction in consumer and producer surplus usually exceeds the revenue raised by the government. The fall in total surplus, the sum of consumer surplus, producer surplus, and tax revenue, is called the deadweight loss of the tax. Taxes have deadweight losses because they cause buyers to consume less and sellers to produce less, and these changes in behavior shrink the size of the market below the level that maximizes total surplus. Because the elasticities of supply and demand measure how much market participants respond to market conditions, larger elasticities imply larger deadweight losses. As a tax grows larger, it distorts incentives more, and its deadweight loss grows larger. Because a tax reduces the size of the market, however, tax revenue does not continually increase. It first rises with the size of a tax, but if a tax gets large enough, tax revenue starts to fall. Key concept: deadweight loss. Questions for review. 1. What happens to consumer and producer surplus when the sale of a good is taxed? How does the change in consumer and producer surplus compare to the tax revenue? Explain. 2. Draw a supply and demand diagram with a tax on the sale of the good. Show the deadweight loss. Show the tax revenue. 3. How do the elasticities of supply and demand affect the deadweight loss of a tax? Why do they have this effect? 4. Why do experts disagree about whether labor taxes have small or large deadweight losses? 5. What happens to the deadweight loss and tax revenue when a tax is increased? Problems and applications. 1. The market for pizza is characterized by a downward-sloping demand curve and an upward-sloping supply curve. A. Draw the competitive market equilibrium. Label the price, quantity, consumer surplus, and producer surplus. Is there any deadweight loss? Explain. B. Suppose that the government forces each pizzeria to pay a $1 tax on each pizza sold. Illustrate the effect of this tax on the pizza market, being sure to label the consumer surplus, producer surplus, government revenue, and deadweight loss. How does each area compare to the pre-tax case? C. If the tax were removed, pizza eaters and sellers would be better off, but the government would lose tax revenue. Suppose that consumers and producers voluntarily transferred some of their gains to the government. Could all parties, including the government, be better off than they were with the tax? Explain using the labeled areas in your graph. To evaluate the following two statements. Do you agree? Why or why not? A. A tax that has no deadweight loss cannot raise any revenue for the government. B. A tax that raises no revenue for the government cannot have any deadweight loss. 3. Consider the market for rubber bands. A. If this market has very elastic supply and very inelastic demand, how would the burden of a tax on rubber bands be shared between consumers and producers? Use the tools of consumer surplus and producer surplus in your answer. B. If this market has very inelastic supply and very elastic demand, how would the burden of a tax on rubber bands be shared between consumers and producers? Contrast your answer with your answer to part A. 4. Suppose that the government imposes a tax on heating oil. A. Would the deadweight loss from this tax likely be greater in the first year after it is imposed or in the 5th year? Explain. B. Would the revenue collected from this tax likely be greater in the first year after it is imposed or in the 5th year? Explain. 5. After economics class one day, your friend suggests that taxing food would be a good way to raise revenue because the demand for food is quite inelastic. In what sense is taxing food a good way to raise revenue? In what sense is it not a good way to raise revenue? 6. Daniel Patrick Moynihan, the late senator from New York, once introduced a bill that would levy a 10,000% tax on certain hollow-tipped bullets. A. Do you expect that this tax would raise much revenue? Why or why not? B. Even if the tax would raise no revenue, why might Senator Moynihan have proposed it? 7. The government places a tax on the purchase of socks. A. Illustrate the effect of this tax on equilibrium price and quantity in the sock market. Identify the following areas both before and after the imposition of the tax: total spending by consumers, total revenue for producers, and government tax revenue. B. Does the price received by producers rise or fall? Can you tell whether total receipts for producers rise or fall? Explain. C. Does the price paid by consumers rise or fall? Can you tell whether total spending by consumers rises or falls? Explain carefully. Hint: think about elasticity. If total consumer spending falls, does consumer surplus rise? Explain. 8. Suppose the government currently raises $100 million through a 1-cent tax on widgets, and another $100 million through a 10-cent tax on gadgets. If the government doubled the tax rate on widgets and eliminated the tax on gadgets, would it raise more tax revenue than it does today, less tax revenue, or the same amount? Explain. 9. This chapter analyzed the welfare effects of a tax on a good. Consider now the opposite policy. Suppose that the government subsidizes a good. For each unit of the good sold, the government pays $2 to the buyer. How does the subsidy affect consumer surplus, producer surplus, tax revenue, and total surplus? Does a subsidy lead to a deadweight loss? Explain. 10 hotel rooms in small town go for $100, and 1,000 rooms are rented on a typical day. A. To raise revenue, the mayor decides to charge hotels a tax of $10 per rented room. After the tax is imposed, the going rate for hotel rooms rises to $108, and the number of rooms rented falls to 900. Calculate the amount of revenue this tax raises for small town and the deadweight loss of the tax. Hint: the area of a triangle is 1/2 times base times height. B. The mayor now doubles the tax to $20. The price rises to $116, and the number of rooms rented falls to 800. Calculate tax revenue and deadweight loss with this larger tax. Do they double, more than double, or less than double? Explain. 11. Suppose that a market is described by the following supply and demand equations. QS equals 2P. QD equals 300p. A. Solve for the equilibrium price and the equilibrium quantity. B. Suppose that a tax of T is placed on buyers, so the new demand equation is solved for the new equilibrium. What happens to the price received by sellers, the price paid by buyers, and the quantity sold? QD equals 300-P plus T. C. Tax revenue is T times Q. Use your answer to part B. To solve for tax revenue as a function of T, graph this relationship for T between 0 and 300. D. The deadweight loss of a tax is the area of the triangle between the supply and demand curves. Recalling that the area of a triangle is 1/2 times base times height, solve for deadweight loss as a function of T, graph this relationship for T between 0 and 300. Hint: looking sideways, the base of the deadweight loss triangle is T, and the height is the difference between the quantity sold with the tax and the quantity sold without the tax, E. The government now levies a tax on this good of $200 per unit. Is this a good policy? Why or why not? Can you propose a better policy? For further information on topics in this chapter, additional problems, applications, examples, online quizzes, and more, please visit our website at www.cengage.com/economics/mankiew. Application: International trade. If you check the labels on the clothes you are now wearing, you will probably find that some of your clothes were made in another country. A century ago, the textile and clothing industry was a major part of the U.S. economy, but that is no longer the case. Faced with foreign competitors that can produce quality goods at low cost, many U.S. firms have found it increasingly difficult to produce and sell textiles and clothing at a profit. As a result, they have laid off their workers and shut down their factories. Today, much of the textiles and clothing that Americans consume are imported. The story of the textile industry raises important questions for economic policy. How does international trade affect economic well-being? Who gains and who loses from free trade among countries, and how do the gains compare to the losses? Chapter 3 introduced the study of international trade by applying the principle of comparative advantage. According to this principle, all countries can benefit from trading with one another because trade allows each country to specialize in doing what it does best. But the analysis in Chapter 3 was incomplete. It did not explain how the international marketplace achieves these gains from trade or how the gains are distributed among various economic participants. We now return to the study of international trade and take up these questions. Over the past several chapters, we have developed many tools for analyzing how markets work: supply, demand, equilibrium, consumer surplus, producer surplus, and so on. With these tools, we can learn more about how international trade affects economic well-being. The determinants of trade. Consider the market for textiles. The textile market is well suited to examining the gains and losses from international trade. Textiles are made in many countries around the world, and there is much world trade in textiles. Moreover, the textile market is one in which policymakers often consider, and sometimes implement, trade restrictions to protect domestic producers from foreign competitors. We examine here the textile market in the imaginary country of Iceland. The equilibrium without trade. As our story begins, the Icelandic textile market is isolated from the rest of the world. By government decree, no one in Iceland is allowed to import or export textiles, and the penalty for violating the decree is so large that no one dares try. Because there is no international trade, the market for textiles in Iceland consists solely of Icelandic buyers and sellers. As Figure 1 shows, the domestic price adjusts to balance the quantity supplied by domestic sellers and the quantity demanded by domestic buyers. The figure shows the consumer and producer surplus in the equilibrium without trade. The sum of consumer and producer surplus measures the total benefits that buyers and sellers receive from participating in the textile market. Figure 1: the equilibrium without international trade. When an economy cannot trade in world markets, the price adjusts to balance domestic supply and demand. This figure shows consumer and producer surplus in an equilibrium without international trade for the textile market in the imaginary country of Iceland. Now suppose that, in an election upset, Iceland elects a new president. The president campaigned on a platform of change and promised the voters bold new ideas. Her first act is to assemble a team of economists to evaluate Icelandic trade policy. She asks them to report on 3 questions. If the government allows Icelandians to import and export textiles, what will happen to the price of textiles and the quantity of textiles sold in the domestic textile market? Who will gain from free trade in textiles and who will lose, and will the gains exceed the losses? Should a tariff, a tax on textile imports, be part of the new trade policy? After reviewing supply and demand in their favorite textbook, this one, of course, the Icelandic economics team begins its analysis. The world price and comparative advantage. The first issue our economists take up is whether Iceland is likely to become a textile importer or a textile exporter. In other words, if free trade is allowed, will Icelandians end up buying or selling textiles in world markets? To answer this question, the economists compare the current Icelandic price of textiles to the price of textiles in other countries. We call the price prevailing in world markets the world price. If the world price of textiles is higher than the domestic price, then Iceland will export textiles once trade is permitted. Icelandic textile producers will be eager to receive the higher prices available abroad and will start selling their textiles to buyers in other countries. Conversely, if the world price of textiles is lower than the domestic price, then Iceland will import textiles. Because foreign sellers offer a better price, Icelandic textile consumers will quickly start buying textiles from other countries. World price: the price of a good that prevails in the world market for that good. In essence, comparing the world price and the domestic price before trade indicates whether Iceland has a comparative advantage in producing textiles. The domestic price reflects the opportunity cost of textiles. It tells us how much an Icelandian must give up to obtain 1 unit of textiles. If the domestic price is low, the cost of producing textiles in Iceland is low, suggesting that Iceland has a comparative advantage in producing textiles relative to the rest of the world. If the domestic price is high, then the cost of producing textiles in Iceland is high, suggesting that foreign countries have a comparative advantage in producing textiles. As we saw in Chapter 3, trade among nations is ultimately based on comparative advantage. That is, trade is beneficial because it allows each nation to specialize in doing what it does best. By comparing the world price and the domestic price before trade, we can determine whether Iceland is better or worse at producing textiles than the rest of the world. Quick quiz: the country Autarka does not allow international trade. In Autarka, you can buy a wool suit for 3 ounces of gold. Meanwhile, in neighboring countries, you can buy the same suit for 2 ounces of gold. If Autarka were to allow free trade, would it import or export wool suits? Why? The winners and losers from trade. To analyze the welfare effects of free trade, the Icelandic economists begin with the assumption that Iceland is a small economy compared to the rest of the world. This small economy assumption means that Iceland's actions have little effect on world markets. Specifically, any change in Iceland's trade policy will not affect the world price of textiles. The Icelandians are said to be price takers in the world economy. That is, they take the world price of textiles as given. Iceland can be an exporting country by selling textiles at this price or an importing country by buying textiles at this price. The small economy assumption is not necessary to analyze the gains and losses from international trade. But the Icelandic economists know from experience, and from reading Chapter 2 of this book, that making simplifying assumptions is a key part of building a useful economic model. The assumption that Iceland is a small economy simplifies the analysis, and the basic lessons do not change in the more complicated case of a large economy. The gains and losses of an exporting country. Figure 2 shows the Icelandic textile market when the domestic equilibrium price before trade is below the world price. Once trade is allowed, the domestic price rises to equal the world price. No seller of textiles would accept less than the world price, and no buyer would pay more than the world price. Figure 2 International trade in an exporting country. Once trade is allowed, the domestic price rises to equal the world price. The supply curve shows the quantity of textiles produced domestically, and the demand curve shows the quantity consumed domestically. Exports from Iceland equal the difference between the domestic quantity supplied and the domestic quantity demanded at the world price. Sellers are better off, producer surplus rises from C to B1 C1D, and buyers are worse off, consumer surplus falls from A1B to A. Total surplus rises by an amount equal to area D, indicating that trade raises the economic well-being of the country as a whole. After the domestic price has risen to equal the world price, the domestic quantity supplied differs from the domestic quantity demanded. The supply curve shows the quantity of textiles supplied by Icelandic sellers. The demand curve shows the quantity of textiles demanded by Icelandic buyers. Because the domestic quantity supplied is greater than the domestic quantity demanded, Iceland sells textiles to other countries. Thus, Iceland becomes a textile exporter. Although domestic quantity supplied and domestic quantity demanded differ, the textile market is still in equilibrium because there is now another participant in the market, the rest of the world. One can view the horizontal line at the world price as representing the rest of the world's demand for textiles. This demand curve is perfectly elastic because Iceland, as a small economy, can sell as many textiles as it wants at the world price. Now consider the gains and losses from opening up trade. Clearly, not everyone benefits. Trade forces the domestic price to rise to the world price. Domestic producers of textiles are better off because they can now sell textiles at a higher price, but domestic consumers of textiles are worse off because they have to buy textiles at a higher price. To measure these gains and losses, we look at the changes in consumer and producer surplus. Before trade is allowed, the price of textiles adjusts to balance domestic supply and domestic demand. Consumer surplus, the area between the demand curve and the before trade price, is area A plus B. Producer surplus, the area between the supply curve and the before trade price, is area C. Total surplus before trade, the sum of consumer and producer surplus, is area A plus B plus C. After trade is allowed, the domestic price rises to the world price. Consumer surplus is reduced to area A, the area between the demand curve and the world price. Producer surplus is increased to area B plus C plus D, the area between the supply curve and the world price. Thus, total surplus with trade is area A plus B plus C plus D. These welfare calculations show who wins and who loses from trade in an exporting country. Sellers benefit because producer surplus increases by the area B plus D. Buyers are worse off because consumer surplus decreases by the area B. Because the gains of sellers exceed the losses of buyers by the area D, total surplus in Iceland increases. This analysis of an exporting country yields two conclusions. When a country allows trade and becomes an exporter of a good, domestic producers of the good are better off, and domestic consumers of the good are worse off. Trade raises the economic well-being of a nation in the sense that the gains of the winners exceed the losses of the losers. The gains and losses of an importing country. Now suppose that the domestic price before trade is above the world price. Once again, after trade is allowed, the domestic price must equal the world price. As figure 3 shows, the domestic quantity supplied is less than the domestic quantity demanded. The difference between the domestic quantity demanded and the domestic quantity supplied is bought from other countries, and Iceland becomes a textile importer. In this case, the horizontal line at the world price represents the supply of the rest of the world. This supply curve is perfectly elastic because Iceland is a small economy and, therefore, can buy as many textiles as it wants at the world price. Figure 3 International trade in an importing country. Once trade is allowed, the domestic price falls to equal the world price. The supply curve shows the amount produced domestically, and the demand curve shows the amount consumed domestically. Imports equal the difference between the domestic quantity demanded and the domestic quantity supplied at the world price. Buyers are better off, consumer surplus rises from A to A plus B plus D, and sellers are worse off, producer surplus falls from B plus C to C. Total surplus rises by an amount equal to area D, indicating that trade raises the economic well-being of the country as a whole. Now consider the gains and losses from trade. Once again, not everyone benefits. When trade forces the domestic price to fall, domestic consumers are better off, they can now buy textiles at a lower price, and domestic producers are worse off, they now have to sell textiles at a lower price. Changes in consumer and producer surplus measure the size of the gains and losses. Before trade, consumer surplus is area A, producer surplus is area B plus C, and total surplus is area A plus B plus C. After trade is allowed, consumer surplus is area A plus B plus D, producer surplus is area C, and total surplus is area A plus B plus C plus D. These welfare calculations show who wins and who loses from trade in an importing country. Buyers benefit because consumer surplus increases by the area B plus D. Sellers are worse off because producer surplus falls by the area B. The gains of buyers exceed the losses of sellers, and total surplus increases by the area D. This analysis of an importing country yields two conclusions parallel to those for an exporting country. When a country allows trade and becomes an importer of a good, domestic consumers of the good are better off, and domestic producers of the good are worse off. Trade raises the economic well-being of a nation in the sense that the gains of the winners exceed the losses of the losers. Having completed our analysis of trade, we can better understand one of the 10 principles of economics in Chapter 1, trade can make everyone better off. If Iceland opens its textile market to international trade, the change will create winners and losers, regardless of whether Iceland ends up exporting or importing textiles. In either case, however, the gains of the winners would exceed the losses of the losers, so the winners could compensate the losers and still be better off. In this sense, trade can make everyone better off. But will trade make everyone better off? Probably not. In practice, compensation for the losers from international trade is rare. Without such compensation, opening an economy to international trade is a policy that expands the size of the economic pie, while perhaps leaving some participants in the economy with a smaller slice. We can now see why the debate over trade policy is often contentious. Whenever a policy creates winners and losers, the stage is set for a political battle. Nations sometimes fail to enjoy the gains from trade because the losers from free trade are better organized than the winners. The losers may turn their cohesiveness into political clout, lobbying for trade restrictions such as tariffs or import quotas. The effects of a tariff. The Icelandic economists next consider the effects of a tariff, a tax on imported goods. The economists quickly realize that a tariff on textiles will have no effect if Iceland becomes a textile exporter. If no one in Iceland is interested in importing textiles, a tax on textile imports is irrelevant. The tariff matters only if Iceland becomes a textile importer. Concentrating their attention on this case, the economists compare welfare with and without the tariff. Tariff: a tax on goods produced abroad and sold domestically. Figure 4 shows the Icelandic market for textiles. Under free trade, the domestic price equals the world price. A tariff raises the price of imported textiles above the world price by the amount of the tariff. Domestic suppliers of textiles, who compete with suppliers of imported textiles, can now sell their textiles for the world price plus the amount of the tariff. Thus, the price of textiles both imported and domestic rises by the amount of the tariff and is, therefore, closer to the price that would prevail without trade. The change in price affects the behavior of domestic buyers and sellers. Because the tariff raises the price of textiles, it reduces the domestic quantity demanded from Q1D to Q2D and raises the domestic quantity supplied from Q1S to Q2S. Thus, the tariff reduces the quantity of imports and moves the domestic market closer to its equilibrium without trade. Now consider the gains and losses from the tariff. Because the tariff raises the domestic price, domestic sellers are better off, and domestic buyers are worse off. In addition, the government raises revenue. To measure these gains and losses, we look at the changes in consumer surplus, producer surplus, and government revenue. These changes are summarized in the table in Figure 4. Before the tariff, the domestic price equals the world price. Consumer surplus, the area between the demand curve and the world price, is area A plus B plus C plus D plus E plus F. Producer surplus, the area between the supply curve and the world price, is area G. Government revenue equals 0. Total surplus, the sum of consumer surplus, producer surplus, and government revenue, is area A plus B plus C plus D plus E plus F plus G. Once the government imposes a tariff, the domestic price exceeds the world price by the amount of the tariff. Consumer surplus is now area A plus B. Producer surplus is area C plus G. Government revenue, which is the quantity of after-tariff imports times the size of the tariff, is the area E. Thus, total surplus with the tariff is area A plus B plus C plus E plus G. Figure 4. The effects of a tariff. A tariff reduces the quantity of imports and moves a market closer to the equilibrium that would exist without trade. Total surplus falls by an amount equal to area D plus F. These two triangles represent the deadweight loss from the tariff. To determine the total welfare effects of the tariff, we add the change in consumer surplus, which is negative, the change in producer surplus, positive, and the change in government revenue, positive. We find that total surplus in the market decreases by the area D plus F. This fall in total surplus is called the deadweight loss of the tariff. A tariff causes a deadweight loss because a tariff is a type of tax. Like most taxes, it distorts incentives and pushes the allocation of scarce resources away from the optimum. In this case, we can identify two effects. First, when the tariff raises the domestic price of textiles above the world price, it encourages domestic producers to increase production from Q1S to Q2S. Even though the cost of making these incremental units exceeds the cost of buying them at the world price, the tariff makes it profitable for domestic producers to manufacture them nonetheless. Second, when the tariff raises the price that domestic textile consumers have to pay, it encourages them to reduce consumption of textiles from Q1D to Q2D. Even though domestic consumers value these incremental units at more than the world price, the tariff induces them to cut back their purchases. Area D represents the deadweight loss from the overproduction of textiles, and Area F represents the deadweight loss from the underconsumption of textiles. The total deadweight loss of the tariff is the sum of these two triangles. FYI, import quotas, another way to restrict trade. Beyond tariffs, another way that nations sometimes restrict international trade is by putting limits on how much of a good can be imported. In this book, we will not analyze such a policy, other than to point out the conclusion: import quotas are much like tariffs. Both tariffs and import quotas reduce the quantity of imports, raise the domestic price of the good, decrease the welfare of domestic consumers, increase the welfare of domestic producers, and cause deadweight losses. There is only one difference between these two types of trade restriction: a tariff raises revenue for the government, whereas an import quota creates surplus for those who obtain the licenses to import. The profit for the holder of an import license is the difference between the domestic price, at which he sells the imported good, and the world price, at which he buys it. Tariffs and import quotas are even more similar if the government charges a fee for the import licenses. Suppose the government sets the license fee equal to the difference between the domestic price and the world price. In this case, all the profit of license holders is paid to the government in license fees, and the import quota works exactly like a tariff. Consumer surplus, producer surplus, and government revenue are precisely the same under the two policies. In practice, however, countries that restrict trade with import quotas rarely do so by selling the import licenses. For example, the US government has at times pressured Japan to voluntarily limit the sale of Japanese cars in the United States. In this case, the Japanese government allocates the import licenses to Japanese firms, and the surplus from these licenses accrues to those firms. From the standpoint of US welfare, this kind of import quota is worse than a US tariff on imported cars. Both a tariff and an import quota raise prices, restrict trade, and cause deadweight losses, but at least the tariff produces revenue for the US government rather than profit for foreign producers. The lessons for trade policy. The team of Icelandic economists can now write to the new president, "Dear Madam President, you asked us 3 questions about opening up trade. After much hard work, we have the answers. Question: if the government allows Icelandians to import and export textiles, what will happen to the price of textiles and the quantity of textiles sold in the domestic textile market? Answer: once trade is allowed, the Icelandic price of textiles will be driven to equal the price prevailing around the world. If the world price is now higher than the Icelandic price, our price will rise. The higher price will reduce the amount of textiles Icelandians consume and raise the amount of textiles that Icelandians produce. Iceland will, therefore, become a textile exporter. This occurs because, in this case, Iceland has a comparative advantage in producing textiles. Conversely, if the world price is now lower than the Icelandic price, our price will fall. The lower price will raise the amount of textiles that Icelandians consume and lower the amount of textiles that Icelandians produce. Iceland will, therefore, become a textile importer. This occurs because, in this case, other countries have a comparative advantage in producing textiles. Question: who will gain from free trade in textiles and who will lose, and will the gains exceed the losses? Answer: the answer depends on whether the price rises or falls when trade is allowed. If the price rises, producers of textiles gain, and consumers of textiles lose. If the price falls, consumers gain, and producers lose. In both cases, the gains are larger than the losses. Thus, free trade raises the total welfare of Icelandians. Question: should a tariff be part of the new trade policy? Answer: a tariff has an impact only if Iceland becomes a textile importer. In this case, a tariff moves the economy closer to the no-trade equilibrium and, like most taxes, has deadweight losses. Although a tariff improves the welfare of domestic producers and raises revenue for the government, these gains are more than offset by the losses suffered by consumers. The best policy, from the standpoint of economic efficiency, would be to allow trade without a tariff. We hope you find these answers helpful as you decide on your new policy. Your faithful servants. Icelandic Economics Team. Other benefits of international trade. The conclusions of the Icelandic Economics Team are based on the standard analysis of international trade. Their analysis uses the most fundamental tools in the economist's toolbox: supply, demand, and producer and consumer surplus. It shows that there are winners and losers when a nation opens itself up to trade, but the gains to the winners exceed the losses of the losers. The case for free trade can be made even stronger, however, because there are several other economic benefits of trade beyond those emphasized in the standard analysis. Here, in a nutshell, are some of these other benefits. Increased variety of goods. Goods produced in different countries are not exactly the same. German beer, for instance, is not the same as American beer. Free trade gives consumers in all countries greater variety from which to choose. Lower costs through economies of scale. Some goods can be produced at low cost only if they are produced in large quantities, a phenomenon called economies of scale. A firm in a small country cannot take full advantage of economies of scale if it can sell only in a small domestic market. Free trade gives firms access to larger world markets and allows them to realize economies of scale more fully. Increased competition. A company shielded from foreign competitors is more likely to have market power, which in turn gives it the ability to raise prices above competitive levels. This is a type of market failure. Opening up trade fosters competition and gives the invisible hand a better chance to work its magic. Enhanced flow of ideas. The transfer of technological advances around the world is often thought to be linked to the trading of the goods that embody those advances. The best way for a poor agricultural nation to learn about the computer revolution, for instance, is to buy some computers from abroad rather than trying to make them domestically. In the news, trade skirmishes. In recent years, trade between the United States and China has not been completely free, as the following two articles illustrate. U.S. adds tariffs on Chinese tires. By Edmund L. Andrews. Washington. In a break with the trade policies of his predecessor, President Obama announced on Friday night that he would impose a 35% tariff on automobile and light truck tires imported from China. The decision is a major victory for the United Steel Workers, the union that represents American tire workers. And Mr. Obama cannot afford to jeopardize his relationship with major unions as he pushes Congress to overhaul the nation's healthcare system. China moves to retaliate against U.S. tire tariff. By Keith Bradshaw. Hong Kong. China unexpectedly increased pressure Sunday on the United States in a widening trade dispute, taking the first steps toward imposing tariffs on American exports of automotive products and chicken meat in retaliation for President Obama's decision late Friday to levy tariffs on tires from China. The Chinese government's strong countermove followed a weekend of nationalistic vitriol against the United States on Chinese websites in response to the tire tariff. "The U.S. is shameless," said one posting, while another called on the Chinese government to sell all of its huge holdings of treasury bonds. A U.S. import. Copyright Dmitry Roklenko/Shutterstock. Source: New York Times, September 11 and 14, 2009. The impact of the dispute extends well beyond tires, chickens, and cars. Both governments are facing domestic pressure to take a tougher stand against the other on economic issues. But the trade battle increases political tensions between the two nations even as they try to work together to revive the global economy and combat mutual security threats, like the nuclear ambitions of Iran and North Korea. But China is certain to be antagonized by the decision. The decision signals the first time that the United States has invoked a special safeguard provision that was part of its agreement to support China's entry into the World Trade Organization in 2001. Under that safeguard provision, American companies or workers harmed by imports from China can ask the government for protection simply by demonstrating that American producers have suffered a market disruption or a surge in imports from China. Unlike more traditional anti-dumping cases, the government does not need to determine that a country is competing unfairly or selling its products at less than their true cost. A U.S. export. Copyright Ivan Waring/Shutterstock. Thus, free international trade increases variety for consumers, allows firms to take advantage of economies of scale, makes markets more competitive, and facilitates the spread of technology. If the Icelandic economists also took these effects into account, their advice to their president would be even more forceful. Quick quiz: draw a supply and demand diagram for wool suits in the country of Autarka. When trade is allowed, the price of a suit falls from 3 to 2 ounces of gold. In your diagram, show the change in consumer surplus, the change in producer surplus, and the change in total surplus. How would a tariff on suit imports alter these effects? The arguments for restricting trade. The letter from the economics team starts to persuade the new president of Iceland to consider allowing trade in textiles. She notes that the domestic price is now high compared to the world price. Free trade would, therefore, cause the price of textiles to fall and hurt domestic textiles producers. Before implementing the new policy, she asks Icelandic textile companies to comment on the economist's advice. Not surprisingly, the textile companies oppose free trade in textiles. They believe that the government should protect the domestic textile industry from foreign competition. Let's consider some of the arguments they might give to support their position and how the economics team would respond. The jobs argument. Opponents of free trade often argue that trade with other countries destroys domestic jobs. In our example, free trade in textiles would cause the price of textiles to fall, reducing the quantity of textiles produced in Iceland and thus reducing employment in the Icelandic textile industry. Some Icelandic textile workers would lose their jobs. Yet free trade creates jobs at the same time that it destroys them. When Icelandians buy textiles from other countries, those countries obtain the resources to buy other goods from Iceland. Icelandic workers would move from the textile industry to those industries in which Iceland has a comparative advantage. The transition may impose hardship on some workers in the short run, but it allows Icelandians as a whole to enjoy a higher standard of living. Opponents of trade are often skeptical that trade creates jobs. They might respond that everything can be produced more cheaply abroad. Under free trade, they might argue, Icelandians could not be profitably employed in any industry. As Chapter 3 explains, however, the gains from trade are based on comparative advantage, not absolute advantage. Even if one country is better than another country at producing everything, each country can still gain from trading with the other. Workers in each country will eventually find jobs in an industry in which that country has a comparative advantage. You like protectionism as a working man. How about as a consumer? Copyright Barry's World reprinted by permission of United Feature Syndicate Incorporated. In the news, should the winners from free trade compensate the losers? Politicians and pundits often say that the government should help workers made worse off by international trade by, for example, paying for their retraining. In this opinion piece, an economist makes the opposite case. What to expect when you're free trading? By Stephen E. Landsberg. All economists know that when American jobs are outsourced, Americans as a group are net winners. What we lose through lower wages is more than offset by what we gain through lower prices. In other words, the winners can more than afford to compensate the losers. Does that mean they ought to? Does it create a moral mandate for taxpayer-subsidized retraining programs? No. Even if you've just lost your job, there's something fundamentally churlish about blaming the very phenomenon that's elevated you above the subsistence level since the day you were born. If the world owes you compensation for enduring the downside of trade, what do you owe the world for enjoying the upside? I doubt there's a human being on earth who hasn't benefited from the opportunity to trade freely with his neighbors. Imagine what your life would be like if you had to grow your own food, make your own clothes and rely on your grandmother's home remedies for health care. Access to a trained physician might reduce the demand for grandma's home remedies, but especially at her age she's still got plenty of reason to be thankful for having a doctor. Some people suggest, however, that it makes sense to isolate the moral effects of a single new trading opportunity or free trade agreement. Surely we have fellow citizens who are hurt by those agreements, at least in the limited sense that they'd be better off in a world where trade flourishes, except in this one instance. What do we owe those fellow citizens? One way to think about that is to ask what your moral instincts tell you in analogous situations. Suppose, after years of buying shampoo at your local pharmacy, you discover you can order the same shampoo for less money on the web. Do you have an obligation to compensate your pharmacist? If you move to a cheaper apartment, should you compensate your landlord? When you eat at McDonald's, should you compensate the owners of the diner next door? Public policy should not be designed to advance moral instincts that we all reject every day of our lives. In what morally relevant way, then, might displaced workers differ from displaced pharmacists or displaced landlords? You might argue that pharmacists and landlords have always faced cutthroat competition and therefore knew what they were getting into, while decades of tariffs and quotas have led manufacturing workers to expect a modicum of protection. That expectation led them to develop certain skills, and now it's unfair to pull the rug out from under them. Once again, that argument does not mesh with our everyday instincts. For many decades, schoolyard bullying has been a profitable occupation. All across America, bullies have built up skills so they can take advantage of that opportunity. If we toughen the rules to make bullying unprofitable, must we compensate the bullies? Bullying and protectionism have a lot in common. They both use force, either directly or through the power of the law, to enrich someone else at your involuntary expense. If you're forced to pay $20 an hour to an American for goods you could have bought from a Mexican for $5 an hour, you're being extorted. When a free trade agreement allows you to buy from the Mexican after all, rejoice in your liberation. Source: New York Times, January 16, 2008. The national security argument. When an industry is threatened with competition from other countries, opponents of free trade often argue that the industry is vital for national security. For example, if Iceland were considering free trade in steel, domestic steel companies might point out that steel is used to make guns and tanks. Free trade would allow Iceland to become dependent on foreign countries to supply steel. If a war later broke out and the foreign supply was interrupted, Iceland might be unable to produce enough steel and weapons to defend itself. Economists acknowledge that protecting key industries may be appropriate when there are legitimate concerns over national security. Yet they fear that this argument may be used too quickly by producers eager to gain at consumers' expense. One should be wary of the national security argument when it is made by representatives of industry rather than the defense establishment. Companies have an incentive to exaggerate their role in national defense to obtain protection from foreign competition. A nation's generals may see things very differently. Indeed, when the military is a consumer of an industry's output, it would benefit from imports. Cheaper steel in Iceland, for example, would allow the Icelandic military to accumulate a stockpile of weapons at lower cost. In the news: second thoughts about free trade. Some economists worry about the impact of trade on the distribution of income. Even if free trade enhances efficiency, it may reduce equality. Trouble with Trade. By Paul Krugman. While the United States has long imported oil and other raw materials from the Third World, we used to import manufactured goods mainly from other rich countries like Canada, European nations, and Japan. But recently we crossed an important watershed. We now import more manufactured goods from the Third World than from other advanced economies. That is, a majority of our industrial trade is now with countries that are much poorer than we are and that pay their workers much lower wages. For the world economy as a whole and especially for poorer nations, growing trade between high-wage and low-wage countries is a very good thing. Above all, it offers backward economies their best hope of moving up the income ladder. But for American workers the story is much less positive. In fact, it's hard to avoid the conclusion that growing U.S. trade with Third World countries reduces the real wages of many and perhaps most workers in this country. And that reality makes the politics of trade very difficult. Let's talk for a moment about the economics. Trade between high-wage countries tends to be a modest win for all, or almost all, concerned. When a free trade pact made it possible to integrate the US and Canadian auto industries in the 1960s, each country's industry concentrated on producing a narrower range of products at larger scale. The result was an all-round, broadly shared rise in productivity and wages. By contrast, trade between countries at very different levels of economic development tends to create large classes of losers as well as winners. Although the outsourcing of some high-tech jobs to India has made headlines, on balance, highly educated workers in the United States benefit from higher wages and expanded job opportunities because of trade. For example, ThinkPad notebook computers are now made by a Chinese company, Lenovo, but a lot of Lenovo's research and development is conducted in North Carolina. But workers with less formal education either see their jobs shipped overseas or find their wages driven down by the ripple effect as other workers with similar qualifications crowd into their industries and look for employment to replace the jobs they lost to foreign competition. And lower prices at Walmart aren't sufficient compensation. All this is textbook international economics, contrary to what people sometimes assert, Economic theory says that free trade normally makes a country richer, but it doesn't say that it's normally good for everyone. Still, when the effects of third world exports on U.S. wages first became an issue in the 1990s, a number of economists, myself included, looked at the data and concluded that any negative effects on U.S. wages were modest. The trouble now is that these effects may no longer be as modest as they were, because imports of manufactured goods from the Third World have grown dramatically from just 2.5% of GDP in 1990 to 6% in 2006. And the biggest growth in imports has come from countries with very low wages. The original newly industrializing economies exporting manufactured goods, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore, paid wages that were about 25% of US levels in 1990. Since then, however, the sources of our imports have shifted to Mexico, where wages are only 11% of the US level, and China, where they're only about 3% or 4%. There are some qualifying aspects to this story. For example, many of those made in China goods contain components made in Japan and other high-wage economies. Still, there's little doubt that the pressure of globalization on American wages has increased. So am I arguing for protectionism? No. Those who think that globalization is always and everywhere a bad thing are wrong. On the contrary, keeping world markets relatively open is crucial to the hopes of billions of people. But I am arguing for an end to the finger-wagging, the accusation either of not understanding economics or of kowtowing to special interests that tends to be the editorial response to politicians who express skepticism about the benefits of free trade agreements. It's often claimed that limits on trade benefit only a small number of Americans, while hurting the vast majority. That's still true of things like the import quota on sugar. But when it comes to manufactured goods, it's at least arguable that the reverse is true. The highly educated workers who clearly benefit from growing trade with third world economies are a minority, greatly outnumbered by those who probably lose. As I said, I'm not a protectionist. For the sake of the world as a whole, I hope that we respond to the trouble with trade not by shutting trade down, but by doing things like strengthening the social safety net. But those who are worried about trade have a point, and deserve some respect. Source: New York Times, December 28, 2007. The infant industry argument. New industries sometimes argue for temporary trade restrictions to help them get started. After a period of protection, the argument goes, these industries will mature and be able to compete with foreign firms. Similarly, older industries sometimes argue that they need temporary protection to help them adjust to new conditions. For example, in 2002, President Bush imposed temporary tariffs on imported steel. He said, "I decided that imports were severely affecting our industry, an important industry." The tariff, which lasted 20 months, offered temporary relief so that the industry could restructure itself. Economists are often skeptical about such claims, largely because the infant industry argument is difficult to implement in practice. To apply protection successfully, the government would need to decide which industries will eventually be profitable and decide whether the benefits of establishing these industries exceed the costs of this protection to consumers. Yet picking winners is extraordinarily difficult. It is made even more difficult by the political process, which often awards protection to those industries that are politically powerful. And once a powerful industry is protected from foreign competition, the temporary policy is sometimes hard to remove. In addition, many economists are skeptical about the infant industry argument in principle. Suppose, for instance, that an industry is young and unable to compete profitably against foreign rivals, but there is reason to believe that the industry can be profitable in the long run. In this case, firm owners should be willing to incur temporary losses to obtain the eventual profits. Protection is not necessary for an infant industry to grow. History shows that start-up firms often incur temporary losses and succeed in the long run, even without protection from competition. The unfair competition argument. A common argument is that free trade is desirable only if all countries play by the same rules. If firms in different countries are subject to different laws and regulations, then it is unfair, the argument goes, to expect the firms to compete in the international marketplace. For instance, suppose that the government of neighbor land subsidizes its textile industry by giving textile companies large tax breaks. The Icelandic textile industry might argue that it should be protected from this foreign competition because neighbor land is not competing fairly. Would it, in fact, hurt Iceland to buy textiles from another country at a subsidized price? Certainly, Icelandic textile producers would suffer, but Icelandic textile consumers would benefit from the low price. The case for free trade is no different. The gains of the consumers from buying at the low price would exceed the losses of the producers. Neighbor land's subsidy to its textile industry may be a bad policy, but it is the taxpayers of neighbor land who bear the burden. Iceland can benefit from the opportunity to buy textiles at a subsidized price. The protection as a bargaining chip argument. Another argument for trade restrictions concerns the strategy of bargaining. Many policymakers claim to support free trade but, at the same time, argue that trade restrictions can be useful when we bargain with our trading partners. They claim that the threat of a trade restriction can help remove a trade restriction already imposed by a foreign government. For example, Iceland might threaten to impose a tariff on textiles unless neighbor land removes its tariff on wheat. If neighbor land responds to this threat by removing its tariff, the result can be freer trade. The problem with this bargaining strategy is that the threat may not work. If it doesn't work, the country faces a choice between two bad options. It can carry out its threat and implement the trade restriction, which would reduce its own economic welfare. Or it can back down from its threat, which would cause it to lose prestige in international affairs. Faced with this choice, the country would probably wish that it had never made the threat in the first place. Trade agreements and the World Trade Organization. A country can take one of two approaches to achieving free trade. It can take a unilateral approach and remove its trade restrictions on its own. This is the approach that Great Britain took in the 19th century and that Chile and South Korea have taken in recent years. Alternatively, a country can take a multilateral approach and reduce its trade restrictions while other countries do the same. In other words, it can bargain with its trading partners in an attempt to reduce trade restrictions around the world. One important example of the multilateral approach is the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, which in 1993 lowered trade barriers among the United States, Mexico, and Canada. Another is the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, which is a continuing series of negotiations among many of the world's countries with the goal of promoting free trade. The United States helped to found GATT after World War II in response to the high tariffs imposed during the Great Depression of the 1930s. Many economists believe that the high tariffs contributed to the worldwide economic hardship of that period. GATT has successfully reduced the average tariff among member countries from about 40% after World War II to about 5% today. The rules established under GATT are now enforced by an international institution called the World Trade Organization, WTO. The WTO was established in 1995 and has its headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. As of 2009, 153 countries have joined the organization, accounting for more than 97% of world trade. The functions of the WTO are to administer trade agreements, provide a forum for negotiations, and handle disputes among member countries. What are the pros and cons of the multilateral approach to free trade? One advantage is that the multilateral approach has the potential to result in freer trade than a unilateral approach because it can reduce trade restrictions abroad as well as at home. If international negotiations fail, however, the result could be more restricted trade than under a unilateral approach. In addition, the multilateral approach may have a political advantage. In most markets, producers are fewer and better organized than consumers and thus wield greater political influence. Reducing the Icelandic tariff on textiles, for example, may be politically difficult if considered by itself. The textile companies would oppose free trade, and the buyers of textiles who would benefit are so numerous that organizing their support would be difficult. Yet suppose that neighbor land promises to reduce its tariff on wheat at the same time that Iceland reduces its tariff on textiles. In this case, the Icelandic wheat farmers, who are also politically powerful, would back the agreement. Thus, the multilateral approach to free trade can sometimes win political support when a unilateral approach cannot. Quiz the textile industry of Autarka advocates a ban on the import of wool suits. Describe 5 arguments its lobbyists might make. Give a response to each of these arguments. Conclusion. Economists and the public often disagree about free trade. In 2008, the Los Angeles Times asked the American public, generally speaking, do you believe that free international trade has helped or hurt the economy, or hasn't it made a difference to the economy one way or the other? Only 26% of those polled said free international trade helped, whereas 50% thought it hurt. The rest thought it made no difference or were unsure. By contrast, most economists support free international trade. They view free trade as a way of allocating production efficiently and raising living standards both at home and abroad. Economists view the United States as an ongoing experiment that confirms the virtues of free trade. Throughout its history, the United States has allowed unrestricted trade among the states, and the country as a whole has benefited from the specialization that trade allows. Florida grows oranges, Alaska pumps oil, California makes wine, and so on. Americans would not enjoy the high standard of living they do today if people could consume only those goods and services produced in their own states. The world could similarly benefit from free trade among countries. To better understand economists' view of trade, let's continue our parable. Suppose that the president of Iceland, after reading the latest poll results, ignores the advice of her economics team and decides not to allow free trade in textiles. The country remains in the equilibrium without international trade. Then, one day, some Icelandic inventor discovers a new way to make textiles at very low cost. The process is quite mysterious, however, and the inventor insists on keeping it a secret. What is odd is that the inventor doesn't need traditional inputs such as cotton or wool. The only material input he needs is wheat. And even more oddly, to manufacture textiles from wheat, he hardly needs any labor input at all. The inventor is hailed as a genius. Because everyone buys clothing, the lower cost of textiles allows all Icelandians to enjoy a higher standard of living. Workers who had previously produced textiles experience some hardship when their factories close, but eventually, they find work in other industries. Some become farmers and grow the wheat that the inventor turns into textiles. Others enter new industries that emerge as a result of higher Icelandic living standards. Everyone understands that the displacement of workers in outmoded industries is an inevitable part of technological progress and economic growth. After several years, a newspaper reporter decides to investigate this mysterious new textiles process. She sneaks into the inventor's factory and learns that the inventor is a fraud. The inventor has not been making textiles at all. Instead, he has been smuggling wheat abroad in exchange for textiles from other countries. The only thing that the inventor had discovered was the gains from international trade. When the truth is revealed, the government shuts down the inventor's operation. The price of textiles rises, and workers return to jobs in textile factories. Living standards in Iceland fall back to their former levels. The inventor is jailed and held up to public ridicule. After all, he was no inventor. He was just an economist. Summary. The effects of free trade can be determined by comparing the domestic price without trade to the world price. A low domestic price indicates that the country has a comparative advantage in producing the good and that the country will become an exporter. A high domestic price indicates that the rest of the world has a comparative advantage in producing the good and that the country will become an importer. When a country allows trade and becomes an exporter of a good, producers of the good are better off, and consumers of the good are worse off. When a country allows trade and becomes an importer of a good, consumers are better off, and producers are worse off. In both cases, the gains from trade exceed the losses. A tariff tax on imports moves a market closer to the equilibrium that would exist without trade and, therefore, reduces the gains from trade. Although domestic producers are better off and the government raises revenue, the losses to consumers exceed these gains. There are various arguments for restricting trade, protecting jobs, defending national security, helping infant industries, preventing unfair competition, and responding to foreign trade restrictions. Although some of these arguments have some merit in some cases, economists believe that free trade is usually the better policy. Key concepts: world price, tariff. Questions for review. 1. What does the domestic price that prevails without international trade tell us about a nation's comparative advantage? 2. When does a country become an exporter of a good? An importer? 3. Draw the supply and demand diagram for an importing country. What is consumer surplus and producer surplus before trade is allowed? What is consumer surplus and producer surplus with free trade? What is the change in total surplus? 4. Describe what a tariff is and its economic effects. 5. List 5 arguments often given to support trade restrictions. How do economists respond to these arguments? 6. What is the difference between the unilateral and multilateral approaches to achieving free trade? Give an example of each. Problems and applications. 1. Mexico represents a small part of the world orange market. A. Draw a diagram depicting the equilibrium in the Mexican orange market without international trade. Identify the equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity, consumer surplus, and producer surplus. B. Suppose that the world orange price is below the Mexican price before trade and that the Mexican orange market is now open to trade. Identify the new equilibrium price, quantity consumed, quantity produced domestically, and quantity imported. Also show the change in the surplus of domestic consumers and producers. Has total surplus increased or decreased? 2. The world price of wine is below the price that would prevail in Canada in the absence of trade. A. Assuming that Canadian imports of wine are a small part of total world wine production, draw a graph for the Canadian market for wine under free trade. Identify consumer surplus, producer surplus, and total surplus in an appropriate table. B. Now suppose that an unusual shift of the Gulf Stream leads to an unseasonably cold summer in Europe, destroying much of the grape harvest there. What effect does this shock have on the world price of wine? Using your graph and table from Part A, show the effect on consumer surplus, producer surplus, and total surplus in Canada. Who are the winners and losers? Is Canada as a whole better or worse off? 3. Suppose that Congress imposes a tariff on imported autos to protect the U.S. auto industry from foreign competition. Assuming that the United States is a price taker in the world auto market, show the following on a diagram: the change in the quantity of imports, the loss to U.S. consumers, the gain to U.S. manufacturers, government revenue, and the deadweight loss associated with the tariff. The loss to consumers can be decomposed into 3 pieces: a gain to domestic producers, revenue for the government, and a deadweight loss. Use your diagram to identify these 3 pieces. 4. When China's clothing industry expands, the increase in world supply lowers the world price of clothing. A. Draw an appropriate diagram to analyze how this change in price affects consumer surplus, producer surplus, and total surplus in a nation that imports clothing, such as the United States. B. Now draw an appropriate diagram to show how this change in price affects consumer surplus, producer surplus, and total surplus in a nation that exports clothing, such as the Dominican Republic. C. Compare your answers to parts A and B. What are the similarities and what are the differences? Which country should be concerned about the expansion of the Chinese textile industry? Which country should be applauding it? Explain. 5. Imagine that winemakers in the state of Washington petition the state government to tax wines imported from California. They argue that this tax would both raise tax revenue for the state government and raise employment in the Washington state wine industry. Do you agree with these claims? Is it a good policy? 6. Consider the arguments for restricting trade. A. Assume you are a lobbyist for timber, an established industry suffering from low-priced foreign competition. Which 2 or 3 of the 5 arguments do you think would be most persuasive to the average member of Congress as to why he or she should support trade restrictions? Explain your reasoning. B. Now assume you are an astute student of economics, hopefully not a hard assumption. Although all the arguments for restricting trade have their shortcomings, name the 2 or 3 arguments that seem to make the most economic sense to you. For each, describe the economic rationale for and against these arguments for trade restrictions. 7. Senator Ernest Hollings once wrote that consumers do not benefit from lower-priced imports. Glance through some mail-order catalogs and you'll see that consumers pay exactly the same price for clothing whether it is U.S. made or imported. Comment. 8. The nation of Textilia does not allow imports of clothing. In its equilibrium without trade, a t-shirt costs $20, and the equilibrium quantity is 3 million t-shirts. One day, after reading Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations while on vacation, the president decides to open the textilian market to international trade. The market price of a t-shirt falls to the world price of $16. The number of t-shirts consumed in textilia rises to 4 million, while the number of t-shirts produced declines to 1 million. A. Illustrate the situation just described in a graph. Your graph should show all the numbers. B. Calculate the change in consumer surplus, producer surplus, and total surplus that results from opening up trade. Hint, recall that the area of a triangle is 1/2 times base times height. 9. China is a major producer of grains, such as wheat, corn, and rice. In 2008 the Chinese government, concerned that grain exports were driving up food prices for domestic consumers, imposed a tax on grain exports. A. Draw the graph that describes the market for grain in an exporting country. Use this graph as the starting point to answer the following questions. B. How does an export tax affect domestic grain prices? C. How does it affect the welfare of domestic consumers, the welfare of domestic producers, and government revenue? D. What happens to total welfare in China, as measured by the sum of consumer surplus, producer surplus, and tax revenue? 10. Consider a country that imports a good from abroad. For each of following statements, say whether it is true or false. Explain your answer. A. The greater the elasticity of demand, the greater the gains from trade. B. If demand is perfectly inelastic, there are no gains from trade. C. If demand is perfectly inelastic, consumers do not benefit from trade. 11. Common is a small country that produces and consumes jelly beans. The world price of jelly beans is $1 per bag, and Common's domestic demand and supply for jelly beans are governed by the following equations. Demand, QD equals 8P. Supply, QS equals P. Where P is in dollars per bag and Q is in bags of jelly beans. A. Draw a well-labeled graph of the situation in Common if the nation does not allow trade. Calculate the following, recalling that the area of a triangle is 1/2 times base times height. The equilibrium price and quantity, consumer surplus, producer surplus, and total surplus. B. Common then opens the market to trade. Draw another graph to describe the new situation in the jelly bean market. Calculate the equilibrium price, quantities of consumption and production, imports, consumer surplus, producer surplus, and total surplus. C. After a while, the Tsar of Common responds to the pleas of jelly bean producers by placing a $1 per bag tariff on jelly bean imports. On a graph, show the effects of this tariff. Calculate the equilibrium price, quantities of consumption and production, imports, consumer surplus, producer surplus, government revenue, and total surplus. D. What are the gains from opening up trade? What are the deadweight losses from restricting trade with the tariff? Give numerical answers. 12. Having rejected a tariff on textiles, a tax on imports, the President of Iceland is now considering the same size tax on textile consumption, including both imported and domestically produced textiles. A. Using figure 4, identify the quantity consumed and the quantity produced in Iceland under a textile consumption tax. B. Construct a table similar to that in figure 4 for the textile consumption tax. C. Which raises more revenue for the government, the consumption tax or the tariff? Which has a smaller deadweight loss? Explain. 13. Assume the United States is an importer of televisions and there are no trade restrictions. U.S. consumers buy 1 million televisions per year, of which 400,000 are produced domestically and 600,000 are imported. A. Suppose that a technological advance among Japanese television manufacturers causes the world price of televisions to fall by $100. Draw a graph to show how this change affects the welfare of U.S. consumers and U.S. producers and how it affects total surplus in the United States. B. After the fall in price, consumers buy 1.2 million televisions, of which 200,000 are produced domestically and 1 million are imported. Calculate the change in consumer surplus, producer surplus, and total surplus from the price reduction. C. If the government responded by putting a $100 tariff on imported televisions, what would this do? Calculate the revenue that would be raised and the deadweight loss. Would it be a good policy from the standpoint of U.S. welfare? Who might support the policy? D. Suppose that the fall in price is attributable not to technological advance but to a $100 per television subsidy from the Japanese government to Japanese industry. How would this affect your analysis? 14. Consider a small country that exports steel. Suppose that a pro-trade government decides to subsidize the export of steel by paying a certain amount for each ton sold abroad. How does this export subsidy affect the domestic price of steel, the quantity of steel produced, the quantity of steel consumed, and the quantity of steel exported? How does it affect consumer surplus, producer surplus, government revenue, and total surplus? Is it a good policy from the standpoint of economic efficiency? Hint: the analysis of an export subsidy is similar to the analysis of a tariff. For further information on topics in this chapter, additional problems, applications, examples, online quizzes, and more, please visit our website at www.ceengage.com/economics/mankiew. Part 4: The Economics of the Public Sector. 10. Externalities. Firms that make and sell paper also create, as a byproduct of the manufacturing process, a chemical called dioxin. Scientists believe that once dioxin enters the environment, it raises the population's risk of cancer, birth defects, and other health problems. Is the production and release of dioxin a problem for society? In chapters 4 through 9, we examined how markets allocate scarce resources with the forces of supply and demand, and we saw that the equilibrium of supply and demand is typically an efficient allocation of resources. To use Adam Smith's famous metaphor, the invisible hand of the marketplace leads self-interested buyers and sellers in a market to maximize the total benefit that society derives from that market. This insight is the basis for one of the 10 principles of economics in Chapter 1. Markets are usually a good way to organize economic activity. Should we conclude, therefore, that the invisible hand prevents firms in the paper market from emitting too much dioxin? Markets do many things well, but they do not do everything well. In this chapter, we begin our study of another of the 10 principles of economics: government action can sometimes improve upon market outcomes. We examine why markets sometimes fail to allocate resources efficiently, how government policies can potentially improve the market's allocation, and what kinds of policies are likely to work best. The market failures examined in this chapter fall under a general category called externalities. An externality arises when a person engages in an activity that influences the well-being of a bystander but neither pays nor receives any compensation for that effect. If the impact on the bystander is adverse, it is called a negative externality. If it is beneficial, it is called a positive externality. In the presence of externalities, society's interest in a market outcome extends beyond the well-being of buyers and sellers who participate in the market to include the well-being of bystanders who are affected indirectly. Because buyers and sellers neglect the external effects of their actions when deciding how much to demand or supply, the market equilibrium is not efficient when there are externalities. That is, the equilibrium fails to maximize the total benefit to society as a whole. The release of dioxin into the environment, for instance, is a negative externality. Self-interested paper firms will not consider the full cost of the pollution they create in their production process, and consumers of paper will not consider the full cost of the pollution they contribute from their purchasing decisions. Therefore, the firms will emit too much pollution unless the government prevents or discourages them from doing so. Externality: the uncompensated impact of one person's actions on the well-being of a bystander. Externalities come in many varieties, as do the policy responses that try to deal with the market failure. Here are some examples. The exhaust from automobiles is a negative externality because it creates smog that other people have to breathe. As a result of this externality, drivers tend to pollute too much. The federal government attempts to solve this problem by setting emission standards for cars. It also taxes gasoline to reduce the amount that people drive. Restored historic buildings convey a positive externality because people who walk or ride by them can enjoy the beauty and the sense of history that these buildings provide. Building owners do not get the full benefit of restoration and, therefore, tend to discard older buildings too quickly. Many local governments respond to this problem by regulating the destruction of historic buildings and by providing tax breaks to owners who restore them. Barking dogs create a negative externality because neighbors are disturbed by the noise. Dog owners do not bear the full cost of the noise and, therefore, tend to take too few precautions to prevent their dogs from barking. Local governments address this problem by making it illegal to disturb the peace. Research into new technologies provides a positive externality because it creates knowledge that other people can use. Because inventors cannot capture the full benefits of their inventions, they tend to devote too few resources to research. The federal government addresses this problem partially through the patent system, which gives inventors exclusive use of their inventions for a limited time. In each of these cases, some decision maker fails to take account of the external effects of his or her behavior. The government responds by trying to influence this behavior to protect the interests of bystanders. Externalities and market inefficiency. In this section, we use the tools of welfare economics developed in Chapter 7 to examine how externalities affect economic well-being. The analysis shows precisely why externalities cause markets to allocate resources inefficiently. Later in the chapter, we examine various ways in which private individuals and public policy makers may remedy this type of market failure. Welfare economics, a recap. We begin by recalling the key lessons of welfare economics from Chapter 7. To make our analysis concrete, we consider a specific market: the market for aluminum. Figure 1 shows the supply and demand curves in the market for aluminum. As you should recall from Chapter 7, the supply and demand curves contain important information about costs and benefits. The demand curve for aluminum reflects the value of aluminum to consumers, as measured by the prices they are willing to pay. At any given quantity, the height of the demand curve shows the willingness to pay of the marginal buyer. In other words, it shows the value to the consumer of the last unit of aluminum bought. Similarly, the supply curve reflects the costs of producing aluminum. At any given quantity, the height of the supply curve shows the cost to the marginal seller. In other words, it shows the cost to the producer of the last unit of aluminum sold. In the absence of government intervention, the price adjusts to balance the supply and demand for aluminum. The quantity produced and consumed in the market equilibrium, shown as market in Figure 1, is efficient in the sense that it maximizes the sum of producer and consumer surplus. That is, the market allocates resources in a way that maximizes the total value to the consumers who buy and use aluminum minus the total costs to the producers who make and sell aluminum. Figure 1. The market for aluminum. The demand curve reflects the value to buyers, and the supply curve reflects the costs of sellers. The equilibrium quantity, market, maximizes the total value to buyers minus the total costs of sellers. In the absence of externalities, therefore, the market equilibrium is efficient. All I can say is that if being a leading manufacturer means being a leading polluter, so be it. Negative externalities. Now let's suppose that aluminum factories emit pollution. For each unit of aluminum produced, a certain amount of smoke enters the atmosphere. Because this smoke creates a health risk for those who breathe the air, it is a negative externality. How does this externality affect the efficiency of the market outcome? Because of the externality, the cost to society of producing aluminum is larger than the cost to the aluminum producers. For each unit of aluminum produced, the social cost includes the private costs of the aluminum producers plus the costs to those bystanders affected adversely by the pollution. Figure 2 shows the social cost of producing aluminum. The social cost curve is above the supply curve because it takes into account the external costs imposed on society by aluminum production. The difference between these two curves reflects the cost of the pollution emitted. What quantity of aluminum should be produced? To answer this question, we once again consider what a benevolent social planner would do. The planner wants to maximize the total surplus derived from the market, the value to consumers of aluminum minus the cost of producing aluminum. The planner understands, however, that the cost of producing aluminum includes the external costs of the pollution. The planner would choose the level of aluminum production at which the demand curve crosses the social cost curve. This intersection determines the optimal amount of aluminum from the standpoint of society as a whole. Below this level of production, the value of the aluminum to consumers, as measured by the height of the demand curve, exceeds the social cost of producing it, as measured by the height of the social cost curve. The planner does not produce more than this level because the social cost of producing additional aluminum exceeds the value to consumers. Note that the equilibrium quantity of aluminum, market, is larger than the socially optimal quantity, optimum. This inefficiency occurs because the market equilibrium reflects only the private costs of production. In the market equilibrium, the marginal consumer values aluminum at less than the social cost of producing it. That is, at market, the demand curve lies below the social cost curve. Thus, reducing aluminum production and consumption below the market equilibrium level raises total economic well-being. Figure 2. Pollution and the social optimum. In the presence of a negative externality, such as pollution, the social cost of the good exceeds the private cost. The optimal quantity, optimum, is therefore smaller than the equilibrium quantity, market. How can the social planner achieve the optimal outcome? One way would be to tax aluminum producers for each ton of aluminum sold. The tax would shift the supply curve for aluminum upward by the size of the tax. If the tax accurately reflected the external cost of pollutants released into the atmosphere, the new supply curve would coincide with the social cost curve. In the new market equilibrium, aluminum producers would produce the socially optimal quantity of aluminum. The use of such a tax is called internalizing the externality because it gives buyers and sellers in the market an incentive to take into account the external effects of their actions. Aluminum producers would, in essence, take the costs of pollution into account when deciding how much aluminum to supply because the tax would make them pay for these external costs. And, because the market price would reflect the tax on producers, consumers of aluminum would have an incentive to use a smaller quantity. The policy is based on one of the 10 principles of economics: people respond to incentives. Later in this chapter, we consider in more detail how policymakers can deal with externalities. Internalizing the externality, altering incentives so that people take account of the external effects of their actions. Positive externalities. Although some activities impose costs on third parties, others yield benefits. For example, consider education. To a large extent, the benefit of education is private. The consumer of education becomes a more productive worker and thus reaps much of the benefit in the form of higher wages. Beyond these private benefits, however, education also yields positive externalities. One externality is that a more educated population leads to more informed voters, which means better government for everyone. Another externality is that a more educated population tends to mean lower crime rates. A third externality is that a more educated population may encourage the development and dissemination of technological advances, leading to higher productivity and wages for everyone. Because of these three positive externalities, a person may prefer to have neighbors who are well educated. The analysis of positive externalities is similar to the analysis of negative externalities. As Figure 3 shows, the demand curve does not reflect the value to society of the good. Because the social value is greater than the private value, the social value curve lies above the demand curve. The optimal quantity is found where the social value curve and the supply curve, which represents costs, intersect. Hence, the socially optimal quantity is greater than the quantity determined by the private market. Once again, the government can correct the market failure by inducing market participants to internalize the externality. The appropriate response in the case of positive externalities is exactly the opposite to the case of negative externalities. To move the market equilibrium closer to the social optimum, a positive externality requires a subsidy. In fact, that is exactly the policy the government follows. Education is heavily subsidized through public schools and government scholarships. In the news, the externalities of country living. Economist Ed Glaeser says urbanization gets a bum rap. The Lorax was wrong, skyscrapers are green. By Edward L. Glaeser. In Dr. Seuss' environmentalist fable, The Lorax, the Onceler, a budding textile magnate, chops down truffula to knit needs. Over the protests of the environmentally sensitive Lorax, the Onceler builds a great industrial town that despoils the environment, because he had to grow bigger. Eventually, the Onceler overdoes it, and he chops down the last truffula tree, destroying the source of his income. Chastened, Dr. Seuss's industrialist turns green, urging a young listener to take the last truffula seed and plant a new forest. Some of the lessons told by this story are correct. From a purely profit-maximizing point of view, the Onceler is pretty inept, because he kills his golden goose. Any good management consultant would have told him to manage his growth more wisely. One aspect of the story's environmentalist message, that bad things happen when we overfish a common pool, is also correct. But the unfortunate aspect of the story is that urbanization comes off terribly. The forests are good, the factories are bad. Not only does the story disparage the remarkable benefits that came from the mass production of clothing in 19th-century textile towns, it sends exactly the wrong message on the environment. Contrary to the story's implied message, living in cities is green, while living surrounded by forests is brown. By building taller and taller buildings, the Onceler was proving himself to be the real environmentalist. Matthew Kahn, a UCLA environmental economist, and I looked across America's metropolitan areas and calculated the carbon emissions associated with a new home in different parts of the country. We estimated expected energy use from driving and public transportation, for a family of fixed size and income. We added in carbon emissions from home electricity and home heating. Figure 3: Education and the social optimum. In the presence of a positive externality, the social value of the good exceeds the private value. The optimal quantity, optimum, is therefore larger than the equilibrium quantity, market. In almost every metropolitan area, we found the central city residents emitted less carbon than the suburban counterparts. In New York and San Francisco, the average urban family emits more than 2 tons less carbon annually because it drives less. In Nashville, the city-suburb carbon gap due to driving is more than 3 tons. After all, Density is the defining characteristic of cities. All that closeness means that people need to travel shorter distances, and that shows up clearly in the data. While public transportation certainly uses much less energy, per rider, than driving, large carbon reductions are possible without any switch to buses or rails. Higher density suburban areas, which are still entirely car dependent, still involve a lot less travel than the really sprawling places. This fact offers some hope for Greens eager to reduce carbon emissions, since it is a lot easier to imagine Americans driving shorter distances than giving up their cars. But cars represent only 1/3 of the gap in carbon emissions between New Yorkers and their suburbanites. The gap in electricity usage between New York City and its suburbs is also about 2 tons. The gap in emissions from home heating is almost 3 tons. All told, we estimate a 7-ton difference in carbon emissions between the residents of Manhattan's urban areas and the good burghers of Westchester County. Living surrounded by concrete is actually pretty green. Living surrounded by trees is not. The policy prescription that follows from this is that environmentalists should be championing the growth of more and taller skyscrapers. Every new crane in New York City means less low-density development. The environmental ideal should be an apartment in downtown San Francisco, not a ranch in Marin County. Of course, many environmentalists will still prefer to take their cue from Henry David Thoreau, who advocated living alone in the woods. They would do well to remember that Thoreau, in a sloppy chowder cooking moment, burned down 300 acres of prime Concord woodland. Few Boston merchants did as much environmental harm, which suggests that if you want to take good care of the environment, stay away from it and live in cities. Copyright handout/MCT/Newscom. Source: New York Times, Economics blog, March 10, 2009. To summarize, negative externalities lead markets to produce a larger quantity than is socially desirable. Positive externalities lead markets to produce a smaller quantity than is socially desirable. To remedy the problem, the government can internalize the externality by taxing goods that have negative externalities and subsidizing goods that have positive externalities. Technology spillovers, industrial policy, and patent protection. A potentially important type of positive externality is called a technology spillover, the impact of one firm's research and production efforts on other firms' access to technological advance. For example, consider the market for industrial robots. Robots are at the frontier of a rapidly changing technology. Whenever a firm builds a robot, there is some chance that the firm will discover a new and better design. This new design may benefit not only this firm but society as a whole, because the design will enter society's pool of technological knowledge. That is, the new design may have positive externalities for other producers in the economy. In this case, the government can internalize the externality by subsidizing the production of robots. If the government paid firms a subsidy for each robot produced, the supply curve would shift down by the amount of the subsidy, and this shift would increase the equilibrium quantity of robots. To ensure that the market equilibrium equals the social optimum, the subsidy should equal the value of the technology spillover. How large are technology spillovers, and what do they imply for public policy? This is an important question because technological progress is the key to why living standards rise over time. Yet it is also a difficult question on which economists often disagree. Some economists believe that technology spillovers are pervasive and that the government should encourage those industries that yield the largest spillovers. For instance, these economists argue that if making computer chips yields greater spillovers than making potato chips, then the government should encourage the production of computer chips relative to the production of potato chips. The U.S. tax code does this in a limited way by offering special tax breaks for expenditures on research and development. Some other nations go farther by subsidizing specific industries that supposedly offer large technology spillovers. Government intervention in the economy that aims to promote technology-enhancing industries is sometimes called industrial policy. Other economists are skeptical about industrial policy. Even if technology spillovers are common, The success of an industrial policy requires that the government be able to measure the size of the spillovers from different markets. This measurement problem is difficult at best. Moreover, without precise measurements, the political system may end up subsidizing industries with the most political clout rather than those that yield the largest positive externalities. Another way to deal with technology spillovers is patent protection. The patent laws protect the rights of inventors by giving them exclusive use of their inventions for a period of time. When a firm makes a technological breakthrough, it can patent the idea and capture much of the economic benefit for itself. The patent internalizes the externality by giving the firm a property right over its invention. If other firms want to use the new technology, they have to obtain permission from the inventing firm and pay it a royalty. Thus, the patent system gives firms a greater incentive to engage in research and other activities that advance technology. Quick quiz: give an example of a negative externality and a positive externality. Explain why market outcomes are inefficient in the presence of these externalities. Public policies toward externalities. We have discussed why externalities lead markets to allocate resources inefficiently but have mentioned only briefly how this inefficiency can be remedied. In practice, both public policy makers and private individuals respond to externalities in various ways. All of the remedies share the goal of moving the allocation of resources closer to the social optimum. This section considers governmental solutions. As a general matter, the government can respond to externalities in one of two ways. Command and control policies regulate behavior directly. Market-based policies provide incentives so that private decision makers will choose to solve the problem on their own. Command and control policies, regulation. The government can remedy an externality by making certain behaviors either required or forbidden. For example, it is a crime to dump poisonous chemicals into the water supply. In this case, the external costs to society far exceed the benefits to the polluter. The government therefore institutes a command and control policy that prohibits this act altogether. In most cases of pollution, however, the situation is not this simple. Despite the stated goals of some environmentalists, it would be impossible to prohibit all polluting activity. For example, virtually all forms of transportation, even the horse, produce some undesirable polluting byproducts. But it would not be sensible for the government to ban all transportation. Thus, instead of trying to eradicate pollution entirely, society has to weigh the costs and benefits to decide the kinds and quantities of pollution it will allow. In the United States, the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, is the government agency with the task of developing and enforcing regulations aimed at protecting the environment. Environmental regulations can take many forms. Sometimes the EPA dictates a maximum level of pollution that a factory may emit. Other times the EPA requires that firms adopt a particular technology to reduce emissions. In all cases, to design good rules, the government regulators need to know the details about specific industries and about the alternative technologies that those industries could adopt. This information is often difficult for government regulators to obtain. Market-based policy 1, corrective taxes and subsidies. Instead of regulating behavior in response to an externality, the government can use market-based policies to align private incentives with social efficiency. For instance, as we saw earlier, the government can internalize the externality by taxing activities that have negative externalities and subsidizing activities that have positive externalities. Taxes enacted to deal with the effects of negative externalities are called corrective taxes. They are also called Pigovian taxes after economist Arthur Pigou, 1877–1959, an early advocate of their use. An ideal corrective tax would equal the external cost from an activity with negative externalities, and an ideal corrective subsidy would equal the external benefit from an activity with positive externalities. Corrective tax: a tax designed to induce private decision makers to take account of the social costs that arise from a negative externality. Economists usually prefer corrective taxes to regulations as a way to deal with pollution because they can reduce pollution at a lower cost to society. To see why, let us consider an example. Suppose that two factories, a paper mill and a steel mill, are each dumping 500 tons of glop into a river every year. The EPA decides that it wants to reduce the amount of pollution. It considers two solutions. Regulation: the EPA could tell each factory to reduce its pollution to 300 tons of glop per year. Corrective tax: the EPA could levy a tax on each factory of $50,000 for each ton of glop it emits. The regulation would dictate a level of pollution, whereas the tax would give factory owners an economic incentive to reduce pollution. Which solution do you think is better? Arthur Pigou. Copyright Mary Evans Picture Library/Alamy. Most economists prefer the tax. To explain this preference, they would first point out that a tax is just as effective as a regulation in reducing the overall level of pollution. The EPA can achieve whatever level of pollution it wants by setting the tax at the appropriate level. The higher the tax, the larger the reduction in pollution. If the tax is high enough, the factories will close down altogether, reducing pollution to zero. Although regulation and corrective taxes are both capable of reducing pollution, the tax accomplishes this goal more efficiently. The regulation requires each factory to reduce pollution by the same amount. An equal reduction, however, is not necessarily the least expensive way to clean up the water. It is possible that the paper mill can reduce pollution at lower cost than the steel mill. If so, the paper mill would respond to the tax by reducing pollution substantially to avoid the tax, whereas the steel mill would respond by reducing pollution less and paying the tax. In essence, the corrective tax places a price on the right to pollute. Just as markets allocate goods to those buyers who value them most highly, a corrective tax allocates pollution to those factories that face the highest cost of reducing it. Whatever the level of pollution the EPA chooses, it can achieve this goal at the lowest total cost using a tax. Economists also argue that corrective taxes are better for the environment. Under the command and control policy of regulation, the factories have no reason to reduce emission further once they have reached the target of 300 tons of glop. By contrast, the tax gives the factories an incentive to develop cleaner technologies because a cleaner technology would reduce the amount of tax the factory has to pay. Corrective taxes are unlike most other taxes. As we discussed in Chapter 8, most taxes distort incentives and move the allocation of resources away from the social optimum. The reduction in economic well-being, that is, in consumer and producer surplus, exceeds the amount of revenue the government raises, resulting in a deadweight loss. By contrast, when externalities are present, society also cares about the well-being of the bystanders who are affected. Corrective taxes alter incentives to account for the presence of externalities and thereby move the allocation of resources closer to the social optimum. Thus, while corrective taxes raise revenue for the government, they also enhance economic efficiency. Why is gasoline taxed so heavily? In many nations, gasoline is among the most heavily taxed goods. The gas tax can be viewed as a corrective tax aimed at addressing three negative externalities associated with driving. Congestion: if you have ever been stuck in bumper-to-bumper traffic, you have probably wished that there were fewer cars on the road. A gasoline tax keeps congestion down by encouraging people to take public transportation, carpool more often, and live closer to work. Accidents: whenever people buy large cars or sport utility vehicles, they may make themselves safer, but they certainly put their neighbors at risk. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, a person driving a typical car is 5 times as likely to die if hit by a sport utility vehicle than if hit by another car. The gas tax is an indirect way of making people pay when their large, gas-guzzling vehicles impose risk on others. It would induce them to take this risk into account when choosing what vehicle to purchase. Pollution: cars cause smog. Moreover, the burning of fossil fuels such as gasoline is widely believed to be the primary cause of global warming. Experts disagree about how dangerous this threat is, but there is no doubt that the gas tax reduces the threat by reducing the use of gasoline. Copyright 2005 John Trevor, Albuquerque Journal. Reprinted by permission. So the gas tax, rather than causing deadweight losses like most taxes, actually makes the economy work better. It means less traffic congestion, safer roads, and a cleaner environment. How high should the tax on gasoline be? Most European countries impose gasoline taxes that are much higher than those in the United States. Many observers have suggested that the United States also should tax gasoline more heavily. A 2007 study published in the Journal of Economic Literature summarized the research on the size of the various externalities associated with driving. It concluded that the optimal corrective tax on gasoline was $2.10 per gallon, compared to the actual tax in the United States of only 40 cents. The tax revenue from a gasoline tax could be used to lower taxes that distort incentives and cause deadweight losses, such as income taxes. In addition, some of the burdensome government regulations that require automakers to produce more fuel-efficient cars would prove unnecessary. This idea, however, has never proven politically popular. Market-based policy 2, tradable pollution permits. Returning to our example of the paper mill and the steel mill, let us suppose that, despite the advice of its economists, the EPA adopts the regulation and requires each factory to reduce its pollution to 300 tons of glop per year. Then one day, after the regulation is in place and both mills have complied, the two firms go to the EPA with a proposal. The steel mill wants to increase its emission of glop by 100 tons. The paper mill has agreed to reduce its emission by the same amount if the steel mill pays it $5 million. Should the EPA allow the two factories to make this deal? From the standpoint of economic efficiency, allowing the deal is good policy. The deal must make the owners of the two factories better off because they are voluntarily agreeing to it. Moreover, the deal does not have any external effects because the total amount of pollution remains the same. Thus, social welfare is enhanced by allowing the paper mill to sell its pollution rights to the steel mill. The same logic applies to any voluntary transfer of the right to pollute from one firm to another. If the EPA allows firms to make these deals, it will, in essence, have created a new scarce resource, pollution permits. A market to trade these permits will eventually develop, and that market will be governed by the forces of supply and demand. The invisible hand will ensure that this new market allocates the right to pollute efficiently. That is, the permits will end up in the hands of those firms that value them most highly, as judged by their willingness to pay. A firm's willingness to pay for the right to pollute, in turn, will depend on its cost of reducing pollution. The more costly it is for a firm to cut back on pollution, the more it will be willing to pay for a permit. An advantage of allowing a market for pollution permits is that the initial allocation of pollution permits among firms does not matter from the standpoint of economic efficiency. Those firms that can reduce pollution at a low cost will sell whatever permits they get, and firms that can reduce pollution only at a high cost will buy whatever permits they need. As long as there is a free market for the pollution rights, the final allocation will be efficient regardless of the initial allocation. Reducing pollution using pollution permits may seem very different from using corrective taxes, but the two policies have much in common. In both cases, firms pay for their pollution. With corrective taxes, polluting firms must pay a tax to the government. With pollution permits, polluting firms must pay to buy the permit. Even firms that already own permits must pay to pollute. The opportunity cost of polluting is what they could have received by selling their permits on the open market. Both corrective taxes and pollution permits internalize the externality of pollution by making it costly for firms to pollute. The similarity of the two policies can be seen by considering the market for pollution. Both panels in Figure 4 show the demand curve for the right to pollute. This curve shows that the lower the price of polluting, the more firms will choose to pollute. In Panel A, the EPA uses a corrective tax to set a price for pollution. In this case, the supply curve for pollution rights is perfectly elastic, because firms can pollute as much as they want by paying the tax, and the position of the demand curve determines the quantity of pollution. In Panel B, the EPA sets a quantity of pollution by issuing pollution permits. In this case, the supply curve for pollution rights is perfectly inelastic, because the quantity of pollution is fixed by the number of permits, and the position of the demand curve determines the price of pollution. Hence, the EPA can achieve any point on a given demand curve either by setting a price with a corrective tax or by setting a quantity with pollution permits. In some circumstances, however, selling pollution permits may be better than levying a corrective tax. Suppose the EPA wants no more than 600 tons of glop dumped into the river. But because the EPA does not know the demand curve for pollution, it is not sure what size tax would achieve that goal. In this case, it can simply auction off 600 pollution permits. The auction price would yield the appropriate size of the corrective tax. Figure for the equivalence of corrective taxes and pollution permits in Panel A. The EPA sets a price on pollution by levying a corrective tax, and the demand curve determines the quantity of pollution. In Panel B, the EPA limits the quantity of pollution by limiting the number of pollution permits, and the demand curve determines the price of pollution. The price and quantity of pollution are the same in the two cases. The idea of the government auctioning off the right to pollute may at first sound like a creature of some economist's imagination. And in fact, that is how the idea began. But increasingly, the EPA has used the system as a way to control pollution. A notable success story has been the case of sulfur dioxide, SO2, a leading cause of acid rain. In 1990, amendments to the Clean Air Act required power plants to reduce SO2 emissions substantially. At the same time, the amendments set up a system that allowed plants to trade their SO2 allowances. Initially, both industry representatives and environmentalists were skeptical of the proposal, but over time the system has reduced pollution with minimal disruption. Pollution permits, like corrective taxes, are now widely viewed as a cost-effective way to keep the environment clean. Objections to the economic analysis of pollution. We cannot give anyone the option of polluting for a fee. This comment by the late Senator Edmund Muskie reflects the view of some environmentalists. Clean air and clean water, they argue, are fundamental human rights that should not be debased by considering them in economic terms. How can you put a price on clean air and clean water? The environment is so important, they claim, that we should protect it as much as possible, regardless of the cost. Economists have little sympathy for this type of argument. To economists, good environmental policy begins by acknowledging the first of the 10 principles of economics in Chapter 1, people face trade-offs. Certainly, clean air and clean water have value. But their value must be compared to their opportunity cost, that is, to what one must give up to obtain them. Eliminating all pollution is impossible. Trying to eliminate all pollution would reverse many of the technological advances that allow us to enjoy a high standard of living. Few people would be willing to accept poor nutrition, inadequate medical care, or shoddy housing to make the environment as clean as possible. Economists argue that some environmental activists hurt their own cause by not thinking in economic terms. A clean environment can be viewed as simply another good. Like all normal goods, it has a positive income elasticity. Rich countries can afford a cleaner environment than poor ones and, therefore, usually have more rigorous environmental protection. In addition, like most other goods, clean air and clean water obey the law of demand. The lower the price of environmental protection, the more the public will want. The economic approach of using pollution permits and corrective taxes reduces the cost of environmental protection and should, therefore, increase the public's demand for a clean environment. In the news. Cap and trade. President Obama has proposed a policy to deal with the externalities from carbon emissions. A missed opportunity on climate change. By Gregory Mankiew. During the presidential campaign of 2008, Barack Obama distinguished himself on the economics of climate change, speaking far more sensibly about the issue than most of his rivals. Unfortunately, now that he is president, Mr. Obama may sign a climate bill that falls far short of his aspirations. Indeed, the legislation making its way to his desk could well be worse than nothing at all. Let's start with the basics. The essential problem of climate change, scientists tell us, is that humans are emitting too much carbon into the atmosphere, which tends to raise world temperatures. Emitting carbon is what economists call a negative externality, an adverse side effect of certain market activities on bystanders. The textbook solution for dealing with negative externalities is to use the tax system to align private incentives with social costs and benefits. Suppose the government imposed a tax on carbon-based products and used the proceeds to cut other taxes. People would have an incentive to shift their consumption toward less carbon-intensive products. A carbon tax is the remedy for climate change that wins overwhelming support among economists and policy wonks. When he was still a candidate, Mr. Obama did not exactly endorse a carbon tax. He wanted to be elected, and embracing any tax that hits millions of middle-class voters is not a recipe for electoral success. But he did come tantalizingly close. What Mr. Obama proposed was a cap-and-trade system for carbon, with all the allowances sold at auction. In short, the system would put a ceiling on the amount of carbon released, and companies would bid on the right to emit carbon into the atmosphere. Such a system is tantamount to a carbon tax. The auction price of an emission right is effectively a tax on carbon. The revenue raised by the auction gives the government the resources to cut other taxes that distort behavior, like income or payroll taxes. So far, so good. The problem occurred as this sensible idea made the trip from the campaign trail through the legislative process. Rather than auctioning the carbon allowances, the bill that recently passed the House would give most of them away to powerful special interests. The numbers involved are not trivial. From Congressional Budget Office estimates, one can calculate that if all the allowances were auctioned, the government could raise $989 billion in proceeds over 10 years. But in the bill as written, the auction proceeds are only $276 billion. Mr. Obama understood these risks. When asked about a carbon tax in an interview in July 2007, he said, "I believe that, depending on how it is designed, a carbon tax accomplishes much of the same thing that a cap-and-trade program accomplishes. The danger in a cap-and-trade system is that the permits to emit greenhouse gases are given away for free as opposed to priced at auction. One of the mistakes the Europeans made in setting up a cap-and-trade system was to give too many of those permits away. Congress is now in the process of sending President Obama a bill that makes exactly this mistake. How much does it matter? For the purpose of efficiently allocating the carbon rights, it doesn't. Even if these rights are handed out on political rather than economic grounds, the trade part of cap and trade will take care of the rest. Those companies with the most need to emit carbon will buy carbon allowances on newly formed exchanges. Those without such pressing needs will sell whatever allowances they are given and enjoy the profits that resulted from Congress's largesse. The problem arises in how the climate policy interacts with the overall tax system. As the President pointed out, a cap-and-trade system is like a carbon tax. The price of carbon allowances will eventually be passed on to consumers in the form of higher prices for carbon-intensive products. But if most of those allowances are handed out rather than auctioned, the government won't have the resources to cut other taxes and offset that price increase. The result is an increase in the effective tax rates facing most Americans, leading to lower real take-home wages, reduced work incentives, and depressed economic activity. The hard question is whether, on net, such a policy is good or bad. Here you can find policy wonks on both sides. To those who view climate change as an impending catastrophe and the distorting effects of the tax system as a mere annoyance, an imperfect bill is better than none at all. To those not fully convinced of the enormity of global warming but deeply worried about the adverse effects of high current and prospective tax rates, the bill is a step in the wrong direction. What everyone should agree on is that the legislation making its way through Congress is a missed opportunity. President Obama knows what a good climate bill would look like. But despite his immense popularity and personal charisma, he appears unable to persuade Congress to go along. Copyright David G. Klein. Source: New York Times, August 9, 2009. Quick quiz: a glue factory and a steel mill emit smoke containing a chemical that is harmful if inhaled in large amounts. Describe 3 ways the town government might respond to this externality. What are the pros and cons of each solution? Private solutions to externalities. Although externalities tend to cause markets to be inefficient, government action is not always needed to solve the problem. In some circumstances, people can develop private solutions. The types of private solutions. Sometimes the problem of externalities is solved with moral codes and social sanctions. Consider, for instance, why most people do not litter. Although there are laws against littering, these laws are not vigorously enforced. Most people do not litter just because it is the wrong thing to do. The golden rule taught to most children says, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." This moral injunction tells us to take account of how our actions affect other people. In economic terms, it tells us to internalize externalities. Another private solution to externalities is charities, many of which are established to deal with externalities. For example, the Sierra Club, whose goal is to protect the environment, is a non-profit organization funded with private donations. As another example, colleges and universities receive gifts from alumni, corporations, and foundations in part because education has positive externalities for society. The government encourages this private solution to externalities through the tax system by allowing an income tax deduction for charitable donations. The private market can often solve the problem of externalities by relying on the self-interest of the relevant parties. Sometimes the solution takes the form of integrating different types of businesses. For example, consider an apple grower and a beekeeper who are located next to each other. Each business confers a positive externality on the other. By pollinating the flowers on the trees, the bees help the orchard produce apples. At the same time, the bees use the nectar they get from the apple trees to produce honey. Nonetheless, when the apple grower is deciding how many trees to plant and the beekeeper is deciding how many bees to keep, they neglect the positive externality. As a result, the apple grower plants too few trees and the beekeeper keeps too few bees. These externalities could be internalized if the beekeeper bought the apple orchard or if the apple grower bought the beehives. Both activities would then take place within the same firm, and this single firm could choose the optimal number of trees and bees. Internalizing externalities is one reason that some firms are involved in different types of businesses. Another way for the private market to deal with external effects is for the interested parties to enter into a contract. In the foregoing example, a contract between the apple grower and the beekeeper can solve the problem of too few trees and too few bees. The contract can specify the number of trees, the number of bees, and perhaps a payment from one party to the other. By setting the right number of trees and bees, the contract can solve the inefficiency that normally arises from these externalities and make both parties better off. The Coase theorem. How effective is the private market in dealing with externalities? A famous result, called the Coase theorem after economist Ronald Coase, suggests that it can be very effective in some circumstances. According to the Coase theorem, if private parties can bargain over the allocation of resources at no cost, then the private market will always solve the problem of externalities and allocate resources efficiently. Coase theorem: the proposition that if private parties can bargain without cost over the allocation of resources, they can solve the problem of externalities on their own. To see how the Coase theorem works, consider an example. Suppose that Dick owns a dog named Spot. Spot barks and disturbs Jane, Dick's neighbor. Dick gets a benefit from owning the dog, but the dog confers a negative externality on Jane. Should Dick be forced to send Spot to the pound, or should Jane have to suffer sleepless nights because of Spot's barking? Consider first what outcome is socially efficient. A social planner, considering the two alternatives, would compare the benefit that Dick gets from the dog to the cost that Jane bears from the barking. If the benefit exceeds the cost, it is efficient for Dick to keep the dog and for Jane to live with the barking. Yet if the cost exceeds the benefit, then Dick should get rid of the dog. According to the Coase theorem, the private market will reach the efficient outcome on its own. How? Jane can simply offer to pay Dick to get rid of the dog. Dick will accept the deal if the amount of money Jane offers is greater than the benefit of keeping the dog. By bargaining over the price, Dick and Jane can always reach the efficient outcome. For instance, suppose that Dick gets a $500 benefit from the dog and Jane bears an $800 cost from the barking. In this case, Jane can offer Dick $600 to get rid of the dog, and Dick will gladly accept. Both parties are better off than they were before, and the efficient outcome is reached. It is possible, of course, that Jane would not be willing to offer any price that Dick would accept. For instance, suppose that Dick gets a $1,000 benefit from the dog and Jane bears an $800 cost from the barking. In this case, Dick would turn down any offer below $1,000, while Jane would not offer any amount above $800. Therefore, Dick ends up keeping the dog. Given these costs and benefits, however, this outcome is efficient. So far, we have assumed that Dick has the legal right to keep a barking dog. In other words, we have assumed that Dick can keep Spot unless Jane pays him enough to induce him to give up the dog voluntarily. But how different would the outcome be if Jane had the legal right to peace and quiet? According to the Coase theorem, the initial distribution of rights does not matter for the market's ability to reach the efficient outcome. For instance, suppose that Jane can legally compel Dick to get rid of the dog. Having this right works to Jane's advantage, but it probably will not change the outcome. In this case, Dick can offer to pay Jane to allow him to keep the dog. If the benefit of the dog to Dick exceeds the cost of the barking to Jane, then Dick and Jane will strike a bargain in which Dick keeps the dog. Although Dick and Jane can reach the efficient outcome regardless of how rights are initially distributed, the distribution of rights is not irrelevant, it determines the distribution of economic well-being. Whether Dick has the right to a barking dog or Jane the right to peace and quiet determines who pays whom in the final bargain. But in either case, the two parties can bargain with each other and solve the externality problem. Dick will end up keeping the dog only if the benefit exceeds the cost. To sum up, the Coase theorem says that private economic actors can potentially solve the problem of externalities among themselves. Whatever the initial distribution of rights, the interested parties can reach a bargain in which everyone is better off and the outcome is efficient. Why private solutions do not always work? Despite the appealing logic of the Coase theorem, private individuals on their own often fail to resolve the problems caused by externalities. The Coase theorem applies only when the interested parties have no trouble reaching and enforcing an agreement. In the real world, however, bargaining does not always work, even when a mutually beneficial agreement is possible. Sometimes the interested parties fail to solve an externality problem because of transaction costs, the costs that parties incur in the process of agreeing to and following through on a bargain. In our example, imagine that Dick and Jane speak different languages so that, to reach an agreement, they need to hire a translator. If the benefit of solving the barking problem is less than the cost of the translator, Dick and Jane might choose to leave the problem unsolved. In more realistic examples, the transaction costs are the expenses not of translators but of the lawyers required to draft and enforce contracts. Transaction costs the costs that parties incur in the process of agreeing to and following through on a bargain. At other times, bargaining simply breaks down. The recurrence of wars and labor strikes shows that reaching agreement can be difficult and that failing to reach agreement can be costly. The problem is often that each party tries to hold out for a better deal. For example, suppose that Dick gets a $500 benefit from the dog, and Jane bears an $800 cost from the barking. Although it is efficient for Jane to pay Dick to get rid of the dog, there are many prices that could lead to this outcome. Dick might demand $750, and Jane might offer only $550. As they haggle over the price, the inefficient outcome with the barking dog persists. Reaching an efficient bargain is especially difficult when the number of interested parties is large because coordinating everyone is costly. For example, Consider a factory that pollutes the water of a nearby lake. The pollution confers a negative externality on the local fishermen. According to the Coase theorem, if the pollution is inefficient, then the factory and the fishermen could reach a bargain in which the fishermen pay the factory not to pollute. If there are many fishermen, however, trying to coordinate them all to bargain with the factory may be almost impossible. When private bargaining does not work, the government can sometimes play a role. The government is an institution designed for collective action. In this example, the government can act on behalf of the fishermen, even when it is impractical for the fishermen to act for themselves. Quick quiz: give an example of a private solution to an externality. What is the Coase theorem? Why are private economic participants sometimes unable to solve the problems caused by an externality? Conclusion: the invisible hand is powerful but not omnipotent. A market's equilibrium maximizes the sum of producer and consumer surplus. When the buyers and sellers in the market are the only interested parties, this outcome is efficient from the standpoint of society as a whole. But when there are external effects, such as pollution, evaluating a market outcome requires taking into account the well-being of third parties as well. In this case, the invisible hand of the marketplace may fail to allocate resources efficiently. In some cases, people can solve the problem of externalities on their own. The Coase theorem suggests that the interested parties can bargain among themselves and agree on an efficient solution. Sometimes, however, an efficient outcome cannot be reached, perhaps because the large number of interested parties makes bargaining difficult. When people cannot solve the problem of externalities privately, the government often steps in. Yet even with government intervention, society should not abandon market forces entirely. Rather, the government can address the problem by requiring decision-makers to bear the full costs of their actions. Corrective taxes on emissions and pollution permits, for instance, are designed to internalize the externality of pollution. More and more, these are the policies of choice for those interested in protecting the environment. Market forces, properly redirected, are often the best remedy for market failure. Summary: when a transaction between a buyer and seller directly affects a third party, the effect is called an externality. If an activity yields negative externalities, such as pollution, the socially optimal quantity in a market is less than the equilibrium quantity. If an activity yields positive externalities, such as technology spillovers, the socially optimal quantity is greater than the equilibrium quantity. Governments pursue various policies to remedy the inefficiencies caused by externalities. Sometimes the government prevents socially inefficient activity by regulating behavior. Other times it internalizes an externality using corrective taxes. Another public policy is to issue permits. For example, the government could protect the environment by issuing a limited number of pollution permits. The result of this policy is largely the same as imposing corrective taxes on polluters. Those affected by externalities can sometimes solve the problem privately. For instance, when one business imposes an externality on another business, the two businesses can internalize the externality by merging. Alternatively, the interested parties can solve the problem by negotiating a contract. According to the Coase theorem, if people can bargain without cost, then they can always reach an agreement in which resources are allocated efficiently. In many cases, however, reaching a bargain among the many interested parties is difficult, so the Coase theorem does not apply. Key concepts: externality, internalizing the externality, corrective tax, Coase theorem, transaction costs. Questions for review. 1. Give an example of a negative externality and an example of a positive externality. 2. Draw a supply and demand diagram to explain the effect of a negative externality that occurs as a result of a firm's production process. 3. In what way does the patent system help society solve an externality problem? 4. What are corrective taxes? Why do economists prefer them to regulations as a way to protect the environment from pollution? 5. List some of the ways that the problems caused by externalities can be solved without government intervention. 6. Imagine that you are a non-smoker sharing a room with a smoker. According to the Coase theorem, what determines whether your roommate smokes in the room? Is this outcome efficient? How do you and your roommate reach this solution? Problems and applications. 1. Consider 2 ways to protect your car from theft. The club, a steering wheel lock, makes it difficult for a car thief to take your car. LoJack, a tracking system, makes it easier for the police to catch the car thief who has stolen it. Which of these types of protection conveys a negative externality on other car owners? Which conveys a positive externality? Do you think there are any policy implications of your analysis? 2. Do you agree with the following statements? Why or why not? A. The benefits of corrective taxes as a way to reduce pollution have to be weighed against the deadweight losses that these taxes cause. B. When deciding whether to levy a corrective tax on consumers or producers, the government should be careful to levy the tax on the side of the market generating the externality. 3. Consider the market for fire extinguishers. A. Why might fire extinguishers exhibit positive externalities? B. Draw a graph of the market for fire extinguishers, labeling the demand curve, the social value curve, the supply curve, and the social cost curve. C. Indicate the market equilibrium level of output and the efficient level of output. Give an intuitive explanation for why these quantities differ. D. If the external benefit is $10 per extinguisher, describe a government policy that would yield the efficient outcome. 4. A local drama company proposes a new neighborhood theater in San Francisco. Before approving the building permit, the city planner completes a study of the theater's impact on the surrounding community. A. One finding of the study is that theaters attract traffic, which adversely affects the community. The city planner estimates that the cost to the community from the extra traffic is $5 per ticket. What kind of an externality is this? Why? B. Graph the market for theater tickets, labeling the demand curve, the social value curve, the supply curve, the social cost curve, the market equilibrium level of output, and the efficient level of output. Also show the per unit amount of the externality. C. Upon further review, the city planner uncovers a second externality. Rehearsals for the plays tend to run until late at night, with actors, stagehands, and other theater members coming and going at various hours. The planner has found that the increased foot traffic improves the safety of the surrounding streets, an estimated benefit to the community of $2 per ticket. What kind of externality is this? Why? D. On a new graph, illustrate the market for theater tickets in the case of these two externalities. Again, label the demand curve, the social value curve, the supply curve, the social cost curve, the market equilibrium level of output, the efficient level of output, and the per unit amount of both externalities. E. Describe a government policy that would result in an efficient outcome. 5. Greater consumption of alcohol leads to more motor vehicle accidents and, thus, imposes costs on people who do not drink and drive. A. Illustrate the market for alcohol, labeling the demand curve, the social value curve, the supply curve, the social cost curve, the market equilibrium level of output, and the efficient level of output. B. On your graph, shade the area corresponding to the deadweight loss of the market equilibrium. Hint: the deadweight loss occurs because some units of alcohol are consumed for which the social cost exceeds the social value. Explain. 6. Many observers believe that the levels of pollution in our society are too high. A. If society wishes to reduce overall pollution by a certain amount, why is it efficient to have different amounts of reduction at different firms? B. Command and control approaches often rely on uniform reductions among firms. Why are these approaches generally unable to target the firms that should undertake bigger reductions? C. Economists argue that appropriate corrective taxes or tradable pollution rights will result in efficient pollution reduction. How do these approaches target the firms that should undertake bigger reductions? 7. The many identical residents of Hovely love drinking slurp. Each resident has the following willingness to pay for the tasty refreshment. First bottle, $5. Second bottle, $4. Third bottle, $3. Fourth bottle, $2. Fifth bottle, $1. Further bottles, $0. The cost of producing slurp is $1.50, and the competitive suppliers sell it at this price. The supply curve is horizontal. How many bottles will each Hovelian consume? What is each person's consumer surplus? B. Producing slurp creates pollution. Each bottle has an external cost of $1. Taking this additional cost into account, what is total surplus per person in the allocation you described in part A? C. Cindy Luhu, one of the residents of Hovely, decides on her own to reduce her consumption of slurp by 1 bottle. What happens to Cindy's welfare, her consumer surplus minus the cost of pollution she experiences? How does Cindy's decision affect total surplus in Hovely? D. Mayor Grinch imposes a $1 tax on slurp. What is consumption per person now? Calculate consumer surplus, the external cost, government revenue, and total surplus per person. E. Based on your calculations, would you support the mayor's policy? Why or why not? 8. Ringo loves playing rock and roll music at high volume. Luciano loves opera and hates rock and roll. Unfortunately, they are next-door neighbors in an apartment building with paper-thin walls. A. What is the externality here? B. What command and control policy might the landlord impose? Could such a policy lead to an inefficient outcome? C. Suppose the landlord lets the tenants do whatever they want. According to the Coase theorem, how might Ringo and Luciano reach an efficient outcome on their own? What might prevent them from reaching an efficient outcome? 9. Figure 4 shows that for any given demand curve for the right to pollute, the government can achieve the same outcome either by setting a price with a corrective tax or by setting a quantity with pollution permits. Suppose there is a sharp improvement in the technology for controlling pollution. A. Using graphs similar to those in Figure 4, illustrate the effect of this development on the demand for pollution rights. B. What is the effect on the price and quantity of pollution under each regulatory system? Explain. 10. Suppose that the government decides to issue tradable permits for a certain form of pollution. A. Does it matter for economic efficiency whether the government distributes or auctions the permits? Why or why not? B. If the government chooses to distribute the permits, does the allocation of permits among firms matter for efficiency? Explain. 11. There are 3 industrial firms in Happy Valley. The government wants to reduce pollution to 120 units, so it gives each firm 40 tradable pollution permits. A. Who sells permits and how many do they sell? Who buys permits and how many do they buy? Briefly explain why the sellers and buyers are each willing to do so. What is the total cost of pollution reduction in this situation? B. How much higher would the costs of pollution reduction be if the permits could not be traded? For further information on topics in this chapter, additional problems, applications, examples, online quizzes, and more, please visit our website at www.cengage.com/economics/mankiew. 11. Public goods and common resources. An old song lyric maintains that the best things in life are free. A moment's thought reveals a long list of goods that the songwriter could have had in mind. Nature provides some of them, such as rivers, mountains, beaches, lakes, and oceans. The government provides others, such as playgrounds, parks, and parades. In each case, people do not pay a fee when they choose to enjoy the benefit of the good. Goods without prices provide a special challenge for economic analysis. Most goods in our economy are allocated in markets, in which buyers pay for what they receive and sellers are paid for what they provide. For these goods, Prices are the signals that guide the decisions of buyers and sellers, and these decisions lead to an efficient allocation of resources. When goods are available free of charge, however, the market forces that normally allocate resources in our economy are absent. In this chapter, we examine the problems that arise for the allocation of resources when there are goods without market prices. Our analysis will shed light on one of the 10 principles of economics in Chapter 1. Governments can sometimes improve market outcomes. When a good does not have a price attached to it, private markets cannot ensure that the good is produced and consumed in the proper amounts. In such cases, government policy can potentially remedy the market failure and raise economic well-being. The different kinds of goods. How well do markets work in providing the goods that people want? The answer to this question depends on the good being considered. As we discussed in Chapter 7, a market can provide the efficient number of ice cream cones. The price of ice cream cones adjusts to balance supply and demand, and this equilibrium maximizes the sum of producer and consumer surplus. Yet as we discussed in Chapter 10, the market cannot be counted on to prevent aluminum manufacturers from polluting the air we breathe. Buyers and sellers in a market typically do not take into account the external effects of their decisions. Thus, markets work well when the good is ice cream, but they work badly when the good is clean air. In thinking about the various goods in the economy, it is useful to group them according to 2 characteristics. Is the good excludable? That is, can people be prevented from using the good? Is the good rival in consumption? That is, does one person's use of the good reduce another person's ability to use it? Excludability, the property of a good whereby a person can be prevented from using it. Rivalry in consumption, the property of a good whereby one person's use diminishes other people's use. Using these 2 characteristics, Figure 1 divides goods into 4 categories. 1. Private goods are both excludable and rival in consumption. Consider an ice cream cone, for example. An ice cream cone is excludable because it is possible to prevent someone from eating an ice cream cone, you just don't give it to him. An ice cream cone is rival in consumption because if one person eats an ice cream cone, another person cannot eat the same cone. Most goods in the economy are private goods like ice cream cones. You don't get one unless you pay for it, and once you have it, you are the only person who benefits. When we analyzed supply and demand in Chapters 4, 5, and 6 and the efficiency of markets in Chapters 7, 8, and 9, we implicitly assumed that goods were both excludable and rival in consumption. Private goods, goods that are both excludable and rival in consumption. 2. Public goods are neither excludable nor rival in consumption. That is, people cannot be prevented from using a public good, and one person's use of a public good does not reduce another person's ability to use it. For example, a tornado siren in a small town is a public good. Once the siren sounds, it is impossible to prevent any single person from hearing it, so it is not excludable. Moreover, when one person gets the benefit of the warning, she does not reduce the benefit to anyone else, so it is not rival in consumption. Public goods, goods that are neither excludable nor rival in consumption. 3. Common resources are rival in consumption but not excludable. For example, fish in the ocean are rival in consumption. When one person catches fish, there are fewer fish for the next person to catch. Yet these fish are not an excludable good because, given the vast size of an ocean, it is difficult to stop fishermen from taking fish out of it. Common resources, goods that are rival in consumption but not excludable. 4. Club goods are excludable but not rival in consumption. For instance, consider fire protection in a small town. It is easy to exclude someone from using this good. The fire department can just let his house burn down. Yet fire protection is not rival in consumption. Once a town has paid for the fire department, the additional cost of protecting one more house is small. We discuss club goods again in Chapter 15, where we see that they are one type of a natural monopoly. Club goods, goods that are excludable but not rival in consumption. Figure 1. 4 types of goods. Goods can be grouped into 4 categories according to 2 characteristics. 1. A good is excludable if people can be prevented from using it. 2. A good is rival in consumption if one person's use of the good diminishes other people's use of it. This diagram gives examples of goods in each category. Although Figure 1 offers a clean separation of goods into 4 categories, the boundaries between the categories are sometimes fuzzy. Whether goods are excludable or rival in consumption is often a matter of degree. Fish in an ocean may not be excludable because monitoring fishing is so difficult, but a large enough coast guard could make fish at least partly excludable. Similarly, although fish are generally rival in consumption, this would be less true if the population of fishermen were small relative to the population of fish. Think of North American fishing waters before the arrival of European settlers. For purposes of our analysis, however, it will be helpful to group goods into these 4 categories. In this chapter, we examine goods that are not excludable, public goods and common resources. Because people cannot be prevented from using these goods, they are available to everyone free of charge. The study of public goods and common resources is closely related to the study of externalities. For both of these types of goods, externalities arise because something of value has no price attached to it. If one person were to provide a public good, such as a tornado siren, other people would be better off. They would receive a benefit without paying for it, a positive externality. Similarly, when one person uses a common resource such as the fish in the ocean, other people are worse off because there are fewer fish to catch. They suffer a loss but are not compensated for it, a negative externality. Because of these external effects, private decisions about consumption and production can lead to an inefficient allocation of resources, and government intervention can potentially raise economic well-being. Quick quiz: define public goods and common resources and give an example of each. Public goods. To understand how public goods differ from other goods and why they present problems for society, let's consider an example: a fireworks display. This good is not excludable because it is impossible to prevent someone from seeing fireworks, and it is not rival in consumption because one person's enjoyment of fireworks does not reduce anyone else's enjoyment of them. The free rider problem. The citizens of small town, USA, like seeing fireworks on the 4th of July. Each of the town's 500 residents places a $10 value on the experience for a total benefit of $5,000. The cost of putting on a fireworks display is $1,000. Because the $5,000 benefit exceeds the $1,000 cost, it is efficient for small town to have a fireworks display on the 4th of July. Would the private market produce the efficient outcome? Probably not. Imagine that Ellen, a small-town entrepreneur, decided to put on a fireworks display. Ellen would surely have trouble selling tickets to the event because her potential customers would quickly figure out that they could see the fireworks even without a ticket. Because fireworks are not excludable, people have an incentive to be free riders. A free rider is a person who receives the benefit of a good but does not pay for it. Because people would have an incentive to be free riders rather than ticket buyers, the market would fail to provide the efficient outcome. Free rider: a person who receives the benefit of a good but avoids paying for it. One way to view this market failure is that it arises because of an externality. If Ellen puts on the fireworks display, she confers an external benefit on those who see the display without paying for it. When deciding whether to put on the display, however, Ellen does not take the external benefits into account. Even though the fireworks display is socially desirable, it is not profitable. As a result, Ellen makes the privately rational but socially inefficient decision not to put on the display. Although the private market fails to supply the fireworks display demanded by small-town residents, the solution to small-town's problem is obvious: the local government can sponsor a 4th of July celebration. The town council can raise everyone's taxes by $2 and use the revenue to hire Ellen to produce the fireworks. Everyone in small town is better off by $8, the $10 at which residents value the fireworks minus the $2 tax bill. Ellen can help small town reach the efficient outcome as a public employee even though she could not do so as a private entrepreneur. The story of small town is simplified but realistic. In fact, many local governments in the United States pay for fireworks on the 4th of July. Moreover, the story shows a general lesson about public goods. Because public goods are not excludable, the free rider problem prevents the private market from supplying them. The government, however, can potentially remedy the problem. If the government decides that the total benefits of a public good exceed its costs, it can provide the public good, pay for it with tax revenue, and make everyone better off. Some important public goods. There are many examples of public goods. Here we consider three of the most important. National defense. The defense of a country from foreign aggressors is a classic example of a public good. Once the country is defended, it is impossible to prevent any single person from enjoying the benefit of this defense. Moreover, when one person enjoys the benefit of national defense, he does not reduce the benefit to anyone else. Thus, national defense is neither excludable nor rival in consumption. National defense is also one of the most expensive public goods. In 2009, the U.S. federal government spent a total of $661 billion on national defense, more than $2,150 per person. People disagree about whether this amount is too small or too large, but almost no one doubts that some government spending for national defense is necessary. Even economists who advocate small government agree that the national defense is a public good the government should provide. I like the concept if we can do it with no new taxes. Copyright Dana Ferdon / The New Yorker Collection / www.cartoonbank.com. Basic research knowledge is created through research. In evaluating the appropriate public policy toward knowledge creation, it is important to distinguish general knowledge from specific technological knowledge. Specific technological knowledge, such as the invention of a longer-lasting battery, a smaller microchip, or a better digital music player, can be patented. The patent gives the inventor the exclusive right to the knowledge he or she has created for a period of time. Anyone else who wants to use the patented information must pay the inventor for the right to do so. In other words, the patent makes the knowledge created by the inventor excludable. By contrast, general knowledge is a public good. For example, a mathematician cannot patent a theorem. Once a theorem is proven, the knowledge is not excludable, the theorem enters society's general pool of knowledge that anyone can use without charge. The theorem is also not rival in consumption. One person's use of the theorem does not prevent any other person from using the theorem. Profit-seeking firms spend a lot on research trying to develop new products that they can patent and sell, but they do not spend much on basic research. Their incentive, instead, is to free ride on the general knowledge created by others. As a result, in the absence of any public policy, society would devote too few resources to creating new knowledge. The government tries to provide the public good of general knowledge in various ways. Government agencies, such as the National Institutes of Health and the National Science Foundation, subsidize basic research in medicine, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and even economics. Some people justify government funding of the space program on the grounds that it adds to society's pool of knowledge, although many scientists are skeptical of the scientific value of manned space travel. Determining the appropriate level of government support for these endeavors is difficult because the benefits are hard to measure. Moreover, the members of Congress who appropriate funds for research usually have little expertise in science and, therefore, are not in the best position to judge what lines of research will produce the largest benefits. So, while basic research is surely a public good, we should not be surprised if the public sector fails to pay for the right amount and the right kinds. Fighting poverty. Many government programs are aimed at helping the poor. The welfare system, officially called the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families Program, provides a small income for some poor families. Similarly, the food stamp program subsidizes the purchase of food for those with low incomes, and various government housing programs make shelter more affordable. These anti-poverty programs are financed by taxes paid by families that are financially more successful. Economists disagree among themselves about what role the government should play in fighting poverty. We discuss this debate more fully in Chapter 20, but here we note one important argument. Advocates of anti-poverty programs claim that fighting poverty is a public good. Even if everyone prefers living in a society without poverty, fighting poverty is not a good that private actions will adequately provide. To see why, suppose someone tried to organize a group of wealthy individuals to try to eliminate poverty. They would be providing a public good. This good would not be rival in consumption. One person's enjoyment of living in a society without poverty would not reduce anyone else's enjoyment of it. The good would not be excludable. Once poverty is eliminated, no one can be prevented from taking pleasure in this fact. As a result, there would be a tendency for people to free ride on the generosity of others, enjoying the benefits of poverty elimination without contributing to the cause. Because of the free rider problem, eliminating poverty through private charity will probably not work. Yet government action can solve this problem. Taxing the wealthy to raise the living standards of the poor can potentially make everyone better off. The poor are better off because they now enjoy a higher standard of living, and those paying the taxes are better off because they enjoy living in a society with less poverty. Are lighthouses public goods? What kind of good is this? Image copyright Matt Hart. Used under license from Shutterstock.com. Some goods can switch between being public goods and being private goods depending on the circumstances. For example, a fireworks display is a public good if performed in a town with many residents. Yet if performed at a private amusement park, such as Walt Disney World, a fireworks display is more like a private good because visitors to the park pay for admission. Another example is a lighthouse. Economists have long used lighthouses as an example of a public good. Lighthouses mark specific locations along the coast so that passing ships can avoid treacherous waters. The benefit that the lighthouse provides to the ship captain is neither excludable nor rival in consumption, so each captain has an incentive to free ride by using the lighthouse to navigate without paying for the service. Because of this free rider problem, private markets usually fail to provide the lighthouses that ship captains need. As a result, most lighthouses today are operated by the government. In some cases, however, lighthouses have been closer to private goods. On the coast of England in the 19th century, for example, some lighthouses were privately owned and operated. Instead of trying to charge ship captains for the service, however, the owner of the lighthouse charged the owner of the nearby port. If the port owner did not pay, the lighthouse owner turned off the light, and ships avoided that port. In deciding whether something is a public good, one must determine who the beneficiaries are and whether these beneficiaries can be excluded from using the good. A free rider problem arises when the number of beneficiaries is large and exclusion of any one of them is impossible. If a lighthouse benefits many ship captains, it is a public good. Yet if it primarily benefits a single port owner, it is more like a private good. The difficult job of cost-benefit analysis. So far we have seen that the government provides public goods because the private market on its own will not produce an efficient quantity. Yet deciding that the government must play a role is only the first step. The government must then determine what kinds of public goods to provide and in what quantities. Suppose that the government is considering a public project, such as building a new highway. To judge whether to build the highway, it must compare the total benefits of all those who would use it to the costs of building and maintaining it. To make this decision, the government might hire a team of economists and engineers to conduct a study, called a cost-benefit analysis, to estimate the total costs and benefits of the project to society as a whole. Cost-benefit analysis is a study that compares the costs and benefits to society of providing a public good. Cost-benefit analysts have a tough job. Because the highway will be available to everyone free of charge, there is no price with which to judge the value of the highway. Simply asking people how much they would value the highway is not reliable. Quantifying benefits is difficult using the results from a questionnaire, and respondents have little incentive to tell the truth. Those who would use the highway have an incentive to exaggerate the benefit they receive to get the highway built. Those who would be harmed by the highway have an incentive to exaggerate the costs to them to prevent the highway from being built. The efficient provision of public goods is, therefore, intrinsically more difficult than the efficient provision of private goods. When buyers of a private good enter a market, they reveal the value they place on it through the prices they are willing to pay. At the same time, sellers reveal their costs with the prices they are willing to accept. The equilibrium is an efficient allocation of resources because it reflects all this information. By contrast, cost-benefit analysts do not have any price signals to observe when evaluating whether the government should provide a public good and how much to provide. Their findings on the costs and benefits of public projects are rough approximations at best. How much is a life worth? Imagine that you have been elected to serve as a member of your local town council. The town engineer comes to you with a proposal. The town can spend $10,000 to build and operate a traffic light at a town intersection that now has only a stop sign. The benefit of the traffic light is increased safety. The engineer estimates, based on data from similar intersections, that the traffic light would reduce the risk of a fatal traffic accident over the lifetime of the traffic light from 1.6 to 1.1%. Should you spend the money for the new light? To answer this question, you turn to cost-benefit analysis. But you quickly run into an obstacle. The costs and benefits must be measured in the same units if you are to compare them meaningfully. The cost is measured in dollars, but the benefit, the possibility of saving a person's life, is not directly monetary. To make your decision, you have to put a dollar value on a human life. At first, you may be tempted to conclude that a human life is priceless. After all, there is probably no amount of money that you could be paid to voluntarily give up your life or that of a loved one. This suggests that a human life has an infinite dollar value. For the purposes of cost-benefit analysis, however, this answer leads to nonsensical results. If we truly placed an infinite value on human life, we should place traffic lights on every street corner, and we should all drive large cars loaded with all the latest safety features. Yet traffic lights are not at every corner, and people sometimes choose to pay less for smaller cars without safety options such as side impact airbags or anti-lock brakes. In both our public and private decisions, we are at times willing to risk our lives to save some money. Once we have accepted the idea that a person's life has an implicit dollar value, how can we determine what that value is? One approach, sometimes used by courts to award damages in wrongful death suits, is to look at the total amount of money a person would have earned if he or she had lived. Economists are often critical of this approach because it ignores other opportunity costs of losing one's life. It thus has the bizarre implication that the life of a retired or disabled person has no value. A better way to value human life is to look at the risks that people are voluntarily willing to take and how much they must be paid for taking them. Mortality risk varies across jobs. For example, construction workers in high-rise buildings face greater risk of death on the job than office workers do. By comparing wages in risky and less risky occupations, controlling for education, experience, and other determinants of wages, economists can get some sense about what value people put on their own lives. Studies using this approach conclude that the value of a human life is about $10 million. We can now return to our original example and respond to the town engineer. The traffic light reduces the risk of fatality by 0.5 percentage points. Thus, the expected benefit from installing the traffic light is 0.005 times $10 million, or $50,000. This estimate of the benefit well exceeds the cost of $10,000, so you should approve the project. Quick quiz: what is the free rider problem? Why does the free rider problem induce the government to provide public goods? How should the government decide whether to provide a public good? Common resources. Common resources, like public goods, are not excludable. They are available free of charge to anyone who wants to use them. Common resources are, however, rival in consumption. One person's use of the common resource reduces other people's ability to use it. Thus, common resources give rise to a new problem. Once the good is provided, policymakers need to be concerned about how much it is used. This problem is best understood from the classic parable called the Tragedy of the Commons. Tragedy of the Commons, a parable that illustrates why common resources are used more than is desirable from the standpoint of society as a whole. The Tragedy of the Commons. Consider life in a small medieval town. Of the many economic activities that take place in the town, one of the most important is raising sheep. Many of the town's families own flocks of sheep and support themselves by selling the sheep's wool, which is used to make clothing. As our story begins, the sheep spend much of their time grazing on the land surrounding the town, called the town common. No family owns the land. Instead, the town residents own the land collectively, and all the residents are allowed to graze their sheep on it. Collective ownership works well because land is plentiful. As long as everyone can get all the good grazing land they want, the town common is not rival in consumption, and allowing residents' sheep to graze for free causes no problems. Everyone in the town is happy. As the years pass, the population of the town grows, and so does the number of sheep grazing on the town common. With a growing number of sheep and a fixed amount of land, the land starts to lose its ability to replenish itself. Eventually, the land is grazed so heavily that it becomes barren. With no grass left on the town common, raising sheep is impossible, and the town's once prosperous wool industry disappears. Many families lose their source of livelihood. What causes the tragedy? Why do the shepherds allow the sheep population to grow so large that it destroys the town common? The reason is that social and private incentives differ. Avoiding the destruction of the grazing land depends on the collective action of the shepherds. If the shepherds acted together, they could reduce the sheep population to a size that the town common can support. Yet no single family has an incentive to reduce the size of its own flock because each flock represents only a small part of the problem. In essence, the tragedy of the commons arises because of an externality. When one family's flock grazes on the common land, it reduces the quality of the land available for other families. Because people neglect this negative externality when deciding how many sheep to own, the result is an excessive number of sheep. If the tragedy had been foreseen, the town could have solved the problem in various ways. It could have regulated the number of sheep in each family's flock, internalized the externality by taxing sheep, or auctioned off a limited number of sheep grazing permits. That is, the medieval town could have dealt with the problem of overgrazing in the way that modern society deals with the problem of pollution. In the case of land, however, there is a simpler solution. The town can divide the land among town families. Each family can enclose its parcel of land with a fence and then protect it from excessive grazing. In this way, the land becomes a private good rather than a common resource. This outcome in fact occurred during the enclosure movement in England in the 17th century. The tragedy of the commons is a story with a general lesson: when one person uses a common resource, he or she diminishes other people's enjoyment of it. Because of this negative externality, common resources tend to be used excessively. The government can solve the problem by using regulation or taxes to reduce consumption of the common resource. Alternatively, the government can sometimes turn the common resource into a private good. This lesson has been known for thousands of years. The ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle pointed out the problem with common resources: what is common to many is taken least care of, for all men have greater regard for what is their own than for what they possess in common with others. Some important common resources. There are many examples of common resources. In almost all cases, the same problem arises as in the tragedy of the commons: private decision makers use the common resource too much. Governments often regulate behavior or impose fees to mitigate the problem of overuse. Clean air and water. As we discussed in Chapter 10, markets do not adequately protect the environment. Pollution is a negative externality that can be remedied with regulations or with corrective taxes on polluting activities. One can view this market failure as an example of a common resource problem. Clean air and clean water are common resources like open grazing land, and excessive pollution is like excessive grazing. Environmental degradation is a modern tragedy of the commons. In the news. The case for toll roads. Many economists think drivers should be charged more for using roads. Here is why. Why you'll love paying for roads that used to be free. By Eric A. Morris. To end the scourge of traffic congestion, Julius Caesar banned most carts from the streets of Rome during daylight hours. It didn't work, traffic jams just shifted to dusk. 2,000 years later, we have put a man on the moon and developed garments infinitely more practical than the toga, but we seem little nearer to solving the congestion problem. If you live in a city, particularly a large one, you probably need little convincing that traffic congestion is frustrating and wasteful. According to the Texas Transportation Institute, the average American urban traveler lost 38 hours, nearly one full work week, to congestion in 2005. And congestion is getting worse, not better. Urban travelers in 1982 were delayed only 14 hours that year. This is too bad, because variable tolling is an excellent public policy. Here's why. The basic economic theory is that when you give out something valuable, in this case, road space, for less than its true value, shortages result. Ultimately, there's no free lunch. Instead of paying with money, you pay with the effort and time needed to acquire the good. Think of Soviet shoppers spending their lives in endless queues to purchase artificially low-priced but exceedingly scarce goods. Then think of Americans who can fulfill nearly any consumerist fantasy quickly but at a monetary cost. Free but congested roads have left us shivering on the streets of Moscow. To consider it another way, delay is an externality imposed by drivers on their peers. By driving onto a busy road and contributing to congestion, drivers slow the speeds of others, but they never have to pay for it, at least not directly. In the end, of course, everybody pays, because as we impose congestion on others, others impose it on us. This degenerates into a game that nobody can win. Markets work best when externalities are internalized, i.e., you pay for the hassle you inflict on others. Using tolls to help internalize the congestion externality would somewhat reduce the number of trips made on the most congested roads at the peak usage periods. Some trips would be moved to less congested times and routes, and others would be foregone entirely. This way we would cut down on the congestion costs we impose on each other. Americans want action, but unfortunately there aren't too many great ideas about what that action might be. As Anthony Downes's excellent book Still Stuck in Traffic, Coping with Peak Hour Traffic Congestion chronicles, most of the proposed solutions are too difficult to implement, won't work, or both. Fortunately, there is one remedy which is both doable and largely guaranteed to succeed. In the space of a year or two we could have you zipping along the 405 or the Lie at the height of rush hour at a comfortable 55 miles per hour. There's just one small problem with the silver bullet for congestion: many people seem to prefer the werewolf. Despite its merits, this policy, which is known as congestion pricing, value pricing, or variable tolling, is not an easy political sell. For decades, economists and other transportation thinkers have advocated imposing tolls that vary with congestion levels on roadways. Simply put, the more congestion, the higher the toll, until the congestion goes away. Granted, tolls cannot fully cope with accidents and other incidents, which are major causes of delay. But pricing can largely eliminate chronic, recurring congestion. No matter how high the demand for a road, there is a level of toll that will keep it flowing freely. To make tolling truly effective, the price must be right. Too high a price drives away too many cars and the road does not function at its capacity. Too low a price and congestion isn't licked. The best solution is to vary the tolls in real time based on an analysis of current traffic conditions. Pilot toll projects on roads, like the I-394 in Minnesota and the I-15 in Southern California, use sensors embedded in the pavement to monitor the number and speeds of vehicles on the facility. A simple computer program then determines the number of cars that should be allowed in. The computer then calculates the level of toll that will attract that number of cars and no more. Prices are then updated every few minutes on electronic message signs. High-tech transponders and antenna arrays make waiting at toll booths a thing of the past. The bottom line is that speeds are kept high, over 45 mph, so that throughput is higher than when vehicles are allowed to crowd all at once onto roadways at rush hour, slowing traffic to a crawl. To many people, this sounds like a scheme by mustache-twirling bureaucrats and their academic apologists to fleece drivers out of their hard-earned cash. Why should drivers have to pay to use roads their tax dollars have already paid for? Won't the remaining free roads be swamped as drivers are forced off the tolled roads? Won't the working class and poor be the victims here, as the tolled routes turn into Lexus lanes? And besides, adopting this policy would mean listening to economists, and who wants to do that? There's a real problem with this logic, which is that, on its own terms, it makes perfect sense, except for the listening to economists part. Opponents of tolls are certainly not stupid, and their arguments deserve serious consideration. But in the end, their concerns are largely overblown, and the benefits of tolling swamp the potential costs. Unfortunately, it can be hard to convey this because the theory behind tolling is somewhat complex and counterintuitive. To maximize efficiency, economists would like to price all travel, starting with the freeways. But given that elected officials have no burning desire to lose their jobs, a more realistic option, for now, is to toll just some freeway lanes that are either new capacity or underused carpool lanes. The other lanes would be left free and congested. Drivers will then have a choice, wait or pay. Granted, neither is ideal. But right now drivers have no choice at all. What's the bottom line here? The state of Washington recently opened congestion-priced lanes on its State Route 167. The peak toll in the first month of operation, reached on the evening of Wednesday, May 21, was $5.75. I know, you would never pay such an exorbitant amount when America has taught you that free roads are your birthright. But that money bought Washington drivers a 27-minute time savings. Is a half hour of your time worth $6? I think I already know the answer, and it depends. Most people's value of time varies widely depending on their activities on any given day. Late for picking the kids up from daycare? Paying $6 to save a half hour is an incredible bargain. Have to clean the house? The longer your trip home takes, the better. Tolling will introduce a new level of flexibility and freedom into your life, giving you the power to tailor your travel costs to fit your schedule. Source: Freakonomics blog, January 6, 2009. Congested roads. Roads can be either public goods or common resources. If a road is not congested, then one person's use does not affect anyone else. In this case, use is not rival in consumption, and the road is a public good. Yet if a road is congested, then use of that road yields a negative externality. When one person drives on the road, it becomes more crowded, and other people must drive more slowly. In this case, the road is a common resource. One way for the government to address the problem of road congestion is to charge drivers a toll. A toll is, in essence, a corrective tax on the externality of congestion. Sometimes, as in the case of local roads, tolls are not a practical solution because the cost of collecting them is too high. But several major cities, including London and Stockholm, have found increasing tolls to be a very effective way to reduce congestion. Sometimes congestion is a problem only at certain times of day. If a bridge is heavily traveled only during rush hour, for instance, the congestion externality is largest during this time. The efficient way to deal with these externalities is to charge higher tolls during rush hour. This toll would provide an incentive for drivers to alter their schedules, reducing traffic when congestion is greatest. Another policy that responds to the problem of road congestion, discussed in a case study in the previous chapter, is the tax on gasoline. Gasoline is a complementary good to driving. An increase in the price of gasoline tends to reduce the quantity of driving demanded. Therefore, a gasoline tax reduces road congestion. A gasoline tax, however, is an imperfect solution, because it affects other decisions besides the amount of driving on congested roads. For example, the gasoline tax discourages driving on uncongested roads, even though there is no congestion externality for these roads. Fish, whales, and other wildlife. Many species of animals are common resources. Fish and whales, for instance, have commercial value, and anyone can go to the ocean and catch whatever is available. Each person has little incentive to maintain the species for the next year. Just as excessive grazing can destroy the town common, excessive fishing and whaling can destroy commercially valuable marine populations. Oceans remain one of the least regulated common resources. Two problems prevent an easy solution. First, many countries have access to the oceans, so any solution would require international cooperation among countries that hold different values. Second, because the oceans are so vast, enforcing any agreement is difficult. As a result, fishing rights have been a frequent source of international tension among normally friendly countries. Within the United States, various laws aim to manage the use of fish and other wildlife. For example, the government charges for fishing and hunting licenses, and it restricts the lengths of the fishing and hunting seasons. Fishermen are often required to throw back small fish, and hunters can kill only a limited number of animals. All these laws reduce the use of a common resource and help maintain animal populations. Why the cow is not extinct? Throughout history, many species of animals have been threatened with extinction. When Europeans first arrived in North America, more than 60 million buffalo roamed the continent. Yet hunting the buffalo was so popular during the 19th century that by 1900 the animal's population had fallen to about 400 before the government stepped in to protect the species. In some African countries today, the elephant faces a similar challenge, as poachers kill the animals for the ivory in their tusks. Yet not all animals with commercial value face this threat. The cow, for example, is a valuable source of food, but no one worries that the cow will soon be extinct. Indeed, the great demand for beef seems to ensure that the species will continue to thrive. Will the market protect me? Copyright Roma Oslo/isstockphoto.com. Why does the commercial value of ivory threaten the elephant, while the commercial value of beef protects the cow? The reason is that elephants are a common resource, whereas cows are a private good. Elephants roam freely without any owners. Each poacher has a strong incentive to kill as many elephants as he can find. Because poachers are numerous, each poacher has only a slight incentive to preserve the elephant population. By contrast, cattle live on ranches that are privately owned. Each rancher makes great effort to maintain the cattle population on his ranch because he reaps the benefit of these efforts. Governments have tried to solve the elephant's problem in two ways. Some countries, such as Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, have made it illegal to kill elephants and sell their ivory. Yet these laws have been hard to enforce, and elephant populations have continued to dwindle. By contrast, other countries, such as Botswana, Malawi, Namibia, and Zimbabwe, have made elephants a private good by allowing people to kill elephants, but only those on their own property. Landowners now have an incentive to preserve the species on their own land, and as a result, elephant populations have started to rise. With private ownership and the profit motive now on its side, the African elephant might someday be as safe from extinction as the cow. Quick quiz: why do governments try to limit the use of common resources? Conclusion: the importance of property rights. In this and the previous chapter, we have seen there are some goods that the market does not provide adequately. Markets do not ensure that the air we breathe is clean or that our country is defended from foreign aggressors. Instead, societies rely on the government to protect the environment and to provide for the national defense. The problems we considered in these chapters arise in many different markets, but they share a common theme. In all cases, the market fails to allocate